industry. The first mention in the internal documents dates from the mid-1930s, when American tobacco scientists blew smoke into the eyes of rabbits to evaluate the degree of irritation caused by Daig-treated cigarettes. Philip Morris used such tests, complete with graphic images of inflamed eyes, to advertise its cigarettes, though Harlow at one point confided that a rabbit will scream if nicotine is introduced into the eye. Philip Morris had substituted Daig for glycerine to keep tobacco leaves pliable during manufacturing, and the question for companies like American Tobacco was whether such a substitute was in fact less irritating. Harvey Haag from the MCV and A.M. Ambrose from Stanford were hired to test for toxicity and found that while no great danger seemed to arise from low concentrations, the smoke derived from Daig-treated cigarettes was actually harsher than that from glycerine. The edema, swelling, seems to be definitely greater. Haag and Ambrose had published this in 1937, prompting internal grumbling from Philip Morris that Haag had failed to disclose his sponsorship by American Tobacco. Now, though, in the summer of 1953, whole smoke experiments would be used to measure the carcinogenicity of tobacco as against cigarette papers. Rickards on September 9, 1953, wrote to Harvey Haag at the MCV, providing him with reference samples of mouse skin tissues graded according to whether the sebaceous glands were intact, i.e., healthy, altered, or absent, i.e., destroyed, along with an explanation of the grading system. And over the next 2 months, Proctor and the MCV exchanged mouse skin samples in formaldehyde, evaluating the degree of destruction of tissue as an index of carcinogenic potency. Paul Larson sent one set of exposed samples to Shaw on September 17, for example, and Shaw responded on September 24, noting that the specimens would be examined within the next few days. Shaw added that Hanmer, Rickards, Larson, and he himself were all looking forward to the results, with the greatest interest. Bad news followed by worse. Bad news came from NYU on October 13, 1953, when Norton Nelson, director of research at the university's Institute for Industrial Medicine, delivered a devastating progress report for the past year on Runyon Fund Grant 231, titled Investigation of the Chemical Nature of Environmental Carcinogens. Recipients included the top research offices of the leading tobacco companies in the United States, Clark from Reynolds, Cullman and Dupuy from Philip Morris, Hanmer from American, Palmel from Lorillard, Shaw from Proctor, and Tucker from Brown and Williamson, all of whom were instructed not to publish or circulate the report. The reason was evident from the very first sentence, which announced that tars collected from cigarette smoke have been shown to produce cancer on the skin of mice and rabbits. That was shocking enough, but equally alarming were the final results of Proctor's whole smoke experiments, delivered to Larson at the MCV in a letter of November 6, 1953, marked confidential. Milton Schur, Proctor's manager of research and development, reported that among the 8 mice exposed to whole smoke, very strong activity, meaning cancer or precancerous growths, had been found in 5 of the animals. Mild activity was found in 1 additional mouse and none in the other 2. Rickards had obtained these results by telephone from our pathologist, apparently at Proctor, and asked that all parties wait for the written report before exchanging views. Shaw sent that written report to Larson on November 10, 1953, leaving no doubt about the strong biological activity of the tobacco tars tested. Proctor had confirmed once again the industry's worst fears, that smoke from cigarettes can cause cancer. November and December of 1953 must have been something of a nightmare for U.S. tobacco manufacturers. Bad news was followed by worse, prompting ever more desperate attempts to either explain away the bad news or keep it under wraps. Larson, for example, was not satisfied that Proctor's tests were adequate to establish carcinogenicity and challenged other aspects of the studies. Shaw responded by pulling scientific rank, citing William E. Smith's view that Any product causing the destruction of the sebaceous glands under the conditions of accelerated tests would probably produce papillomata and eventual cancer under the conditions of the recognized standard test. Smith at this time was the chief proponent of the accelerated tests used in the Augusta experiments. He was also a faculty member at NYU's Bellevue Medical Center and an important figure in the NYU collaboration, and one of those who would suffer professionally for recognizing the cancer-causing capacity of tobacco. Smith in fact would shortly thereafter be purged from the NYU faculty by Lanza in 1956, a decision upheld despite protests to the chancellor. Augusta was quite happy with these results, and for obvious reasons. Experimental tests had seemed to exonerate cigarette paper and put the entirety of blame for cancer on tobacco. In subsequent correspondence of the company, it is taken for granted that either 3 or 4 malignancies and a small number of benign growths had been produced in the mice exposed to cigarette smoke, with no cancers and only a few benign growths on the unexposed controls, consistent with the chart shown earlier to Laurelid. And tars made from paper alone showed no more tumors than the tobacco-free solvent controls. Quite apart from exonerating paper, however, there is another reason Augusta must have been pleased. Augusta by this time was manufacturing not just paper for the industry, but filters. And not just for American tobacco, but for the entire US cigarette industry. We don't have documents showing filter makers cracking open the champagne, but it makes sense that a manufacturer of filters would stand to gain if people were to start demanding safer cigarettes. This may have been one reason Augusta was willing to conduct such tests in the first place. The tobacco industry's lemons would become Augusta's lemonade. Beyond any doubt, Augusta's experiments were never made public. The results were never published, nor were they even mentioned by any of the corporate principals over the subsequent half-century of conspired silence. Nor are they mentioned in any published histories of tobacco or cancer research. By the time the results were in, however, in November of 1953, the cancer cat was coming out of the bag, big time. Word was getting out that the tobacco companies were supporting cancer research, and journalists and editors wanted to know why. Some of the tensions surrounding this issue were already revealed at a November 5, 1953, meeting of the NYU American Tobacco Sloan Kettering Air Pollution Group, with all the principals of the collaboration present, along with Hanma from American Tobacco, Palmel from Laurelid, and Shaw and Dixon from Augusta. Never before in the United States had researchers come together in such strength to discuss tobacco and health. The conversation was clearly tense, and the focus was not so much on results as on crisis management. Lanza started out with a statement that he and his collaborators were constantly being sought out by journalists wanting to know what they were doing, the purpose of their investigations, and who was financing them. Hanma summarized the event for his employers at American Tobacco. Lanza said that the situation was becoming embarrassing and a statement could not be much longer deferred. He anticipated that unless they themselves made a statement, someone would endeavor to publish an article without benefit of guidance from them. Dr. Lanza felt that such publicity might be both inaccurate and more damaging to the cigarette industry than an authorized statement from the NYU group. Lanza then went back over the history of the collaboration, recalling that it was actually the industry that had first approached NYU in 1951, perhaps via Shaw from Augusta or Palmel from Laurelid. He wasn't sure. Lanza and Rhodes had refused direct funding, suggesting instead that monies be channeled through the Damon Runyon Fund. Rhodes once again compared the tobacco situation to that of the chemical industry 25 years earlier, when beta-naphthalene had been found causing bladder cancer in dye workers. The industry had responded with very poor public relations, but had eventually managed to correct this condition. Rhodes was hoping that tobacco could be rescued by a similar campaign. The more immediate difficulty, though, as Rhodes communicated to his tobacco hosts, was that the situation was now so hot that some kind of press release was unavoidable. Rhodes had thus far managed to postpone meetings with reporters from Fortune, Life, and Time, but, sooner or later, would have to talk with them. Hanmer wanted their research to continue, without any publicity, but Rhodes insisted this was no longer possible. The subject had become a matter of widespread public interest. That turned out to be an understatement. On November 30, 1953, Time magazine ran a story announcing that tars from cigarette smoke had now been proven to cause cancer in mice, beyond any doubt. That was a quote from famed surgeon A. Evarts Graham of St. Louis, but it was also the headline for the article, which cited Graham's revelation. Drive. Ernest L. Winder and I have reproduced cancer experimentally in mice by using merely the tars from tobacco smoke. This shows conclusively that there is something in cigarette smoke which can produce cancer. This is no longer merely a possibility. Our experiments have proved it beyond any doubt. The industry by this time had decided it could no longer afford to keep silent, and in a press release of November 30, 1953, American Tobacco President Paul M. Hahn admitted his company's role in helping to finance the Damon Runyon Memorial Cancer Fund, which supports New York University's Institute of Industrial Medicine, which is trying to find the cancer-causing factor in cigarette tar. Time reported Hahn's announcement, along with his claim that no one has yet proved that lung cancer in any human being is directly traceable to tobacco. Time also noted, however, that study after study had established a correlation between prolonged cigarette smoking and lung cancer. A final blow came on December 8, when Alton Ochsner, Ernst Winder, and a number of other prominent medical scholars lectured at the 29th Annual Greater New York Dental Meeting, announcing that medical men were now extremely concerned about the possibility that the male population of the United States will be decimated by cancer of the lung in another 50 years if cigarette smoking increases as it has in the past. The New York Times minced no words in reporting on the event. 4 medical reports were presented here yesterday linking cigarette smoking and disease, particularly lung cancer, without qualification. The correlation between smoking and cancer was stated in unusually strong terms by leading medical specialists at the 29th Annual Greater New York Dental Meeting. The meeting also marked one of the first occasions in which medical researchers, reporting before a professional group, have joined in insisting firmly that it is indeed smoking, and not some other environmental factor, that has caused the great increase in lung cancer among males noted in disease statistics of the last 2 decades. The combined effect of Times stories and the New York Times article, together with pent-up lingering rumors about the NYU Sloan Kettering American tobacco collaboration, caused an outgassing of panic on Wall Street, with tobacco stocks falling more sharply than at any time since the Great Depression. On December 9, 1953, American tobacco's stock lost about 6% of its value. Reynolds's lost closer to 10%. The cigarette trade was in danger of coming undone. Lucky twist. There are lots of different ways one could look at the cancer research funded by the tobacco industry in the early 1950s. One would be to regard these as essentially intra-industry squabbles over whether it was the paper, or the tobacco, or some additive or contaminant or method of processing that was causing all this cancer. This was not a debate that either side, paper or tobacco, wanted to air in public, which helps explain why the Augusta experiments never saw the light of day. One can also imagine, though, how differently things might have turned out if the experiments had exonerated tobacco. After all, this was still a period when experts could honestly doubt smoking's link to the lung cancer epidemic. The case was closing, but it was not yet entirely closed. If Winder et al.'s work had been refuted, the world surely would have heard about it, and loudly. As history and the facts of the matter had it, however, the Augusta tests turned up positive. Tobacco smoke blown onto the bare backs of mice caused cancers, as did the painting of tobacco tars. The lucky twist for Augusta was not just that paper was, relatively speaking, exonerated, however. They were also fortunate to have decided, in December of 1953, not to accept the tobacco industry's invitation to participate in the prevarication project, despite considerable pressure from the rest of the industry. 3. The company seems never to have lied to the public about cancer, which is probably why it has never been sued. Augusta did, however, continue to supply millions of miles of paper to the industry, along with equipment and facilities for tobacco's various PR fronts. It also continued to research ways to make cigarettes safer. On June 1, 1954, for example, Cow & Dengler, Inc., a New York advertising company, invited Augusta to try its new, improved paper, offered as a way to reduce or eliminate the propensity toward lung cancer on the part of cigarette smokers, which many medical authorities believe exists. The Augusta company itself never issued any kind of warning that the cigarettes they were helping make were causing cancer, even though they had helped to prove that fact in their laboratories. Augusta continued to work with the Tobacco Industry Research Committee and other industry research bodies, supplying the TIRC with tobacco tar distillates for use in industry-financed research, for example. The company also conducted research on the combustion properties of various kinds of paper and paper ingredients, and as late as the 1980s was helping Philip Morris develop its adjustable, dial-a-taste, or dial-a-tar, gimmick, a cigarette that was supposed to give smokers a choice in how much tar to inhale, aka Project Data. Augusta developed state-of-the-art automatic smoking machines for the industry and helped BAT develop reduced visibility SiderStream cigarette papers. And other agencies continued mouse experiments, at great cost, and to no good end. From 1974 to 1984, for example, industry-funded scientists forced 10,000 mice to inhale the smoke from 800,000 cigarettes, looking for, and finding no examples of, squamous cell lung cancer. Such projects were oddly anachronistic. Smoking had already been shown to cause cancer in humans, and post-1950s efforts to see how mice fared under such conditions are probably best characterized as pseudoscience married to animal cruelty. The industry kept hoping for ways to spin itself out of this grim charge of causing mass death, and while this worked for a time, history would eventually catch up with them. 15. Consensus, hubris, and duplicity. Cigarette smoking is a cause of lung cancer. And that's that, and you can't talk your way out of it. Harvey Graham, Smoking, The Facts, published by the British Medical Journal Association, 1957. We like to think of scientific knowledge as cumulative, that ideas once established as true cannot be undone. But the reality is that facts can come undone, there is forgetfulness, and not every good thing flourishes. That was part of the insight of Thomas Kuhn's great structure of scientific revolutions. Our views of the world change not so much by steady pilings on of fact but rather by gestalt shifts in how we see the world. Science advances by leaping over the canyons of dried-up ideas, which also means that a certain kind of forgetting, or unlearning, is key to any scientific change. Old points of view must be abandoned, the strange becomes familiar, the familiar strange. Notions of what is true are transformed, along with what is real or even imagined as possible. Great science is supposed to be revolutionary. Of course, not every scientific advance, even if proven, is accepted right away. Revolutions can encounter organized resistance, especially when powerful toes are being stepped on. The fact of smoking causing cancer is a stellar example. Lots of science making this link had piled up by the 1950s, but the industry quickly learned that scholars could be found to dispute such facts, for a price. So when can we really say that smoking was recognized as a cause of cancer? When did a consensus emerge? A tilted landscape. The first thing to recall is that the landscape here is tilted. This is not a world of innocent inquiry, with researchers simply trying to discover the truth. We cannot even really talk about a world inside the industry and a world outside, because the industry has exerted such a powerful influence over academic research. We shall return to this when exploring scholarly collaborations. The industry's ability to tame and harness scientists is crucial for understanding how inquiries in this realm have unfolded historically. Crucial also to keep in mind is that cancer of the lung is only one of several kinds of maladies caused by smoking and not even the first to be recognized historically. Pipe smoking was found to cause cancers of the lip and throat as early as the 18th century, when John Hill in England and Samuel Thomas von Soemering in Germany published medical papers on these topics. French physicians were talking about cancers des fumeurs, smokers' cancers, by the middle of the 19th century, and when President Ulysses S. Grant died from cancer of the throat in 1885, this was widely blamed on his fondness for cigars. So it is not true that smoking was first recognized as a cancer hazard in the 1950s, as we sometimes hear from the industry's experts in court. Such a misconception is arrived at by focusing only on cancers of the lung and only on the science of Englishmen and Americans. Smoking was well known as a cause of tumors of the lip and throat in the 19th century, and even the lung cancer link was pretty well nailed down by Germans in the 1930s and 1940s. Lung cancer has become the signature mark of tobacco death partly for legal reasons. Far more smokers die from heart disease, but it is easier to litigate on the basis of pulmonary tumors because over 90% of all such cancers are caused by smoking, whereas most heart disease is not caused by smoking, only about a third is, because there are so many other ways to injure your heart. Which also means that when lawyers want to try a tobacco case, they tend to choose plaintiffs with a lung disease rather than a heart malady. That being said, there are still good reasons for highlighting lung cancer as the calling card of the cigarette epidemic. Chief among these is the fact that 9 of 10 people who contract the disease would never have developed it had they not been smoking or breathing other people's smoke. The fraction can be as high as 95%, depending on where you live and how much other filth there is in the air. In the early stages of a cigarette epidemic, smoking will be only one among many causes of lung cancer, since the disease itself will still be rare. Mass smoking will eventually swamp all other causes, however. Lung malignancies are also notoriously difficult to treat, which means that even today, with the best access to modern medicine, most people who contract the disease will die from it. Lung cancer is not like tumors of the skin or even breast cancer. A diagnosis of pulmonary malignancy is usually a death sentence. How, though, was the lung cancer hazard discovered? What kinds of evidence were adduced? And when can we say a consensus developed? Converging lines of evidence. The science of the mid-1950s actually involved a confluence of several distinct lines of inquiry, notably animal experiments, showing that tobacco tar extracts could cause cancer. Epidemiology, including both retrospective and prospective studies of statistical patterns of human disease. Clinical pathology, meaning the microscopic study of cellular damage caused by exposure to cigarette smoke. Chemical analytics, meaning the isolation of known carcinogens in tobacco smoke. Presumptive arguments from the logic of medical inference, notably the fact that nothing better explained the rise of the lung cancer epidemic, and especially sex differences, than smoking. Animal experiments. Angel Roffo, as we have seen, was the pioneer here, showing that cancers could be induced by several different kinds of tobacco extracts on several different kinds of animals. Studies along these lines were replicated and deepened by the industry itself, in secret, and then by Winder, Graham, and Croninger, whose 1953 publication became the most important prompt for the industry's campaign of denialist doubt-mongering. The industry liked to trivialize animal experiments by talking as if laboratory mice had nothing to do with humans. Here a certain opportunism was at work. Animal experiments were trumpeted when they failed to show a cancer link and ridiculed or disparaged when they confirmed the link. Or just kept quiet, as was done with the Acosta experiments. Tobacco epidemiology. Lombard and Doering in Massachusetts produced the first significant study in 1928, showing that smokers were more likely than non-smokers to contract cancers of the lips, bladder, cheek, and tongue, and lung. Insurance agents had done even earlier work, but the focus on cancers of the lung was not strong until 1939, when Franz Hermann Müller at the University of Cologne showed that smokers were far more likely than non-smokers to contract cancers of the lung. Müller's paper is a retrospective case study, meaning that hospital patients with lung cancer were asked about their smoking habits, which were then compared with those of a similar group of patients who had not developed cancer. The result: lung cancer victims were far more likely to have been smokers. And though sample sizes would grow in subsequent years along with new methods to quantify statistical significance and to control for possible bias, the many studies that followed Müller's were not profoundly different in terms of design or conclusions. In 1943, for example, Eberhard Scherer and Erich Schoniger at the University of Jena presented a more careful study with larger controls, showing again that people with lung cancer were far more likely to have been smokers. The Jena study was carried out at the university's Institute for Tobacco Hazards Research, a body established by funding from Hitler's Reich Chancellery. The research was rigorous, yielding results of greater statistical significance than those produced by Müller. Scherer and Schoniger didn't calculate that significance, but subsequent epidemiologists have shown that the odds of their results coming about by chance were less than 1 in 10 million. The collapse of the Nazi regime and the stigma subsequently attached to German medicine meant that much of that country's pioneering cancer research was ignored. Müller and Scherer and Schoniger were occasionally cited, but credit for discovering the cigarette cancer link was far more often granted to British and American researchers, notably Winder and Graham in the United States and Doll and Hill in England. German research was seen as tainted, albeit unfairly in this instance. A fairer assessment would be that the Germans discovered and produced solid evidence for the link in the 1930s and 1940s, after which the center of gravity of research shifted to the English-speaking world, where more nails were added to the coffin. However one judges the early German work, and much of its neglect has simply to do with the failure of scholars to read the original German texts, one cannot deny that by the 1950s the river of evidence had become a flood, with the best work appearing in Britain and the United States. 5 separate epidemiological studies were published in 1950 alone. Winder and Graham in their comparison of 684 cases and a comparable number of hospital controls showed that lung cancer victims were far more likely to have been smokers. Prolonged use of tobacco seemed to be an important factor in the induction of bronchiogenic carcinoma. Morton Levin and colleagues from the New York State Department of Health showed that people who smoked for 25 years doubled their chance of contracting lung cancer, with the data suggesting a causal relation between cigarette and pipe smoking and cancer of the lung and lip. Clarence Mills and Marjorie Porter from the University of Cincinnati concluded that cigarette smoking bore a highly significant relation to cancers of the respiratory tract, and Robert Schreck and his colleagues at the Tumor Research Unit of the Veteran Administration Hospital in Hines, Illinois, found strong circumstantial evidence of cigarette smoking as an etiologic factor in cancer of the respiratory tract. Richard Doll and A. Bradford Hill in England provided even more convincing evidence of a real association of carcinoma of the lung and smoking. 3. Piling on, this German, British, and American retrospective work was soon joined by a relatively new kind of epidemiology known as prospective, or cohort, studies, in which large numbers of initially healthy people were followed over the years to see whether smokers were more or less likely to develop cancer. Prospective studies were designed to eliminate some of the potential sources of bias in earlier work, notably, recall bias. Müller's 1939 study, for example, had relied partly on relatives' reports of how many cigarettes the dearly departed had smoked. Skeptics had objected that people diagnosed with lung cancer, or their relatives, might be more likely to say they had smoked. An investigator might even prompt an answer along these lines from an unconscious hope to implicate cigarettes, or lung cancer sufferers might exaggerate how much they had smoked, perhaps from an overeagerness to blame some external cause. If people diagnosed with cancer were more likely to confess having smoked, or to exaggerate how much they had smoked, this would artificially inflate any estimate of the extent to which smoking had contributed to the disease. Prospective studies eliminated this possible source of bias, since careful records were kept of participants' smoking habits prior to their developing cancer. Recall bias was eliminated, because records of smoking rates were being kept in real time. Smoking rates were also recorded by people with no stake in the outcome. The new studies gave the same results as the old. Doll and Hill in 1954 announced their confirmation of the retrospective evidence, concluding that smokers were more than 10 times as likely as non-smokers to die from lung cancer. Risk also increased with amount smoked, as one might expect from a causal relationship. So whereas non-smokers died from lung cancer at the rate of about 7 per year per 100,000, the figure for light smokers was 57, for medium smokers 139, and for heavier smokers 227. And people who smoked more than 35 cigarettes per day were dying from lung cancer at a rate of 315 per 100,000, more than 40 times that of non-smokers. Similar results were found by E. Kula Hammond and Daniel Horn in the United States, working for the American Cancer Society. The power of these studies was augmented by the large numbers involved. Doll and Hill's encompassed 40,000 British doctors, and Hammond and Horn's followed more than 180,000 American men. Few studies in the history of medicine had ever had such power, and doctors and non-doctors alike were impressed. Doll and Hill were both knighted for their efforts, and Hammond and Horn were broadly celebrated. Clinical pathology. Pathology is the science of the causes of disease, with the focus typically on the microscopic analysis of tissues. Clinical pathologists are expert in distinguishing normal from abnormal cells, as in whether a worrisome biopsied lump is cancer and, if so, what type. Pathologists use state-of-the-art microscopes and cellular staining techniques to identify diseased tissues, and by the 1930s had begun to realize that smoking could cause injury to the natural cleansing mechanisms of the human lung. A patent application from 1932 in the files of the American Tobacco Company noted that even the merest traces of aldehydes completely paralyze the cilia, the hair-like cellular projections responsible for cleaning the inside lining of the lungs. This same patent observed that carbon monoxide destroys the unison of action, and ammonia increases the moisture film which weighs them down. Aldehydes, carbon monoxide, and ammonia all were known to be in cigarette smoke by this time. American Tobacco was in fact getting so many letters S, suggesting ways to reduce carbon monoxide, that it drafted a form letter detailing how to respond, as it would later do for inquiries concerning lead and arsenic. Pathologists in the 1950s set out to nail down this question of whether smoking could cause damage at the cellular level. One of the most remarkable studies was done by Anderson C. Hilding, an otolaryngologist at St. Luke's Hospital in Duluth, Minnesota, who confirmed that smokers were suffering from pulmonary ciliostasis, the deadening of the tiny hairs, cilia, lining the lung that are supposed to waft away whatever dust or soot might gain entrance into the lungs. In a healthy person, the foreign matter is surrounded by a mucus blanket and slowly pushed up the trachea, ending up at the back of the throat where it can be safely swallowed or spat out. From a series of experiments using the lungs of humans recently deceased and freshly killed oxen, Hilding showed that cilia are immobilized at precisely those parts of the lung where smoke impinges most directly, at forking points in the bronchial tubes, for example, which also turns out to be where cancers are most likely to develop. Hilding was too cautious to say he had proven smoking causes lung cancer, but he did characterize his evidence as suggestive of such a link, especially considering that smoking created islands of desiccated tissue where tars could collect and remain for months or even years, duplicating the conditions under which Winder et al. Had shown that skin painting could produce cancers in experimental animals. Oscar Auerbach, Chief of Laboratory Services at the Veterans Administration Hospital in East Orange, New Jersey, about this same time showed that tissues taken from the lungs of 117 deceased smokers were far more likely to have cellular abnormalities, including enlarged nuclei, basal hyperplasia, and squamous metaplasia, than tissues taken from non-smokers. To prevent bias, The tissues were randomly coded to make sure the pathologists doing the classification wouldn't know which group they had come from. Auerbach found that smokers' lungs were damaged in direct proportion to how long they had smoked and that cellular aberrations were common even in smokers who had not yet developed cancer. He conducted this work over a number of years, but by June 1955 the national media had begun to cover his effort to find direct biological evidence and a missing link in the causal chain joining smoking with lung cancer. For Auerbach and his collaborators, this new source of evidence was fully consistent with the theory that cigarette smoking is an important factor in the causation of bronchogenic carcinoma. Important also was that a clear dose response was observed. The more people smoked, the more likely they were to develop abnormal cellular growths and patches of denuded cilia, paving the way for TARs to accumulate in their lungs. Yet another nail was driven into this coffin when Hermann Druckery, a distinguished German pharmacologist at the University of Freiburg, showed that the hazardous chemicals in cigarette smoke could penetrate into the interior of human epithelial cells. Ernst Winder was particularly impressed, testifying for a congressional committee investigating filters, that the suspected agent has been found at the scene of the crime. Chemical analytics. Angel Roffe was the first to find benzpyrene in tobacco smoke, which he identified by its fluorescent spectrum. But by the mid-1950s most of the tobacco industry's laboratories had confirmed not just benzpyrene, but a number of other polycyclics in tobacco smoke, joining the list of poisons previously identified. Arsenic, formaldehyde, and ammonia had long been known to exist in cigarette smoke, and acrolane had been found prior even to the 1920s, but the number of such agents expanded dramatically in the 1950s. Benzpyrene was verified in several different laboratories. Teague in his 1953 survey reviewed Roffe's work along these lines from the 1930s, and Brown and Williamson by 1952 had also achieved a partial isolation and identification of a carcinogenic hydrocarbon, benzopyrene, in cigarette smoke. New analytic techniques developed after the war, notably chromatography, mass spectrometry, and methods using radioactive traces, made it possible to find ever smaller quantities of chemicals in smoke, and Auerbach's and Hilding's work prompted efforts to identify ciliostats. The notion here was that even if they didn't directly cause cancer, chemicals harming the mucociliary escalator might still promote the disease by interfering with the lung's natural cleaning mechanisms. Scientists in France and elsewhere by the end of the 1950s had identified several different ciliostats in cigarette smoke, notably phenols, aldehydes, and ketones. Techniques of this sort made it possible for tobacco company chemists to construct long, unpublished, lists of carcinogens in tobacco smoke. Arthur D. Little, researchers working for Liggett in 1961, for example, concluded that cigarette smoke contained not just poisonous, but also cancer-causing and cancer-promoting chemicals. Philip Morris's powerful chief of research that same year identified 40 distinct carcinogens in cigarette smoke, see Figure 26. Industry lists such as these never saw the light of day, however, and for decades thereafter the companies would deny that any trustworthy source had ever established a link between smoking and cancer, which contrasts starkly with their concessions to one another in private. Alan Rodgman, Reynolds's powerful senior research chemist, summarized the situation in a confidential 1962 report titled, "The Smoking and Health Problem." Obviously, the amount of evidence accumulated to indict cigarette smoke as a health hazard is overwhelming. The evidence challenging such an indictment is scant. Rodgman held out hope for alternative causes but acknowledged that the Surgeon General was likely to indict cigarette smoke in the report then being prepared, and that the TIRC's own Paul Cotton had endorsed the 1957 assessment of the NIH-ACS study group on smoking and health that the sum total of scientific evidence had established, beyond reasonable doubt, that cigarettes were a causal factor in the ongoing epidemic of cancer of the lung. Facts on the ground. Animal experiments, epidemiology, clinical pathology, and chemical analytics were all crucial for the cancer consensus of the 1950s. And researchers often appreciated these mutually reinforcing lines of evidence. Winder cited Roffo and Doll and Hill cited Winder and Graham, and so forth. And in Germany, methodological reinforcement of this sort was already a feature of the pre-war landscape. German scholars in the 1930s drew attention to the parallels between tobacco tar and coal tar, both of which had been shown to cause cancer in experimental animals. Smoking was recognized as tantamount to repeatedly painting the lungs with tobacco tars, with an impressive 100 grams of tar inhaled for every kilogram of tobacco smoked. Roffo had emphasized this comparison, calculating that a year of moderate smoking could bring nearly half a kilogram of tar into the lungs, enough to fill a small beaker. Roffo had also stressed that recognition of a tobacco cancer link had sprung from the confluence of very different evidentiary traditions, ranging from clinical experience and epidemiology to chemical analytics and animal experimentation in the laboratory. Quite apart from the industry's obstinacy, however, it wasn't easy to recognize cigarettes as carcinogens until large numbers of people were smoking them. Lung cancer typically has a latency of 30, 40, or even 50 or more years from first exposure to onset of symptoms, which is why the epidemic didn't appear until decades after the cigarette boom. Inhalation was also not such a common way of smoking until the popularization of low-smoke pH Virginia blend cigarettes in the early decades of the 20th century. Cancer in this respect is different from the situation in, say, astronomy, where the objects of inquiry are uninfluenced by human actions. Cancer is a historical phenomenon, insofar as what actually causes the disease can change over time. Cancers of the lung are essentially 20th century phenomena, because inhalable cigarettes are essentially 20th century phenomena. Which brings us to yet another source for the lung cancer consensus, albeit one less tangible, more indirect. Ernst Winder called it presumptive evidence, meaning basically that cigarettes were a plausible explanation. They were at the scene of the crime, and the explanation made more sense than the available alternatives. Presumptive evidence began building in the 1920s, when scholars started noticing the rise of lung cancers and looking around for explanations. Tobacco for a time was just one of many possible causes, along with poison gas from the First World War, asphalt dusts or vapors from newly tarred roads, urban air fouled from industrial pollution, and delayed effects, such as lung scarring, from the 1918-19 flu pandemic that killed tens of millions worldwide. Some scholars thought that cancers might grow from old scars or from exposure to tuberculosis or pneumonia. Others imagined that the new fashion of eating tomatoes or using aluminum dishware might help explain the epidemic. All these theories, and many more, were in play in the 1930s and 1940s, though by the end of this period cigarettes had risen to the top of the explanatory pile. One reason cigarettes rose to the top of this pile was that the evidence was never strong for the alternatives. German scholars in the 1930s had shown that smokers inhaled far higher levels of tar and soot than people driving close behind a car or a truck. There was also the fact that non-smokers living in the city seemed to be no more likely to contract cancer than non-smokers living in the clean-air countryside. Studies of air pollution showed that while acute effects could be significant, as with London's deadly fogs from the early 1950s, chronic cancer effects were not so clear. Negative evidence of this sort was as important as the positive. Jerome Cornfield et al., in an authoritative review of 1959, noted that while the epidemiology and animal experiments uniformly implicated cigarettes, there were serious inconsistencies in reconciling the evidence with other hypotheses which have been advanced. 1. Key consensus statements. This does not of course mean that all honest doubters disappeared. But it does mean that it becomes increasingly hard to deny the overwhelming mass of evidence, unless of course you are trapped in some intellectual backwater or ensnared by the industry's campaign of deception. Dissenters were progressively marginalized, and more often than not in the employ of the companies. Published expressions of this consensus are numerous in the 1950s and can be found in medical editorials, reviews, and textbooks, in annual reports of medical associations, and in white papers and resolutions issued by public health authorities. Key consensus statements include the following. In 1952, the International Union Against Cancer, meeting at Louvain, Belgium, issued a resolution that there is now evidence of an association between cigarette smoking and cancer of the lung, and that this association is in general proportional to the total consumption. The same organization 2 years later, meeting in São Paulo, resolved that additional studies support the view adopted in the previous symposium and point to the association mentioned between smoking and lung cancer as of causative nature. In 1953, an editorial in the prestigious New England Journal of Medicine characterized Doll and Hill's recent epidemiology as yielding evidence of an association between cigarette smoking and lung cancer so strong as to be considered proof within the everyday meaning of the word. Indeed, if similar data had incriminated a food contaminant that was not habit-forming and was not supported by the advertising of a financial empire, there is little doubt that effective countermeasures would have followed quickly. This same journal in January of 1954 described the clinical statistical evidence linking smoking to lung cancer as massive. In November of 1953, a statistical panel set up by Britain's chief medical officer in the Ministry of Health concluded that the statistical connection between smoking and lung cancer was real, with a strong presumption, until some positive evidence to the contrary is found, that the connection between smoking and lung cancer is causal. Geoffrey Todd, chief statistician at Imperial Tobacco and director of Britain's powerful Tobacco Research Council, was disappointed but soon came to see that the panel had reached the right conclusion. On February 12, 1954, following a 3-year investigation, Britain's Standing Advisory Committee on Cancer and Radiotherapy announced that the relationship between smoking and lung cancer was causal, and that the risk increases with the amount smoked, particularly of cigarettes. Ian MacLeod, Britain's Minister of Health, endorsed the findings of the committee in a speech before the House of Commons, embracing its conclusion that the causal link between smoking and lung cancer must be regarded as established. The distinguished Danish cancer statistician Johannes Clemenson predicted a steady rise in bronchial cancer as a result of addiction to a red Indian habit. The American Cancer Society's National Board of Directors in October of 1954 announced, without dissent, that the presently available evidence indicates an association between smoking, particularly cigarette smoking, and lung cancer, and to a lesser degree other forms of cancer. The Society in its annual report characterized this association as definite, and noted that there should be no question of the facts, namely, that a heavy smoker was at least 5 times as likely to develop lung cancer as someone who had never smoked. Cornelius Rhodes, research director at the Memorial Center for Cancer in Manhattan, identified the underlying medical question as settled, and the Sloan Kettering Institute for Cancer Research concluded that the heavy inhaler clearly has a much greater chance of acquiring lung cancer than does the non-smoker, and that for anyone attempting to understand the cause of this epidemic, tobacco smoke in the lungs can no longer be ignored as a primary factor. The Public Health Cancer Association that same year issued a resolution advising the public to stop smoking to prevent cancer. And inventors filing patents for filters started giving as a reason that cigarette smoke has a tendency to produce lung cancer. Cancer societies in Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and the Netherlands over the next couple of years made similar statements, as did the Joint Tuberculosis Society of Great Britain and Canada's National Department of Health and Welfare. On November 6, 1954, Drive. Horace Jules at a conference of Britain's Socialist Medical Association affirmed there was no doubt whatever that the main cause of cancer of the lung was excessive smoking of cigarettes. Carl V. Weller, a distinguished pathologist at the University of Michigan, in his 1955 Causal Factors in Cancer of the Lung wrote that though formerly a skeptic, he now agreed with many of the specialists in statistical analysis and in the epidemiology of cancer that this association has been established. Many other skeptics, Clarence W. Lieb and C. P. Rhodes, for instance, were converted by the evidence and started embracing the consensus. Charles S. Cameron, medical and scientific director of the American Cancer Society and another former skeptic, in 1956 wrote, "If the degree of association which has been established between cancer of the lung and smoking was shown to exist between cancer of the lung, and say, eating spinach, no one would raise a hand against the proscription of spinach from the national diet." The chair of Britain's Medical Research Council in 1956 characterized the smoking lung cancer link as incontrovertible, and noted that evidence from Britain and elsewhere had shown that lung cancer mortality was 20 times greater among heavy smokers than among non-smokers. Britain's Medical Research Council in June of 1957 issued a statement concluding that a major part of the increase in lung cancer was associated with smoking, particularly in the form of cigarettes, and that the relationship was one of direct cause and effect. Britain's health minister endorsed the statement and reported to the House of Commons that the most reasonable interpretation of the very great increase in deaths from lung cancer in males during the past 25 years is that a major part of it is caused by smoking tobacco. 2. Also in June of 1957, the study group of distinguished scholars from the National Cancer Institute, the American Cancer Society, the National Heart Institute, the American Heart Association, and several leading U.S. schools of medicine concluded after a year of intensive review that the sum total of scientific evidence establishes beyond reasonable doubt that cigarette smoking is a causative factor in the rapidly increasing incidence of human epidermoid carcinoma of the lung. The report was endorsed by U.S. Surgeon General Leroy E. Burney, who pointed to an increasing and consistent body of evidence that excessive cigarette smoking is one of the causative factors in lung cancer. The Surgeon General also concluded that many independent studies had confirmed, beyond reasonable doubt, that there is a high degree of statistical association between lung cancer and heavy and prolonged cigarette smoking. Also in 1957, the Netherlands Ministry of Social Affairs and Public Health published a statement recognizing the smoking lung cancer link. In 1958, Sweden's Medical Research Council reported to the King of Sweden, citing publications by the U.S. Study Group and Britain's Medical Research Council to conclude that substances inhaled with cigarette smoke constitute, in all probability, an essential factor in the occurrence of certain types of lung cancer. The report also expressed the hope that smoke could be made free from cancer-producing substances. In 1960, the American Cancer Society Board of Directors reaffirmed as beyond a reasonable doubt that smoking is the major cause of the unprecedented increase in lung cancer. That same year, a 7-nation panel of experts from the World Health Organization concluded that the association between smoking and lung cancer has been demonstrated, and that the available evidence indicates that cigarette smoking is a major causative factor. This was a conclusion based on extensive research, about which there was no serious doubt. In 1961, the Council of the Canadian Medical Association meeting in Montreal released a statement characterizing cigarette smoking as the principal causative factor in the lung cancer epidemic. A review published by Norman Delarue characterized the link as inescapable and beyond any reasonable doubt. In 1962, Britain's Royal College of Physicians, after a 2-year investigation, concluded that smoking was an important cause of lung cancer, and that if the habit were to cease, the death rate from lung cancer would eventually fall to a fraction, perhaps to 1/5 or even, among men, to 1/10 of the present level. Even a few frustrated tobacco company attorneys were admitting this consensus internally as early as 1961. An American tobacco company lawyer penned a memo that earmarking the industry's public stance that few medical men acknowledged a danger. Regarding the few who ascribe a causal effect to smoking, these few would include the Surgeon General of the United States for the Public Health Service, the Commissioner of Health of New York State, the California State Department of Public Health, the Public Health Cancer Association, the Ministry of Health of England and Wales, the study group of the American Cancer Society, American Heart Association, National Cancer Institute and National Heart Institute, the Medical Research Council of Great Britain, the Netherlands Ministry of Social Affairs and Public Health, the State Medical Research Council of Sweden, the American Public Health Association, the National Tuberculosis Association and the study group of the World Health Organization, among others. This same lawyer would later admit that, by the time of filing of the first suit against the tobacco companies, Lowe in St. Louis in March 1954, the medical case against cigarettes was regarded as proved beyond question by the vast majority of the general public and the medical profession. The 1964 Surgeon General's report. It therefore came as icing on the cake, or rather a kind of scientific anticlimax, when the U.S. Surgeon General concluded in January of 1964 that smoking was causally related to lung cancer in men. That conclusion came as a result of 13 months of careful examination of the scientific literature, assisted by 155 consultants and an energetic supporting staff, all trying to assess the state of scientific knowledge with regard to smoking and health. The document is significant by virtue of the methods used. Scholars from several different disciplines were chosen to serve on the advisory committee responsible for drafting the document, and great care was taken to survey the entirety of literature available on the topic. Alan Brand credits the report as the first example of what he calls procedural science, meaning science deliberately organized in such a way as to guarantee a rock-solid armor against impeachment. The Surgeon General's report is nonetheless flawed in a number of interesting respects. For one thing, there is the odd fact that members of the advisory committee were required never to have taken a stand on the question of smoking and health. That is not how one might normally imagine the constitution of an expert body. Imagine an expert report on, say, climate change or world hunger that required those drafting the report never to have published on the topic. This was an expert report of innocence. The experts were naive to a certain extent, more like a jury trying to reach a verdict than a scholarly body coming to novel conclusions of fact. The facts were pretty much already known to those closest to the evidence. The report produced what I prefer to call an administrative rather than a scientific consensus, as the science had been pretty much nailed down a decade earlier. The report was also extraordinary in that the tobacco industry was granted power to veto anyone nominated to serve on the committee. As if polio had a vote in what kind of vaccine to develop. Recognizing this veto power, great care was taken not to allow on the committee anyone who was strongly anti-tobacco. About half the committee, in fact, was smokers. More sinister is the fact that 2 members had previously worked as consultants for the cigarette industry. Morris H. Sievers, chair of the Department of Pharmacology at the University of Michigan, had consulted for American Tobacco, and Louis F. Fieser, a Harvard chemist and the inventor of napalm, had worked for both Liggett and Myers and Arthur D. Little on benzpyrene in cigarette paper since the early 1950s. Fieser turned out to be relatively ineffectual, but Sievers ended up, as he had started, a crucial tobacco ally. It was his voice that convinced the committee to pronounce smoking a habit, rather than an addiction, despite significant evidence and internal industry concessions to the contrary. 25 years would pass before this crucial oversight was corrected. The first U.S. Surgeon General's report to recognize tobacco as addictive did not appear until 1988. For that delay we can thank not just Sievers but also decades of resistance from the industry, fearful of the legal consequences of any such admission. The industry's own internal correspondence makes this fear explicit, as in 1980, when lawyers from Shook, Hardy and Bacon characterized addiction as the most potent weapon a prosecuting attorney can have in a lung cancer cigarette case. Their reasoning was sound. We can't defend continued smoking as free choice if the person was addicted. Quote, which, of course, is why it was always crucial to keep this off the table. Sievers in 1964 managed this for the industry, paving the way for a quarter-century delay in official recognition of tobacco's addicting power. Sievers was an important figure in the history of addiction obfuscation. His adamant refusal was based on his view that nicotine did not cause antisocial behavior and was not intoxicating. Richard Kluger puts it nicely in his Ashes to Ashes. To Sievers, addiction meant an overpowering desire to continue using a drug, a tendency or need to keep increasing the dose, a physical dependency, withdrawal symptoms that could be life-threatening, and the user's willingness to obtain it by any means, a none too thinly veiled reference to antisocial acts like robbery to pay for the habit. The alternative term, habituation, which was how Sievers characterized cigarette smoking, did not involve constantly escalating dosages, implied a psychological rather than physical dependency that could be rather more easily broken, and was not associated with antisocial acts. Kluger goes on to point out that the absence of the psychopathology we associate with harder drugs may have something to do with the fact that cigarettes have been cheap, ubiquitous, and legal, which of course has not been true for heroin or opium. There was also the difficulty of grasping addiction on such a scale, given the ubiquity of smoking. Was half the American adult population to be branded a bunch of addicts? Nicholas Rasmussen of the University of New South Wales has shown that there is more to this story, however. Sievers in the 1930s had worked as a consultant for the pharmaceutical industry, spending quite some time defending amphetamines against the charge of being addictive. Sievers came up with the argument that amphetamines could not be addictive because they were stimulants, unlike debilitating intoxicants such as heroin or the opiates. Nicotine was a stimulant, which by his definition meant it could not be addictive. Nor could cocaine, or any other stimulant. Sievers was an influential member of the World Health Organization, WHO, committee that in 1957 ruled that cigarette smoking was a habit, and not an addiction, and it was only in breaking with Sievers that the WHO recognized smoking as more than a habit. In 1964, too late for inclusion in the Surgeon General's report. Sievers also managed to have himself appointed head of the AMA's Whitewash Committee for Research on Tobacco and Health, part of the Education and Research Foundation, which from 1964 through 1973 dispensed $10 million in tobacco industry money for research with little or no bearing on addiction or any other tobacco-related harm. Sievers supervised this total fiasco, as Cotton later characterized it, for more than a decade, cementing the joint embrace of big tobacco and big medicine that, even at the time, was regarded as blackening the AMA's public image. And all in exchange for the industry's support in quashing socialized medicine. It is therefore wrong to regard the Surgeon General's report as an unimpeachable assessment of the science of the time. It was biased by the contrived means by which it was constituted, by the exclusion of leading authorities, and by the infiltration of industry allies. It was biased by its cautious rhetoric of understatement and by its bizarre inclusion of marginal topics, the final distracting chapters on somatotypes, for example, which waffle around in the mire of constitutional predispositions, thanks to Carl Seltzer, the industry's quasi-Harvard point man. A committee representing the best science of the time would have come to stronger conclusions, without so many of the qualifications that made their way into the final text. Also crucial is that the Surgeon General's Advisory Committee did not have access to the industry's internal work on smoking and health. The committee was never told about Teague's survey, or Acosta's condensate and whole smoke experiments, or details of the Runyon Fund NYU collaboration, or the long lists of smoke carcinogens compiled by Reynolds, Philip Morris, and the other companies. The committee wasn't privy to Bat's confessions from 1961 that smokers were nicotine addicts, or to Brown and Williamson's 1963 confession that the company was in the business of selling nicotine, an addictive drug. Nor were they told about the research underlying the 1962 brag by Sir Charles Ellis of Bat that his company possessed a knowledge of nicotine, far more extensive than exists in published scientific literature. A grave crisis averted. Of course, it is still fair to regard the Surgeon General's report as a document of substantial political significance and a turning point in the broader public recognition of tobacco hazards. The report put the stamp of government approval on the reality of the cancer link, at least for men, and in some sense marked the beginning of the end for smoking in the United States. Per capita smoking rates began to fall from this point on, though we should also realize that this per capita drop was not very steep, and total US consumption would continue to rise for nearly 2 decades, reaching a peak of about 630 billion cigarettes in the early 1980s. And even the political force of the Surgeon General's report was not what it could and should have been. Tobacco manufacturers were actually pleased with the response. Smoking rates fell rather dramatically for a couple of months following the press conference announcing the report, but had pretty much recovered by the end of the year. Less than a month after its appearance, Philip Morris Vice President George Weissman wrote to his CEO, Joseph F. Cullman III, expressing his relief that the public reaction had not been as severe as feared. Press reflections were comparatively mild, and even the most serious opponents of the industry had not come up with life or death proposals for the industry. The grave crisis was averted. Tobacco industry profits would in fact continue to grow for decades. That is largely because the cartel wielded enormous political power in Washington and indeed throughout the Americas. Big Tobacco had friends at the highest levels of government, and resistance was widely recognized as treacherous. That is probably why President Lyndon Johnson never endorsed the Surgeon General's report, despite urgings from his cabinet to do so. Johnson, of course, had other things on his mind. President Kennedy had been assassinated less than 2 months previously, and the vice president had assumed the reins of power in some haste. Johnson was urged to embrace the report and to move against cigarettes by his Undersecretary for Health, the young Joseph Califano, but the president knew the Democrats were weak among whites in the tobacco-growing South, largely as a result of having championed the cause of racial desegregation. Johnson told Califano that taking on Big Tobacco could mean a loss for the Democrats in the next presidential election, a political risk he was not willing to take. That's how powerful tobacco has been. More powerful arguably even than big oil, since Johnson felt no qualms about endorsing the reality of global warming. This generation has altered the composition of the atmosphere on a global scale through a steady increase in carbon dioxide from the burning of fossil fuels. Though widely reported as news, the Surgeon General's report was actually something of an anticlimax for those on the frontiers of the relevant science. We also need to realize that the report never would have been written. There would have been no need, if the industry had not been so adamant in opposing the science. The US government never would have felt compelled to organize such an odd and unprecedented inquiry. The scientific case against tobacco was largely closed by the mid-1950s, and the perceived need to test and certify this by a neutral board of inquiry, a kind of trial by scientific jurors, tells us more about the power of Big Tobacco than any purported precariousness of the science. Recall Charles Cameron's observation, from 1956, that if similar evidence had been found against spinach, it would have been barred from the national diet. Half a dozen food dyes were banned in the United States in the 1950s on far less evidence. The persistence of tobacco is a testament to the industry's political and economic clout, joined with an unparalleled mastery of the arts of denial, deception, and distraction. Plus, of course, the addictive power of the nicotine molecule. Industry admissions. For the Anglo-American scientific community, a consensus was established in the 1950s that smoking was a significant cause of lung cancer. We also have instances where tobacco manufacturers admitted as much, albeit only privately. Teague's Survey of Cancer Research, and the animal experiments conducted by Proctor and the NYU Runyon Fund Circle come to mind, but there are other examples. On March 25, 1954, for example, top researchers and executives from Liggett and Myers met with Arthur D. Little, Inc., to discuss plans for a series of experiments to verify Winder et al.'s work with mice. Liggett had recently hired the firm to conduct a series of such tests, with the plan also being to test whether different brands might be carcinogenic in differing degrees. Toward the end of the meeting, Frederick R. Darkis, Liggett's chief of research commented to the group that, if we can eliminate or reduce the carcinogenic agent in smoke, we will have made real progress. We have the minutes from this meeting, and it seems that none of those in attendance challenged his premise, that there was in fact some cancer-causing agent in cigarette smoke. The question was clearly not whether but rather how such agents might be operating, with suspects including arsenic, polycyclics, phenols, sterile oxidation products, or even a virus carried over from the plant. Another admission comes from 1952, when a U.S. company started marketing a stop smoking aid under the brand name Nicotol, a dopamine releaser containing lobeline, an alkaloid derived from Indian tobacco, lobelia inflata. Hanmer had been alerted to a 2-page ad for the drug in the Boston Sunday Advertiser and noted in an evaluation for his company's advertising manager that the ad's identification of carbon monoxide, arsenic, and cyanide in tobacco smoke could not be challenged. Hanmer also admitted that Raymond Pearl was probably right to have concluded that smokers die an early death. Pearl was a distinguished scientist and his conclusions stand. Hanmer concluded that any attempt to quarrel with the ad would probably be regarded as quibbling, so no public comment was issued. Perhaps the advertisers of Nicotol have an Achilles heel, but we haven't been able to find it. Hanmer was clearly frustrated that the scientific tide was turning against his company, a frustration also expressed in a letter he wrote to President Hahn at American Tobacco on November 19, 1953, shortly before the launch of the formal conspiracy. Hanmer here described a conversation with the Stanford biochemist A. Clark Griffin about Winder et al.'s soon-to-be-published mouse painting experiments, noting Griffin's view that if someone performed research which contradicted the studies and the conclusions of Winder and Graham, he would be able to publish it only at considerable risk to his reputation, that it would bring down the wrath of the medical profession on him, and that if anyone had the courage to do so, he might lose his position. So great would be the pressure upon the institution and the department which he represented. Of course there could be no wrath or pressure from the medical profession unless such views were strongly held. Hanmer and Griffin here reveal that Winder et al. Had sufficient authority to make tobacco cancer deniers feel beleaguered, marginalized, which is yet another index of a consensus. And European manufacturers were coming to similar conclusions. In France in summer 1958, John M. Moseley, manager of basic materials research at American Tobacco, recorded the unavoidable conclusion of Dr. Jean-Louis Cousin of the French Régie tobacco monopoly. Dr. Cousin told me privately that they had reached the unavoidable conclusion, based on the results of animal experimentation and statistical studies, that there is a cause and effect relationship between smoking and lung cancer, and that he had been instructed by the French Régie to make an official statement to the effect at the London Cancer Meeting in July 1958. It is apparent that Dr. Cousin has been greatly influenced by Dr. Ernest Winder. I asked Drive Cousin what would be the next step by the French government concerning this matter, and he did not know. He did not think that the French people could be dissuaded from smoking and said that they did not care. Moseley had earlier acknowledged the French monopoly's acceptance of the anti-cigarette evidence as establishing a cause and effect connection between smoking and lung cancer. Cousin repeated this same conviction to Moseley 3 years later, in 1961, noting that it was the official position of the French Régie that there is an association between cigarette smoking and lung cancer. Cousin by this time had been charged by the French monopoly with producing a safer cigarette with good taste. He believed that by reducing benzpyrene it should be possible to make a cigarette which is 30% safer, perhaps by reducing the width of cut of the tobacco to allow for a more complete combustion. French investigators in Raymond Letarget's laboratory in Paris were also investigating the use of palladium catalysts to burn up some of these polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, a trick later used by Liggett for its Project XA cigarette. French tobacco makers in the 1950s had a more honest relationship with the scientific community than the British or American counterparts. It may have helped that the French industry was a state-run monopoly. Crucial also, however, is that the French were not yet smoking nearly as many cigarettes as the English or the Americans. French smokers tended also to prefer black tobacco blends, which by virtue of being harsher, more alkaline, were less often inhaled and therefore less prone to cause lung cancer. This help explains why less was made of the cigarette cancer link in France than elsewhere. Fewer French were smoking, not many of these were inhaling, and so fewer were dying from cancer. French male lung cancer mortality in the 1950s was only about one-third of that for males in the United Kingdom, a pattern nearly perfectly reversed over the course of the next 4 decades. For British males aged 35 to 54, for example, lung cancer rates fell by more than a factor of 3 from 1960 to 2000, whereas comparable French rates over this same period more than tripled. The difference stems from the fact that France and Britain have had very different smoking histories. Recall that the British were smoking like chimneys in the 1930s and 1940s, yielding a hefty cancer harvest in the 1950s and 1960s. By contrast, the French were not such avid smokers in the pre-war years, nor were they so much in the habit of inhaling, given their preference for harsh, high pH, black tobacco blends. Wartime occupation and post-war poverty caused shortages, and as late as the 1950s the French were smoking only about 600 cigarettes per person per year, compared with British levels 4 or 5 times this high, 1,300 for women and 3,600 for men. This situation was reversed in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, however, as British smoking rates fell dramatically, while French rates rose. British lung cancer rates have been falling since the 1960s, whereas French rates didn't start to fall until the 1990s. Otherwise put, the French tobacco epidemic has unfolded very much like the British, albeit with a 30 or 40-year delay. 5. The important fact for the science historian, however, is that British industry researchers were as convinced as their French counterparts of the reality of tobacco hazards. John Moseley on his 1958 research tour visited Imperial Tobacco in Bristol, where he talked with Herbert R. Bentley, a chemist and number 2 man at one of the largest tobacco research laboratories in the world, with a staff of 125. Imperial at this time was supplying smoke condensates to T.D. Day at the University of Leeds for mouse painting experiments, but also to J.W.S. Blacklock at St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London for injection into rats' lungs, and to Ilza Lasnitsky of Strangeways Laboratories in Cambridge for in vitro tissue culture of lung cells. Blacklock and Lasnitsky had already obtained tumors from smoke condensate, and all 3 of these scholars, along with Bentley himself, were convinced that cigarettes were causing cancer. They think that the case has been proved, is how Moseley recorded it in his report to American Tobacco. The question at Imperial was therefore not so much whether, but rather how, cigarettes caused cancer, with the hope being that the culprits could be isolated, identified, and removed. As for identification, carcinogens known by the Imperial Tobacco Company to be in cigarette smoke as of 1958 included benzo and dibenzopyrene, benz and dibenzanthracene, beta-naphthyl, butyric acid, and arsenic. The company had also had some success reducing benzpyrene via the addition of 5% ammonium sulfamate or 1% copper nitrate to the tobacco mix, tricks developed originally by H. J. Rand in Cleveland. These reduced the carcinogens in smoke by about half, but with extra copper nitrate this could be up to about 80%. None of these made for a very tasty smoke, however, and the nitrate apparently also left a rather peculiar purple ash. Many other compounds had been tested but none with much success. Bentley was sorry to see Winder's work holding up so well. He had hoped that the mouse painting experiments would wither in the face of scrutiny. As of 1958 he was willing to concede, albeit only to his industry colleagues, that Winder did have good technique, and that his findings were probably valid. British experimentalists had come to similar conclusions. Sir Ernest Kennaway, fated for having proved the carcinogenic potency of coal tar dyes, in 1956 was greatly impressed, by Winder's work and blamed the failure of British efforts to replicate his experiments on improper technique, including their failure to use shaved mice. Professor Day at Leeds, working under contract from the Tobacco Manufacturers Standing Committee, was equally impressed, and by 1959 had managed to reproduce Winder's experiments, a feat never revealed to the public. German manufacturers were more skeptical, owing perhaps to the stagnation of their science in the wake of the war and post-war poverty, perhaps also in reaction to the Nazification of German science and the post-war survival of its denialist apparatus. A great deal of the country's manufacturing capacity had been destroyed during the war, or carted off to Russia, and in 1958 German smokers were smoking only 10 cigarettes per day, compared with the 36 per day consumed by Americans. Dr. Franz Muth, head of research at Riemsma's cigarette factory in Hamburg, found little reason to worry about cancer, given how few cigarettes were being smoked in Germany. Winder had tried to draw attention to the cancer evidence during a May 6, 1958, trip to Munich but was disappointed. Winder complained to his German colleagues about the American industry's suppression of 2 legal cases on behalf of widows of lung cancer victims and hoped for greater cooperation in the fatherland. Riemsma's lab had been unable to find benzpyrene in the smoke of German cigarettes, however, and Hermann Druckery, working now for Riemsma, was looking instead for carcinogens in some of the pesticides used on tobacco and in certain additives. As director of the German Cancer Research Institute in Heidelberg, Druckery was a powerful figure in German cancer research, despite some residual taint from his Nazi background. Muth thought the Americans should coordinate their research with Heidelberg and with Riemsma. Everyone should work together to find out if and what is the cancer-forming agent in smoke and then do away with it. Muth didn't like how TIRC research was being exploited in American advertising and informed Moseley of his view that too much was being said about the amount of money being spent. Muth did perceive a danger to the industry from the cancer charge, however, and helped resurrect the denialist campaign in 1959 as chairman of the newly formed Scientific Research Station of the German cigarette industry. The German body maintained publicly that the cancer link was unproved and that assertions to the contrary threatened investigation of the true causes of this disease. In a 1960 article written with Druckery among others, Muth observed that tobacco smoke was only weakly carcinogenic, by comparison with concentrated benzpyrene, though he did admit that the cancer-causing potential of smoke condensates could hardly be subject to further doubt. John Moseley visited a dozen-odd research laboratories in as many countries, and there is probably no better assessment of European manufacturers' state of mind than his 60-page report from 1958. Moseley recorded widespread criticism of U.S. advertising but also a tacit agreement not to trade on, or refer to, the anti-cigarette charges beyond the simple use of the word filter. Quote, "This so-called gentleman's agreement helps explain the global silence of the industry on matters of smoking and health. European manufacturers by and large accepted the reality of the cancer link but would not admit this openly, given the delicacy of the American legal situation." As late as 1976, Sidney J. Green, Batco's senior scientist for research and development, commented, privately, on how legal considerations dominated the British industry's position with regard to smoking and disease. Green again in 1980 observed that fear of litigation had led the industry to reject any possibility of any causal relationship between smoking and disease. He also characterized the level of scientific proof required by the industry as impossible, perhaps ridiculous, and a formula for inaction and delay. He also commented on the psychology of such denials, characterizing them as usually the first reaction of the guilty. The math of megadeath, and the insurance industry's discounts. One thing epidemiology allows you to do is to calculate how many people are actually dying from smoking. This is really only a matter of grade school math, once you have fixed the rates at which people are dying. Some of the most interesting early work of this sort came from Richard Doll, who in 1955 produced a remarkable chart plotting cigarette consumption from 1930 against lung cancer death rates from 1950. The comparison was only for men and only for 11 European nations, but the results were striking and consistent. Countries with high per capita smoking rates also had high lung cancer mortality rates, cf. I. G. U. R. E. 2. 7. Closing parenthesis. The relationship was clearly linear, meaning that the more a society smoked, the more people would die from lung cancer, and in a predictable fashion. Doll's chart actually lets you calculate the rate at which people will die on a per cigarette basis. So a country smoking 1,000 cigarettes per person will suffer a lung cancer death rate of about 300 per million 20 years later. Which also means, though Doll doesn't seem to have drawn this conclusion, that one lung cancer death is produced for every 3 million cigarettes smoked. Obviously there will be variations according to how cigarettes are smoked in any given society, including how far down on the butt and how likely people are to inhale, but the relationship is remarkably consistent and can be used to predict lung cancer rates anywhere in the world. Basically you just look at how many cigarettes are being smoked in any given society and divide by 3 million. And that is how many lung cancer deaths you will have in that society some 20 years later. Divide by 1 million, and you get the number of smoking-caused deaths that will result. In 1955, for example, when the filter fad was just getting going, smokers in the United States smoked a total of 400 billion cigarettes. 25 years later, in 1980, there were an estimated 320,000 deaths from smoking. So 400 billion cigarettes caused about 320,000 deaths, or about 0.7 deaths per million cigarettes. By 1980, however, smokers in the United States were smoking about 600 billion cigarettes, and these caused about 440,000 deaths in 2005, which is still about 0.7 deaths per million cigarettes. This is an effective riposte to anyone who believes that cigarettes have become safer. They have not. Don't forget also that medical treatments have improved somewhat over time, which means that deaths from smoking would be even higher in the absence of such improvements. We'll see in a later chapter that cigarette makers also put less tobacco in today's cigarettes, to insinuate an impression of safety, which means that gram per gram cigarettes have actually become more deadly. The tobacco industry has, in effect, managed to squeeze more death out of a given quantity of leaf. Estimates of the total death toll from smoking in the United States began to appear in the 1930s. Recall Van Noppen's figure of 100,000 deaths per year, and by the 1950s and 1960s were fairly common. One group with an early interest in such matters was the life insurance business, which flourished by virtue of knowing what causes some people to live a century while others sicken and die young. Frederick L. Hoffman at Prudential Life Insurance had linked pipe smoking to mouth cancer in his 1915 Mortality from Cancer Throughout the World, and by 1931 had become one of the first statisticians to explore the smoking link in detail. The question eventually arose whether discounts should be offered to people who didn't smoke. Harry Dingman, medical director at the Continental Assurance Company, in a 1946 treatise titled Risk Appraisal threw down this gauntlet: use of tobacco entails extra mortality. In assessment of risk, why ignore it? Underwriters of course are a conservative lot and seem not to have offered non-smokers discounts prior to the 1960s. Fortune National Life in Madison, Wisconsin, implemented such a policy in January of 1963, with Executive Life Insurance of Beverly Hills and Great American Reserve Insurance in Dallas announcing similar plans shortly thereafter. Senator Maureen Neuberger in her 1963 book, Smokescreen, observed that the contempt for statistical evidence expressed by tobacco makers was not shared by actuaries, judging from the growing number of companies offering a substantial discount on life insurance to applicants who have not smoked for 24 months prior to their application and who are willing to forswear smoking for the foreseeable future. Neuberger added that insurers were hardly noted for reckless risk-taking. Insurance discounts for non-smokers proliferated after the 1964 Surgeon General's report. Even in North Carolina, the heart of camel country, where State Mutual Life Assurance had begun offering them within months of the press conference announcing the report. State Mutual was in fact the first major firm to offer such policies nationwide and sold $5.80 million worth to abstainers in the first 6 weeks. Farmers Group by the 1970s was offering non-smoker discounts even for auto insurance, because smokers tend to have more traffic accidents. Germans had recognized this since the 1930s, whence the Nazi-era campaign to prevent smoking while driving. Tobacco makers recognized the threat and in 1975 accused farmers of deceptive and misleading advertising. Misleading because, as Tobacco Institute President Horace Corngay insisted to yet another insurer offering such discounts, smoking has never been scientifically proven to be the cause of any disease. Cigarette industry opposition strengthened in the late 1970s, as increasing numbers of insurers started offering non-smokers discounts. One skirmish for which we have a paper trail took place in the summer and fall of 1979 when Allstate, one of the nation's largest insurers, unveiled a plan to discount life insurance premiums for people who had not smoked a cigarette within the past 12 months. Allstate had designed an ambitious campaign to kick off its Healthy American Plan, which Philip Morris learned about from backdoor channels at Leo Burnett, the advertising agency handling both Philip Morris and Allstate accounts. Burnett had surreptitiously forwarded advance copies of Allstate's ads to Philip Morris. Philip Morris asked the Tobacco Institute to organize a response, which took the form of an effort to pressure advertisers and insurance regulators, assisted by tobacco allies in the U.S. Congress and state agriculture departments. Philip Morris CEO Ross Milhisser contacted his counterpart at Allstate. The Tobacco Institute also informed Allstate that while it knew of no plans to organize a formal boycott, the insurer could certainly expect other segments of the industry to cease patronizing both Allstate and its corporate parent, Sears. 6. One argument used by cigarette manufacturers was that discounts of this nature would hurt regional tobacco economies. More common, though, was the charge of insurance discrimination. Peter B. Sparber and Associates of Washington, D.C., was hired to orchestrate a nationwide campaign to protest the discriminatory nature of non-smoker discounts, with the goal being to identify and support existing critics of the insurance industry to achieve insurance reform that prohibits discrimination against smokers. The plan was to identify smokers with other groups that might be suffering discrimination, which is why someone at the Tobacco Institute scrawled this query on Sparber's recommendations: gays, are they victims of insurance discrimination? The tobacco industry by 1979 had managed to get North Carolina's Department of Agriculture and the Tobacco Growers Information Committee to warn of the specter of insurance discrimination. Some states tried to bar insurance companies from offering discounts, while others, notably West Virginia and Massachusetts, launched efforts to require such discounts. Most bizarre of all, perhaps, was a 1981 Philip Morris plan to offer special life insurance to smokers of Merit cigarettes, the company's flagship, low-tar brand. Cartons were to come with special inserts announcing the offer, called Merit Lifesavers, with the insurance to be supplied through the National Benefit Life Insurance Company of New York. It is unclear how far beyond the proposal stage this scheme ever went. Planning documents make it clear that all sides recognized certain risks of liability exposure. We do know, though, that insurers defended their rights to offer discounts. In October of 1979, for example, State Mutual Life released a study showing significant differences in mortality between smokers and non-smokers, commenting that differences such as these were too large to be ignored for individual insurance underwriting and pricing purposes. Surgeon General Julius B. Richmond endorsed the study, adding that non-smokers live about 8 years longer than smokers. Indeed, by this time it was not at all unusual for insurance companies to offer non-smokers discounts. The Tobacco Institute in 1979 compiled a list of 76 American companies offering discounts of this sort. And by 1985 an estimated 80% of all U.S. insurers were offering non-smokers discounts. The remarkable fact is that even companies partnered with Big Tobacco offered the discounts. CNA and Franklin Life, for example, owned by the same mega conglomerates that owned Lorillard and American Tobacco, offered such policies, prompting one economist to remark, "Not only do they kill you, they bet that you're going to die." Gordon Lindsay in his marvelous satire, Make a Killing, compares the situation to that of the veterinarian practicing also as a taxidermist. Either way, you get your dog back. 7. One reason discounts of this sort were not offered even earlier is that insurers often held substantial investments in tobacco stocks. George E. Moore, director of the Roswell Park Memorial Institute in Buffalo, New York, commented on this in the early 1960s, noting in a letter to the British Medical Journal that non-smokers were being penalized by having to support the additional illnesses and deaths of their smoking brethren. Moore pointed out that investments in tobacco stocks deterred such companies from penalizing smokers with higher insurance rates, and that the sums involved were often sizable. Tobacco industry observers summarized the situation as follows. Based on Moore's investigations, the 1961 edition of Corporate Holdings of Insurance Companies records that one very large insurance company had 15,000 preferred shares of American Tobacco Company. The largest U.S. life insurance company held $8,800,000 of R.J. Reynolds bonds, and the largest individual holdings of Liggett and Myers was $28 million in bonds held by an insurance company with total assets in excess of $10 billion. So it was hardly surprising that many insurers didn't want to rock this boat. Insurers were in the business to make a profit, and if that meant going easy on an enterprise in which they themselves had a stake, then this would have to be factored into their calculations. To discredit and disarm the foe. One overarching goal of this book is to address the question, how and when did it become known that smoking was killing people? This is often what is at stake in lawsuits, where the industry is accused of negligence, or failure to warn, or conspiring to commit fraud, and so forth. The companies want us to believe there was no scientific consensus in the 1950s, or any real reason to warn about smoking until some time after the Surgeon General's report of 1964. The Surgeon General's report, however, is not the beginning but rather the end or official certification of a process, at least from the point of view of the science. We're talking about a political document that was very much responding to, and framed within the confines of, the tobacco industry's enormous political and economic power. By this I mean that the Surgeon General's report never would have come into existence had the industry not been so powerfully obstinate. In saying that the scientific case against cigarettes was essentially closed by the mid-1950s, I am not saying there were not dissenters or laggards. The point is rather that scientific work after this time was essentially a mop-up operation, at least when it came to lung cancer. One reason we know that deception was taking root by this time is that the industry started to become more concerned with appearances. I've mentioned Claude Teague's cosmetic brown turning filter, but there are many other instances of deliberate deception, including scientific espionage and surreptitious infiltration of the scientific and popular press. In October of 1953, for example, Hiram Hanma hired a malacologist, a scholar of mollusks, by the name of Stanley Truman Brooks to help refute the emerging tobacco cancer consensus. Brooks was an expert on Pennsylvania land snails, having spent the better part of his career as curator of mollusks in the Carnegie Museum of Natural History, 1928-46, before hiring on with American Tobacco. Brooks was supposed to gather information useful for the publication of educational articles on tobacco and lung cancer, and for this purpose traveled to Washington, D.C., and Bethesda to meet with NCI officials, including Harold Stewart and his assistant, Howard Steffi. He also visited Adele Croninger, Winder's assistant in St. Louis and co-author of the mouse skin painting paper from December of 1953. The goal in hiring Brooks was to undermine Winder, using whatever ammunition might come from the industry's allies in Britain. Brooks had not even read Winder et al.'s paper but nonetheless felt comfortable assuring Hanmer on December 24, 1953, "We have enough material to befuddle the Winder combination. The remaining job is to discredit and disarm the foe." Brooks was particularly keen to find evidence of fudging in Winder's study and proposed a rather devious method. "If I could go to Winder's laboratory as an interested zoologist who would like to work in the laboratory for a month or so in order to learn the technique, I think it could be done. It is the mystery of the easy cancers." Brooks also volunteered to use his press contacts to discredit Winder. "The public is not interested in scientific reasoning. Therefore, the newspaper is the most important channel. What we need is a person like Ray Spriggle, Pulitzer Prize winner, who is on the Post-Gazette. He would be a good one for the exposé. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette would be a good venue," he says, "since it was away from New York, away from the tobacco industry, and would be a very good, psychologically and strategically, primary vehicle. It is an AM paper, so any exposé would go directly on the wire to all other papers and hit the street the same day throughout the USA. The man on the street could not connect it with the Wall Street group. That is important. It is a blotch paper and I have many friends there, including the Bloch brothers, Spriggle, etc. If I could produce the evidence, Spriggle could certainly put it across. He is also a heavy smoker. I also think I could wrangle a job with the Winder group. There should be a constant stream of knowledge going out which could be a rebuttals on each of these Winder pronouncements. It would be done nicely, not viciously, and could be good propaganda for the tobacco industry. To disguise the source, Brooks would send out the column under his own name and use his home address. Magazine attacks were also entertained, and Brooks offered that he had already begun drafting one of these. It could go out for use by some known magazine writers or be published under a pseudonym. Name writers would be necessary for the top flight magazines, as we discussed. But are the slicks the place we want to hit? I wouldn't lend my name, my real name, to an article in these, but a lot of MDs do. These pulps pick up their stuff any place they can find it, and perhaps they would take our propaganda, and that is a good word as its source indicates, if fed to them. I could send the columns under my name and perhaps articles under a pseudonym. 7. Think about what we have here. A scholar is conspiring with the world's most powerful tobacco company to write articles defending cigarettes under false pretenses, to infiltrate a scholar's laboratory to conduct espionage, and to publish under a pseudonym in venues designed to conceal a financial source. Information was to be gathered with the goal of acquiring ammunition to combat anti-tobacco propaganda, and Brooks's is by no means the only example of such abuse. Hiram Hanmer often met with science writers to advise them on how to get the industry's point of view across, and Reynolds in the fall of 1953 informed American, Brown and Williamson, Laurelard, and Philip Morris of its plan to establish an ambitious Bureau of Scientific Information to confute Winder et al., with the camel maker's role in orchestrating this news service, deliberately disguised. And the Tobacco Institute itself, founded in 1958 as a spin-off from the TIRC, was little more than a mouthpiece for the industry's no proof of harm propaganda. Wouldn't it be wonderful? The final months of 1953 were fateful for the tobacco industry. Facing the deepest crisis ever in its history, cigarette makers went on the attack, denying any solid evidence that cigarettes were causing disease. The first big salvo came on November 26, 1953, when the American Tobacco Company issued a press release in which President Paul Hahn blasted what he called the loose talk on lung cancer. The public was to be reassured, since no one had yet proved that lung cancer was directly traceable to tobacco or to its products in any form. Hahn claimed that, for every expert who blames tobacco for the increase in respiratory disease, there are others who speak with at least equal authority, who say that there is no evidence to show that tobacco is the cause. He also addressed the question of experimental carcinogenesis. There are a few scientists who report that by using a high concentration of cigarette smoke, entirely different from the smoke which a person draws from a cigarette, and painting it on the skins of mice, they have produced skin cancers on the mice. On the other hand, there are many more scientists of high repute who have made similar experiments and have reported that no cancers were produced. Moreover, all scientists agree that there is no known relation between skin cancers on mice and lung cancers in humans. Hahn's press release marks the beginning of a new and far-reaching campaign to thwart the consensus falling into place. Hahn's claim that, for every expert who blames tobacco, there were others who said there was no evidence, was simply false, as was quickly pointed out to the company in private correspondence. On December 17, 1953, Dwight MacDonald from The New Yorker wrote a long letter to Hanmer, noting that there were at least 43 published medical authorities affirming the hazard, compared with only 14 known to have denied it since 1948. Far from being in the minority, the affirmers actually outnumbered the deniers by a factor of about 3 to 1. MacDonald listed the authorities on both sides, along with the dates of their publications, and advised Mr. Hahn to correct his mistake, especially since the subject was too serious a one to be fooled around with. Hahn, however, never made any such correction, and Hanmer delayed responding to MacDonald until January 4, when he explained that he saw no useful purpose in debating the various shades of opinions of the authorities. Hanmer didn't challenge MacDonald's 3 to 1 figure, however. The tobacco barons by this time were really only interested in authorities who could be coached onto their side. And Hahn's press release flew in the face even of the experimental results the industry was receiving from the Augusta Company and elsewhere. Shortly after Hahn's press release, the head of one of the nation's leading tobacco research departments effused in a document now preserved in the Hill archives at the Wisconsin Historical Society, "Boy, wouldn't it be wonderful if our company was first to produce a cancer-free cigarette? What we could do to competition." This same document, from December of 1953, preserves one of the earliest known industry admissions of addiction, with yet another research director confiding to Hill and Knowlton, "It's fortunate for us that cigarettes are a habit they can't break." We don't know for sure who uttered these words. The names are not given in the documents. We only know that they came from 2 of the 4 research directors interviewed by Hill and Knowlton to get the lowdown on what the industry knew as of December 1953. Most likely they were part of the group that had attended the meeting of November 5, 1953, which included Hiram Hanmer, American Tobacco, Robert N. Dupuy, Philip Morris, A. Grant Clark, R. J. Reynolds, Harris B. Palmel, Laurelard, and Irwin W. Tucker, Brown and Williamson. As for the "boy, cancer-free" comment, given that Dupuy and Clark were suspicious of the NYU collaboration and that Hanmer and Tucker were not given to such outbursts, it could well have been the more enthusiastic Palmel from Laurelard. Palmel we know to have read, with a great deal of interest, the 1946 article by Engel, "Cigarettes Cause Cancer," which asked, which manufacturer will then be the first to meet the challenge? Which will seek ways to eliminate carcinogenic agents from tobacco tar and first be able to say in full truth, "In my brand there is no carcinogenic tar." Hahn's press release is also notable because it introduces language that would find its way into the frank statement of January 4, 1954, the Magna Carta of the American industry's conspiracy to deny any evidence of tobacco harms. The press release cites Hahn's words, "At one time or another within the past 350 years practically every known disease of the human body has been ascribed to the use of tobacco. One by one these charges have been abandoned for lack of evidence." This exact same, "one by one," sentence is repeated verbatim in the frank statement. And several other passages bear striking resemblances, suggesting the strong hand of Hahn in drafting the statement. Some passages echo even earlier remarks by American Tobacco Research Director Hiram Hanmer. In October of 1953, for example, Hanmer had written to the American Cancer Society, boasting of his company's extensive research in the area of smoking and health. Hanma here too claimed that, the long history of smoking shows that, at one time or another, practically every known disease of the human body has been attributed to tobacco. Hanma then claimed further that, notwithstanding claims of suggested statistical correlation, no proof has been advanced that tobacco smoking is the cause of malignant disease of the respiratory tract. Both would become mantras of the industry in subsequent decades. The psychology of denial. The psychology of denial can be complex, but it can also be quite simple. It must have been unpleasant for cigarette makers to acknowledge they were killing people, and we can imagine different strategies for coping. People must have reminded themselves they had a job to do, perhaps a family to feed, and some may have even viewed it as a kind of game. Some thinking executives may have believed some higher cause was being served, freedom or pleasure, perhaps, or their company's right to sell a legal product. It is not hard to concoct rationalizations. Yes, cigarettes are deadly, but they also offer comfort and solace to millions. Yes, there is risk, but what in this world is without? And if we don't make them, won't others just take our place? And what is so great about longevity, anyway? Should health really be ranked over all other virtues? What about the life well lived or made vibrant from a brush with death? Philip Morris President Ross Milhisser predicted the eventual disappearance of the desire to die in good health, and libertarian admitters could always raise the greater specter than cigarette death of government intrusion. And no one was forcing anyone to smoke. Attitudes of the executives must also have been somewhat like those of smokers who, as was appreciated by the industry, had a series of rationalizations for the continued, stupid, behavior. Here is how one Brown and Williamson document from 1970 imagined a smoker thinking about his habit. I know the cigarette is bad and smoking is dangerous, but I don't want to think about it. I love smoking and I am going to continue smoking. But, please don't remind me, directly or indirectly, that I am illogical, irrational and stupid. Cigarette makers may well have thought much the same about making and selling cigarettes. I know that selling cigarettes is bad and dangerous, but I don't want to think about it. I love selling cigarettes and I am going to continue doing so. But, please don't remind me that I am a duplicitous, racketeering, social parasite responsible for millions of unnecessary deaths. This latter, of course, is my pure speculation. What we do know is that astonishingly few people actually left the business, or rather few that have left any traces in the historical record. One we do know about is Robert Wald, a former legal counsel for Lorillard who, in 1971, quit the company when he stopped being able to justify it to his family. In an interview for the Wall Street Journal, Wald confessed, "I haven't the slightest doubt that cigarettes cause lung cancer. I had to come home every night and face my kids saying, 'Daddy, why do you work for a cigarette company?'" Quote, Wald's conscientious objection is strikingly rare, however, and the archives are silent on his case. The industry's internal policing seems to have been quite effective, just as retirement benefits were generous and penalties for the turncoat severe. The simplest explanation may be the best: some people can be bought, not all, of course, but enough. And the money was so good that few of those once on the gravy train ever found the courage to jump off. Part 3. Conspiracy on a grand scale. All too often in the choice between the physical health of consumers and the financial well-being of business, concealment is chosen over disclosure, sales over safety, and money over morality. Who are these persons who knowingly and secretly decide to put the buying public at risk solely for the purpose of making profits, and who believe that illness and death of consumers is an appropriate cost of their own prosperity? Judge H. Lee Sarokin, ruling in Haynes v. Liggett, 1992. If you're worried about cigarettes, may we confuse you with some facts? Tobacco Institute advertisement, 1971. Lying is, among other things, an art. There are many ways to deceive, however, and it generally works best when you can cast yourself as an authority, or better yet, harness the authority of others. The marketing genius of the tobacco industry was carefully developed in the 1930s, with the goal being to engineer consent through multiple methods of persuasion. One was to go for the gut, another was to capture the media, another was to make so many groups dependent on you that to question cigarettes was to undermine the economic well-being of the nation. Or at least to generate such a spectre. How, though, was science harnessed to exculpate cigarettes? How did this particular form of duplicity get going, and why was it so successful? The terrain here is different from what we sometimes imagine when we think of corrupt science. The key is not so much that the companies suppressed science, which they certainly did, nor even that they spent far more to promote cigarettes than to study their health effects, which is also true. The genius of the industry was rather in using even good science, narrowly defined, as a distraction, something to hold up to say, in effect, see how responsible we are. Look at how much research we are funding. Most of the research funded by the industry, though, had little to do with smoking and health. That was the whole point, to throw cash at projects that would pose no threat to business as usual. And in this they succeeded. The industry becomes a substantial funder of basic biomedical research, albeit research whose principal raison d'etre was to distract from the reality of tobacco hazards. In this, the industry's support even for good science was part of the largest and deadliest campaign of deception the world has ever known. And many of those who took this money became its unwitting pawns. Our task here is to explore this support for science, recognizing the tobacco industry first and foremost as a disease vector, in the apt formulation of Eric Legresley, a lawyer with the World Health Organization's tobacco-free initiative. The world's most widespread, serious infection is purposely spread by its vector, the tobacco industry. To reduce the 500 million deaths tobacco industry products are projected to cause amongst those presently alive, public health advocates must study the life patterns of the tobacco industry as earnestly as they would any other disease vector. The investigative tools, however, are different. Rather than a tiny insect, this vector has economic resources rivaling those of many of the world's largest governments. With more than 1 billion smokers worldwide, tobacco is mankind's most widespread serious infection, and among its most contagious. The pathway has recently become known. Its spread is mapped out in mahogany-lined boardrooms. It breeds its resistance to countermeasures in political backrooms, and it seizes its victims in adolescent bedrooms. Legresley goes on to point out that one difference between tobacco and, say, a mosquito transmitting malaria is that the cigarette men know they are being studied. That is why third-party agents are so often used to disguise the nature of the process of contagion. Which is also why, as Legresley notes, the tobacco industry now more often appears cloaked as something else. Science, as we shall see, has served this purpose rather well. 16. The Council for Tobacco Research. Distraction research, decoy research, filibuster research. Your questions were, have we tried to find carcinogenic substances in tobacco smoke? And we have not because we do not believe that they are there. Clarence Cook Little, Scientific Director, TIRC, testifying in Lartigue v. Reynolds, 1960. The year 1953 marks a turning point of sorts in human health fortunes. Deceptive claims had been made in ads for years, that camels wouldn't cut your wind or jangle your nerves, for example, but Winder et al.'s experimental demonstration of cancer from cigarette tars in December of that year demanded a more dramatic response. Smoking was charged with causing cancer, and popular media were reporting on the facts. What was the industry to do? Looking back, the companies should have admitted the problem and stopped selling cigarettes. And leading industry figures promised as much. Philip Morris Vice President George Weissman in March 1954 announced that his company would stop business tomorrow, if we had any thought or knowledge that in any way we were selling a product harmful to consumers. James C. Bowling, The public relations guru and Philip Morris VP, in a 1972 interview asserted, "If our product is harmful, we'll stop making it." Then again in 1997 the same company's CEO and chairman, Jeffrey Bible, was asked, under oath, what he would do with his company if cigarettes were ever established as a cause of cancer. Bible gave this answer: "I'd probably shut it down instantly to get a better hold on things." The other manufacturers made similar assurances. Lorillard's president, Curtis Judge, is quoted in company documents: "If it were proven that cigarette smoking caused cancer, cigarettes should not be marketed, and Judge himself would quit his employment." R. J. Reynolds' president, Gerald H. Long, in a 1986 interview asserted that if he ever saw or thought there were any evidence whatsoever that conclusively proved that, in some way, tobacco was harmful to people, and I believed it in my heart and my soul, then I would get out of the business. Such were the promises. One reason the companies never admitted proof, or even evidence of any gravity, may be that they found themselves too far along in their campaign of denial to backtrack without causing a corporate catastrophe. Like a giant Ponzi scheme, there wasn't any coherent exit strategy. How did they think it would end? The company's own laboratories were confirming cancer hazards, so there was always the danger that this, too, might come to light. And the longer the conspiracy went on, the darker were the prospects for any kind of innocent exit. The industry was in a difficult spot. The frank statement. American Tobacco President Paul M. Hahn launched the formal conspiracy on December 10, 1953, by inviting the CEOs of the other leading manufacturers to meet to plan a response to this tightening noose. And so on December 14 and 15 at the Plaza Hotel in downtown Manhattan, with Hahn in charge and the other companies falling in line, a decision was made to have the PR firm Hill & Knowlton coordinate a campaign of reassurance, spreading the message that the industry was doing everything in its power to determine the truth and to fix whatever might be wrong with cigarettes. More research was the mantra, by which was meant, the jury is still out. Hill & Knowlton in a memo from Christmas Eve, 1953, reminded Hahn et al. That the matter was one of extreme delicacy, with the first task at hand being not to add fuel to the flames. The firm recommended a program of research and education, the goal of which would be reassurance of the public through wider communication of facts. And not just any facts. The public had to realize there were weighty scientific views which hold there is no proof that cigarette smoking is a cause of lung cancer. The first public salvo of this new operation was released on January 4, 1954, as a full-page, frank statement to cigarette smokers, in newspapers throughout the United States. See Figure 28. Winder et al.'s tar painting was singled out for attack. The experiment was denigrated as not conclusive, and readers were led to believe that the theory that smoking was in some way to blame for lung cancer was just that, a theory, and really there was no proof. Cigarettes were one of the causes. The statement claimed that the statistics invoked to make such a claim could apply with equal force to any other aspect of modern life, and that though critics had long blamed tobacco for practically every disease of the human body, those charges had been abandoned, one by one, for lack of evidence. The industry also claimed to hold its customers' health as a basic responsibility, paramount to every other consideration in our business. Signatories therefore promised to cooperate closely with those whose task it is to safeguard the public health, and to provide aid and assistance to the research effort into all phases of tobacco use and health. And to bring this about, they announced the formation of a Tobacco Industry Research Committee, TIRC, to conduct research into all phases of tobacco use and health. The frank statement may well be the most widely publicized and expensive single-page advertisement up to that point in human history. 448 newspapers in 258 cities with an estimated circulation of 43,245,000 printed the ad, at a cost of more than $244,000. Opening parenthesis. Negro newspapers were not targeted, apart from the Atlanta World. Costs went substantially higher when the companies ordered 200,000 additional reprints, plus further republication in the tobacco trade press. The National Association of Tobacco Distributors asked for another 1 million copies to be handed out at retail outlets, pushing costs even higher. The frank statement itself was also news, however, and widely reported as such. Stories on the counterpunch appeared on television and radio, with additional commentaries in newspapers. The papers remarked on how the TIRC was to be governed by a scientific advisory board, whose demeanor would be calm and detached, in contrast to some of the extremist attacks upon tobacco use. Comparisons to the recent fluoridation flap became fashionable, with at least one newspaper, the Cincinnati Enquirer, refusing to crusade on either side, given the lingering taint from that scandal, where groundless fears had tipped the scales of public opinion. Paranoid conservatives had warned of a communist plot to poison the nation's water supply by adding fluoride to prevent tooth decay, prompting ridicule from progressives and mockery in films such as Stanley Kubrick's Drive. Strangelove. This same paper recalled a time when tobacco had been linked with leprosy, a fantastic and baseless rumor that spread across the country like a prairie fire. Some fun was also made of the fact that tobacco had once been blamed for tuberculosis, which from today's vantage point turns out not to have been so crazy. Smoking is a major cause of TB in modern India, for example, where more people are killed by this means even than by lung cancer. All of this helped the industry, via the argument that since tobacco had once been falsely blamed for foolish fears, it must be foolish now to blame anything on tobacco. The one by one rhetoric of the frank statement said as much, and many press reports followed the script laid out by the industry. The plan to sponsor research via the TIRC was also widely reported, and with a great deal of sympathy. Telegrams to Hill and Knowlton were favorable by a margin of about 2 to 1. This was not by chance, since the PR firm had contacted editors and writers from across the country to ensure favorable coverage. We know how hard Hill and Knowlton worked from the archival record left by the firm in the Wisconsin Historical Society in Madison. Hundreds of magazines, newspapers, and radio shows carried news of the industry's launch of a research effort, and the response was generally favorable. But what did the TIRC actually do? Red herring research. For 40 years, from the mid-1950s through the mid-1990s, the TIRC Center was the world's leading sponsor of what appeared to be tobacco and health research. It got its new name, Council for Tobacco Research, in March 1964. It had earlier changed from committee to council to avoid the political odor of the former term. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent in the 1950s, millions per year in the 1970s and 1980s, and tens of millions per year in the 1990s. The industry was always proud of the sums involved and made sure the public was duly impressed. In 1985, for example, the center announced that it had spent over $100 million up to that point, a figure that would grow to $204 million by 1993 and $282 million by 1997. By 1998, when the organization was finally dismantled under the terms of the Master Settlement Agreement, the center was awarding about $36 million per year in grants. Over 40-odd years, more than $300 million was provided for tobacco and health research, all of which was widely advertised, since the fact of having supported such research was crucial for the program to have any effect. The point was to be able to say, "We have funded such research," garnering laurels and legitimacy for the industry. On paper, the ambition was to explore and learn the causes of disease, including the role, if any, played by tobacco use. The crucial fact about the TIRC Center, however, is that it rarely supported research that might reveal smoking as a cause of human harms. The primary focus was on the mechanisms of disease rather than on its preventable causes. The TIRC also didn't pay a lot of attention to tobacco and tended not to fund research that might cast cigarettes in a bad light. Its scientific director, Clarence Cook Little, in a confidential 1959 memo listed 6 areas for research by the group. 1. Heredity. How much does the biochemical nature of the individual depend upon its innate composition? Some individuals in the same environment develop the disease, others do not. 2. Infection. How much do bacteria and/or viruses, either present or previously experienced, influence cell or tissue changes? To what extent do they increase the risk of later disease? 3. Nutrition. How much do the various nutritive materials taken, absorbed, stored or excreted by the individual affect cell or tissue changes? Cholesterol is one substance now under extensive investigation, but vitamin deficiencies and other imbalances may be important. 4. Hormones. How much do the various glands of internal secretion affect cells or tissues? It is known that they have an important role in breast cancer, adrenal cancer, and that men have 4 to 6 times as much lung cancer as women. 5. Nervous strain or tension. How much do these factors influence the cells and tissues of various systems of the body other than the nervous system itself? Ulcer is already recognized as a disease in which stress is important. Cardiovascular disease is also implicated. 6. Environmental factors. How much do physical or chemical components of the environment and introduced as foreign non-living agents affect the cells or tissues? In addition to tobacco, air pollutants, humidity and temperature are involved. Note that tobacco is mentioned only in the final paragraph and only within a cluster of other environmental considerations, like humidity and temperature. That again was the policy and practice of the TIRC Center. Smoking was slighted as a cause of the lung cancer epidemic, while other causes, often treated as confounding factors, were given far more attention. The goal was really to look in such a way as not to find, and then to claim that despite the many millions spent on smoking and health, no proof of harms had ever been uncovered. Tobacco industry observers outside the United States were well aware of this ruse and commented on it privately. In 1958, for example, a team from British American Tobacco visited the United States as part of an effort to survey American views on tobacco and health. In their long and revealing report, the BATCO team related the opinion of Liggett and Myers that the TIRC and its Scientific Advisory Board had done little if anything constructive. The constantly reiterated, not proven, statements in the face of mounting contrary evidence has thoroughly discredited TIRC and the SAB. Scientific Advisory Board of TIRC is supporting almost without exception projects that are not related directly to smoking and lung cancer. This was not so different from the American Cancer Society's assessment that same year. In its Bulletin of Cancer Progress, the ACS accused tobacco manufacturers of conducting a sideshow with smoke and mirrors. The whole point was to deny repeatedly, to mislead, and to convince the trusting, tobacco-consuming public of the industry's eleemosynary, lasting interest in people's health. 1. The great Alton Ochsner had hit this same nail on the head even earlier, ridiculing the TIRC, in 1954, as tapeworm research, designed to postpone a day of reckoning for the industry. Research must go on and on. Charged with bias and frustrated in their efforts to gain a solid reputation, the TIRC's puppet masters soon realized more had to be done to separate the organization's science and advocacy missions, or at least to create such an illusion. Answer: in 1958 the TIRC sprouted off a new body, the Tobacco Institute, with the more explicit mission of proselytizing for the cause. This didn't eliminate charges of bias or irrelevancy, but it did allow the companies to turn their more transparently propagandistic functions over to a distinct body, which thereafter operated openly as a trade association. The Tobacco Institute, TI, became the industry's primary, go-to, or hear from, instrument on tobacco and health. It also made propaganda films, organized media friendlies, lobbied Congress and local legislators, conducted educational campaigns, and published white papers, pamphlets, press releases, and newsletters debunking or distracting from cigarette hazards. This gave C. Little at the TIRC a bit of breathing room. The plan had been to cultivate him as an expert witness for use in litigation, and the hope was that by separating the PR from the science, Little could be kept innocent, in his ivory tower. I've stressed the deliberate irrelevance of center-funded research to the question of whether smoking was causing harms, and admissions to this effect by cigarette industry observers in other parts of the world. American industry insiders conceded this as well. Brown and Williamson's chief counsel in 1963, for example, noted that the center was conceived as a public relations gesture, and had functioned as such. Similar views were expressed in 1964, when higher-ups from Britain's tobacco establishment visited the United States and found once again that center supports only fundamental research of little relevance to present-day problems. Stronger language was used in 1973, when yet another BATCO delegation paid a visit, concluding in their 38-page report that the center had become a backwater of little significance in the world of smoking and health. By this time even the American industry's lawyers had been confessing, albeit only privately, that most of the TIRC research has been diffuse and of a broad, basic nature not designed to specifically test the anti-cigarette theory. Of course it would have been simple enough to verify the hundreds and eventually thousands of studies demonstrating death and disease from smoking, if that is what the industry had really wanted. It would not have been hard to test, amplify, or improve upon these studies. The industry had lots of money, ample laboratory space, and many willing partners who could have helped. The companies for many years bragged about their state-of-the-art research facilities, which included comprehensive libraries, well-equipped labs, and sophisticated document retrieval and translation services. This was not an enterprise short on funds. The CTR's library was massive, containing an estimated 150,000 publications, readily available, and organized by author. But the companies never undertook any honest effort to evaluate this literature, at least not through channels that were supposed to see the light of day. Council for Tobacco Research monies went mostly to basic biology and biochemistry, leaving the big and really the only honest question unexamined: was smoking causing disease? The industry's vast PR machinery churned out its message, not yet proven, while never actually funding research that might have yielded such proof. Hundreds of press releases urged the need for more research, with the claim sometimes even made that it was dangerous to jump to conclusions, given that the case was not yet closed. And that, of course, is how the industry wanted the health question kept forever open. As Imperial Tobacco once confided to the Tobacco Institute, research must go on and on. The Council for Tobacco Research is best thought of as an elaborate engine of distraction, a mechanism for blowing smoke. The whole point was to sponsor decoy research, whose hoped for impact would be to draw attention away from cigarettes as a cause of harms. We can also think of this as lightning rod research. The goal was to be able to say the industry was studying the problem, when it was actually doing everything it could to deny its existence. The center became a shield for the industry and a tool for its defense in court, where tobacco attorneys could say, "But look at how hard my client has been working on this problem." Industry scientists confessed as much in private, as when Philip Morris research director Helmut Wacom wrote to Joseph F. Cullman III, chairman of the company and head of the Tobacco Institute's powerful executive committee, arguing for a bit of internal honesty. Let's face it. We are interested in evidence which we believe denies the allegation that cigarette smoking causes disease. One interesting twist is that the industry did occasionally fund animal research, but not typically through the center and usually not past a point where it would get too close to any kind of embarrassing truth. We've seen how the Augusta experiments revealed carcinogens in cigarette smoke, and we've seen how Claude Teague's Survey of Cancer Research conceded the same effects, both from 1953. Liggett and Myers beginning in 1954 funded mouse experiments through the Cambridge, Massachusetts, consulting firm of Arthur D. Little, ADL, which found evidence of cancer-causing chemicals but kept this pretty close to its chest. Liggett and ADL in 1963 produced a 9-volume review of these studies for the exclusive use of the Surgeon General's Advisory Committee, but never publicized any of this research, nor the fact of smoking causing cancer, to the wider public. And even the Liggett, ADL report to the Surgeon General was withheld from the general public at Liggett's insistence. Liggett was certainly not the most powerful player in the conspiracy. The company refused to sign the Frank Statement of 1954, for example, and joined the Center only for a 5-year period, from 1964 through 1968. Liggett was, however, one of the founding members of the Tobacco Institute, from 1958, and adhered strictly to the broader industry's playbook, refusing to admit any kind of harm from smoking. Suppression of research. Now, a lot of people, when they think about tobacco industry abuse of research, think in terms of suppression, and there are certainly some notorious examples. Among the more nefarious would be R.J. Reynolds's closure of its Mouse House at the company's headquarters in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, in March of 1970. The company had established a program to conduct in-house biological research, principally to understand the role of pulmonary surfactants in the genesis of emphysema. Surfactants lubricate the air sacs of the lungs, keeping them from sticking together during exhalation. Several chemicals in cigarette smoke impair this natural lubrication. When the researchers started getting results that could be embarrassing for the company, however, a decision was made to shut down the laboratory. 26 Reynolds scientists lost their jobs overnight, in what has come to be known as the Mouse House Massacre. A former Reynolds scientist, Joseph E. Bumgarner, has recounted, under oath, how he and 25 other members of the company's biological research division were told to hand over their notebooks and leave the company. Strangely enough, a 1985 internal report for the company actually celebrated this research as important, characterizing it as having come close to showing what was thought to be the underlying pathobiology mechanism of emphysema. None of this was ever disclosed to the public, however. There are other instances in which research getting too close to the truth was nixed. Philip Morris in April of 1984, for example, closed its nicotine program, following worries that the research could expose the company to the charge of having demonstrated addiction. Victor J. DeNoble, an experimental psychologist, had been hired to develop nicotine analogs, ideally in the form of alkaloids without the cardiovascular negatives of nicotine. DeNoble also did work showing how nicotine and acetaldehyde when combined reinforced one another, producing a kind of dopamine euphoria synergy in the brain. All of this became dangerous, once it was realized that it could open up the company to the charge of having recognized the addictive power of nicotine. Shook, Hardy and Bacon lawyers in 1994 commented on this danger. And Philip Morris's director of applied research, William Farone, later recalled how the research was halted, by order from New York City, corporate headquarters, because it had produced data which the company did not want to have in the records. DeNoble was also forced to withdraw a paper he had submitted to Psychopharmacology. The company didn't want him revealing any information that would not be favorable to the company in litigation. And to avoid further legal danger, on April 5, 1984, shortly before having to divulge documents for Cipollone v. Liggett, DeNoble was told, as Richard Kluger summarizes it, to close down his laboratory, to kill the animals, to suspend all further investigation of possibly less toxic or harmful alternatives to nicotine, never to try to publish or discuss his work on addicting rats, and to find work elsewhere. 2. There are also instances where the industry tried to hide its suppression efforts after the fact. Leonard Zahn, a PR agent working for the CTR, managed this for the industry in 1974, when it was feared that Freddie Homburger was going to present evidence that his funding had been cut after showing that inhaled tobacco smoke could cause cancer in the laryngeal tissues of golden Syrian hamsters. As president and director of Bio Research Consultants, Inc., in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Homburger had been doing experiments along these lines since the 1960s and by 1973 had managed to confirm the work of Walter Dontenwill in Germany that inhalation could in fact produce tumors. The center was not happy with this result, however, and refused to renew his contract. Homburger had planned to talk about his work at a press conference scheduled for April 8, 1974, but Zahn managed to have this cancelled. Zahn was proud of his intervention, announcing to Henry Ram and Wilson T. Tom Hoyt at the CTR, he, Homburger, was to have a news release with him and was to tell the press that the tobacco industry was attempting to suppress important scientific information about the harmful effects of smoking. He was going to point specifically at center. I arranged later that evening for it to be cancelled. Zahn then tried to cover his tracks, ending his memo with one of the more poorly chosen lines in the history of corporate racketeering. I doubt if you, Henry Ram, or Tom Hoyt, will want to retain this note. Suppression was never an easy or pleasant matter within the companies, staffed as they were by researchers trying to build up research resumes and networks of respect. Pressures not to publish, or rather to publish only along approved lines, raised an interesting problem of how to allocate credit for research performance. One solution arrived at took the form of industry-sponsored conferences, where company scientists could present papers to a limited circle of corporate friendlies. Foremost among these was the Tobacco Chemists Research Conference, a series of annual meetings organized from 1949 to bring together researchers working in, or for, the industry. Papers from these meetings were often published in Tobacco Science, a journal established for this purpose in 1957. Most of these papers were on tobacco chemistry, always a strength of the companies. Indeed, between 1949 and 1996 tobacco manufacturers spent several tens of billions of dollars in research along these lines, counting personnel, equipment, and supplies. Research performance was also recognized through a series of prizes established to honor excellence in tobacco science. The Paris-based Cooperation Center for Scientific Research Relative to Tobacco, CORESTA, awarded bronze and silver medals for this purpose, and Marlboro's makers in 1967 created the Philip Morris Award for Distinguished Achievement in Tobacco Science. Helmut Wacom at Philip Morris was a prime mover in establishing this latter prize, and its very first recipient. Tobacco science provided a dedicated outlet for industry chemical work, but not every kind of topic was allowed to see the light of day. Papers on subjects that might compromise the industry's intangible legal situation were explicitly barred from publication. For Reynolds in the 1970s, this included papers on polycyclic hydrocarbons, hydrogen cyanide, carbon monoxide, and similar materials. Philip Morris had similar rules. When William Dunn was exploring nicotine psychopharmacology in the 1970s, the policy was to bury any kind of results that made nicotine look too much like addictive alkaloids such as morphine. Research was sometimes even suppressed by its authors, for fear of giving exposure to a controversial topic. Laurelid chemist Alexander W. Spears in June of 1960, for example, submitted a paper on phenols in tobacco smoke for a tobacco chemists research conference scheduled for October. Company lawyers feared airing the industry's knowledge of hazards in public. However, Sir Spears told the organizer he was pulling his paper. It has been recently decided in the interest of the company and the tobacco industry that a paper dealing with compounds which are controversial in the health aspects of smoking should not be presented. Spears withdrew his paper, and the conference organizer returned all copies of his abstract. There were other ways by which suppression took place. In 1956, for example, TIRC bigwigs objected when George E. Moore from Roswell Park Memorial Institute started talking about the reality of cancer hazards. Moore had given a talk in which he had mentioned this reality, along with his plans to conduct a series of animal tests using tobacco tars. The TIRC was alarmed to learn he had taken up with the Hammond camp, meaning scientists convinced of a hazard, and was planning to thank the TIRC for its support. The industry wanted none of this, and Wilson T. Hoyt from Hill and Knowlton arranged for more to be instructed, not to mention the TIRC. The TIRC didn't want its grantees spouting off about cigarettes causing cancer and pressured them on this point, despite also admitting that censoring a scientist in such a manner was ticklish. Similar suppressions occurred in other parts of the world. Walter Dontonwill's industry-funded Institute for Tobacco Research in Hamburg was closed down in 1975 when animal experiments there started implicating smoking in laryngeal cancer and heart disease. And Batt's research at Southampton was always guarded when it came to matters with a certain legal gravity. Legal fears led Philip Morris to establish a sizable research facility at Cologne, INBIFO, the Institut für Biologische Forschung, to conduct some of its more sensitive research safely distant from the long arm of American law. In the United States there are instances in which the plug was pulled on center research when the investigator seemed to be getting too close to inconvenient truths. From 1971 through 1980, for example, Gary Friedman, an epidemiologist at Kaiser Permanente in Oakland, California, had been handsomely supported by the center for his work exposing complications in some of the epidemiology linking smoking and heart disease. The center liked his skeptical bent, feeding as it did their hope that something, anything, other than smoking would explain the ills experienced by smokers. CTR's governing lawyers in 1978 were still confiding that they must find skeptical scientists. Friedman obtained about $100,000 a year from this source, resulting in a number of papers co-authored with Harvard anthropologist Carl Seltzer, one of the most ardent of the industry's no proof ideologues. Friedman was not an ideologue, however, and in 1979 he made the fatal mistake of noting in one of his papers that most scientists now agree that cigarette smoking is an important factor in causing death. 2. Friedman shortly thereafter had his funding faucet turned off, as was often the fate of admitters of this sort, honest scientists, one could say. That was the common practice of the center. Scholars willing to play ball would be supported, but those who strayed too far from the party line were cut off or even punished. Is it wise to scare the public? The TIRC center was an odd body from the start, however. In certain superficial respects it operated like a legitimate research-granting agency, the American Cancer Society, for example, or the National Cancer Institute. It had a scientific advisory board with distinguished scholars as members. It awarded grants on the basis of peer review, and loyally review, and printed annual reports containing abstracts of grantee publications. The ACS resemblance was not entirely accidental, since one of the goals in creating the tobacco body was to capture the aura and authority of the cancer body. The man eventually hired as scientific director, Clarence Cook Little, had previously headed the American Society for Cancer Control, which later gave rise to the ACS. The TIRC modeled itself on the ACS but more important saw itself as a competitor. The Cancer Society had begun publicizing the death toll from smoking, and the industry needed an authoritative counterforce. The TIRC's public relations mission was never far from the surface. More than half its first-year budget, 1954, went to Hill and Knowlton, the PR firm managing the science as distraction strategy. No money went to research at all in that first year. Its physical location should have raised eyebrows. The TIRC was headquartered on the 53rd floor of the Empire State Building, one floor below the offices of Hill and Knowlton, which also provided its working staff. 35 Hill and Knowlton staffers were employed full or part-time for the TIRC in 1954, and there was always significant overlap in both personnel and operations of the two organizations. Hill and Knowlton helped the industry choose C. Little as scientific director and helped plan the kinds of topics to be treated and avoided. Hill and Knowlton would also take over PR for the Tobacco Institute when it was founded in 1958 and remained tightly bound to the institute until the two parted ways in 1969. The hiring of Clarence Cook Little to head the TIRC was a real coup for the industry. As a former president of both the University of Maine, 1922-25, and the University of Michigan, 1925-29, Little had proven himself an able administrator. He was a Harvard man from a wealthy Massachusetts family with a religious bent and a sense of corporate oblige. He often delivered Episcopalian sermons in Maine churches, and of course he smoked a pipe. He was also a geneticist of some note, and famous for developing pure strains of mice for use in medical research. In 1929 he had founded the Jackson Laboratory in Bar Harbor, Maine, where he bred rodents that were either reliably immune to, or highly susceptible to, cancer. His genetics and eugenics background proved useful in his tobacco reincarnation, allowing him to argue that cancer was a constitutional disease. Chemicals of a certain sort might well cause cancer but only in susceptible individuals, a truism that allowed his benefactors to shift blame for tobacco maladies onto the idiosyncrasies of individual smokers. Little fixated on genetics while staunchly denying even the remotest shred of evidence implicating smoking. He also wanted people to worry more about psychological issues, like fear. Talk about a tobacco cancer link was always premature, but also fear-mongering, like crying wolf when we know there isn't any wolf there as yet. 3. Little here was simply following a script drafted prior even to his hiring on with Big Tobacco. In its Scientific Perspective white paper of 1954, issued as the industry's first propaganda blast after the frank statement, the reader is cautioned. Is it wise to scare the public and create widespread anxiety among millions of people on the flimsy evidence that has been presented? Little was always worried more about fear than about smoke, testifying as late as 1967 that it was too bad that the extensive propaganda against cigarettes has brought back fear into the minds of hundreds of thousands of Americans. Tobacco strategists often sounded such alarms. Brown and Williamson in 1969, for example, in secret planning documents for the company's Project Truth, expressed the company's objective number 5 as to prove that the cigarette has been brought to trial by lynch law, engineered and fostered by uninformed and irresponsible people and organizations in order to induce and incite fear. Industry spokespersons often raised this specter of tobacco being lynched, rhetoric deliberately crafted for use in Project Truth. Little was hired to direct the Tobacco Industry Research Committee in the summer of 1954, but he was not the first man offered the job. Harold L. Stewart, chief of pathology at the National Cancer Institute, had been made an offer and turned it down, as had Wilhelm Huper and a number of others. E. Cooler Hammond of the American Cancer Society and Hayden Nicholson of the University of Arkansas, for example, but also McKeen Cattell, chief of pharmacology at Cornell. Huper as head of the NCI's environmental cancer section must have seemed an attractive candidate. The world's leading authority on occupational carcinogenesis thought that tobacco was being unfairly blamed as the cause all of modern cancer and that other kinds of carcinogens were being let off the hook, notably asbestos and the many dangerous pollutants belched forth from the petrochemical industry. And he was partly right. It was easy for the Dows and DuPonts of the world to blame smoking or some other personal factor for whatever maladies their workers were contracting. Huper was a kind of proto-Ralph Nader or Rachel Carson, keenly aware of the depth of corporate neglect and malfeasance. Much of his life had been spent documenting dangers to which workers were exposed, but he was no friend of Big Tobacco and scoffed at the idea of taking money to become their corporate poodle. He didn't think much about tobacco as a cancer cause. For decades he smoked a pipe and at one point credited 90% of all lung cancers to non-tobacco, environmental and occupational causes, leaving only 10% for cigarettes. But he also had a strong moral compass and wasn't about to let himself be bought. So Huper refused the industry's offer. Hanmer of the American Tobacco Company had made it clear that he wanted as director someone who was safe for the industry, but as scholar after scholar balked he realized this was very much a buyer's market. Despite the handsome salary, it was not so easy finding the right kind of person to shill for the industry. Distinction was one criterion, but the director also had to be willing to play according to the industry's rules. Paul Steiner of the University of Chicago, for example, was dropped from consideration when an industry confidant noted that he was not reliable. He will quit within a few months and go around saying that there is no question about it, cigarette smoking causes lung cancer. Desperate, the industry finally got lucky with its offer to Clarence Cook Little. At 65 the man was clearly past his prime, but that was presumably safe. The industry wanted a yes man, not someone wanting to shake things up. And Little himself could certainly survive on the pay, $20,000 per year, with many perks and fringe benefits. Little started work and proved very loyal. By 1960 he was praising his benefactors for having responded to the health scare in a very fine and courageous way. By establishing the TIRC, the industry was doing a magnificent job. Micro versus macro bias. The question of whether the TIRC, center-supported, good research, is often raised in litigation, and the industry always tries to argue that the organization performed admirably, consistent with the highest scientific standards. And it is true that many center grantees were prestigious scholars from some of the country's leading academic institutions, places like Harvard, Stanford, Yale, and UCLA. 6 center grantees went on to win Nobel Prizes, and thousands of center-financed papers were published in some of the world's leading scientific journals, 6,400 papers by one count. So how could anyone say this was not good science? The problem is not that the research was bad, in some narrow technical sense. By and large it was not, judging by traditional performance indicators. No one has ever, fairly, accused center grantees of plagiarism or fraud or fabricating data. That is not where the bias lay. The bias stems rather from the fact that the center really wasn't designed to explore whether, how, or to what extent smoking caused illness. Experts hired by the industry to supervise the grant review process usually didn't know much about tobacco and were selected more with an eye to keeping the research industry friendly. Grants were rarely given to anyone who knew much about tobacco and health, and center administrators were also by and large ignorant in this area. Sheldon C. Summers, MD, is a case in point. Summers was a member of the CTR's Scientific Advisory Board from 1967 through 1989 and held the office of Research Director from 1969 to 1972 and Scientific Director from 1981 through 1987. How much, though, did he know about tobacco? His curriculum vitae from 1991 lists 342 published articles, and whereas the word hypertension appears 27 times and cancer 73, the word tobacco doesn't appear even once. Nor does cigarette or nicotine. Cigarette makers liked him not for any substantive contribution to identifying tobacco harms, which he did not make, but rather because he was willing to stand up in public and say that smoking was not a cause of human cancer. In 1985, testifying for the defense in Galbraith v. Reynolds, Summers expressed himself as follows. Q. Doctor, do you have an opinion presently as to whether cigarette smoking is a cause of lung cancer? Yes. Q. What is your opinion? In the scientific sense, I believe it not a cause. Q. When you qualify your answer to say, in the scientific sense, what do you mean by such a qualification? Scientific evidence of a causative agent involves that it should be both necessary and sufficient to produce a condition. Q. What do you mean by necessary to produce a condition? The condition does not exist in its absence. Of course, by such a definition there is not much in this world that causes anything. Drunk driving does not cause traffic accidents, because traffic accidents can be caused by fatigue or a slippery road. Playing with matches cannot cause fires, because fires can be caused by things other than matches. This is typical industry obfuscation, and it is why they loved, and hired, men like Summers. The examining lawyer realized this and pursued the matter further. Q. Do you have an opinion as to whether cigarette smoking is a contributing factor to the development of lung cancer?
Yes.
Q. What is that opinion, doctor?
Epidemiologically,
a relationship has been claimed.
Q.
I'm aware of that. What I'm asking for is your personal scientific opinion as to whether cigarette smoking is a contributing factor to the development of carcinoma of the lung. I'm not asking what it's been claimed by others. I'm narrowing in now on your personal medical scientific opinion. Do you have one, as to whether cigarette smoking is a contributing factor to the development of bronchiogenic carcinoma?
A.
I have an opinion. It's actually bronchogenic.
Q.
Bronchogenic. I'm sorry. What is your opinion, please?
My opinion is that it remains to be proved whether and in what way cigarette smoking is a contributory factor to lung cancer.
Summers was commonly called upon to make such Weasley claims in court, including in overseas trials against the industry. In trials such as these he grotesquely misrepresented the state of the science, but also its historical development. As for the research supported by the CTR, the bias lay more in the kinds of research funded, the topics chosen. It is not so much micro as macro bias, a bias visible not in any one study but rather in the aggregate collective body of research. Additional bias lay in how support for research was used for purposes of public relations. The goal was distraction or red herring research, drawing attention away from tobacco as a cause of illness and onto the industry's munificent support for research. The industry wanted to be able to say it was funding research, and this fact alone was of PR value. It was therefore crucial for the CTR's annual reports to be widely distributed. The report for 1971, for example, was sent to 400 medical school libraries, 1,364 experts in allergies, 3,989 cardiologists, 3,291 pathologists, 6,577 radiologists, and so forth, 21,496 recipients altogether. 4. Mechanisms versus causes. The center supported mainly basic research into human biology, and when specific diseases were addressed this was usually to investigate proximate disease mechanisms rather than ultimate disease causes. Topics explored included cellular and developmental biology, genetics, immunology, virology, and neuroscience, among others. Insofar as cancer was looked at, this was almost always in terms of biochemical mechanisms, so researchers would look at some biochemical pathway in tumorigenesis, or how certain genes were turned on or off during carcinogenesis. Nicotine was sometimes studied, but when addiction was a focus this was typically to stress differential genetic susceptibilities. Studies were rarely conducted using the methods of epidemiology, apart from studies designed to find confounding factors, and the like. Toxicology was rarely supported, and little was done to elucidate the nature or consequences of poisons in smoke. Ciliostasis was not much studied, nor experimental carcinogenesis, with any other purpose than to challenge previous work. The whole point was to whitewash tobacco, albeit not in such a way that would be apparent from looking at any one grant or any one grantee. Indeed, it is probably safe to assume that few of the researchers taking such money had any idea they were part of a conspiracy. The goal was really to create the illusion of support for honest research, which could then be used to keep the public reassured. The goal was also, though, to cultivate and maintain a stable of experts, ready and willing to serve in regulatory hearings or litigation. Public relations authorities from Hill and Knowlton, co-architects of the constructed ignorance strategy, articulated this defensive character of the TIRC in a 1962 review, noting that the organization had been an effective response to the 1954 emergency, following the realization that smoking and health was a public relations problem that must be solved for the self-preservation of the industry. The whole point had been to put out brush fires, meaning publicity of harms from smoking. Looking back over the history of the discovery of tobacco hazards, it is hard to name any that were uncovered through center research. Center funding resulted in the publication of at least 6,400 scientific papers, but which of these can we credit for having advanced our knowledge of harms from smoking? Did center researchers help to confirm that smoking causes bladder cancer or spontaneous abortions? What about the dangers from chewing tobacco or secondhand smoke? What does the industry have to show for its $300 million odd of research? Not much. Little of what we know about health harms was unearthed by center scientists, which means that the council failed in its mission as advertised. That is because its true purpose was not to find out how tobacco impacts health but rather to give the appearance of providing such support while simultaneously running a campaign to deny proven hazards. By this criterion, of course, the center was a success in its very failure. The whole point was to fail to find evidence of harms while misrepresenting the effort as honest. Center staffers have admitted as much. Dorothea Cohen, who wrote research summaries for the CTR's annual reports for 24 years until her retirement in 1989, once characterized the organization as just a lobbying thing. We were lobbying for cigarettes. Congressman Ron Wyden, D. Oakler, cited Cohen's words when questioning Center Chairman James F. Glenn about the council's conduct, prompting Glenn to dismiss his former colleague as having mental problems. And what about those 6 center grantees who later went on to win the Nobel Prize? Cigarette makers love citing such scholars to defend themselves in court, but the fact is that little of the research supported by such grants had anything to do with smoking and health. A look at the grant applications submitted by these scholars. Baraj Benakerov of Harvard, Nobel laureate, 1980, Stanley Cohen of Vanderbilt, 1986, Harold Varmus of UCSF, 1998, Ferhat Murad of Stanford, 1998, Louis Ignarro of UCLA, 1998, and Carol Greider of Johns Hopkins, 2009, reveals that only Murad mentions either tobacco, cigarettes, nicotine, or addiction. Ignarro mentioned cigarettes in a 1979 application that was rejected, and was only able to obtain center money after a resubmit in which all mention of cigarettes was deleted. No one can complain about the quality of the work of these scholars. It is fine basic research into genetics, immunology, virology, and the like, but Big Tobacco supported such work because it posed no threat to the continued sale of cigarettes. It was safe. The most precious thing. The Council for Tobacco Research was thus a sham and a fraud. The CTR's Scientific Advisory Board was made up of industry, yes men, and one woman. And all decisions of any consequence were made by the industry's powerful committee of counsel, i.e., lawyers. Also revealing is the rate at which grants were awarded. More than 40% of all applicants received funding. Legitimate granting agencies typically award a far lower proportion. NIH yields are now down to around 10%, for example. This was easy money and money the industry was able to advertise as clean, since there was rarely any overt effort to manipulate the research being funded. That is one remarkable aspect of this whole distraction research business, how easily the industry was able to use liberal rhetorics and values, such as freedom of inquiry and eternal questioning, to its advantage. Open controversy was a key pillar in the industry's conspiracy, and the center always professed its openness to alternate hypotheses when it came to disease causation. The industry played this card in ads, press releases, and testimony before the U.S. Congress and the Federal Trade Commission, stressing always this need to keep an open mind about whether cigarettes cause disease. Open-mindedness was also apparently a requirement for serving on the CTR's Scientific Advisory Board. Clarence Cook Little in 1960 made this clear while testifying for the defense in Lartigue v. Reynolds. Asked whether everyone on the CTR's board of directors was skeptical about the tobacco cancer link, Little responded, yes. I would say that all of the committee has an open mind on this subject. Some of them say that they think that there is more probability of this than others, but we keep our independence as individuals. It is the most precious thing we have. It is what makes the committee strong. We are all in agreement. Conformity and independence are interestingly conflated in Little's statement, but his use of the word precious is apt, since the success of the center depended on the question of cigarette health harms remaining open. The companies played this card artfully, identifying closure as closed-mindedness and tantamount to anti-science. This was very clever rhetoric, and many scientists seem to have bought it. The industry cast itself as a defender and supporter of objective science while simultaneously tarring public health advocates as closed-minded zealots. Similar strategies have been used in other realms of health and environmental policy, in debates surrounding climate change or control of toxic exposures, for example, where calls for more research are often de facto calls for intransigence and inaction. For the tobacco industry, though, this new strategy meant that the manufacturers could ally themselves with science, or even prudence, while the anti-tobacco camp could be charged with trying to close down inquiry. Joined to this was a great deal of rhetoric about the dangers of coming to premature conclusions. Industry experts repeatedly claimed it would be dangerous to accept the cigarette theory, given the stultifying effect this would have on research. Thomas J. Moran, a Virginia pathologist, made this argument in 1964 testimony at hearings before the U.S. Congress, arguing that accepting the cancer-cigarette link was dangerous and would lead to complacency concerning the etiology of this disease. Cancer link is bunk. A more radical version of this argument cum threat held that the cigarette theory itself was causing people to get sick. A Pennsylvania cardiologist by the name of Joseph B. Wolfe, for example, claimed that acceptance of the cigarette theory had traumatized a great many people, particularly those who are impressionable. Such at least was the story told by Stanley Frank, a popular sports writer who cited Wolfe, misspelled as Wolf, in a 1968 article for True magazine, an article later found to have been secretly commissioned by Hill and Knowlton. Frank was also found to have revised his article for publication in the National Enquirer, Cigarette Cancer Link is Bunk, under the pseudonym Charles Golden. The chicanery might never have been detected had the industry not gone to such lengths to promote the piece, which was reprinted for the Tobacco Institute and sent out to 600,000 physicians, scientists, educators, policy makers, and media interests throughout the country. 600,000 copies of an 8-page reprint is difficult to fathom. Picture 1,000 two-drawer file cabinets stuffed to the gills, or a stack of 8.5 times 11 paper more than half a mile high. Recipients included 41,055 biological scientists, governors of every U.S. state, all 100 senators and 432 members of the House of Representatives, and that was not even 10% of the recipients. This was no small operation, as was revealed when the Wall Street Journal and Consumer Reports exposed the scandal. Clarence Cook Little himself liked to caution that the cigarette hypothesis was dangerous, and that constantly harping on it could be harmful to your health. Little's own views changed revealingly over time, following his employment by the tobacco industry. In 1944, in a booklet titled Cancer, a study for laymen published by the American Cancer Society, Little had stated that it was surely unwise to fill the lungs repeatedly with the suspension of fine particles of tobacco products of which smoke consists. In 1960, however, when asked whether he still thought this unwise, he replied, no, as a general answer. Key for Little was a kind of constitutional cop-out, so while some people might be irritated by tobacco smoke, the majority escaped with no apparent harm. Or at least no reliable evidence of harm, which for him meant it was wrong to say that smoking caused cancer. Indeed, for Little, every living smoker was proof that cigarettes don't cause cancer. Here is how he put it when testifying for the defense in Green v. American Tobacco, one of the first tobacco trials. Q. Doctor, do you know of any one specific statistical study that shows that there is no relationship between smoking and lung cancer? Any original study? That's a hard question to answer, in a way. I would say that wasn't a question of statistics. It is just a question of fact, that the living people who smoke prove that there is no relationship in their case between cancer and smoking, because they haven't got cancer. Assuming he was telling the truth, which may be overly generous, we can only conclude that Little had an extraordinarily narrow and mechanical conception of causation, one that would never have passed muster in elementary physics or chemistry, let alone medicine. As with Summers, there is this notion that if B doesn't necessarily and invariably follow from A, then we cannot say that A causes B. Little's failings in the realm of logic stagger the imagination, but tobacco was able to get away with it. Deep pockets, polished rhetoric, and loyally finesse all helped keep this festering logic zombie alive, long past its rightful time of interment. Of course, the irony is that throughout this time, the industry was constantly accusing health authorities of bias, blinding passions, unbridled enthusiasm. This is odd on the face of it, but perhaps not hard to imagine how it came about. The companies must have tired of being accused of bias and decided they could flip this back against the anti-tobacco folks. A great deal of effort went into insinuating that while tobacco-financed researchers were striving for objectivity, groups like the ACS and NCI were mired in self-aggrandizing zealotry and prejudice. The industry's consorts became quite adept at exposing how an experiment or study might be flawed, incomplete, or inconveniently interpreted. Cancer researchers were accused of extrapolating from animals to humans and of improperly preparing tobacco condensates. Epidemiologists were charged with using outdated or improper statistical techniques or flawed mathematical models. Extrapolation of experimental results from skin to lungs was questioned. Skin tests we think are irrelevant to the lung problem, as were generalizations about the nature of cigarette smoke. Bias became a major focus, along with research into the sociology of knowledge, the material culture of print, the sociology of citation, even the rhetorical force of different kind of fonts. Why is so little known about experiments not causing cancer? Because negative results are rarely published. Scholars in the pocket of the industry became expert at countering the argument that the industry failed to warn or lied to the public or failed to keep its promises. Scholars were handsomely paid to discredit some inconvenient scholar, argument, or document. To read the industry's critiques is to feast on a cactus of deconstruction, with 1,000 tiny spines, one could say pinpricks, all hoping for an entry. Special projects. The Council for Tobacco Research was ordered disbanded by Judge H. Lee Sorokin of New Jersey in the early 1990s, though it was not until 1998 that the body was finally interred as part of the Master Settlement Agreement. The Tobacco Institute was also dissolved at this time, along with the Center for Indoor Air Research, which had basically done for second-hand smoke what the center had done for the mainstream variety. Judge Sorokin had been uncompromising in his ruling, declaring the industry's conspiracy, vast in scope, devious in purpose and devastating in its results, which caused him to be removed from the case. The industry's conduct has been so horrific that a simple expression of the truth can be easily misread as prejudice. Sorokin's judgment has been upheld by subsequent history, however. Most of the lawsuits filed against the industry since the decision in Cipollone v. Liggett, 1992, have introduced evidence of the CTR's role in the denialist conspiracy. And court rulings have recognized its sham nature. In United States v. Philip Morris, federal judge Gladys Kessler, after sifting through millions of pages of documents, concluded that the TIRC Center was a sophisticated public relations vehicle based on the premise of conducting independent scientific research, to deny the harms of smoking and reassure the public. Research was used to distract from hazards, to cultivate witnesses, and to perform guided research for company lawyers. The most notorious were the so-called special projects, typically projects that had been turned down by the CTR's Scientific Advisory Board, or were not expected to qualify for such funding, or were simply hatchet jobs commissioned by the lawyers to deconstruct inconvenient science. The special projects helped provide a platform for the industry's obfuscatory propaganda, but they also allowed the industry to ask questions they didn't want anyone to know they were asking. The bagmen were often accomplished scholars, many of whom were later recruited for use as witnesses in litigation or to trumpet industry-friendly science. Special Project, SP-109, for example, begun in 1965, involved a collection of cases of emphysema among non-smokers and among young people. SP-12 investigated the possibility of additional statistical studies, such as those made by Perron and Posh, which showed no association between smoking and lung cancer. Yet another special project involved the study of lung cancer among non-smoking Amish, Mennonites, and Mormons to show that non-smokers can contract the disease. Dozens of such projects had been launched by the mid-1960s. All shielded from ordinary scrutiny, peer review, or disclosure, and often dealing with hot topics the industry didn't want to see publicized. SP-30, for example, was designed to check the accuracy of Radford and Hunt's demonstration of radioactive polonium in tobacco smoke and included a series of experiments to establish dose-response relations in exposed dogs. SP-31 and SP-32 were organized to examine levels of free radicals and nitrosamines in cigarette smoke. Many of these were deliberate hatchet jobs. The statistician George L. Sager from Columbia University received Center Special Project funds to seek to reduce the correlation of smoking and disease by introduction of additional variables. He also was paid $10,873 in 1966 to testify before Congress, denying the cigarette cancer link. The goal of SP-100, authorized in December 1965, was to assemble a panel of experts to repudiate the statistics relied on by the Surgeon General in his recent report. Panelists included Sager but also Leo Katz, K. Alexander Brownlee, and Theodore D. Sterling, all of whom were expected to show that the conclusions in the Surgeon General's report were not justified. Ingram Olkin, chairman of Stanford's Department of Statistics, received $12,000 to do a similar job, SP-82, on the Framingham Heart Study, a long-term epidemiological study organized by the National Heart Institute, best known today for nailing down the smoking heart disease link. Laurelard's chief of research okayed Olkin's contract, commenting that he was to be funded using considerations other than practical scientific merit. Many of these special projects were essentially loyalty assignments, with the biases, or foregone conclusions, expressed in their titles. SP-103, for example, was titled, Specific Refutation of Misleading Statements Regarding Cigarette Smoking Commonly Appearing in Anti-Smoking Propaganda. Another special project involved an epidemiologic study to find pockets of high lung cancer incidence without relation to smoking habits. Yet another fostered clinical studies to show that duration and amount of smoking have no relation to the age of peak incidence of lung cancer. Project SP-26 was similarly designed to expose the inadequacy of the Harris Inhalation Index for carbon monoxide, part of an effort to demonstrate flaws in unfriendly measurement methods. Between 1966 and 1990 more than $18 million was allocated for center special projects, with most of the money coming from Reynolds, $6+ million, Philip Morris, $5.80 million, and Brown and Williamson, $2.60 million. Lorillard, Liggett, and American Tobacco contributed lesser sums, proportionate to their cigarette sales. Former Center Vice President Harmon C. McAllister has testified that more than 130 separate special projects were administered through the CTR, each of which had its own principal investigator, typically a professor in a medical school or science department. This included scholars from leading universities, people like Alvin R. Feinstein from Yale, Richard J. Hickey from the Wharton School of Business, Carl Seltzer from Harvard, and Victor Buller, president of the 4,500-strong College of American Pathologists. At least 30 such special projects operatives testified before the U.S. Congress or in some other legal capacity, often without revealing their financial ties to the industry. Victor Buller in 1969, for example, testified before the House Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce, investigating tobacco ads on television. The cause of cancer in humans, including the cause of cancer of the lung, is unknown. No amount of speculation, no amount of suspicion, no amount of repetition of now familiar findings, and no amount of emotion can alter this fact. The cause of cancer of the lung is not known. Arthur First, director of the Institute of Chemical Biology at the University of San Francisco, testified before this same committee that much more must be known about cancer before concluding that smoking was one of its causes. First was adamant in his skepticism. I am not convinced that the placing of tars on the skin of mice shows anything. I am concerned that the publication of premature conclusions has helped to create an impression that the answers have already been found. The industry also trotted out experts to oppose limiting the televised broadcast of tobacco ads. Eugene E. Levitt from Indiana University's School of Medicine testified there was no scientific basis for inferring that television commercials influence the smoking behavior of young people, while K. Alexander Brownlee, a fellow of the Royal Statistical Society in London, testified that the U.S. Public Health Service had failed to prove that cigarette smoking is the cause of lung cancer. John P. Wyatt, chairman of pathology at the University of Manitoba, testified there was not yet a scientific basis for tying smoking to emphysema, and Dwayne Carr, a surgeon at the University of Tennessee, testified that government health authorities had let emotionalism and zeal infect their pursuit of scientific truth, and that the cause of lung cancer remained unknown. Nowhere did either Buller or First reveal they had taken special projects funds. That was hardly by accident or oversight. The industry often used third-party scientists to do its dirty work and tried whenever possible to disguise the financial arrangements. And the sums involved were often substantial. Theodore D. Sterling, for example, a professor of applied mathematics at Washington University in St. Louis, testified before this same House committee, opining that the conclusions drawn by the Surgeon General about smoking and cancer were probably invalid. In the 1960s and early 1970s, Sterling received about $4 million to conduct research for the industry, mainly on indoor air pollution, but also to develop statistical methods useful for challenging the smoking cancer link. As late as the 1990s, Sterling was ridiculing calculations of hundreds of thousands of U.S. deaths from smoking as exaggerated propaganda, bordering on the ludicrous. He also accused health authorities of resorting to misinformation to encourage people to stop smoking. Sterling was one of the special projects operatives exposed by Stanton Glantz and colleagues in their 1995 cigarette papers, though Sterling earned substantially more even than was realized in this early expose. From documents subsequently released, we learn that the man probably received close to $10 million over a 30-year career with Big Tobacco. By such means, the industry was able to clog congressional hearings, to distort popular understanding, and to delay or weaken legislation designed to regulate smoking. Targeted funding gave a podium and megaphones to dissenters, warping the honest give and take of untainted inquiry. Tobacco charlatans gained a voice before the U.S. Congress and were often able even to insinuate themselves into peer-reviewed medical literature. In 1968, for example, the biophysical chemist Richard J. Hickey from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business was offered special projects funding, Grant 56B, to prepare a statement for Congress. Hickey had been turned down for normal center funding, but for the next several years he received millions of dollars from special industry accounts, primarily to use multivariate statistical methods to claim that air pollution was more important than smoking as a cause of lung cancer. Hickey published denialist articles in prestigious journals such as Lancet, without identifying himself as a special projects agent. A U.S. federal court later concluded that Hickey's work was funded because of his willingness to act as a witness in litigation or before congressional hearings on behalf of the enterprise. Special projects were also organized to refute studies judged painful or embarrassing for cigarette makers. Efforts were initiated in the 1960s to undermine Hammond and Horn's epidemiology, and in the 1980s Domingo M. Aviado, a pharmacologist at the University of Pennsylvania, received special projects money to run a series of secret dog inhalation studies, designed ostensibly to succeed by failing. Inhalation experiments had been popular with the industry since the 1940s, largely because it turns out to be quite hard to give mice, rabbits, or even dogs lung cancer simply by exposing them to tobacco smoke. Lung cancers typically take 20 or 30 years to develop in humans, and small animals usually don't live long enough to get the disease. Aviado had earlier worked for Allied Chemical and in 1974 published an article in Executive Health titled, "The Case Against Tobacco is Not Closed: Why Smoking May Not Be Dangerous to Your Health." The tobacco crowd found him a willing co-conspirator and hired him to help cast doubt on the hazards of both mainstream and second-hand smoke in publications such as the New England Journal of Medicine. By 1982, Aviado was getting more than $114,000 per year for research on 20 different projects for the industry, including psychosocial aspects of burns, from cigarettes, lung cancer in Greek and Japanese women, criticizing Hirayama and Trichopolos, a critique of the FTC's 1981 staff report, which had found millions of Americans still poorly informed on tobacco hazards, and surveys of South American and Philippine views on smoking. Aviado also spearheaded an effort to develop a new computerized coding system for some 50,000 publications on smoking and health, employing methods dictated by priorities of interest expressed by Shook, Hardy and Bacon, the industry's long-standing legal defenders. Aviado testified before the U.S. Congress on behalf of cigarette makers and reassured Australian smokers that cigarettes pose no health hazard to normal non-smokers. Many of his Shook Hardy assignments were of an activist nature, as when he testified before a New Jersey Assembly public hearing, questioning the health reasons of a proposed law barring smoking in public places. Aviado seems to have been quite eager to do the industry's bidding, and one wonders what kind of work he might have refused. 6. Special project grantees sometimes investigated non-tobacco hazards. Professor Thomas F. Mancuso at the University of Pittsburgh received a special projects grant in 1972 to research air pollution, with the hope that he would counter, Hooper-like, the cigarette hypothesis. Industry lawyers were pleased with his emphasis on occupational causes and saw him as a way to rebuke the view that 90% or more of lung cancer was caused by cigarettes. Richard J. Hickey was similarly paid to endorse R. A. Fisher's genotype hypothesis, the idea that people smoke because they have a certain genetic yearning to do so, which happens also to be linked to a propensity to contract cancer. This was the so-called itch in the lung hypothesis. People smoke because they already have an itch, i.e., cancer, that needs to be scratched by smoking. An equally plausible theory would be that people who accept such far-fetched notions must have a gene that allows their credulity to be stretched. Feinstein's folly. Alvin R. Feinstein, an influential epidemiologist at Yale University's School of Medicine, was one of the very first scholars to receive special projects funding. His SP2 grant from 1966 involved publication of a report on health statistics expected to produce helpful data that would aid in the industry's ongoing effort to discredit the recent Surgeon General's report. Feinstein worked for cigarette manufacturers for more than 3 decades, earning many hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process. Big Tobacco appreciated his work on detection bias, and praised him for allowing the industry to maintain, as late as 1988, that lung cancer may not be directly linked to smoking. Tobacco lawyers at Jacob, Medinger and Finnegan offered the following rationale for financing the man. Dr. Feinstein has long thought that one reason for the reported association between cigarette smoking and lung cancer, as well as the apparent rise in the incidence of lung cancer, is detection bias. It is Dr. Feinstein's view that cigarette smoking may contribute more to the diagnosis of lung cancer than it does to the disease itself because smokers are given more rigorous physical examination and, therefore, a greater number of lung cancers are diagnosed in smokers than in non-smokers. In the early 1970s, Feinstein did a research project to test his theory. He concluded that detection of lung cancer during life is greater in smokers and that the more a patient smoked, the greater the likelihood that a particular diagnostic technique would be used. Feinstein helped the industry exculpate tobacco by uncovering ever more sophisticated ways by which epidemiology might be flawed. His extensive work on bias helped him become one of the pioneers of what we now know as evidence-based medicine. Indeed, the British Medical Journal recently praised his role in defining the principles of quantitative clinical reasoning. No mention was made, however, of how his push for ever higher bars of epidemiologic proof played right into the hands of his cigarette industry paymasters. Feinstein's complicity is significant, because his was such a powerful voice in the field of clinical epidemiology. As editor of one of the field's most important journals and author of several widely read textbooks, he used his position of authority to publish tobacco-friendly articles and letters, including refutations of the second-hand smoke threat. Former students and colleagues remember him as a contrarian. He was also a lifelong smoker of Camel cigarettes, but he clearly knew where his bread was buttered. Feinstein once compared the tobacco industry's hiring of consultants to the right of the accused to an attorney. He also likened the treatment of tobacco-friendly scholars, such as himself, to Galileo's persecution by the Catholic Church. And only a maverick, or so he thought, could go against the current fervor of anti-smoking evangelism. In 1992, in thinly veiled autobiography, he published an article lambasting the current atmosphere, in which a consultant's stature, credibility, and integrity become instantly impugned and tarnished by the depravity of associating with the tobacco bad guy. Quote, nowhere did he mention, though, that he himself was a long-standing tobacco industry consultant, one of the bad guys, and a recipient of secret special projects money. Cigarette makers for their part knew that some of Feinstein's colleagues were skeptical of his pro-cigarette slant. Indeed, some of the money he received from the center was deliberately awarded to counter the suspicion that his tobacco-friendly work had earned him in certain quarters. Feinstein's work on colon cancer was supported, for example, to neutralize some of this suspicion. The industry's evaluation of his 1988 request for funding noted that his studying this tumor, which has not hitherto been associated with tobacco, will lessen some of the preconceived prejudices about the results of his research on lung cancer. It is unclear even today, though, how many of Feinstein's former colleagues and students knew, and know, about his work for the tobacco industry. One wonders which of his Yale colleagues knew about this in 1974, when he founded the Robert Wood Johnson Clinical Scholars Program, or in 1988 when he founded the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology, or in 1991 when he was named Sterling Professor of Medicine, the university's highest academic honor. Or in 2005, when a prize was established in his name, the Alvin R. Feinstein Award for Outstanding Clinical Skills, honoring this long-standing collaborator with Big Tobacco. Harder still is to say how much of an impact tobacco funding has had on the rise of evidence-based medicine. Feinstein's was a career based on skepticism, and many of the statistical techniques he helped develop have been useful in challenging the reality of other kinds of medical and environmental hazards. Big Tobacco has clearly left an odious stain on scholarship, though we may never be able to say precisely how deep it has gone or how far it has spread. The complicity of lawyers. Tobacco monies was sometimes provided just to keep a scholar in the industry's favor, or even to compensate them for embarrassment stemming from their work for the industry. A. Bennett Jensen, a Georgetown University pathologist, received special projects funding in 1988, for example, causing him problems with his university. Lawyers from Shook, Hardy and Bacon proposed therefore to pay him $40,000, not for specific research, but rather, solely in order to maintain a good relationship with him and secure his continued help in making contact with other scientists. The money was to come from an expert witness slush fund administered by the firm, with the goal being just, as Shook Hardy attorney William Allender put it, to keep him happy. The tobacco lawyers admitted there was no immediate value to his research. Jensen had value as a potential witness, however, and keeping him happy was envisioned as helping the industry acquire legislative witnesses. Special projects by this time, 1992, had been moved out of the center to become the direct responsibility of Shook, Hardy and Bacon, raising this question, in the minds of the industry's lawyers, of whether the joint industry funds administered in this manner were used to purchase favorable judicial or legislative testimony, thereby perpetrating a fraud on the public. This last mentioned musing highlights a little probed aspect of the modern world's tobacco wars, the deep complicity of lawyers in the industry's long-standing campaign of deception. It is surprising how little outrage there has been about this aspect of the conspiracy. Are lawyers held to no ethical standards? How should we judge their conduct throughout this enterprise? And what are we teaching our young law students about professional ethics and social responsibility? Judge Kessler grasped part of this nettle on page 3 of her 1,652-page, amended final opinion, ruling for the government in United States v. Philip Morris, finding the industry in violation of federal racketeering laws. Finally, a word must be said about the role of lawyers in this 50-year history of deceiving smokers, potential smokers, and the American public about the hazards of smoking and second-hand smoke, and the addictiveness of nicotine. At every stage, lawyers played an absolutely central role in the creation and perpetuation of the enterprise and the implementation of its fraudulent schemes. They devised and coordinated both national and international strategy. They directed scientists as to what research they should and should not undertake. They vetted scientific research papers and reports as well as public relations materials to ensure that the interests of the enterprise would be protected. They identified friendly, scientific witnesses, subsidized them with grants from the Council for Tobacco Research and the Center for Indoor Air Research, paid them enormous fees, and often hid the relationship between those witnesses and the industry. And they devised and carried out document destruction policies and took shelter behind baseless assertions of the attorney-client privilege. What a sad and disquieting chapter in the history of an honorable and often courageous profession. I am no lawyer, but if participation in such a conspiracy qualifies one for inclusion among the defendants in a lawsuit, then I cannot fathom why law firms such as Shook, Hardy and Bacon or Covington and Burling have not been brought before the bar of justice. Law firms were deeply complicit in the campaign to hide the hazards of smoking and played a crucial role in helping to maintain the business legitimacy of cigarettes. Indeed, this complicity of lawyers goes to one of the most enduring deceptions of the conspiracy, this notion that the companies have turned over a new leaf and are now acting as responsible corporate citizens. Nothing could be further from the truth, as anyone will know who has ever attended a tobacco trial, where the center and other arms of the conspiracy are held up as examples of the industry's honesty and beneficence. In later chapters we will see how the cigarette itself remains fraudulent in certain vital respects, and defective, which means that unnecessary killing is ongoing and will continue for however long cigarettes are sold. March births and bald men. The tobacco industry's special projects have acquired a certain notoriety, but other kinds of manipulation probably had a more lasting overall effect. One commonly used trick was to cherry-pick extracts from scientific literature sympathetic to the industry and then to publish and distribute those extracts to a broad audience. This began already in 1954 with the release of the TIRC's first scientific perspective white paper and would continue throughout the formal conspiracy. One remarkable example is the Tobacco and Health Report, a newsletter published by the Tobacco Institute from 1957 through 1969 to publicize material which rebuts and discredits the health charges against tobacco. According to a 1962 Hill and Knowlton document, 536,000 copies were sent free of charge 4 times a year to doctors, dentists, science writers, editors, and publishers throughout the United States. The point was to draw attention to doubts raised about the cigarette theory by abstracting, reprinting, and disseminating research by cigarette-friendly skeptics. The topics covered are extraordinary, and from the comfort of historical distance even comical. Lung cancer is said to be caused by mites from the feathers of birds and the month into which one is born. A report on lung cancer being rare in bald men is followed by one on the role of stress, pesticides, or industrial pollution. Here is a sampling of titles from the months surrounding the release of the 1964 Surgeon General's report. 28 Reasons for Doubting Cigarette Cancer Link, July. August, 1963. No one yet knows the answers, July. August, 1963. Rare fungus infection mimics lung cancer, November. Dec. 1963. March birth, lung cancer linked, November. Dec. 1963. Viral infections blamed in bronchitis outbreaks, Ma. April. 1964. Nicotine effect is like exercise, Ma. April. 1964. Lung cancer rare in bald men, Ma. April. 1964. English surgeon links urbanization to lung cancer, winter 1964-65. As silly as these may sound today, a physician casually perusing the tobacco and health report in the 1950s or 1960s might well have been led to consider cigarettes only a trivial cause of lung cancer. Indeed, relying on this publication alone, one would scarcely have reason to believe tobacco was causing any disease whatsoever. A Hill and Knowlton memo from 1968 listed the following criteria for selection for articles. First, the report should be on new research, if possible. It need not always deal with some aspect of tobacco. For example, a report indicating some factor or factors other than smoking may be involved in one of the diseases with which smoking has been associated. Other examples. A report in which the statistics of a smoking-associated disease are questioned. One in which death certificates or classifications of such a disease are questioned. One showing that many lung cancers may be metastatic from some other organ. One indicating that a virus may cause human cancer, whether or not that cancer is associated with smoking. One on research with animals, indicating that some other factor be involved with carcinogenesis or ciliostasis, sick. The goal, in short, was to cast doubt on cigarettes as a cause of disease. Hill and Knowlton made this explicit. The most important type of story, for tobacco and health, was that which casts doubt on the cause and effect theory of disease and smoking. And we know from correspondence preserved in the archives that some doctors at least liked the publication. An Illinois public health official wrote, praising the willingness of industry to fight for truth in science. Others wrote to request reprints, or to subscribe, or to find out where they could apply for center funds. Quite a different impression would have come from the industry's own current digest, a newsletter distributed to a controlled list of industry friendlies by Hill and Knowlton via the TIRC Center. This was a more honest organ than the Tobacco and Health Report, summarizing tobacco and health research in the form of short abstracts. Current Digest was produced from 1956 into the mid-1990s, though it was always an in-house organ for executives' eyes only, and always kept confidential. Though formally issued through the TIRC, the Digest was almost entirely a Hill and Knowlton production. The current Digest is important because it shows that the industry did make an effort to keep up with the science on tobacco and health. Hill and Knowlton also compiled a catalogue of the relevant papers published up to 1955, classifying these according to whether they were favorable or unfavorable to the industry. Hill and Knowlton graded hundreds of scientific papers according to whether they were useful, A, neutral, B, or negative, C, for the industry's PR effort. A section titled, Tobacco Products Linked to Cancer, for example, included 22 articles in the C category, meaning that a cancer link had been established. Economists from the University of York have analyzed such evaluations along with the literature abstracted in the current Digest, showing that the industry was actually fairly honest to itself when it came to assessing whether literature was favorable or unfavorable on the cancer question. What is striking, though, is how this internal assessment contrasts with the industry's public pronouncements. The TIRC Center issued annual reports beginning in 1956, claiming in each instance that the case against tobacco had not been proved. The industry was two-faced on this issue, keeping honest tabs internally on the evidence while pressing the not yet proven thesis onto the general public. To summarize, what is significant is the contrast between the industry's public and private stance. Publicly, and loudly, the industry was always denying evidence of hazards, typically by claiming this to be an open question. Privately, however, the center was collecting medical reports on tobacco and summarizing them for internal industry consumption. We also know that the scholars receiving funds from the center had very different views about causation from those trumpeted via center or Tobacco Institute literature. Michael Cummings of the Roswell Park Cancer Institute in Buffalo, New York, has shown that the overwhelming majority of center grantees by 1990 agreed with the public health consensus, contrary to the industry's public stance. Cummings wrote to more than 100 former center grantees and found that among the 77 who responded only one was a smoker, and over 90% agreed that most deaths from lung cancer were caused by smoking. All but one agreed that smoking was addictive, and most also agreed that secondhand smoke endangered non-smokers. Cigarette makers had not yet admitted any kind of harm from smoking, but their own center grantees were clearly already convinced. O'Parrell's exculpation. Clarence Cook Little died in 1971 at the age of 83 from a heart attack. Most obituaries ignored or trivialized his tobacco work, and some even praised him, as if in grotesque mockery of the facts, as one of America's foremost cancer researchers. The New York Times mentioned his work for the companies but also parroted their line that evidence of health harms from smoking was based, largely on statistical grounds. The Times also characterized Little's denials of tobacco disease links as his hobby horse, as if this were some kind of pet theory or idle indulgence. The fact is that for the last 16 years of his life Little was little more than a puppet for big tobacco. His public pronouncements were carefully staged, his veneer of objectivity carefully protected. One reason for the establishment of the Tobacco Institute as distinct from the TIRC in 1958 was to sequester Little from explicit trade association activity, allowing him to be immunized for use in litigation. Little's sequestration, though, was simply a ploy to maintain this illusion of independence. The TI and the Center were supposed to have different missions, but they were actually part of one integrated whole. Revealingly, with the formation of the TI in 1958, the TIRC's budget declined by exactly the amount allocated to the TI. The Council for Tobacco Research was shuttered in 1998 as part of the master settlement agreement reached between cigarette manufacturers and the attorneys general of 46 states. By this time, however, the body was already moribund. The Center had stopped accepting grant proposals on June 20, 1997, with the last grant going to Judith A. Shizuru, a physician at Stanford School of Medicine, for work on a project titled Bone Marrow Stem Cell Transplants for the Treatment of Autoimmune Disease. The council did not disappear, but by the terms of the MSA was no longer allowed to offer grants. Staffing was stripped down to a skeleton crew of 4, having as their sole purpose to respond to litigation. James F. Glenn, president and CEO of the expiring body, in 1998 wrote to Stanford's Judith F. Swain, the first and only woman ever to serve on the Scientific Advisory Board, lamenting how the center had been stripped of its benevolent and productive enterprise. Swain herself refused to attend the last few meetings of the SAB, having been surprised to learn in recent months that the council may not have been totally independent of the tobacco industry. Swain therefore thought it best that I resign from any involvement with the council. 8. Equally naive, though, would be to imagine the industry so easily giving up this ghost. The center has in fact had a remarkable afterlife, principally in litigation. Even after its closure and dismemberment, the center lives on as a kind of legal zombie, touted by the industry as a legitimate research organ and as evidence of the cartel's stellar social responsibility. Scholars are actually paid to research the history of the center as part of an effort to polish its reputation in court, where center research is upheld as good science. Such has been the argument of Suzanne O'Parrell, MD, a former president of the American Heart Association, 1994-95, and ever since a paid expert witness for the defense in numerous tobacco trials. O'Parrell is typically brought in to say that the center was a legitimate scientific organization, turning a blind eye to the record of lawyer involvement in the selection of center projects. Indeed, she denies that a primary purpose of this organ was to give credence to the denialist project. She herself received substantial funding from the center, about $500,000 from 1989 through 1995, and was on a first-name basis with its research director. Her testimony shows how easy it is for scholars to get drawn into the industry's denialist orbit. It also shows, though, how much of its courtroom defense has relied on a continuance of the denialist project. In June of 1997, for example, O'Parrell testified for the defense in Broyne v. Philip Morris, a class action suit brought on behalf of flight attendants suffering from exposure to in-flight second-hand smoke. Under oath, O'Parrell claimed that the center was a legitimate, valuable scientific research organization, supporting cutting-edge work of excellent quality. O'Parrell's opinion was based on little more than a reading of center annual reports and a few representative papers, though she also claimed to have become an expert on the center, Sarah Palin-esque, simply by accepting funding from this organ. Her utility as a witness, however, stemmed from her willingness to keep to the industry's legal script. Asked whether she thought that smoking caused cancer, O'Parrell characterized this as a complex question, given that smoking was not a sufficient condition for contracting the disease. Smokers were at a higher risk of developing certain kinds of cancer, O'Parrell said, but she refused to admit causality or that smoking was addictive. She also testified to having smoked, at parties, or occasionally 1 or 2 cigarettes after dinner, and that she didn't mind sitting in the smoking sections of restaurants or planes. She was also forced to admit that she herself had never done any research that supports the proposition that someone is more likely to get diseased because they smoke cigarettes. O'Parrell continued testifying for the industry for several years thereafter, keeping pretty much to this same legal script. In Engel v. Reynolds, she defended the right of sponsors to discourage or prevent publication, and denied that tobacco manufacturers had tried to cast doubt on the cigarette cancer link. She also denied that a causal link had been established between smoking and disease. Q. Does cigarette smoking cause any disease? By the strict definition of causality, no. She admitted an association and various risks, but would not come out and say, yes, smoking kills. Q. You do know within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that cigarette smoking kills hundreds of thousands of people each year, don't you? That statement is a statement made based on epidemiologic studies and based on the multiplication of an assessment of the increase in risks due to, which is attributed to the use of cigarettes. Q. And you find those epidemiologic studies very convincing, don't you? It's difficult to respond specifically to that question. Because the specific studies that are used to make these statements and establish these statistical risks are studies that are not directly known to me. These are old data. How accurate they are is really not clear to me. How good the methods were to establish these levels of risks are also not known to me. I am not an epidemiologist. One might imagine a former president of the American Heart Association catching flack for collaborating so intimately with cigarette makers. The AHA, after all, has taken strong stands against smoking since the 1950s and by the 1990s had only harsh words for the industry. Judging from her long list of honors and awards, however, it appears that O'Parrell's colleagues may not know about this side of her career. O'Parrell was awarded the Founders Medal of the Southern Society for Clinical Investigation and the President's Achievement Award from the University of Alabama in 1995, the year she was also named one of the nation's top 20 women health leaders by the Medical Herald. In 2002, O'Parrell won the AHA's coveted Lifetime Achievement Award, presented annually to an individual who has had a lifetime of outstanding achievements in the field of hypertension and has served as a role model through service, research and teaching. Did the AHA's prize committee know about O'Parrell's defense of the tobacco industry in court? Would that have mattered? What about the American Society of Hypertension, which elevated O'Parrell to the office of president in 2006, following a power struggle amid revelations that the society had taken large sums of money from drug manufacturers trying to broaden the class of patients eligible for drug therapy? Is O'Parrell's view that smoking does not cause hypertension consistent with the state of the art as recognized by the society? Does the Society for Hypertension condone the expression of such views in a court of law? The American Heart Association's official website highlights its struggle with the tobacco cartel in the mid-1990s, remarking, "Despite strong opposition from the tobacco industry, the American Heart Association continued to be an advocate for the American public." The irony is that the highest-ranking officer of the AHA during these same years was not only taking money from the industry's fraudulent research arm, the Center, but would also, subsequently, work for the industry as an expert witness in court, denying addiction and causal links and helping to buttress the central fraud of the conspiracy. People who wonder about the continued ability of the industry to defend itself against charges of fraud and conspiracy need look no further than the willingness of such experts to service the industry in this manner. All for a price, of course. 17. Agnotology in Action. Doubt is Our Product. Brown and Williamson, 1969. Deception has long been the tobacco industry's bread and butter. And though we probably cannot trace the strategy of manufacturing doubt to any one evil genius, the strategy does have a history, and key players and principles. High on my list for influentials would be Paul M. Hahn, president of the American Tobacco Company and chief architect of the 1953 Plaza Hotel meetings where the denialist campaign was set in motion. Edward A. Darr, president of Reynolds, seems to have helped craft the "no real proof" strategy, and Hill and Knowlton certainly helped polish this turnip. The idea was simple. The industry would fight science with science, exploiting Gibson's law that for every PhD there is an equal and opposite PhD. The court of public opinion was more than a metaphor. The entire public sphere was turned into a spectacular arena of deception, with tobacco on trial and two sides to every story and cigarettes presumed innocent until proven guilty, with the bar for proof set so high that no one could ever get over it. From the archives we have a number of smoking gun memos and notes in which this doubt-mongering strategy is made explicit. The most infamous, perhaps, is the text of a speech attached to a memo dated August 21, 1969, from John W. Burgard, Vice President of Marketing for Brown and Williamson, to R. A. Pittman, Senior Brand Marketing Supervisor, and later Director of Advertising, and C. I. McCarty, who later served as the company's president and CEO. Here in this attached speech, titled, "Smoking and Health Proposal," are these notorious lines. Doubt is our product since it is the best means of competing with the body of fact that exists in the mind of the general public. It is also the means of establishing that there is a controversy. If we are successful in establishing a controversy at the public level, then there is an opportunity to put across the real facts about smoking and health. Burgard's memo and the attached speech were squirreled away among 7 tons of documents produced by the company in response to a 1979 subpoena from the Federal Trade Commission, part of a U.S. government inquiry into the industry's marketing practices. The company had hoped to overwhelm the FTC by the sheer volume of its response, but the strategy, known to lawyers as dumping or papering, backfired as page after page was read by diligent FTC staffers. The entire treasure trove of documents would eventually find its way onto the internet, which still was tiny on the horizon when the dumping began. Burgood's memo was cited in a classified version of the FTC's 1981 staff report, which recognized the doubt-mongering as cynical and a sham, by emphasizing and playing up areas where there is a genuine scientific controversy about the particular effects of smoking. Brown and Williamson proposed to cast doubt on the validity of the much larger body of uncontroverted medical evidence. 2. The memo was soon thereafter leaked to the press. The Sunday Herald leader of Lexington, Kentucky, was the first to publish it, on July 5, 1981, but the Associated Press quickly picked up the story, which found its way into hundreds of newspapers across the country. Strategies for creating doubt. There are other instances where the tobacco industry makes explicit this goal of creating doubt, and not just in the United States. In 1984 in Britain, for example, Keith Richardson of BAT described the strategy to fight the case against smoking in an internal memo. The Royal College of Physicians claims that 90% of all lung cancer deaths can be attributed to smoking. There can be no doubt that this is widely believed to be true and that lung cancer is the most emotive single issue. If we can cast doubt on the relationship between smoking and lung cancer, then we have cast doubts on the entire case against smoking. Similar confessions from other parts of the world could surely be unearthed, if governments or attorneys had the power to obtain the documents. What kinds of strategies have been used to manufacture doubt? One of the more common has been simply to assemble and reproduce statements by authorities willing to deny the hazard. Dozens of such compilations were produced beginning in 1954, shortly after the counterblast of the Frank Statement. Most had titles like A Scientific Perspective on the Cigarette Controversy or How Eminent Men of Medicine and Science Challenged the Smoking and Health Theory During Recent Hearings in the U.S. Congress. That, though, has been just one of many methods to promote ignorance. Expressed as imperatives, others would include the following. 1. Publicize statements from scholars skeptical of the hazard. Fund the research of these scholars to entice them to testify in court or in regulatory hearings. 2. Publicize examples of people living to a ripe old age despite decades of smoking. 3. Raise questions about anomalies that seem paradoxical. Why, if smoking causes cancer, do some countries with high rates of smoking have low rates of cancer? Why don't laboratory animals exposed to whole fresh smoke develop lung cancer? And so forth. 4. Redefine terms. Deny there is tar in cigarettes and insist on using words like biological activity or hyperplasia rather than cancer or pre-cancer. Deny, deconstruct, or trivialize addiction, turning it into a matter of semantics, or weak will, or free choice. 5. Wrap yourself in the authority of science. Contrast the rush to judgment approach of anti-tobacco fanatics with the cautious wait and see attitude of the industry. Insist on laboratory proof when faced with statistical evidence, and on human studies when faced with laboratory evidence. Claim also that the manufacturers know more about tobacco than anyone else, so they should be trusted. 6. State that the evidence linking tobacco and disease is merely statistical, and then deride statistics as an improper method for reasoning about causality. Finance your own epidemiology and publish this in engineering journals if medical journals won't take it. Then hire experts to say such studies are difficult to refute, and make sure such remarks get coverage in the popular press. 7. Put a positive spin on uncomfortable facts. Yes, some mice develop tumors after exposure to cigarette tar, but don't forget that many of these mice do not develop tumors. Just like most smokers never develop lung cancer. And yes, the surface area of the human lung is the size of a tennis court, but think of this as a strength and not a weakness. Think how dilute the smoke must be to have to cover such a large area. Think of the body not as weak in the face of carcinogenic onslaughts but strong in its capacity to resist such onslaughts. 8. Construct graphs and charts in such a way as to make it look like cancer trends are chaotic. Graphic agnotology, see Figure 29. 9. Hire journalists to write industry-sympathetic articles in the popular press and pressure media organs to ignore or suppress reports unfavorable to the industry. Threaten to withhold advertising from magazines that give too much attention to tobacco disease links. 10. Undermine the authority of health organizations such as the American Cancer Society, the Surgeon General, the American Heart Association, or the National Cancer Institute. Denigrate these as advocacy or government organizations aligned with an anti-tobacco cause or movement with an agenda, etc. Imply that such organizations are irremediably biased or one-sided. 11. Hire historians to rewrite history from an industry point of view and then use such scholars as experts in court. Hire lawyers who can convince juries that the industry was never dishonest and operated a responsible business. 12. Proclaim the smoking and health controversy to be nothing new, the same old, and so forth. Plan for ways to make the public tire of hearing about accusations against tobacco by deriding them as old news, centuries old, overly familiar, notorious, and so forth. 13. Keep people smoking by reassuring them that the industry is doing everything it can to make cigarettes as safe as possible and claim the high moral ground of corporate or environmental responsibility. 14. Always keep thinking of new ways to defend the industry. Strategies of this sort are explicit in the industry's internal documents. Burgard's memo from 1969 and Batt's 1984, cast doubt, confession are two of the more outrageous, but there are numerous others. The Tobacco Institute also occasionally let the cat out of the bag, when they thought no one would be listening. In 1972 TI Vice President Fred Panzer issued a memo talking about the brilliantly conceived strategy of creating doubt about the health charge without actually denying it. British tobacco researchers in the 1980s commented on how Philip Morris was piloting a global strategy to deny second-hand smoke hazards, spending vast sums of money to keep the controversy alive. In most instances the claim was simply that there was not yet sufficient evidence to convict cigarettes of causing any real harms. The question of causation was supposed to remain open. In 1969, when the New York Times announced it would no longer publish cigarette ads without a health caution, the American Tobacco Company published a series of full-page ads in newspapers and magazines across the United States carrying the headline, "Why We're Dropping the New York Times." Sure, there are statistics associating lung cancer and cigarettes. There are statistics associating lung cancer with divorce, and even with lack of sleep. But no scientist has produced clinical or biological proof that cigarettes cause the diseases they are accused of causing. After 15 years of trying, nobody has induced lung cancer in animals with cigarette smoke. We believe the anti-cigarette theory is a bum rap. Hundreds of similar examples could be cited. Internal agnotology. Now, one point rarely appreciated is that the industry's propaganda was directed not just outward to the smoking public but also inward to the cigarette makers' own employees and commercial partners. Reynolds, as president, E.A. Dar, took the denialist message to his stockholders on July 8, 1954, assuring them that no real proof has been presented that there is a relationship between cigarettes and cancer. American Tobacco presented this same message to its shareholders, reporting Hanmer and Haag's purported direct evidence refuting anti-cigarette charges. The company's annual reports often rolled out the "not yet proven" mantra, as did the many newsletters printed for company employees and their families, including retirees. Liggett's annual report from 1965, for example, reassured stockholders that the U.S. Surgeon General's report published last year was not conclusive, and that a great deal more research is urgently needed. Lorelad's president 3 years later was expressly advised, by his research chief, not to bring up possible health harms when talking with shareholders. In some instances, company newsletters invited employees to test themselves on the tobacco health issue by answering mini quizzes like, "The cause of lung cancer is A. Cigarette smoking. B. Air pollution. C. Unknown. Non-smokers who contract lung cancer get the disease. A. Earlier than smokers. B. Later than smokers. C. At about the same age. Or consider this extract from Philip Morris's Call News, a newspaper distributed to all corporate employees. Philip Morris agrees with industry critics that cigarette smoking should be studied. We disagree, however, with those who feel that all the answers are in. We maintain that no causal relationship between smoking and health has been proved. One thing seems abundantly clear to us: without further research we will never know the true answers. Further, assuming a causal connection between smoking and illness, when one has not been established, takes attention away from the other important subjects for study. Notice here again this intimation of a danger in concluding that smoking causes harm, by distracting from other important subjects for study. The fact is that virtually all the industry's classic denialist tactics were also directed at the company's own employees. Copies of the Tobacco Institute's Tobacco and Health Report were sent to corporate staff, for example, to keep them plied with the latest information on how new statistics contradict anti-cigarette theory, and the like. Similar messages were sent to tobacco farmers and the many thousands of retailers, wholesalers, and warehouses responsible for keeping the wheels of the tobacco engine turning. Company lawyers were brought in to lecture to assemblies of tobacco farmers, salesmen, or retailers on tobacco and health, and speeches along these lines were read into the congressional record. It seems as if no audience was off limits, including factory workers on the floors of tobacco plants. R. J. Reynolds, in particular, devoted a great deal of effort to keep its employees properly aligned. A 1982 document lists the following means by which the company planned to increase employee support of RJRT and management's positions on key tobacco issues. A. Smoking and health. Public relations is responsible for all employee communication necessary to conduct this corporation-wide campaign to increase employee knowledge of company and industry positions on key tobacco issues. 1. Minimum of 2 stories on tobacco issues will be prepared for each issue of Caravan, a Reynolds employee newsletter. 2. RJR World, another corporate newsletter, will be supplied with a minimum of 1 story per month. 3. A minimum of 3 brochures on tobacco issues will be prepared and distributed through RJRT break areas each quarter. 4. A minimum of 3 posters on tobacco issues will be prepared and placed on all RJRT bulletin boards each quarter. 5. Minimum of 2 mailings to homes of RJRT employees and retirees will be conducted to distribute significant booklets or other materials on tobacco issues. 6. An information packet with appropriate RJRT and tobacco industry materials on tobacco issues will be put together for use in various ways. Packet will initially be tested for use in Whitaker Park tour area, in Winston-Salem, for visitors, etc. Newsletters intended purely for corporate eyes, and there are dozens, carried denialist propaganda, reminding readers that even the American Medical Association agreed that questions about smoking and health remain unanswered. R. J. Reynolds's Tobacco International communiqué published elaborate refutations of the lung cancer link, reassuring employees that there was no demonstrated relationship between smoking and any disease. The same company's management bulletin went even further, twisting reports to make it seem as if moderate smoking might even prevent cancer. As one early report put it, a pack a day keeps lung cancer away. Spam sandwiches at Reynolds and jokes from Philip Morris. One motivation for internal policing came from surveys showing that employees at Reynolds were paying too much attention to public media, including news reports. In 1979, for example, an employee attitude survey found that most of the information available to employees was anti-smoking in nature. The company responded by establishing a communication program on smoking and health, the goal of which was to deliver pro-tobacco information to employees through company newsletters such as Caravan, Longbow, and RJR World. Smoking and health propaganda. was typically sandwiched in between more benign stories of birthdays or promotions. This sandwich method was to play a role in the company's new corporate-wide action program. Our basis approach on all corporate-wide communications will be to introduce at least 2 other issues in our communications before presenting any significant information on the smoking and health issue. Then we will balance information on smoking and health with material on a variety of other issues. Surveys were sometimes used to influence voting behavior. In Los Alamos County, New Mexico, for example, residents in one Reynolds Commission poll were asked whether they agreed with the view of some people that, if the law prohibiting smoking is passed, it will cause arguments and conflicts between people, possibly even violence. Local residents protested, recognizing such questions as surreptitious, campaigning against the ordinance. Smoking and health was also one of the topics covered in the training manuals issued by Reynolds for its new sales personnel. The 1996 edition of Reynolds's 2-volume, 549-page manual included a module on smoking and health designed to instruct Reynolds sales reps on how to respond correctly when faced with questions. Employees were also instructed on how to talk to the press, with emphasis on the line that while smoking was a risk factor for certain diseases, it was not a proven cause. A 1996 issue's guide prepared for this purpose warned of the human judgment involved in interpreting any statistical study, adding that animals forced to inhale fresh, whole cigarette smoke had never developed cancer, heart disease, or emphysema, and that estimates of hundreds of thousands of deaths from smoking in the United States and millions globally were, without exception, based on complicated mathematical models using unproven assumptions, and that the smoke constituents most often blamed for cancer were also found in auto exhaust and in broiled and grilled foods. Philip Morris printed similar guidelines, detailing how the controversy should be spun. Employees were instructed on how to respond to questions on hot-button topics, with the bottom line always that there are outstanding scientists who do not accept as proven a causal relationship between smoking and disease. Public demeanor was part of the program. Spokespersons were to appear calm and confident with nothing to hide. You will undoubtedly know more than the other person about the issues. Humorous quotes were also to be handy, like Fletcher Nebel's, "Smoking is one of the leading causes of statistics," and C. A. DeLonzo's, "Sleep is to be avoided, since most heart attacks occur then." Cancer denial was the most obvious and urgent imperative, but spokespersons were also to know that smoking has little or no effect on birth weight, and that smoking is a practice, a custom, not an addiction. Quote, "Such manuals tell us a great deal about how the companies wanted us, and their employees, to think about cigarettes, with guideline chapters explaining how to talk about cancer, addiction, public smoking, social costs, advertising, and warning labels." Here is typical advice from one such manual. Avoid flat assertions that smoking is not dangerous. Our belief is that smoking has not been established or proven to cause disease. We do not claim to have all the answers and do not believe that the anti-cigarette crusaders have them either. Analogies between cigarettes and alcohol are dangerous, since it is accepted that alcohol is detrimental to health in many cases, and causes a wide range of social problems. Consider animal fats, sugar or coffee. A higher level of indoctrination came from the industry's College of Tobacco Knowledge, an annual series of training seminars organized by the Tobacco Institute in the 1970s and 1980s to teach global tobacco elites how to communicate the party line on smoking and health. The college attracted tobacco industry apologists from all over the world, helping the global industry maintain a unified legal PR front on the tobacco controversy. 15 such seminars had been offered by 1987, training hundreds of legal and communications personnel from tobacco firms around the world. Bat's Christopher Proctor, no relation, organized similar programs in the 1990s under the rubric of issues training. In 1993 and 1994 alone, Proctor conducted issues and/or witness training in Zimbabwe, Singapore, New Zealand, Costa Rica, Bali, and shook Hardy's own Kansas City, assisting also with media briefings in a number of other locales. Self-censorship with Cigna. A striking example of internal indoctrination involved covert censorship of the medical information to which tobacco employees were exposed. Philip Morris in the 1990s was worried about its workers learning the truth, so it asked its insurance providers to eliminate certain passages from the health information sent to employees. This self-censorship is remarkable enough, but perhaps even more astonishing is that a reputable insurance company was willing to collaborate in such brazen censorship, albeit for a price. The background here is that Philip Morris, like many other large corporations, provides its employees with health insurance, vacations, pensions, and treatment for certain kinds of drug abuse. The company's health insurance provider in the 1990s was Cigna, one of the oldest insurers in the United States. Cigna had begun insuring marine voyages in the 19th century and was the first American insurer operating in China. And like most other health insurers, it provided information to its clients, in this instance thousands of Philip Morris employees, on how to keep fit, how to treat a sick child, and so forth. What is hard to believe, however, is that Cigna also allowed Philip Morris to limit what its workers were told about the health effects of smoking. Between 1996 and 1998, and perhaps at other times, Cigna collaborated in an effort to censor the health information Philip Morris employees were receiving via the quarterly well-being newsletter sent to everyone on the Philip Morris payroll. And not just to Philip Morris the tobacco manufacturer, but also to subsidiaries such as Miller Brewing and Kraft General Foods, makers of Velveeta cheese and Oreo cookies. In a recent analysis for the American Journal of Public Health, Monique E. Muggally and Richard D. Hurt of the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota show how Philip Morris benefits personnel would review pre-publication drafts of the newsletter, deleting passages they found offensive or sometimes even barring the entire issue from being sent out. Passages deemed objectionable included remarks about cigarette smoke triggering asthma and an article advising people with high blood pressure to quit smoking. The spring 1996 issue of Wellbeing, for example, was released only after removal of an ad for a series of Time Life videos narrated by Surgeon General C. Everett Koop. The summer 1996 issue was not sent to Philip Morris employees at all, because, as company censors put it, several articles contained anti-smoking references. The winter 1996 issue was not sent out because the director of employee benefits at Philip Morris didn't want to pay $3,000 to replace an article containing this advice for asthma sufferers: do not allow smoking in your home or in any other environment that you can control. The summer 1997 issue was not published because it contained objectionable references to second-hand smoke. Philip Morris censors clipped out smoking references from at least 2 issues in 1998, including a passage on the importance of avoiding second-hand smoke when a child has an inner ear infection. After censorship, parents with a child suffering from an inner ear infection were told only to have the child blow his or her nose, to sleep with a pillow, and to keep good hand-washing habits. With no mention of avoiding second-hand smoke. Philip Morris clearly wanted its employees not to know the truth about smoking and went to great lengths to keep them in the dark, even when it meant risking the health of their children. A similar callousness was extended to stockholders. In 1996, at the annual meeting of RJR Nabisco shareholders in Winston-Salem, Reynolds chairman Charles M. Harper responded as follows to a question from shareholder Ann M. Donnelly about whether he thought it was right for children to be exposed to second-hand smoke. The chairman: I will not restrict anybody's right to smoke. If the children don't like to be in a smoky room, and I wouldn't like to be, they'll leave. I don't know if you've got any grandchildren. I do. And if there is smoke around that's uncomfortable, they'll leave. Ms. Donnelly: an infant cannot leave a room. The chairman: well, okay. At some point they begin to crawl, okay. And then they begin to walk, and so on. Anyway, I guess that's enough said. Thank you very much. Ignorance as etiquette. Corporate higher-ups do often seem to have wanted to know the truth, and we've seen how they kept up with current science while simultaneously fostering ignorance among their own employees. And of course the scientific literature summarized for upper management told a very different story from the industry's public, no proof, bluster. It is also important to appreciate, however, how bad news circulated, or failed to circulate, in such an environment. Inside the companies, knowledge of cancer hazards seems to have been impolite knowledge, a kind of dirty little secret you weren't supposed to talk about, at least not in ways that would stray too far from the party line. Corporate etiquette made it hard to talk about cancer without a denialist slant. To accept the reality of harms was like an expression of disloyalty, a traitorous act. Cancer concessions were de facto threats to corporate security, which is perhaps one reason we often find denials expressed in the language of caution, or even safety. The industry portrayed itself as being cautious in calling for more research or better proof. One can even imagine ignorance becoming honest in such an environment, through a kind of self-imposed blindness. It was, after all, often safer for the companies not to know, and the conditions needed to safeguard this ignorance were carefully engineered. According to Helmut Wacom, the most powerful researcher at the world's most powerful tobacco company, it was the view of Philip Morris lawyers that you couldn't be criticized for not knowing something. Self-imposed ignorance was a calculated legal strategy, a means, as William Dunn put it, of defending the industry against claims on behalf of heirs and deceased smokers. We within the industry are ignorant of any relationship between smoking and disease. Quote, evidence of this process of securing internal ignorance can be found in job descriptions for new hires at the various companies. Jobs that required a certain PR expertise, for example, often asked an applicant to recognize the controversy. In 1993, applicants for the position of scientific advisor at BAT were expected to be aware that health authorities continue to attack tobacco companies worldwide and publicize papers alleging the ill effects of smoking. Applicants were also supposed to be able to assist in explaining the BAT position on smoking issues to internal or external audiences. The industry recognized the value of keeping itself in the dark about certain matters, consistent with Wacom's view that you cannot be faulted for what you don't know. Blame for creating ignorance in this realm cannot be restricted to the manufacturers, however. The industry has had many friends, in academia, agriculture, government, sports, law, journalism, and virtually every other part of society. Tobacco farmers tend not to be included as part of the industry, but they have certainly participated in doubt-mongering. The Tobacco Growers Information Committee published a newsletter beginning in 1958 containing much of this same denialist rhetoric. Growers' associations and wholesalers were also members of the Tobacco Institute, contributing funds and embracing its know-nothing, no-proof posture. Tobacco trade unions are not innocent in this respect. In the United States, the Tobacco Workers International Union was established in 1895 and in 1978 joined with bakery and confectionery workers to form the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers, and Grain Millers International Union. Oddly enough, the BCTGM's webpage presenting union companies and products has a long list of things made by the rank and file with no mention of any tobacco product. When I checked in 2008, the union's website listed 2 locals from tobacco manufacturing plants, one in Greensboro and another in Richmond. The Richmond link wasn't working, but the Greensboro website directed me to a speech by the president of BCTGM Local 317T, a Laurelwood worker by the name of Randy W. Fulk, who rants about the mind-boggling statistics thrown up against the tobacco industry. Fulk says that Laurelwood has never encouraged anyone to smoke and compares smoking to driving a car with a speedometer that goes up to 160 miles per hour, caveat emptor. In other words, government estimates of 400,000 Americans killed annually by tobacco he characterizes as propaganda, and invokes the Bible to remind us that we will all die of something. He also claims that the costs of smoking have been ludicrously exaggerated, citing Kip Viscusi's macabre view that smoking actually saves society money by lowering health care costs. Viscusi is a Harvard economist who has testified for the industry in court. As examples, Falk mentions financial gains that arise from lower nursing home costs, and foregone retirement pensions and social security claims. Because smokers die earlier, he means to say. It is sad to see a shop floor steward so buffaloed by his bosses, but perhaps that is what we have to expect from someone whose union requires him to defend his co-workers' jobs, whatever harms those might be causing to the larger community. Journalists drop the ball. Some historical ignorance of cigarette harms must be traced to the timidity of the mainstream media, stemming from their financial dependence on cigarette advertising. George Seldes was already lamenting this in the 1940s, but the strength of this dependency grew in subsequent decades as advertising budgets soared into the hundreds and eventually thousands of millions of dollars. Elizabeth Whelan of the American Council on Science and Health in the 1980s showed that women's magazines receiving ad revenue from the industry were woefully reluctant to publish anything critical of smoking or the tobacco cartel. Gloria Steinem, founding editor of Ms. magazine, once called this situation a kind of prison. Whelan more recently has shown that in 1998 and 2000 tobacco ads in American women's magazines outnumbered anti-smoking messages by more than 10 to 1. In terms of number of pages published, cigarette ads overwhelmed anti-smoking articles by a whopping 30 to 1. Readers of Mother Jones in 2009 or Wired in 2010 or Ebony in 2011 may be surprised to find such magazines still publishing full-page color tobacco ads, as if American Spirit cigarettes, manufactured by Reynolds, were any less tainted than your ordinary redneck Camels or Marlboros. For many years, tobacco companies were able to use even highbrow organs like the New York Times to push the "we need more research" message. In the mid-1980s, the Times allowed Reynolds to publish a series of ads disputing the science linking smoking to heart disease. America's newspaper of record continued to print cigarette ads until 1999, when it finally bit the bullet and quit. In the 1970s and 1980s, the paper was repeatedly urged to refuse tobacco advertising but balked, claiming that this would set a dangerous precedent. When the paper finally made the right move and the sky did not fall, there was no more talk of any dangerous precedent. What is perhaps most remarkable, though, is that for many years the Times actually paid to place its own ads in the tobacco trade press, to drum up advertising business. One such ad, placed in the U.S. Tobacco and Candy Journal, offered that lifestyles are made, not born. In other words, please advertise in the New York Times if you want to get more people to smoke your product. Indirect ads for the industry still appear from time to time in the Times. On May 4, 2009, for example, the Washington Legal Foundation published an op-ed in the paper attacking trial lawyers as part of an unregulated, greedy, parasitic, multi-billion-dollar business that restrains U.S. economic recovery. Morton Mintz, in a commentary for the Neiman Watchdog, pointed out that the Washington Legal Foundation has close ties to the cigarette industry, which uses such groups as fronts to get friendly opinions into the mainstream media. Journalistic penetration has also been achieved through what Simon Chapman of the University of Sydney calls corporate schmoozing. In 2008, Pfizer and Philip Morris sponsored a training program for journalists in Brazil, with the endorsement and support of that country's largest newspaper, the Folha de São Paulo. Training sessions of this sort allow corporate logos to appear in newspaper ads and give the sponsor a certain journalistic street cred. But journalists have also been coaxed into working more directly for the companies. Stanley Frank's ventriloquizing for the industry in True magazine is one outrageous example, but there are many others. In 1977, for example, the New York writer Ruth Rosenbaum published an article in New Times magazine attacking the American Cancer Society and the National Cancer Institute for the not altogether unfounded mollycoddling of industrial polluters. Rosenbaum blasted the cancer establishment, as a self-perpetuating bureaucracy, 40% of whose funding went to, barely reviewed, contract research, a mechanism inviting abuse and poor quality work. The article made it sound as if big medicine had been unwilling to take on big business, resulting in a self-interested suppression of alternative therapies. Rosenbaum accused the ACS's Committee on Unproven Methods of being a network of vigilantes prepared to pounce on anyone who promotes a cancer therapy that runs against their substantial prejudices and profits. Readers came away with an impression of the ACS as a bunch of self-satisfied defenders of medical orthodoxy, and indeed some people were fooled into regarding her article as a courageous exposé. Carl Jensen's left-leaning Project Censored, for example, honored and reprinted Rosenbaum's article in its annotated chronicle of 20 years of censored news in the US. Rosenbaum was fated as a lefty maverick, but a search of the tobacco industry's archives reveals a more sinister story. Rosenbaum wrote her article with the help of Hill and Knowlton, the industry's public relations firm. She was also a personal friend of Fred Panzer at the Tobacco Institute, and he, too, helped her with it. None of this was known to Jensen when he celebrated Rosenbaum's review for his Project Censored, nor, apparently, the fact that her articles had earned her invitations to work for the industry in litigation. Jensen et al. Relied on Rosenbaum when they claimed that the most serious problem with cancer research in this country has been the lack of attention given to banning carcinogenic chemicals. Tobacco is not mentioned among these chemicals, and the real story missed by Project Censored is that the attack on the American Cancer Society they naively endorse was crafted with the assistance of the Tobacco Institute and Big Tobacco's PR staffers. Tobacco as chocolate, apple sauce, and freedom. Our focus has been on the creation of ignorance, but it is also important to realize that the industry does not want the minds of smokers and potential smokers to be empty. The goal is not an absence of knowledge but rather the insinuation of a specific body of knowledge, or belief and feeling, that will further the continued legal sale of cigarettes. The companies want us to believe we need more research, that it is dangerous to jump to conclusions or to shut off debate. They want us to think that smoking is safe, or at least safer than it used to be, or safe enough to be an acceptable risk. They want us to think that it's not so hard to quit, that addiction is really only a matter of semantics, that smoking is an adult choice, that Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. The use of trivializing analogies is one way this is achieved. Tobacco is likened to coffee, chocolate, brandy, or some other naughty yet legitimate pleasure. Nicotine addiction is also trivialized by comparing it to far less noxious habits, like jogging or watching TV. Tobacco Institute VP Brennan Dawson in 1994 compared smokers to news junkies and chocoholics, observing that nicotine was also found in things as scary as potatoes. Sharon Boyes at British American Tobacco was equally dismissive. It has been suggested that smoking must be addictive because it contains nicotine. So do many common vegetables, including tomatoes, aubergines and potato skins. Are vegetable eaters also drug users, physically dependent on their ratatouille, perhaps, in the same way that heroin addicts are dependent on their heroin? Cigarette apologists have commonly defended smoking by such means, likening it to apple sauce, chewing gum, or Twinkies. A search of the industry's archives for no worse than returns hundreds of documents, with cigarettes described as no worse than alcohol, chocolates, caffeine, coffee or dessert, fatty hamburgers, milk, or sitting next to people with stinky perfume or bad breath. Academics have been hired to generate such comparisons. Theodore H. Blau, a Tampa, Florida, psychologist, in 1982 testimony before the U.S. Congress compared smoking to attachments to tennis, jogging, candy, rock music, Coca-Cola, members of the opposite sex and hamburgers. Blau's remarks were cited in a Tobacco Institute press release, with no mention of his being on the take from the industry's Special Account Number 4, administered through the law firm of Jacob and Medinger. And no mention of his being a member of the Tobacco Institute team. The applesauce comparison is most vividly displayed in Peter Taylor's marvelous 1976 interview with Helmut Wacom at Philip Morris, preserved for posterity in Death in the West, the film Philip Morris tried to suppress. Wacom is asked whether he believes that smoking causes cancer and responds that anything can be bad for you if consumed in excess, even applesauce. Asked whether he thinks people are dying from eating applesauce, he responds that if not, then only because they're not eating that much. He also dismisses the suggestion that doctors are an appropriate source for health advice. The companies want us to believe they're responsible corporate citizens. They want us to think they have high moral standards, and they want us to know they support anti-litter campaigns and sustainable agriculture. The overarching goal, of course, is to generate good feelings for manufacturers and the tobacco habit. So cigarettes are to be thought of as more like chocolates and fine liqueurs and not so much like crack cocaine or carcinogenic smokestacks. Dangerous perhaps in excess but fine in moderation, a kind of edgy adventure like skydiving or some other extreme sport. And above all an adult choice, if not the last bastion of freedom. Which is also why so much consternation has come from the fact that cigarettes kill not only smokers but also lots and lots of non-smokers, 50,000 per year in the United States alone and perhaps 10 times that globally. Hirayama and Tricopoulos published rock-solid indictments of second-hand smoke as a cancer hazard in 1981, and the U.S. Surgeon General and National Academy of Sciences by 1986 had concluded that the danger was real. Which means that smoking as experienced by most people is less a free choice than a toxic intrusion, a pollution of personal space. Second-hand smoke turns out to cause far more deaths than oil spills or air pollution or even nuclear accidents like Chernobyl or natural disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis. Or all of the world's modern wars. The specter of death from involuntary smoke also gave tobacco a new political dimension, poking a big hole in the story of smoking as a free choice. And so required, at least from the industry's point of view, new ways to manipulate knowledge, belief, and desire. Second-hand smoke was a serious challenge. Industry executives predicted a devastating effect on sales, with people stopping smoking not just at work, but at parties and on planes and in countless other social spaces. Here was the anti-silver bullet. As John Rupp from the law firm of Covington and Burling put it, second-hand smoke had put the industry in deep shit. 4. Cigarette manufacturers knew they needed an aggressive response, and the first was simply to extend the denialist campaign that had been used against the mainstream hazard. Second-hand smoke denial was, in a sense, the industry's intelligent design to an older generation's young earth creationism. Scientists were hired to testify that environmental tobacco smoke, ETS, was a trivial or non-existent hazard and that more research was needed prior to decisive action. Cigarette-friendly conferences were sponsored, along with research and political agitation. Front groups and third parties were organized to spread this message, including the ETS Consultants Program, the Associates for Research in Indoor Air, ARIA, the Center for Indoor Air Research, CIR, and an umbrella group called Indoor Air International, created in 1989 to challenge nascent moves to restrict indoor smoking, especially in California. A barrage of industry-funded advertisements helped create a climate of broad public confusion surrounding the topic. The denials were well-funded and of global reach. Japan Tobacco's website in November 2010, for example, in the section on smoking and health, part of a larger treatment of corporate responsibility, comments, "We do not believe that the claim that ETS is a cause of lung cancer, heart disease and chronic pulmonary diseases in non-smokers has been convincingly demonstrated or that a reliable causal link between ETS exposure and chronic diseases has been established." Here again the work of analogies has been crucial. The industry has spent a lot of time trying to get us to think of environmental smoke, ETS, as more of an annoyance or nuisance than a real cause of harms. ETS is more like a baby crying on an airplane or a person with strong body odor or cloying perfume. The point, in other words, is not just to insinuate ignorance, but to guide us away from dangerous thoughts and onto thoughts safe for the industry. The interest has been to create not distrust in the abstract but rather distrust of certain bodies of knowledge, of unfriendly statistics, orthodox medicine, the Surgeon General or the EPA or the government, more generally. Many different instruments have been used for this purpose, from ridicule in political cartoons to the sale of American flags and copies of the Bill of Rights. The hope has been to associate smoking with free speech, free trade, patriotism, and the unfettered pursuit of happiness. Which is also why so much money was shoveled to the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, a freedom-loving organization famous for defending rights to march or to speak or, as it turned out, to smoke. Philip Morris in the late 1980s and early 1990s gave the ACLU over $500,000, with Reynolds chipping in several $100,000 more. The money was funneled into the ACLU's Task Force on Civil Liberties in the Workplace, which fought for the right of smokers to smoke on the job while doing little or nothing for non-smokers. A writer by the name of John Farrs discovered the intrigue while working for the ACLU in the early 1990s and published some of the cancelled checks in his 1996 book, Cigarrete Confidential. Morton Mintz then covered the story for The Progressive, telling how he himself had been asked to donate to the organization, advertised in beg letters as supported, exclusively by caring, concerned people like you, with no mention of Big Tobacco's apparent quid pro quo. The ACLU had fought for the freedom of smokers to smoke, leaving the rest of us to suffer exposure to secondhand smoke without any aid from our nation's guardian of liberty. Even Melvin Wolfe, the ACLU's legal director from 1962 to 1977, was appalled to hear of the ACLU's taking tobacco money, commenting that its basic integrity had been corrupted by the attraction of easy money from an industry whose ethical values are themselves notoriously corrupt and which is responsible for the death annually of 350,000 to 400,000 persons in the US alone. 4. Creating desire. It is not enough to think about the industry as creating or destroying knowledge, or even as creating and controlling desire. At the end of the day they really only care about enticing behavior, meaning the shelling out of cold hard cash for cigarettes. All else is secondary. Ignorance versus knowledge has only been an issue insofar as these can be twisted to help keep selling cigarettes. So the mind is targeted but also the gut, the emotions. Smoking is happy friends at the beach, an off-road race, a keep-me-thin therapy, or sexual liberation or adult cool. Smoking is what you do to relax or to unwind or to attract the opposite sex, or to overcome stress or seal a deal. All of which has been the job of advertising, image making, which trades in seductive semiotics and fantasies far from the real mortal ends of smoking. We are encouraged to think of cigarettes as more like coffee or chocolate or a very fine brandy, and not like choking phlegm and a ghostly shadow life in the hospital with tubes up your nose. Smoking is not supposed to be like lead paint or toxic waste or the white-knuckled grip of addiction but rather like hope and peace and choice and the very satisfaction of life itself. 18. Measuring ignorance. The impact of industry disinformation on popular knowledge of tobacco hazards. After smoking Camel cigarettes for 24 years, my lungs are as clean as a whistle. Sylvia Sindelar to Reynolds, April 28, 1958. Take old George Burns for example. He's been smoking for, probably, 60 years now, and is probably healthier than average for a man of his age. You might say that old George is living proof that tobacco smoke is not harmful to health. M. White to Reynolds, October 30, 1985. We've seen some of the techniques used by the smoke folk to manufacture and disseminate ignorance. How, though, do we measure the success of such efforts? After all, maybe the companies are right when they say that smokers have always known that tobacco is bad for you, that knowledge of hazards is common, or nearly universal. If that is true, then perhaps the companies are innocent, or guilty only of puffery. If everyone is fully informed when they begin smoking, why should anyone be upset when disease sets in? The manufacturers may well have lied in denying harms, but is it really fraud if no one believes you? What can we say about the extent to which people have or have not known about the hazards of smoking? Agnometrics may be a new word, but it is a well-developed field of inquiry. Since the 1950s, in fact, polling agencies such as Roper and Gallup have been paid substantial sums to explore what people know and don't know about specific topics, including the dangers of smoking. Polls can be used to test the industry's claim that such harms have long been common knowledge, but there are other sources for gauging popular understanding. There is the testimony of smokers themselves, as revealed in letters written to the companies and telephone logs preserved in corporate archives. We also have the industry's own assessments of the extent to which people appreciate the dangers. Here I want to explore these different ways of measuring ignorance, recognizing that there are difficulties in how we define some of the crucial terms. How do we gauge what is common or uncommon knowledge? The tobacco industry, in staking its claim for universal awareness, likes to confuse knowledge and awareness, ignoring the crucial difference between knowing that cigarettes are dangerous and simply having heard this to be the case. The error is so blatant that one marvels at its bravado. It would be hard, after all, to find someone who hasn't heard that cigarettes may be hazardous, and the warning is right on the pack. But there are obvious differences between awareness and belief. Many of us will have heard that some people think there are alien spacecraft being held at Area 51 in southern Nevada. But does that mean we actually believe it? The industry seeks to perpetuate a similar confusion in its effort to prove that the dangers of smoking have long been common knowledge. A body of knowledge is common, they say, if large numbers of people have heard about it or have heard someone putting it forward as true, which is convenient in the cigarette context. Cigarettes in the United States have had cautions on the packs since 1966 and warnings since 1970. Most smokers have seen such labels or at least are aware of them, so surely anyone with even half a brain must have been fairly forewarned. The industry started making this argument when warnings were first proposed. People didn't need a warning since they already knew. Common knowledge is also supposed to be evident from the broad dissemination of writings by health authorities, including discussions in textbooks or news media to which anyone but an ostrich or a hermit must have been exposed. But is this really evidence of public understanding? What, in fact, do people believe about the nature of harms from cigarettes? How seriously do they take such threats, and how have such views changed over time? These are questions that cannot be answered simply by looking at, say, high school textbooks or articles in magazines and newspapers, as the industry wants us to believe. If convictions could be measured simply by exposure to authoritative texts, then teachers would have no need to assign grades. We could just grade the textbooks. The industry's claim is sort of like saying that everyone in the 1930s must have been a communist, because communist literature was widely disseminated. Exposure is not a measure of belief. What people know about a topic and what has been written by others are two very different things, which the companies want us to conflate. They would rather we not distinguish between having heard that cigarettes may kill you and believing this to be true. But surely people may have heard that tobacco may be harmful without actually believing this is the case. In court, the tobacco industry's common knowledge experts go to great lengths to confuse knowledge and awareness. Called to testify on what was known about the risks of smoking at some point in time, these experts produce countless examples of what people might have been exposed to, typically newspaper and magazine articles and the like, inferring from this that smokers must have known what they were doing. Media reporting on such topics is taken as evidence of common knowledge, so if newspapers reported on, say, smoking as a cause of Buerger's disease or bladder cancer, then ordinary people must have understood such dangers. They were properly forewarned. Surveys of actual attitudes and opinions tell quite a different story, however. They make it clear that knowledge of smoking's hazards has varied widely over time and space, but also by age, class, and sex, and, especially, by whether or not one smokes. It turns out that smokers are significantly less likely to recognize hazards than non-smokers and less likely to see themselves as vulnerable. Many smokers find it hard to apply whatever knowledge they have to their own situation. They often feel that they personally don't smoke enough to pose a real danger, or that their brands are not the really bad ones. Many people who smoke only a few cigarettes per day do not even regard themselves as smokers. And a surprising number do not think there is anything wrong with moderate smoking. The answers people give in such surveys depend very much on how the questions are asked. Virtually everyone will agree that smoking might cause lung cancer, for example, while far fewer will realize it as the major cause or that the evidence constitutes irrefutable proof. There are several different ways to get at this changing history of ignorance. Here we explore three different sources: public opinion polls, including qualitative assessments based on interviews, consumer letters and logs of phone calls to and from the industry, and statements by the industry itself about the nature or extent of popular knowledge. Sources such as these shed light on what people have or have not known, and in a more reliable way than looking only at the media to which people have been exposed. Exposure does not guarantee belief, any more than propaganda guarantees patriotism. We have to look at what people actually believe, as revealed by surveys, interviews, and testimonials in people's own words. So first the polls. Have you heard? Do you know? In the United States, polling agencies have been interested in what people know and don't know about tobacco since the 1940s. The first Gallup poll to address this question dates from 1949, when 52% of American smokers were found to agree that cigarettes were harmful, though the question was vague and didn't distinguish different kinds of harm, as in cancer versus cough. And no effort was made to gauge strength of conviction or degree of concern. More sophisticated polling techniques were developed in the 1950s. In 1958, for example, a Gallup poll reported that, among cigarette smokers, the sentiment still is that cigarette smoking is not one of the causes of lung cancer. George Gallup found that when asked, "Do you think that smoking is or is not one of the causes of cancer of the lung?" smokers answered as follows: "Yes, is a cause 33%. No, is not 43%. Undecided 24%. The report also showed that smokers of filter-tipped cigarettes were more likely to believe in cancer causation, 38% versus 28%. And that nearly 3/4 of the smokers of unfiltered cigarettes said no, or were undecided. Polling agencies hired by tobacco manufacturers came up with similar results. Elmer Roper and Associates at Williams College in 1958, for example, was hired by Philip Morris to conduct a study of smokers' attitudes for the company. 5,000 smokers from all across the country were asked several dozen questions about the dangers of cigarettes and how these compared with other kinds of hazards. While most of these people had heard that smoking had been linked to cancer, were aware of a controversy, nearly 70% agreed that, as long as you are careful not to smoke too much, cigarettes won't do you any real harm. And unprompted recall of cancer was quite low. When asked to complete the sentence, "The trouble with cigarettes is that they, only 1% volunteered, could cause cancer. And only 3% offered that cigarettes could be harmful to your lungs, wind, breath." A highlights section of the report concluded that while cigarettes were regarded as bad for you to a greater extent than the other products we asked about, air pollution, climbing out of a bathtub, etc., there was surprisingly little concern about cigarettes. What little concern there was seemed largely directed at the avoidance of throat irritation and the consequent search for mildness in the form of filters. The survey found fertile ground for promoting cigarettes as a good friend, a friend that relieves tension, permits one to relax, and is comforting when alone or idle. The good news for the industry was that while fear of cancer was certainly present, smokers seemed to be more preoccupied with the fact that cigarettes make them cough and cause sore throats. Polls can of course be misleading, especially when a clear distinction is not drawn between awareness and belief. A 1954 Gallup poll, for example, revealed that 90% of those surveyed had heard or read about the connection between smoking and lung cancer, and this is often cited by the industry's polling experts in court. But when this same survey asked whether people believed what they had read, that cigarettes could cause cancer, less than half of those polled answered yes. And smokers were even less convinced. A 1965 Louis Harris poll found that when 1,250 Americans were asked whether smoking was a major or a minor cause of lung cancer, only 20% of the heavy smokers said major cause. 24% said minor cause of the disease, and 56% answered can't yet tell. Surveys conducted in 1966 for the U.S. Public Health Service found only 46% of the adult population answering yes when asked, is there any way at all to prevent a person from getting lung cancer? Only 21% said yes in response to the same question about emphysema and chronic bronchitis. Surveys have sometimes looked at the extent to which people are worried about what they've heard. A 1956 series of interviews conducted by Lorillard Tobacco found that most smokers had been unaffected by the recent cancer publicity, and that since many smokers' friends and physicians still smoked, there was little pressure to change habits. Here, as in all such studies, smokers were found to be less knowledgeable and less worried than non-smokers. That makes sense, given that many non-smokers are former users who have quit, fearing for their lives. The ranks of smokers get depleted of people savvy in such matters, pushing their average knowledge downward. We should also not be surprised that people with different educational backgrounds have learned about health harms at different rates. Prior to the 1964 Surgeon General's report, even doctors were slow to accept the reality of tobacco mortality. The scientific consensus of major health harms emerges in the 1950s, but a 1960 poll conducted for the American Cancer Society by Chicago's National Opinion Research Center found that only a third of all physicians in the United States were convinced that smoking was a major cause of lung cancer. Doctors were asked, is cigarette smoking a major cause of lung cancer? Only 33% said, definitely, with another 31% saying, probably. 13% said, probably not, 9% said, definitely not, and 14% expressed no opinion. This same poll revealed an astonishing 43% of all American physicians still smoking cigarettes on a regular basis, with occasional users accounting for another 5%. Of the 52% who didn't smoke, more than three-quarters were former smokers who had quit when the cancer connection started generating publicity. Smokers want and expect to quit. There are many graphic examples of ignorance in this realm, even among physicians. Dr. Kenneth M. Colby in his 1951 primer for psychotherapists asked and answered, should the therapist smoke during the interview? Why not? Morris Fishbane, the former JAMA editor, in 1954 boasted to Lorillard's chief of research, I offer on my desk nothing but Kent's. Some doctors scoffed at the 1964 Surgeon General's report. As recently as 1984, one Virginia physician recalled it as the opinion of a bunch of eggheads, and just another attempt by the D_Yankees to destroy the tobacco industry. The industry's pollsters found results similar to those of the American Cancer Society. A 1959 poll of American doctors conducted for Hill and Knowlton and the TIRC found only 14% of physicians willing to say that the cigarette cancer link had been conclusively proven, with nearly as many, about 10%, admitting to having advised the patients to smoke. Lung cancer, of course, is only one of smoking's many maladies, each of which has its own distinctive ignorance microclimate. A 1966 report on Philip Morris's secret Project 6900 concluded that while medical authorities had recognized a heart disease threat from cigarettes, the general public was still not fully aware of the relationship. A 1970 survey conducted by Roper for the Tobacco Institute showed that most Americans considered smoking only one of many causes of smokers being sicker, with only 24% recognizing it as the major cause. Most Americans by this time regarded cigarettes as bad for you, in the abstract, but fully a third thought that only heavy smoking, defined as 1.5 packs or more per day, was dangerous. That is massive ignorance. If there were 60 million smokers in the United States in 1970, this means that 20 million American smokers believed that only heavy smoking was dangerous. This same Roper poll also looked at quitting expectations. 59% of those surveyed had tried to quit at some point, and among those who had managed to quit only 12% said they had been advised to do so by a doctor. Few, though, said they had no intention of quitting. One of the most striking findings was that 2/3 of those interviewed said they didn't even enjoy cigarettes but rather smoked them just from habit. Only 32% said they enjoyed most things about smoking. Enjoyment was even rarer for smokers of menthols, 26%, and filtered cigarettes, 28%. Answers differed significantly by brand. 42% of all Benson and Hedges smokers said they enjoyed smoking, for example, as compared with only 29% of Marlboro smokers. Not even a quarter of all Kent smokers enjoyed their habit and only 1 in 5 smokers of Kools. Does this mean that the makers of Marlboro, Kent, and Kool were doing something that made people smoke while also making them not like it? Or just that people who didn't much care for cigarettes smoked Kools, Marlboros, and Kents? Several companies by this time were beginning to juice up their cigarettes, making them more potent by means of ammonia chemistry, see below on crack nicotine. Kent cigarettes also seemed to have appealed more to what the industry called guilty smokers, people who disliked smoking but thought that low-delivery cigarettes would be less likely to cause them harm. A surprisingly large fraction of Kent smokers, over 20%, said there was nothing good about smoking. Light smokers were less likely than heavy smokers to enjoy smoking, and women were less likely than men. Only about 1 in 3 female smokers said they enjoyed the habit. African Americans were less likely to enjoy smoking than whites, and for the entire sample enjoyment was so rare that when people did like smoking they were called enjoyers, and considered rather unique. This is an insufficiently recognized but crucial fact. Most smokers dislike smoking and don't like the fact they smoke, which has become increasingly true over time. A 2007 Gallup poll found an astonishing 81% of smokers in the United States saying they would like to quit, with a comparable percentage considering themselves addicted. These pollsters concluded, current smokers widely agree on 2 things. They're addicted to cigarettes and they would like to quit. It could well be that the very survival of the industry depends on the perpetuation of this myth, that people who smoke do so because they like it. The reality is that few smokers like the fact they smoke. Ranking hazards. Surveys conducted in the 1960s and 1970s reveal an increase in public appreciation of hazards, though opinions did not change as fast as one might imagine. A 1964 poll conducted just prior to the release of the Surgeon General's report found only 25% of smokers believing that smoking was a major cause of lung cancer. An industry survey later pointed out that the Surgeon General's report caused this to jump to 46%, a substantially higher figure but not yet even a majority. Doubters also remained dominant in Britain, where a 1964 survey of 5,000 people found 60% skeptical of any connection between smoking and cancer. 20 years later, in 1984, another British poll found about half of all adults disbelieving that smokers were more likely to suffer from heart disease. And only 1 in 4 realized that smoking fewer than 20 cigarettes per day conferred an increased risk of lung cancer. Interpreting such surveys, we should keep in mind that the answers people give will depend on how the questions are asked. Virtually everyone will answer, yes, when asked, have you heard that smoking may cause cancer? But fewer will give the same answer when asked, are you convinced that smoking is the leading cause of lung cancer? Asking about proof will also reduce the number answering in the affirmative.
In 1967, a telephone poll conducted by C.E. Hooper for the Tobacco Institute found that when 1,996 people were asked whether the U.S. government had proof that smoking causes serious health problems, only 48% of heavy smokers answered yes. One goal of this poll was to find out whom people were willing to blame for ill effects from smoking, with the remarkable result that over 90% of those polled agreed that the smoker has himself to blame. Only about 10% said that cigarette manufacturers should shoulder any of the blame. Wide variance was found by age and level of education, however, and in ways we today might find surprising. Very few young people, only 8%, were willing to say that cigarette manufacturers should be blamed, whereas people aged 55 and older were far more likely to attribute fault in this manner, 21%, perhaps because they were more familiar with the grip of addiction. Nearly 30% of those with only an elementary school education blamed the manufacturers, compared with only 7% of those with a college degree. For reasons that are not entirely clear to me, educated people were far less willing to hold the industry responsible for health harms from smoking. It would be interesting to see if this has changed in the intervening years. Understanding this reluctance to blame the industry may help explain why juries have so often sided with defendants in tobacco litigation. For many years it was virtually impossible to win a lawsuit against the industry. A 1964 Florida jury, for example, refused to award damages to the family of Edwin M. Green, who in 1958 had died from lung cancer after several decades of smoking. The jurors, many of whom were smokers, found cigarettes to be reasonably safe and wholesome for human consumption. A later judgment found that while Mr. Green's cancer may well have been caused by his smoking of Lucky Strikes, the American Tobacco Company could not have known that smokers were increasing their risk, at least not as of 1956 when his cancer was diagnosed. Of course, neither the jury nor the judge nor the attorneys bringing the case had access to the incriminating documents we have today. Polling has also revealed unrealistic expectations of how easy, or hard, it is to quit. The U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, HUE, in a series of polls conducted in 1968 and 1970 showed that teenagers had unrealistic expectations of whether they would ever take up smoking and how easy it would be to quit. Close to 90% of those interviewed, smokers and non-smokers alike, didn't think they would be smoking 5 years hence, when the reality was that about 35% would be. Personal expectations diverged radically from statistical facts, and what these and other surveys show is that young smokers have been poorly informed about their capacity to quit. The HUE researchers also concluded that the high fraction of those answering yes when asked whether smoking is harmful was misleading, given that there seems to be a feeling among young people who smoke that cigarette smoking is detrimental to health at some time in the far distant future, perhaps at middle age, but that they can smoke for a few years while they're young and quit later as they approach the age when cigarettes might hurt them. Young smokers seem to regard the dangers of smoking as distant but also as transient, like a bullet they may dodge if they're lucky and don't indulge too much. Otherwise put, they don't appreciate the cumulative nature of the threat, which is different from, say, driving too fast on the highway. Driving's dangers are not cumulative. The risk resets to zero each time you make it home. With smoking, however, each cigarette does its own little bit of damage, which is never fully undone. This incremental nature of the risk makes it easy to imagine that just one more can do no harm, especially if one thinks that the body somehow cleanses itself between each cigarette. In reality, the lungs are an excellent filter, which is why smoking changes them from a healthy pink into a speckled necrotic black. This same study reported that the number of American teens using cigarettes was growing at a rapid pace, from 3 million in 1968 to 4 million only 2 years later, with significant geographic and cultural variations. Teenagers in the East were more likely to smoke than teenagers in the West, but smoking was also more common in cities than on farms and in blue-collar than in white-collar homes.
and in homes with only one live-in parent. Children in homes where both parents smoked were twice as likely to smoke as those from homes where neither parent indulged. Sibling smoking was an even stronger predictor. Girls with an older brother or sister smoking, for example, were more than 4 times as likely to smoke as girls with smoke-free older siblings. A curious fact about the 1960s, though, is that most Americans still trusted the industry to tell the truth. A 1966 U.S. Public Health Service survey found well over half of all smokers agreeing that people would not be convinced smoking was harmful until the tobacco industry itself made this admission. This same survey found over 60% of all smokers agreeing that the cancer link was not yet proved, because it was only based on statistics. 1. The turning point for when a majority of smokers in the United States realized that cigarettes are a major cause of death does not come until the 1970s and 1980s, though most people still ranked smoking lower on the scale of hazards than the reality as recognized by medical authorities. A 1972 Roper poll found only 1 in 3 smokers realizing that a pack a day made a great deal of difference in how long a person lived. Remarkable also is that not even 1 in 10 ranked smoking among the 2 or 3 things they considered most threatening to health, with far more worrying about water pollution, food additives, and the safety of prescription medicines. Most were aware that smoking was bad for you, but few took this very seriously. That may be one reason smoking and cancer was so often the butt of comedic humor. It just wasn't taken very seriously. We don't find a lot of people making jokes about polio or malaria, because these were recognized as being rather horrific. Today, though, we no longer hear so many jokes about smokers' cancers, perhaps because people finally realize that the diseases caused by tobacco are pretty serious. Roper conducted another poll for the Tobacco Institute in 1982, their 8th such survey, and found smoking still low on the list of things people are concerned about. Asked whether smoking a pack a day made a great deal of difference in longevity, for example, only about half of those polled answered yes. Living under a lot of tension and stress was more often listed as something that was likely to curtail one's life, interestingly. Many people were also poorly informed about second-hand smoke, with only about 2/3 believing it was probably hazardous to be around people who smoke. Non-smokers ranked second-hand smoke lower on their list of concerns than drivers who don't dim their headlights, parents who fail to control an unruly child, and sitting near someone in a restaurant who hasn't used deodorant. Smoking was also ranked second to the last in a list of 14 potential hazards considered appropriate for governmental intervention, behind crime, chemical waste, narcotics, nuclear radiation, air and water pollution, food additives, and a number of others. The survey concluded that both smoking and second-hand smoke have always ranked low on the list of things people worry about. Louis Harris and Associates did a similar poll in 1983, comparing the views of ordinary American smokers to those of 103 health professionals. Deans of medical schools and schools of public health and other scholars were asked to rank a list of 24 steps people could take to improve their health, from most to least effective. As readers of this book will appreciate, quitting smoking was ranked number 1 by the overwhelming majority of medical scholars. When the same task was assigned to a group of randomly sampled adults, however, quitting smoking was ranked in 10th place, below taking steps to control stress, and getting enough vitamins and minerals, and having smoke detectors in the home. This business of how much people know, or don't know, has also been addressed by regulators trying to find out whether the public has been adequately informed. In 1981, as part of an inquiry into whether warning labels should be strengthened, the Federal Trade Commission completed a 5-year study of popular attitudes toward smoking. More than a dozen carefully designed polls were consulted, including surveys by Gallup, Roper, and Yankelovich, along with polls contracted privately by the Tobacco Institute. The conclusion of this detailed synthesis, summarized in a 330-page report to the U.S. Congress, was that despite more than a decade of warnings, a great many Americans still did not know much about the health risks of smoking. 30% were unaware of the relationship between smoking and heart disease, for example, and nearly half of all women didn't know that smoking during pregnancy increased the risk of stillbirth and miscarriage. 20% didn't even know that smoking could cause cancer. The situation had improved somewhat by 1989, when Surgeon General Koch cited studies showing that about 15% of adults in the United States still held smoking not to be a major cause of death or injury. 15% may not sound like much, but that was still around 30 million Americans. Global data are not so abundant, but we do have some interesting figures from Britain. In March 1999, a Mori poll conducted for Britain's Action on Smoking and Health showed that 88% of British smokers didn't know that smoking could cause impotence. The British Medical Association used this to push for new warning labels on UK and EU cigarettes reading, "Smoking causes male sexual impotence." Scholars have also shown that many Canadians don't realize that light cigarettes are no less deadly than regulars. In 2008, researchers from the University of Waterloo looked at how people thought of cigarettes labeled light, mild, smooth, and silver, and found that cigarettes with such labels were consistently judged as having a lower health risk than regular, full flavor brands. Chinese surveys reveal similar gaps. In 1996, a study of Chinese smokers found 61% agreeing that tobacco did them little or no harm. And in 2009, Yang Gonghuan from China's Center for Disease Control and Prevention reported that 67% of Chinese did not know that secondhand smoke could cause lung cancer. Many Chinese smokers seem to believe that foreign cigarettes are more dangerous than domestics and that herbal brands are significantly safer. In a country where nearly half of all physicians still smoke, we should probably not be surprised that accurate medical information is not widespread, charting its power to create doubt. Even today, it is probably fair to say that the full range of harms from smoking is not well known. Public understanding of tobacco has never been sophisticated, and few people even today know there is cyanide in cigarette smoke, or insect excrement, or radioactive isotopes, or impact boosters, and ameliorants of various sorts. Tar and nicotine are often misunderstood, as when people write to the companies asking why tobacco cannot be detarred, just as coffee is decaffeinated. Few seem to know even the rudiments of cigarette design. There is a diversity even of expert opinion when it comes to questions like whether smoking causes breast cancer, so it is hardly surprising to find non-experts in the dark. The more salient fact, though, is that decades of industry propaganda have left their mark. Indeed, we have some instances in which the industry set out to quantify the impact of its propaganda, measuring the ignorance thereby created. In the late 1960s, for example, Brown and Williamson conducted before and after tests of an advertising message crafted to weaken public acceptance of smoking disease links. Separate groups of smokers and non-smokers were asked, "Do you regard the smoking health relationship as proven, maybe proven, or not proven?" The goal was to see whether an editorial attached to a cool cigarette ad could weaken the confidence people had that smoking was a proven cause of disease. As hoped, the fraction of those answering proven dropped by more than 10% after being shown the denialist ad. Smokers were more easily persuaded than non-smokers, with the proven cause fraction dropping from 73 to only 60%. Those already in the not proven camp were little affected, but the fraction answering maybe proven doubled following exposure to the denialist message, from 7 to 15% among non-smokers and from 14 to 28% among smokers. This was clearly the opportunity the industry was looking for, these fence-sitters vulnerable to the denialist message. Cigarette companies, after all, don't need to convince everyone. All they need is enough converts to keep the enterprise going, meaning cigarette sales, via whatever slivers of doubt can be insinuated. We have other, equally blatant, examples of the industry charting its power to create doubt. In the summer of 1973, for example, Tobacco Institute VP Ann Duffin wrote to her superior, William Klerpfer, informing him that test showings of the Institute's propaganda film, Smoking and Health, The Need to Know, had generated large and statistically significant shifts in attitudes favorable to the tobacco industry. A survey commissioned by the Institute showed that watching the film had reduced by 17.8% the number of people agreeing that cigarette smoking causes lung cancer. Duffin reported that the film had also caused more people to agree that the Surgeon General could be wrong about the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and that reports have overemphasized the dangers of smoking. These successful results encouraged additional showings, and by October 1973 the film had been viewed by 37,000 in community audiences, including 18,000 men, 9,600 women, 5,400 boys and 3,200 girls. 4 years later the film's distributor, the Modern Talking Picture Service, reported that the movie had been shown to 318,724 people, including 38,851 boys and 27,429 girls. And that was just for one of several industry-distributed films. An equally misleading propaganda piece, titled The Answers We Seek, had been shown to 324,512 viewers by 1982, including tens of thousands of children. Testimonials of smokers, the consumer letters. Public opinion polls show that millions of Americans still do not appreciate many of the dangers of tobacco use. That is perhaps not surprising in a nation where huge swaths of the population don't know that humans share a common ancestor with apes, or cling to the preposterous notion that Iraq, or the CIA or Israel, conspired to blow up the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, or that Barack Obama is a secret Muslim. H.L. Mencken once observed that no one ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the American public. Of course, the real issue is not lack of intelligence but rather the lingering effects from one of history's most powerful disinformation campaigns. What can we say about knowledge, beyond what we've already learned from polls? The letters written to the tobacco companies are useful in this regard, since here we have the unfiltered testimony of consumers, or at least of those going to the trouble of writing and mailing a letter. Tens of thousands of letters by people from all walks of life are preserved in the industry's archives, most of which are to or from R. J. Reynolds, maker of Camel, Salem, and Winston cigarettes. People wrote to offer suggestions or to lodge a complaint, or even to ask for help with medical bills or to find out where they might buy their favorite brand of smoke. Still others wrote to brag about their health, despite having smoked for 30, 40, or even 50 years. Much can be learned from such letters, as from the phone and email logs kept by the companies recording comments or complaints. One thing we learn is that people have had lots of ideas about how the industry should be running its business. Suggestion: letters are preserved going back to the 1930s. People wrote to propose cigarettes that would make colored smoke or new ideas for tobacco substitutes or filters. Financial and marketing advice was offered, along with advice on how to win a legal case. Many of these letters recommend ways to make cigarettes safer, by adding certain chemicals or modifying some aspect of cigarette design. In 1954, for example, 2 women from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, wrote to Reynolds suggesting that the company incorporate penicillin into its cigarettes, to help people ward off colds in the winter. Other correspondents suggested packing cigarettes with the filter end up, so workers with dirty hands could nab a fag using only their lips. Still others proposed ways to fight anti-tobacco, hysteria, or zealots, or offered themselves as guinea pigs to test claims useful to the industry, that smoking cures allergies, for example. Smokers volunteered to serve as witnesses in litigation and asked for advice on how one might sue for discrimination. A Vanderbilt engineer wrote to propose stuffing wildflower seeds into the filter ends of cigarettes, so that butts tossed from cars would end up germinating flowers, adding beauty to our roadside berms. We also learn that many people have been profoundly ignorant about cigarettes. One commonly encountered view is that simply having survived smoking is proof it is safe. In 1985, for example, a Pocatello, Idaho, woman wrote to say she'd been smoking for 60 years and found it neither addictive, habit-forming or fattening. A 50-year Camel smoker from Granite Falls, Minnesota, reported that same year. This idea of smoking being bad for one's health to me is a lot of malarkey. I don't think smoking is bad at all. A Newcastle, Wyoming, man wrote of his view that drunk driving kills more people than smoking ever did, and a man from Quebec wrote to emphasize how many lives have probably been saved, and most likely prolonged due to smoking when under stress, most likely many more than lost due to lung disease. Reality check. In 2005, according to the U.S. Department of Transportation, 16,885 Americans died from alcohol-related traffic accidents, compared with 440,000 deaths from smoking. Smokers characterized the cancer claim as bogus, bunkum, balderdash, and baloney, and often jumped from this to complain about people suing the companies. A woman in Casco, Maine, ruminated, in 1985. I think the case of the woman suing for her husband's death is full of baloney. I know people who have died of lung cancer that never smoked. Also, no way can they pinpoint this is caused by cigarettes. When I put my white lawn umbrella on the lawn in the summer and it is black in the fall, like soot, I am sure it is not caused by cigarette smoke. In fact, I don't believe the lung association can prove anything either. With so many other things in the air, where you work, etc. I love to smoke. Why don't people mind their own business? This country is getting just like Russia. No rights. Reynolds was more than happy to agree, responding that medical science had not shown that any element in cigarettes, tobacco, or tobacco smoke causes human disease. The true causes of human disease were to be determined by scientific research, not by statistics. Many of these letters follow a kind of testimonial format. Smokers claim to have indulged for years without adverse effects, and the industry is urged to defend itself against charges from medical authorities or anti-tobacco fanatics. The cancer evidence is often simply dismissed, as in 1970, when an Oklahoma City woman wrote to inform Reynolds of her view that all the hoy about cancer is all a big nothing as far as I am concerned. A Hartford, Connecticut, man in 1984 characterized the cancer consensus as a bunch of hysterical propaganda, shoddy science, and bully tactics. Many such letters are clearly from people with little formal education, but some are from professionals with advanced degrees. The director of the National Institute of Inventors wrote to say he had proof that smoking does not create cancer, and offered to share his secret for $5 million. A retired mathematician formerly employed by the National Institutes of Health wrote that the war on tobacco had been a scam. The danger of smoking is vastly exaggerated. And many alternate causes are proposed for the lung cancer epidemic. Another man from Hartford wrote to express his view that cancer is caused by your emotions, not cigarettes. A retired Navy man from Brooklyn protested all this talk about cancer as a lot of bunk. You don't get cancer from cigarettes, you get it from treated foods. Some of these skeptics linked the fingering of tobacco to other unwarranted ideas, as when a Rialto, California, man compared the cigarette theory to Darwin's theory of evolution. Public health authorities were trying to brainwash the country that smoking causes cancer is a theory just like Darwin's theory of evolution. It's someone's idea of how things might be, but is by no means proven fact. Ignorance of this sort is not surprising, given how hard the industry worked to spread its denialist message. In 1958, for example, a Bloomington, Illinois, man wrote to Reynolds asking about a rumor he had heard that Salem, among a few other brands, is conducive to lung cancer. William S. Koenig from the company's public relations department wrote back to reassure him that despite all the confusing publicity, the reality was that cancer claims were based almost completely on statistics, and disputed by doctors and scientists of high professional standing. A similar exchange took place in 1959, when a Boston woman wrote to ask why the companies didn't refute some of these allegations about cancer. She was convinced that a great many doctors do not believe it, and that many people contract lung cancer who never smoked. Reynolds wrote back, assuring her that many distinguished medical scientists had failed to verify the charges of a causal relationship between cigarettes and lung cancer. Indeed, the ongoing rise in cigarette consumption had led the company to believe that a vast number of consumers are of the same opinion as you are. Many other kinds of letters were sent to the companies. Parents complained about free cigarettes being sent to their kids, some as young as 20 months, and protested infomercials disputing a hazard from second-hand smoke. Physicians wrote to express their support for the companies, with some confiding in their belief that moderate smoking was fine and problems arose only from overindulgence. People wrote to ask about tobacco ingredients, or to protest finding foreign matter in their cigarette. From Honolulu, this letter is a complaint letter. I can't smoke this cigarettes. Because worm in cigarettes are dirty and gross. Re-examine this cigarettes. Please send new cigarettes to me. And while most of these letters sympathized with the industry, many are more open-ended, asking whether cigarettes really were as bad as people were saying. To which the industry invariably responded with its denialist routine. Cold hard facts. The volume of such letters increased dramatically in the 1950s, and by the 1960s R.J. Reynolds alone had more than a dozen people working in its public relations department responding full-time, with the rhetoric in each case quite tightly scripted. To a woman in Grapeview, Washington, Reynolds wrote, notwithstanding all the theories bandied about, actually the real cause of cancer in human beings is still unknown. And to a man in Cottage Grove, Oregon, the truth is that in spite of what the Surgeon General's committee had to say on January 11, the cause of cancer in human beings is still unknown. T.A. Porter from Reynolds's Department of Public Relations was a frequent author of such letters, which often included his calming balm. The fact still remains that the cause of cancer in human beings is unknown. Research must go on to determine the real cause. Reynolds employed skilled writers to draft such letters, and though each had his or her own distinctive style, the common thread was reassurance. Thomas Dixon concluded one such letter by emphasizing the plain fact that, notwithstanding all the theories bandied about, actually the real cause of cancer in human beings is still unknown. Condemnation by association has never managed to get very far with the American people. William S. Koenig from the same office characterized the 1964 Surgeon General's report as having nothing new in it, nothing that had not been heard before. The fact still remains that the cause of cancer in human beings is unknown. Research must go on and is still going on to determine the real cause. Thousands of letters offered this same basic message. Here is a version sent to a man in Secaucus, New Jersey, reaffirming that the case against tobacco had, by no means been proven. In spite of all the excitement stirred up, the cold hard fact is that no one knows the cause of cancer in human beings. And another, sent to a woman in the Ideal Trailer Park in Ontario, California. Now with regard to the present controversy relating to smoking and health, one inescapable fact stands out. No one yet knows the real cause of cancer in human beings. The Surgeon General of the United States in releasing his committee's report himself indicated that there was a great deal yet to be known and rejected out of hand the suggestion that no further research was needed. And to a man in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, I earnestly hope you have not lost sight of the fact that after all no one knows the real cause of cancer in human beings. This statement can be made with positiveness, notwithstanding all the statistical fireworks with which the anti-tobacco forces have tried to dazzle and befuse the American public. All of us know that cancer was an affliction of the human race long before tobacco was introduced by the Indians to European explorers in the 17th century. Reassurances of this sort continued into the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s. Tim K. Cahill in 1973, for example, wrote to assure a biology teacher from Drake University there was no conclusive evidence that the ingredients in tobacco are causative of any disease. To a teacher in Wellesley, Massachusetts, Cahill characterized recent work on tobacco as full of a great deal of misinformation and faulty statistical interpretations. Cahill et al. Were especially fond of saying that the cold fact, or cold hard fact, was that no one knows the real cause of cancer, and from 1964 through the 1970s there are more than 100 letters to the public using this morbid turn of phrase. Reynolds's PR department generated a seemingly endless stream of such letters, always with this same basic message: cold hard facts, which in reality were cold-hearted lies. Combing the archives. One thing we learn from this correspondence is that many ordinary smokers trusted the industry and distrusted the government, the Surgeon General, and doctors generally. The industry's archives are full of letters from people ridiculing medical authority, deriding all the cancer talkers, nonsense, hooey, hoopla, hysteria, bunk, balderdash, or brainwashing. Many of these letters warn about infringements on smokers' liberty, as when a South Carolina man in 1991 cautioned that caffeine could be the next to go. You could be arrested for having a second cup of coffee and be hauled off to jail in your housecoat, with curlers still in your hair. How widespread, though, were such sentiments? It turns out there is a fairly simple way to find out. What is wonderful about the 70 million pages of documents now online at http://legacy.library.ucsf.edu is that they are full-text searchable by optical character recognition, which means you can search a term, or string of terms, and obtain, theoretically, every document in which that term or string appears. Google's search engine works on essentially the same principle. You enter a phrase, and Google will find and display that phrase wherever it appears. The same can now be done with the tobacco archives. The archives can be combed for hot-button expressions such as cold hard fact, or please destroy, or no conclusive proof, and every document containing such a phrase will be displayed, theoretically. I say, theoretically, because the system is not perfect. Documents that are handwritten, for example, don't generally show up, and not every odd font can be read, or old fuzzy carbon copies or texts that are smudged or otherwise illegible. But the system is fairly robust, and the possibilities virtually endless. The novelty and utility is ultimately in the form of search speed. Rhetorical diamonds can be sifted from archival dunes, and searches that might well have taken 500 years if done manually can now be done in a matter of seconds. Scholars are going to have to think much more about search theory, about new ways to comb and navigate through massive online digital archives. So how can this be applied to the consumer letters? One thing we can do is search the archives for terms like propaganda or brainwash to see how often people writing to the industry used them. We can then ask, when people used such terms, were they using them against the tobacco industry or against public health authorities? Whom did these people trust or distrust? A search of DT, consumer letter propaganda, for example, returns 140 documents, each of which is a consumer letter. DT means document type, written either to or from the industry containing at least one use of the word propaganda. Typical is this 1989 letter from an 80-year-old Camel smoker in Pine Beach, New Jersey. It is obviously impossible for government propagandists to state that smoking shortens life since only God, and certainly not the government, knows how long each of us will live and therefore cannot reasonably predict how many years will ultimately be lost to smoking. Contrary to those who state, as if it were a scientific fact, that smoking causes illness and shortens life, it has enabled me to live healthily into my 80s because stress is the root of most illness. I expect you to defend your customers, not bow to governmental blackmail and propaganda intended to fill Treasury's coffers. Not everyone who used the term propaganda was referring to the government, however. Some people denounced the industry's propaganda, as illustrated in this 1991 letter from a concerned parent in Vincennes, Indiana. Gentlemen, I am disappointed that a company can send propaganda to a boy that is only 17 years of age. Will you please stop sending crap through the mail to him? He is not legally even able to buy your products. So the question is, when the term propaganda is used in such letters, how often is it used to characterize actions or opinions of the industry versus actions or opinions of the public health community? For those letters that have been preserved, it turns out that people have been more likely to apply the label, propaganda, to public health authorities than to the tobacco industry. Among the 140 letters using the term, 7 are from the industry, all of which talk about public health propaganda, and 8 others are duplicates. Among the remaining 125 letters, 70 are pro-industry, meaning that the reference is to public health or governmental propaganda. And only 51 are anti-tobacco, complaining about the industry's propaganda, typically promotional materials or denialist advertising. So people writing to the industry were more likely to worry about medical than about tobacco industry propaganda. Similar results are obtained when one searches for uses of the term brainwash and related cognates, brainwashed, brainwashing, etc. A search of DT, consumer letter brainwash asterisk, yields 53 letters, more than 3/4 of which reveal consumers placing their trust in the industry. Here is a typical letter from a Hillsborough, Texas, citizen worried about brainwashing. I am appalled and angry at the misleading and erroneous information which is bombarding and brainwashing the public by the news media with so-called health hazards, sick, as determined by doctors. The facts are that people are living longer even to 100 years and over. These are the people who were born at home with a midwife or other family member, smoked, dipped and chewed tobacco, and in their earlier years knew nothing of doctors and the toxic drugs and medicine. It is absurd that anyone would attribute any problem to only one cause when every day the very air we breathe, sick, is contaminated with toxic fumes from factories, carbon monoxide from cars, buses, trucks, etc., dangerous chemicals in drinking water and toxic chemicals used by doctors in lab tests. I can easily see where it would be to the advantage of doctors to brainwash the public through whatever means into believing that all Americans' problems are caused by cigarettes. Or consider this 1968 letter from a woman in Bel Air, Maryland. Gentlemen, Operation Brainwash has got me scared. I have an excellent doctor who has vanquished my depressive state, and who assures me that a pack a day and 20 or 30 cups of coffee will do me no harm. He is far more competent in internal medicine than the Public Health Service, which has strained statistics in its cigarette attack. I'd be much interested in knowing how much lung cancer has increased incidence as a result of their subtle scare psychology. Reading this entire set of brainwash letters, what we find is that correspondents have been more likely to trust the industry than the public health community. Some people clearly believed the companies when they offered their reassurances. Of course, we don't really know how representative such people were of the general population. It could well be that industry supporters were more likely than their opponents to write, for example. We don't find a pro-industry bias among correspondents in general, however, since those who wrote to the industry about advertisements were critical of the industry by a ratio of about 2 to 1. Notable also is the fact that people who wrote to the companies were more likely to say they were addicted than not addicted. All we can really say is that a significant fraction of the American public seems to have taken the industry at its word, or at least felt that doctors and the government were no more trustworthy than the manufacturers. Of course, there are other kinds of letters that don't mention health at all. A number of teenage girls seem to have fallen for the dark-haired mustachioed Winston man, for example, and wrote to request copies of his poster for the personal use. Girls wrote on behalf of the female teachers, and mothers asked for such posters for the daughters to put up in their bedrooms. Anyone who doubts that such ads appealed to teenagers should consider letters such as the following sent to Reynolds in 1976 from a girl in Wayne, New Jersey. Dear Winston-Salem Company, during the last few months, I have greatly admired your Winston box billboard. It is the one with the man with dark hair and mustache. I was wondering if you could possibly send me a copy. I would be glad to pay a reasonable price for it. Please let me know if this could be worked out. By the way, I have been smoking Winston cigarettes for nearly 3 years. And that's a lot considering I am only 15 years old. We also find letters of protest, many of which are heart-wrenching. The companies often sent out promotional offers, and though some effort was made to weed out the dead or underage, the volume was such, millions of mailings, that mistakes were sometimes made. In June of 1990, for example, a disgruntled parent wrote to Reynolds, "I would appreciate it if you would stop sending my son your unhealthy literature to try and sell him cigarettes. Please take him off your filthy mailing list. He is only 15 years old and we as parents resent your corporation trying to brainwash our youth for your own greedy purposes." Sharon Marvin of Mesquite, Texas, responded to a 1999 offer mailed to her home. "Please remove my husband from your mailing list. I buried my daddy because of cigarettes. I'm not going to bury my husband because of them." Not everyone, though, was so polite or so well spoken. Many people returned promotional items, as did Jana Klein of Clive, Iowa, accompanied by a note saying that the recipient has been dead for 31 months as a result of smoking. Klein scrawled, "Dead," in large capital letters all over the offer insert and returned it to the company. Others expressed anger in a form so harsh I cannot even print it here. The word, filthy, often appears in such letters, as in, "How dare you name a filthy cigarette after a noble Indian tribe and my home state?" The reference is to Reynolds's Dakota brand. Or, "Our only daughter died because of your filthy tobacco products." Absent or invisible, of course, are the thoughts of those too disheartened or angry to write to the companies, or the laments of those already dead. The simple and unfortunate fact. Viewed in the aggregate, we can also find certain patterns in the letters written by the companies. In 1986, for example, Miriam G. Adams, manager of consumer correspondence at R.J. Reynolds, responded as follows to a certain Annette Rodriguez from Cupertino, California, who had asked for information on smoking. Despite all the research going on, the simple and unfortunate fact is that scientists do not know the cause or causes of the chronic diseases reported to be associated with smoking. The answers to the many unanswered smoking and health questions, and the fundamental causes of the diseases often statistically associated with smoking, we believe can only be determined through much more scientific research. Our company intends, therefore, to continue to support such research in a continuing search for answers. This exact same paragraph appears in hundreds of Reynolds letters to the public. A search for the phrase, "unfortunate fact," returns 660 separate documents, almost all of which are letters from the company denying evidence of harms from smoking. Indeed, the archives preserve the original form letter instructing the firm's PR agents to use this terminology when answering questions about smoking and health. A stamp on this document indicates that this phraseology was to be used for inquiries concerning S&H, smoking and health, in correspondence, primarily for children. Reynolds prepared hundreds of different form letters for such purposes. Form letters were drafted for children, for high school and below, for people inquiring about teen smoking or cancer or secondhand smoke or warning labels or tar and nicotine yields, and so forth. Letters of this sort were usually handled by public relations departments, but higher-level executives sometimes got involved. In 1977, William D. Hobbs, Reynolds's chairman and CEO, reassured one angry woman from Richmond, California, that no element as found in cigarette smoke has ever been shown to be the cause of any disease. Hobbs assured her that the questions of smoking and health are indeed still open, and that the answers will be found through careful research, not anti-smoking propaganda. Not every letter, though, was judged deserving of a reply. Angry letters were often simply ignored. In 1996, an exasperated woman from Charlotte, North Carolina, wrote to Reynolds about her son. "I have a 16-year-old son who is addicted to cigarettes. He is very open about it and wants to quit, but the addiction is so strong that thus far, he has been unable to stop. My husband and I are both non-smokers. My father died of a smoking-related cancer at the age of 57. I also lost an aunt and a cousin to lung cancer. Both were heavy smokers. My son knows all of this, but he is as addicted to nicotine as were my 3 now deceased relatives. I find it totally ludicrous that you continue to deny the addictive power of nicotine, and I am outraged that my young son is now hooked to such a deadly product. He has no trouble buying cigarettes, even though he is underage. I want you to tell me what I can do. I am angry, yet I feel totally powerless to help my son, short of sending him at great expense to a drug rehabilitation center. You tell me why 3,000 teenagers a day start smoking, and why they cannot stop until, like my father, they're dead and buried way before their time." The policy seems to have been not to reply to such letters, which were numerous. In 1996, for example, a man from Metuchen, New Jersey, wrote to protest the company's call for people to speak out against tobacco regulation, accusing Reynolds of being nothing but organized thugs and criminals. The company did not bother to answer, nor was any answer given to Megan E. Colasanti of Denver, who in 1990 wrote to ask, "Do you guys find it pleasing to kill people?" Colasanti's letter, preserved in Reynolds's files, is stamped Pub. Concerns, Unfav. No response, and filed as part of a large collection of unfavorable correspondence, including missives comparing smoking to slavery or asking questions like, "Why are you still killing people with your lousy cigarettes? You should be in jail for attempted murder." Opinion polls and letters sent to tobacco manufacturers reveal many smokers poorly informed about cancer, heart disease, and other cigarette-linked maladies. Addiction also falls into this class, though many smokers do develop an intimate grasp of this excruciating fact, as a result of trying and failing to quit. Most smokers want to quit and eventually do try. Smokers can even become experts, in a sense, experiencing addiction in ways quite foreign to non-smokers or to 13 or 14-year-olds just starting to smoke. The 60-year-old repeat quitter is understandably different from the novice in this respect. Letters documenting this desperate awareness have been preserved, as when a woman from Lakewood, Colorado, sent Reynolds a 1994 letter she had published in Time magazine. Your report, i.e., Times, on scientific experiments involving nicotine, quotes a researcher as saying, "There's an overwhelming body of evidence that it does produce an addiction in humans." No kidding. There is also an overwhelming body of evidence when my rear end hangs out of our fireplace as I rummage through 6-month-old butts trying to find one long enough to light up again. This is after I quit for the 173rd time in 3 years. And I consider myself to be somewhat dignified. There's your proof of addiction. No kidding. Smokers prior to this time, however, don't seem to have liked using the term addiction to describe their relationship to cigarettes. A 1982 Roper poll conducted for the Tobacco Institute found 52% of smokers considering smoking a habit, while only 25% considered it an addiction. An additional 19% volunteered that it was both a habit and an addiction. Roper's conclusion: smokers consider smoking to be only a habit, 52%, rather than an addiction, 44%. Of course, when smokers try to quit, most learn fairly quickly how difficult that can be. Quit attempts increased following the 1964 Surgeon General's report, which is when millions of smokers discovered the strength of their addiction. Thousands of consumer letters in the industry's archives incorporate the word addiction, and by the 1980s the writers of such letters, judging from those that have been preserved, were more likely than not to recognize they are addicted. People do seem to differ in how easily or deeply they become addicted, But for most smokers, we cannot really say that smoking, as the industry wants us to believe, is a free choice. Smokers may well choose to smoke when they're first trying cigarettes at the age of 13 or 14, but the reasons people start are quite different from why they continue. New smokers are not yet addicted and haven't yet learned how hard it is to quit. The industry has known about this for decades, and more recent studies provide confirmation. In 2001, for example, the Annenberg Public Policy Center of the University of Pennsylvania published a sophisticated study, based on 4,000 interviews, showing that young people underestimate how hard it can be to quit. 95% of the adult smokers interviewed reported cravings stronger than they had expected, and few were happy they had ever begun smoking. Over 80% expressed regret at having ever started. The survey also found that young smokers had profoundly unrealistic expectations for how long they would be smoking. Only 5% expected to be smoking 5 years down the road, when in reality most would still be smoking. This was old news for the companies, of course, who had long realized that most smokers, even young smokers, want to quit. Imperial Tobacco's Project 16 had come to this conclusion in 1977, based on their study of English-speaking kids in Canada, where it was found that teenagers once hooked, cannot quit any easier than adults, and that most likely, few will. Cigarette makers realized that while smokers start smoking for one set of reasons, advertising, peer pressure, etc., they continue for very different reasons, with the most important being physiological addiction. Trying to quit gives you basically a crash course in what it means, what it feels like, to try to loosen this addictive grip. The letters written to the industry, and especially those from after the 1970s, make it clear that most longtime smokers are painfully familiar with the realities of addiction. But this is a lesson most often learned after trying to quit and failing, by which time for most it is already too late, or at least too late without a painful struggle. Statistical Jiggerrypokery. For decades the mainstay of the industry's legal position has been that the public has long been well informed about the hazards of tobacco. Defense attorneys want us to believe that people make an informed choice when they decide to take up smoking or fail to quit, and therefore have only themselves to blame for whatever illnesses they contract. Smoking by this logic is a calculated risk, a risky decision, as one well-paid expert likes to put it. We have already seen from opinion polls and customer correspondence, however, that lots of people have what charitably might be called gaps in their knowledge. That is also the assessment of polling professionals, appalled by the tobacco industry's misuse of polls in litigation. In 1999, Lydia Sard and Steve O'Brien of the Gallup organization commented on how, time and again, the tobacco companies have successfully convinced juries that the connection between smoking and diseases such as lung cancer has been common knowledge in the American culture for at least a century and, therefore, plaintiffs are responsible for the results of the voluntary decision to smoke. A review of historical Gallup surveys suggests that there was, in fact, a high degree of public doubt and confusion about the dangers of smoking in the 1950s and 60s. There may have been widespread awareness of the controversy over smoking, but public belief that smoking was linked to lung cancer trailed far behind this general awareness of the controversy. The legal question at the core of these cases is whether average Americans, or average teenagers, understood the risks they were taking when they began smoking 30 or 40 years ago. Looking at Gallup data in the public domain, it is difficult to conclude that they did. This poor state of understanding is hardly surprising, given how hard the industry has worked to obscure such hazards. The basic script never varied much, despite some variance in the rhetoric used to belittle or ridicule the evidence. I've listed below some of the terms used by the industry to denigrate the science implicating tobacco in health harms. Such terms were used in correspondence with the public but also in Tobacco Institute brochures, press releases and white papers, and the like. Astounding, unwarranted, absurd, 1945. Colored by prejudice, 1945. Crude experimentation, Mere Opinion, 1945. Half-Truths in the Hands of Fanatics, 1946. At Best, Only Suggestive, 1955. Nothing New, 1957. Opinions of Some Statisticians, 1957. Oversimplified Thesis, 1957. Biased and Unproved Charges, 1959. Scare Stories, 1959. Time-worn and much criticized statistical charges, 1959. Extreme and Unwarranted Conclusions, 1959. The Tobacco Guilt Theory, 1960. Modern Carry Nations in Science, 1962. Foggy Thinking, 1962. The Easy Answer to a Complex Problem, 1962. Largely a rehash of the same old data, 1962. Easy Answers that may turn out to be misleading or false, 1962. Fanciful Theories, 1964. Wild Guesses, 1964. Propaganda Blast, 1964. Theories Bandied About, 1964. Guesswork, Statistical Volleyball, 1965. Statistical Fireworks, 1965. Utterly Without Factual Support, 1965. Slanted Publicity, Exaggerations and Misstatements of Fact, Fantastic Figure of 300,000 Premature Deaths Annually, So-Called, New Evidence, Against Smoking, 1967. Guilt by Association, 1968. Guesses, Assumptions, and Suspicions, 1968. This Game of Statistical Volleyball, Worse Than Meaningless, 1969. Claptrap, 1969. Contrived Semantics, 1969. A Bum Rap, Half-Baked, 1969. Speculation, Suspicion, and Repetition, 1969. Statistical Allegations, Products of Surveys and Computer Tapes, 1969. Ridiculous Statements, 1970. Colossal Blunder, 1970. One of the great scientific hoaxes of our time, 1970. Claims of the Anti-Cigarette Forces, 1971. Repeated Assertion Without Conclusive Proof, circa 1971. A Disservice to the Public, circa 1971. A Great Deal of Misinformation, Faulty Statistical Interpretations, 1972. Press Conference Science, 1972. Conventional Wisdom, 1974. The Health Furor, 1975. Speculations, and Conclusions Based on Speculations, 1978. Weak Conjectures Based on Questionable Assumptions, 1979. An Amalgam of Unproved Charges, Exaggerated Conclusions and Largely One-Sided Interpretations of Statistical Data, 1979. Media Events, Propaganda Barrages, Self-Righteous Zeal, or Cabinet-Level Fiat, 1979. Half the Story, 1981. Dogmatic Conclusions, Inconsistent Statistics, 1982. Orwellian, Official Science, Scientific Malpractice, 1984. Irresponsible and Scare Tactics, 1988. Unfounded and Sometimes Ludicrous, 1991. The Current Fervor of Anti-Tobacco Evangelism, 1992. Flawed, Real Travesty, 1992. Outrageous Claims, 1995. Bogus Statistics, 1995. Biased Rehash of Old News, 1995. Statistical Jiggery-Pokery, 1995. Such attacks were widely distributed. Addison Yeaman, Vice President and General Counsel of Brown and Williamson, managed to have one especially vituperative tirade printed in the Congressional Record, December 4, 1967, launched with a quote from North Carolina Governor Dan Moore characterizing the recent U.S. Surgeon General's reporters, unwarranted harassment and unnecessary confusion created by headline seekers using biased information. Yeaman then mocked Surgeon General William Stewart as basically a scientific fraud, warning that the nation's top medical cop either had lost the quality of objectivity or was misinterpreting the information available to him. Yeaman went on to denounce the vicious attack on the industry organized by a formidable coalition of government agencies, legislators, fundraising organizations, propagandists, and do-gooders, all engaged in a crusade against tobacco, disregarding and even stifling the truth, doing sleight of hand manipulations with statistics, weaving a tangled web of propaganda and deceit, blind to all but their own position, outright statistical nonsense, devoid of ascertained facts, a shabby piece of propaganda, bamboozled, arrogance of bureaucracy, the dangers of demagoguery and arbitrary government actions, etc. 5. Yeaman's bottom line. No one, and I mean no one, knows whether cigarette smoking causes any human disease. Yeaman's vitriol in the Congressional Record was prefaced by an equally dismissive rant by Samuel Ervin, the U.S. Senator from North Carolina best remembered today for his feisty role in the Watergate hearings. Ervin attacked Senator Robert F. Kennedy's reproach of the industry and had 17 denialist screeds read into the record. In Ervin's view, the arguments advanced in favor of the causal hypothesis contained little more than old platitudes, new hyperbole, and blatant non sequiturs, all based on statistics either erroneous, irrelevant, or statistically meaningless. Ervin ridiculed the idea of requiring a health warning as an absurdity, and declared that Americans had a right to know that there is no proof that smoking causes lung cancer and heart disease. Indeed, it was far easier to show statistically that smoking cigarettes prolongs life. The senator mostly followed the Tobacco Institute's playbook. He had obviously been well briefed, but also felt it worth noting that the Encyclopedia Britannica, he doesn't say what edition, defined cancer as an autonomous new growth of tissues of an unknown basic cause. As if archaic definitions could resolve matters of fact. Ervin may have been just plain ignorant in this realm. Lots of people were, after all, and the senator may have been thinking only of the financial well-being of tobacco farmers in his native North Carolina. Such was still his view in 1972, when he objected to a proposal for federal limits on tar and nicotine from cigarettes as requiring a police state far beyond that envisioned by Hitler. It is unclear whether his opinion changed after being diagnosed with emphysema, following a lifetime of smoking. Assumption of risk. One thing we can say is that the industry's assessment of popular understanding has been opportunistic. In the 1950s and 1960s, for example, it was common to hear them say that no one took such hazards seriously. By the mid-1960s, however, we start to hear that everyone was aware of the issue, a theory first advanced as part of a tactic to forestall warnings and to protect against lawsuits. Congressional hearings on whether to require a warning label of some sort began shortly after the 1964 Surgeon General's report, and the industry responded by claiming that people were already aware of the alleged health harms caused by smoking, and therefore didn't need to be warned. The strategy was outlined at a secret meeting in May of 1964, where the industry's powerful committee of counsel decided to finance a survey to help buttress the point. At our meeting in Washington on May 7, 1964, a decision was reached to proceed, on a preliminary basis, with a public opinion survey which we hoped would establish that there is a very high level of public awareness concerning the health issue involving cigarette smoking. It was contemplated that the results of this survey would be used as a basis for testimony at a congressional hearing. The survey had actually been proposed by two scholars of marketing and communications, Gary Steiner from the University of Chicago and David Below from Michigan State, who suggested to the committee that a public opinion survey might help to provide strong support for the industry's position that warnings were unnecessary. As recorded by an attorney working for Arnold, Forters and Porter, the goal would be to try to establish 6 basic propositions. 1. That there is greater public awareness of the charges against smoking than there is of numerous other important public issues. 2. That a very high percentage of the American public believes there are risks to health involved in habitual smoking of cigarettes. 3. That the risk to health is overestimated, accepting as a basis for comparison the statistics in the Surgeon General's report and the Royal College report. 4. That there is substantially greater public awareness of the possible risks of cigarette smoking than there is of such other health issues as the cholesterol, question, drinking and obesity. 5. That persons who do not know of the health issues probably would not be reached by warnings in any event. 6. That advertising does not have as much to do with the social acceptability of smoking as do numerous other personal and psychological factors. Projects of this sort were always carefully lawyered, and in this instance the Committee of Council sequestered polling results to make sure unfavorable data would never see the light of day. All interviews, analyses, and statistical results were to be forwarded to the committee. The goal was to reduce the danger of a successful subpoena and to make sure inconvenient findings could be destroyed and there would be no record in any office of the nature of the returns. Similar arguments about the universality of awareness would be revived in the 1980s to counter calls to strengthen warnings but also to buttress the industry's common knowledge defense in court. Typical is the testimony of Reynolds CEO Edward A. Horrigan on March 16, 1982, at congressional hearings on the adequacy of warnings. The evidence shows that over 90% of the American public is aware of the claim that smoking is harmful. This awareness level is virtually, if not totally, unprecedented in comparison to the awareness of the major issues facing this nation. The facts demonstrate that the Federal Cigarette Labeling Act is working, that the public has been made aware of the claimed health hazards of smoking, and that people are in a position to make a free and informed choice of whether or not to smoke. Opposition to warnings and legal defense were the two main reasons industry lawyers emphasized universal awareness. Indeed, this was precisely how the industry kept winning all its lawsuits. The argument was that people had long known about the hazards, or at least had known enough to make a free and informed choice. The oddity, of course, is that the companies themselves throughout this time were refusing to admit such hazards, a disjoint finessed by radically separating expert from popular knowledge. Expertise demanded caution and more research. Popular knowledge, spun as awareness, was supposed to be universal. And so by the 1990s the industry's public stance on smoking and health had crystallized into, we believe the general public has long been aware of the contention that smoking may be injurious to health. But we ourselves, the experts, don't believe there is any proven harm from smoking. Such confessions were always carefully warded, since the intent was not to admit that smoking was injurious but rather only that some people had made this contention. One last legal fact is relevant here. Historians of the law often point to the importance of a 1963-64 treatise known as the Second Restatement of Torts, edited by William Proctor and his colleagues at the American Law Institute and a Bible of sorts for American liability doctrine. Proctor et al. Here state, in a famous passage in section 402A, that whereas a manufacturer might be held liable for selling bad whiskey, containing, say, a poisonous contaminant, a maker of good whiskey cannot. And the same is claimed for tobacco. A maker of bad tobacco might be held liable, but makers of the good stuff cannot. The theory again was that people were supposed to know that whiskey or tobacco can cause harm and that a product to be defective would have to be unreasonably dangerous. The article sold must be dangerous to an extent beyond that which would be contemplated by the ordinary consumer who purchases it, with the ordinary knowledge common to the community as to its characteristics. Good whiskey is not unreasonably dangerous merely because it will make some people drunk, and is especially dangerous to alcoholics, but bad whiskey, containing a dangerous amount of fusel oil, is unreasonably dangerous. Good tobacco is not unreasonably dangerous merely because the effects of smoking may be harmful, but tobacco containing something like marijuana may be unreasonably dangerous. What is remarkable, however, and not discovered until recently, is that the Restatement, Second, of Torts, as it is also known, is partly a tobacco artifact. It turns out that lawyers working for Big Tobacco, including H. Thomas Alston from Covington and Burling, chairman of the Tobacco Institute's Committee on Legal Affairs, were deeply involved in drafting this document, notably the tobacco-friendly Section 402A, the founding text of strict liability. Elizabeth Lapazata discovered the intrigue in documents preserved in the archives of the American Law Institute, where she found a record of tobacco industry attorneys trying to influence early drafts of the restatement, including the crucial passage about what can be considered unreasonably dangerous. Similar efforts were undertaken to influence the third restatement, issued in 1997. We should perhaps not be surprised that tobacco tried to have its voice heard in such a crucial legal arena. What is surprising is how successful that effort has been. If American law exempts good tobacco from liability, that is partly because tobacco helped draft the law. 6. A free and informed choice. In court, the claim that the dangers of smoking have long been common knowledge is deployed to suggest that smokers make a free and informed choice when they light up. In private, however, the industry has been perfectly willing to admit there is much that people don't understand about cigarettes. Tar and nicotine numbers for many years were printed on packs, but few smokers knew the levels for the preferred brands or, more important, the deception behind such numbers. And few today know about the many poisonous gases in cigarette smoke, such as carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide. Gas became an area of intense industry research in the 1960s, with the goal of reducing some of the more noxious ciliostats. Several companies thought about educating smokers on this topic but quickly realized this could backfire, stirring up fears of yet another tobacco menace. Smokers didn't seem to know or care about gas, so why raise the issue? Gas turned out to be one of those many areas where the companies decided to let sleeping dogs lie. American Tobacco had already decided this for carbon monoxide in the 1930s, and 44 years later Brown and Williamson was still satisfied that the subject of harmful gases in cigarette smoke is an issue of which the general public is presently unaware. And thankfully, from their point of view, radioactivity was treated in a similar manner. Harvard scholars had found radioactive polonium-210 isotopes in cigarette smoke in 1964, and the industry quickly verified this fact, as we shall see in Chapter 26. Despite having several different techniques to remove this isotope from cigarettes, however, the companies never took such steps and never warned consumers. Public ignorance was clearly the industry's bliss, and Philip Morris made a conscious decision not to wake this sleeping giant. Here, too, the industry preferred its customers ignorant. There are other examples where the industry knew many people were in the dark about specific aspects of smoking. Philip Morris research chief Helmut Wacom in a 1979 memo noted that people take up smoking long before they become aware of its addictive grip, and Brown and Williamson about this same time remarked that very few consumers are aware of the effects of nicotine, i.e., its addictive nature, and that nicotine is a poison. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission in 1999 expressed its concern that millions of Americans were wrongly interpreting the tar levels marked on cigarette packs, imagining that a 5 mg cigarette would deliver only 1/3 the tar of a 15 mg cigarette. The companies have long known that smokers who switch to low-tar brands often end up smoking these more intensively, but smokers have been poorly informed on this point. We should also keep in mind that there are many different kinds of tobacco use, each of which has its own ignorance microenvironment. Water pipes have recently become quite popular on college campuses, for example, and many students smoke hookah without even realizing this is tobacco, and no less hazardous. Most hookah smokers believe water pipes are less harmful and less addictive than cigarettes and that quitting will not be difficult. The industry appreciates such naivete, and depends on it to a certain extent. New tobacco fads often have health effects that might not become manifest until 20 or 30 years down the road, which means that a nimble industry can profit by changing fashions from time to time. Think of people shifting from pipes or cigars to cigarettes, thence to long-stemmed holders, king-sized, filters, menthols, high fizz, slims, hookah, oral snuff, snus or e-cigarettes, and so forth, apparently ad infinitum. Plus SAR change. Of course, the industry itself is part of the public, and their long-standing refusal to admit any evidence of harms has always created certain difficulties in the realm of logic. How could knowledge of hazards be common, for example, if the manufacturer wouldn't even admit it? This is perhaps the biggest contradiction in the industry's common knowledge defense. If everyone always knew, why were manufacturers so adamant in denying proof? The industry for many years denied the reality of harms, but also any knowledge of harms even among its own research staff. Milton E. Harrington, Liggett's former president and CEO, 1964-72, in 1985 responded to questions along these lines by insisting that nobody in the company thought smoking was harmful. The example of Sam Ervin shows that politicians have also been ignorant in this realm, which is hardly surprising. Politicians have often ignored tobacco hazards, perhaps for fear of offending a powerful source of jobs and potential donations. U.S. presidents have been required by Congress to issue an annual proclamation on cancer control ever since 1938, for example, recognizing April as Cancer Control Month, and the remarkable fact is that neither smoking nor tobacco was even mentioned in any such proclamation until 1977, when President Jimmy Carter stated that the fight against cancer depended on the willingness of Americans to alter their eating, drinking, and smoking habits and to seek early and appropriate medical care. Carter in 1978 irritated health officials in his own cabinet when he claimed that cigarette manufacturers were striving to make smoking even more safe than it is today, implying it was already safe. Smoking was not mentioned in any of the next 4 presidential Cancer Control Month proclamations, and Ronald Reagan did not issue a strong statement until 1984, when he announced that avoiding smoking was the single most important step which can be taken to decrease one's risk of cancer. Smoking has figured in most subsequent presidential statements, but not in Bill Clinton's from 1998 or 1999 or in George W. Bush's from 2004. President Obama, himself a smoker until 2010, in his 2009 proclamation noted only that smoking accounts for thousands of cancer deaths every year, and that quitting can greatly reduce the risk of cancer. Pundits and presidential contenders have sometimes denied even the reality of harms. Senator Robert Dole of Kansas, while campaigning for the presidency in 1994, denied the addictiveness of smoking, comparing it to drinking milk. The conservative syndicated columnist James J. Kilpatrick, as recently as 1985, was still publishing widely read articles with titles like, "We Still Don't Know If Cigarettes Really Do Cause Cancer," and Rush Limbaugh, the notorious disinfotainer, gained further notoriety for this 1994 pontification. It has not been proven that nicotine is addictive, the same with cigarettes causing emphysema. Phone and email logs. I should mention one final way to assess public understanding, using the records kept of phone calls and emails to the various companies. The companies sometimes kept logs of such calls, and these, too, reveal the persistence of ignorance even in the face of long-established medical wisdom. The background here is that, like many other large corporations, tobacco manufacturers often receive thousands of calls per day from consumers. In 1997, for example, R.J. Reynolds received 260,000 calls to its Consumer Relations Department, plus an additional 400,000 calls via its outside telemarketing contractors. Philip Morris fields an even larger volume, which can increase dramatically during periods of special promotions. At the turn of the millennium, the company was receiving 3 to 4 million consumer-initiated calls per year, most of which were responses to promotions. Calls are handled in a number of different ways, according to what the company hopes to gain from such communications. In the late 1980s, for example, Philip Morris launched a Bill of Rights campaign essentially to identify smoking as a form of free speech. Toll-free numbers were created for people to call to obtain a free copy of the Bill of Rights, and by 1990 the company had received over 3 million requests for the document. An even bigger response followed the company's 1993-94 Marlboro Adventure Team promotion, during which smokers were invited to call 1-800 Marlboro to obtain free brand-linked merchandise after accumulating Marlboro miles for smoking that brand. The response was one of the largest in the history of telemarketing, generating 900,000 calls in the first 45 minutes and 2.5 million during the first 4 hours. Nearly 10 million smokers participated in the frenzy, which Philip Morris marketers characterized as the largest promotion in consumer products history. Some 4 million orders were placed and 11 million items shipped. Telemarketing on such a scale requires complex and coordinated management. In 1993, for example, just to receive calls and process orders for its Marlboro Adventure Team promotion, Philip Morris established a new 450,000 square foot fulfillment facility in Lafayette, Indiana, staffed by 350 employees, and a new customer service telemarketing facility in Kankakee, Illinois, with a staff of 25 to handle phone orders. Philip Morris in the year 2000 expanded its call receiving capabilities, implementing natural language speech recognition, standby promotional and apology mail packages, and a new attitude, tailoring personal service to the individual smoker. Callers were given a personalized consumer ID and PIN to allow personal logins, and email and fax programs were installed to reach consumers more quickly. For a time the industry hoped to replace its telephonic contacts with fax, email, and web-based interactions, though phone calls apparently still remain important, with texting and interactive Web 2.0 advertising close on their heels. Philip Morris is not the only tobacco company to engage outside firms for such purposes. R.J. Reynolds in 1997, for example, contracted with the Young American Corporation, YAC, in Young America, Minnesota, to handle its promotions fulfillment at a cost of $11 million. YAC responded to over 400,000 phone calls to the company that year, handling also certain aspects of computer security. YAC was the largest fulfillment vendor in the country at the time, with 250 separate packaged goods accounts. 3 of YAC's facilities in 1997 had operators constantly standing by, with up to 350 staffers taking calls for the Camel maker. Brown & Williamson's operations were on a smaller scale, but in the 1990s the company contracted with the Cognos Corporation to handle its telemarketing and data processing, including help with assembling logs of calls to the company. Though tobacco companies may receive millions of calls and emails in any given year, only a tiny fraction are recorded and preserved in the online archives. Phone logs are generally low on the industry's priorities for retention, which is why they don't usually survive for very long. Phone and mail logs are typically held for only a year prior to destruction. And those few that have survived are probably just the result of either bureaucratic accident or the chance timing of a subpoena. I stumbled onto one such log while searching for references to one of my books. A caller had recommended my Nazi War on Cancer and 2 of my other publications to Brown & Williamson's PR department, a recommendation buried in a set of logged calls to the company from 1999 treating smoking and health. Brown & Williamson's phone log from 1999 summarizes 129 recent calls to the company in which smoking and health was the principal focus. We usually have only a sentence or 2 summary for each, but callers reveal a wide range of views on cigarettes and their makers, from fawning sycophancy to derisive contempt, see Phi. I. G. U. R. E. 3. 0. Closing parenthesis. Accidents involving cigarettes are reported by a number of callers, as are various kinds of contaminants in tobacco. A father called because his 10-month-old daughter had swallowed some filters, for example, and a Japanese man called because he had found a glass fiber-like substance in his cigarette and was anxious and worried about its harmfulness. Some callers were looking for health information, One wanted to know if the company had data about harms based on cigarettes smoked per day. Another asked whether smoking was addictive. Several were clearly irate. One said that the company lied to our customers about addiction. Another refused. You are killing people with cool cigarettes. I hope you are happy. Many of these callers reveal substantial ignorance. One had heard that whereas filtered cigarettes cause cancer, non-filters cause emphysema. Another expressed his view that it was not cigarettes but rather cigarette lighters that cause cancer. Another asserted that petroleum products cause more health problems than cigarettes. And another had heard Rush Limbaugh on the radio and endorsed his view that smoking is not addictive. One was upset that people blame every disease on cigarettes, and another revealed his own personal cure for lung cancer, caused, as he imagined, by a virus. As in the written correspondence, many of these callers reported being in good health despite having smoked for many years. This is a common refrain in the consumer letters. A search for expressions such as 40 years and 50 years returns hundreds of documents, most of which are people bragging about having smoked for decades without apparent harm. George Burns, the cigar-smoking comedian who lived to the ripe old age of 100, is mentioned dozens of times in such letters. A search for George Burns returns 97 documents, most of which are either contractual negotiations for the actor's appearance in industry-sponsored shows, such as Hollywood Palace, or letters from ordinary smokers extolling his longevity. One interesting aspect of Brown and Williamson's phone log is that only 6 of the 129 callers were clearly angry with the company. One accused the company of having lied about cigarette addiction, another ranted and raved about how smoking kills people, adding, "You guys are worse than Hitler." A much larger number, however, were apparently unconvinced of smoking's hazards. The sample size is not enormous, but in these 129 calls touching on smoking and health, callers were more likely to say smoking did not cause disease than to say that it did. Email logs tell a similar story. A 121-page Reynolds log kept by CEO Andrew Schindler snapshots more than 1,400 emails from the year 2000, with correspondents still offering that cancer is caused by your emotions, not cigarettes, or that people exposed to high levels of radon are prevented from lung cancer. A Tyler, Texas, man in 1997 took the trouble to fax a letter to Charles A. Blixt, Reynolds's general counsel, assuring him that microscopic mites cause cancer, not tobacco. Perusing such correspondence, we learn that the techniques used by the industry to respond to inquiries have changed dramatically over time. In 1958, for example, the Tobacco Institute acquired its first electric typewriters, 2 16-inch Royals, at a cost of about $470 each. The IBM machines acquired in 1962 were even more expensive, $535, and typically the costliest equipment in such an office. Typewriters with storable memory meant that letters could be generated by changing only the address and salutation, and in 1967 use of the IBM magnetic tape selectric was credited with allowing Reynolds's public relations department to operate with 11 fewer people processing correspondence. Form letters were in wide use by this time, as were computers by the 1970s and email by the 1990s. Automation of correspondence allowed the industry to ramp up volume and to save on costs while preventing potentially dangerous deviations from the syndicate's PR and legal lines. New clerical technologies and media are often easier to use and cheaper, but they can also be used to target more consumers, in this instance smokers, more directly. Highly focused communications also render marketing and promotions essentially invisible to the non-smoking world. People who don't smoke are often shocked to learn that the tobacco industry still spends about $13 billion annually on marketing and promotion just in the United States, mostly via discounts and direct mail, since much of this is unseen by non-smokers. This is precisely how the industry wants it. A fungus always grows best in the dark. Morbid disinformation, public opinion polls, consumer letters, and internal industry assessments make it clear that the hazards of smoking were anything but common knowledge in the 1950s and 1960s, or even later in many respects. Smokers in particular seem to have had a hard time grasping the breadth of the threat, which encompasses not just lung cancer and heart disease but also emphysema, chronic bronchitis, cancers of the lip, mouth, and tongue, blackening gangrene of the feet, injuries to the developing fetus, and myriad other maladies. Not to mention corruption of academia and the legal profession. Much of that difficulty can be traced to the industry's coordinated campaign of reassurance. The hucksterism of the 1930s and 1940s was followed by the frank statement of 1954 and the barrage of distracting research, misleading ads, manipulation of governmental and professional organizations, and false marketing of filters, lights, and low tars. The companies said they would find and fix whatever might be wrong with cigarettes and on occasion even promised they would stop business tomorrow if genuine evidence of harms was ever uncovered. Such promises were never kept. Indeed, the industry abandoned this responsibility while also doing everything it could to prevent the public from learning the truth. Tobacco use has now spread into other parts of the world, propelled by many of the same strategies perfected in the United States. The golden weed already kills about 6 million people every year, and that number will grow before it begins to decline. Smoking rates are the ultimate proof of common knowledge, and while total consumption peaked in the United States in the early 1980s, there are many places where cigarette use is still on the rise. And even in health-conscious California we still have about 800 cigarettes smoked per person per year, a figure not much lower than the global average. Each of these cigarettes is a measure of the industry's morbid campaign of disinformation, combined with the lasting grip of addiction. Ignorance is the seed, death the harvest. It would be wrong, though, to place too much emphasis on knowledge or its absence. The consumer sovereignty, so often sanctified by economists, places all responsibility for tobacco death, or quitting, on consumer choice, giving the industry a free pass. We tend to forget that cigarette makers also have choices, that they are the ones keeping nicotine in tobacco, fomenting addiction, robbing smokers of their ability to make a free choice. So, full disclosure is not enough. We should not be satisfied with a highly addicted, even if highly informed, citizenry. And we don't have to grant unlimited freedom to manufacturers. The manufacture or sale of cigarettes is not an inalienable right or the sine qua non of freedom. The opposite is actually closer to the mark. 19. Filter flimflam. The air you breathe through a Kent cigarette is several times cleaner than the air you normally breathe in an average American city. Harris B. Parmele, Director of Research, LORILLARD Tobacco, 1954. The filters currently available are a hoax. Alton Ochsner, Professor of Surgery, Tulane University, 1954. Overwhelming evidence had accumulated by the mid-1950s that cigarettes were behind the explosive growth of lung cancer. Evidence was also strong that something in the tars in cigarette smoke was to blame. Fritz Lickent in Germany as early as 1935 had concluded that nicotine was probably innocent of carcinogenic potency and that benzpyrene was the more likely guilty party, basing much of his argument on Roffo's work. 2 decades later, several dozen dangerous chemicals had been identified in tobacco smoke, and not just carbon monoxide, ammonia, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons of various sorts, including benzpyrene, but also carcinogens such as arsenic, chromium, nickel, and nitrosamines. Richard Doll in a 1955 review identified arsenic, 3,4-benzpyrene, radioactive potassium, and a fistful of tobacco pyrolysis products as cigarette carcinogens. And industry scientists would greatly lengthen this list in the 1960s and 1970s. Tobacco manufacturers often conceded the existence of carcinogens in tobacco smoke, albeit only privately. A December 24, 1952, report by Brown and Williamson's Technical Research Department mentioned having isolated and identified several cancer-causing chemicals in smoke, including a carcinogenic hydrocarbon, benzopyrene. This same document recommended that a correspondence be initiated with Angel Roffo by an independent laboratory not connected with Brown and Williamson, which would have been difficult, as the man had been dead for 6 years. Claude Teague, in his 1953 Survey of Cancer Research, acknowledged the presence of carcinogens in smoke, as did his chemist colleague, Alan Rodgman, in several of his reports for Reynolds. And Philip Morris scientists were not very far behind. In 1961, Helmut Wacom presented a 23-page report to the company's R&D committee listing 40 distinct carcinogens in cigarette smoke, admitting this was only a partial list. See again Figure 26. The report also pointed to a dozen additional tumor-promoting agents, including phenols, liquid paraffin hydrocarbons, benzene, ethanolamine, and various organic acid esters. Company officials appear to have been proud of the fact that, among the more than 400 compounds found in cigarette smoke by that time, Philip Morris had identified about 50. Wacom proposed a 7 to 10 year program to reduce the general level of carcinogenic substances in smoke, with the goal of generating a medically acceptable cigarette. The task would not be an easy one, he stressed. It would require time, money, and unfaltering determination. None of these facts or plans was ever made public. Indeed, it would have been hard for the companies to acknowledge any kind of effort to remove carcinogens from smoke, given their adamant refusal to admit their existence. There always was this awkward gap in tobacco logic. If the tar in cigarette smoke was really nothing to worry about, then why such a fuss about brand X being lower in tar than brand Y? The companies never liked talking about cancer facts, as such. And outsiders were never told about the steps taken by Wacom and others to measure the carcinogenicity of specific compounds in smoke. We know about these efforts only because U.S. courts forced the disclosure of internal documents, aided by a handful of courageous whistleblowers. What the archives also reveal, though, is the industry struggling to figure out how one might eliminate, mainly by filtration, carcinogens and other poisons from tobacco. Efforts of this sort go back centuries, depending on what you count as a filter. Water pipes have been popular since the earliest days of smoking, with part of the draw being this desire to purify the smoke by bubbling it through water. It doesn't work. Smoke from water pipes is just as deadly. Hookahs and narghiles are inventions of the Orient, though similar effects were obtained by the long-stemmed pipes of Europe, with the point in each case being to cool the smoke, a reasonable goal for those who believed that heat might be to blame for its irritating or carcinogenic properties. Filters became a topic of interest in the second half of the 19th century, especially with the rise of manufactured cigarettes and nascent caterings to health-conscious smokers. Cork, paper, wool, cotton, and a number of other materials were tried, along with diverse physical and chemical means and blending tricks, most often with the goal of protecting smokers from some of the poisons known to be in smoke. Manipulating nicotine. The first known efforts to develop low-nicotine tobaccos were by Carl A. Mundner, 1835–91, of Brandenburg, a German tobacco manufacturer and colleague of Otto Unverdorben, the first to identify nicotine in pipe residues. Mundner developed a low-nicotine, health cigar, using selective breeding techniques and new chemical extraction methods. His son Richard went on to develop filter-tipped cigars, using filters made from wool and cork. Paul Koenig, director of Germany's Reich Institute for Tobacco Research in Forchheim, in 1940 characterized Mundner as the first to combat nicotine through his discovery of a method to denicotinize tobacco, offering this as evidence of the moral responsibility of the German tobacco industry then under attack from Nazi health authorities. Manipulation of the chemical properties of tobacco had also begun in the 19th century. High-nicotine tobacco plants were cultivated to obtain the alkaloid for use as a pesticide, and by the 1890s techniques were available to lower or remove entirely the offending, entrancing substance. Germany's Reich Institute for Tobacco Research pioneered much of this research, exploring how to augment or remove nicotine from tobacco through novel breeding techniques, grafting, and chemical treatments. By the 1930s, German manufacturers were able to produce tobacco containing, however much nicotine was wished. And by 1940 fully 5% of the entire German tobacco harvest was nicotine-free. 5. American tobacco manufacturers kept a close watch on this European work and knew from their own experience that tobacco plants could be grown containing higher or lower levels of nicotine. They also knew that the alkaloid was easily removed from the finished leaf simply by soaking in ammonia or even in water. Alkaloids are typically water-soluble, which is why it's so easy to make a cup of coffee or tea, both of which contain the caffeine alkaloid. The American Tobacco Company noticed Forchheim's efforts to produce nicotine-free tobacco. A 1930 press memorandum in the company's archives acknowledges the German work, remarking on how the nicotine content of tobacco plants can be diminished or increased by natural means, while still retaining traditional taste and aroma. Treatment with chlorine and proper culture and fertilization could increase the nicotine to as high as 12%, and close planting and a prescribed watering regimen could cause it to be, almost entirely, eliminated. Countless inventors spent time designing new ways to manipulate the alkaloid in the finished leaf. An 1882 patent obtained by Richard Kissling in Bremen, for example, described a novel process of denicotinizing tobacco, involving treatment of the leaf with calcium chloride, followed by steam treatment to drive off the nicotine. Dozens of such patents were awarded in the second half of the 19th century. Entering nicotine in the Google Patents search engine turns up hundreds of other claims filed with the U.S. Patent Office, many of which describe ways to adjust, or to eliminate, the nicotine in tobacco. All of which should be kept in mind when pondering whether the industry has ever manipulated the nicotine in cigarettes. They have been doing so for more than a century. Hope and hype, and asbestos. Filters have long been one of the primary ways cigarette makers tried to make cigarettes safer, with no great dishonesty originally attached to the practice. Cigarette holders, after all, were thought to have some virtue either in cooling the smoke or in forcing it to travel through a series of barriers, causing it to lose some of its noxious power. In the 1930s and 1940s, filters were typically made from paper, wool or cotton, though it was fairly quickly realized that pretty much any porous or fibrous material would work just as well, or as poorly, as anything else. Denicotea's filters were made from silica gel crystals, and the American Tobacco Company tried a porous clay porcelain. Germans developed a large number of filter materials and filed for patents in both Europe and the United States. The first American filter cigarette of any commercial significance was Brown & Williamson's Viceroy, rolled out in May of 1936 with a $300,000 advertising fanfare. Slogans claimed a safer smoke for any throat, and sales reached 400 million sticks in the first 6 months. This wasn't too bad for a newbie, but nothing was taken from the really big brands selling in the tens of billions per annum. Filtered cigarettes remained pretty much a novelty throughout the 1940s, and some brands, Philip Morris, for example, even bragged about offering unfiltered smoking pleasure. Viceroy's sales tapered off and reached a nadir in 1946, having captured only about 0.1% of the American market. Lucky Strike that year sold more than 100 billion sticks, whereas the nation's leading filter sold only a couple hundred million. Those ratios would change dramatically in the 1950s, as the companies reoriented advertising and production to address the so-called health scare. Viceroy by 1956 would be churning out more than 23 billion cigarettes but couldn't even keep ahead of the number 2 filter, Laurelid's Upstart Kent. Leading the pack was Reynolds's much-hyped Winston, which sold a whopping 40 billion in 1954, its first year on the market. By 1958, Laurelid's flagship brand, Kent, had outstripped Brown & Williamson's Viceroy, and all of the other companies were scrambling to out-gimmick each other in what quickly became a filter flood. I've highlighted the duplicity campaign launched with the 1954 frank statement, but filters were a fraud built into the cigarette itself. Think about it. If filters are so great, why don't we ever find them on cigars? The whole point was to convince a worried public, with little or no evidence to back it up, that baffles and barriers of various sorts in a filter tip would somehow reduce the deadly tars in smoke. The hope, and implicit hype, was that carcinogens might be trapped and filtered out. Hundreds of different filter gizmos were patented for cigarettes in the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s, which makes one wonder about the patent approval process. The most popular were based on cellulose acetate for the fibrous, tow, or filtering, material, but filters were also made from crepe paper, wool, cork, cotton, and plastic foams and fibers of various sorts to which silica gel, activated charcoal, and numerous other substances had been added. Physical barriers were tried, along with microfibers such as nylon, rayon, dacron, polyester, fiberglass, and crocidolite asbestos. Yes, asbestos. This deadly mineral fiber was the secret ingredient in Kent's micronite filter, rolled and sold to millions of Americans from 1952 through 1956. An estimated 15 billion cigarettes were smoked through Kent's micronite, blue asbestos, filter, by as many as 4 million smokers, and the company knew quite early on that bits of the mineral fiber could escape from the filter end of the cigarette. Laurellade's competitors even sounded the alarm, albeit not very loudly. Liggett and Myers in 1953 advertisements hinted that use of a mineral filter was unsafe, prompting John H. Heller of Yale, a distinguished medical physicist, to write to the company asking what exactly was meant by this non-mineral boast. Liggett responded by noting that the use of minerals such as asbestos or glass in a filter exposed the smoker to the possible danger of drawing mineral dust out of the filter into his lungs, leading possibly to diseases of the pneumoconiosis type such as silicosis, asbestosis, etc. And as if that weren't bad enough, hundreds and perhaps thousands of workers were exposed while making the stuff for Laurelade. Asbestos dust levels were so high in the factories making these filters that many workers fell ill and died from lung cancer or mesothelioma. These were veritable death factories, wherein a higher proportion of employees died than in any other known asbestos plant. 1. When the Laurelade Company finally stopped attaching asbestos filters to its cigarettes in 1956, the switch was made quietly, without alerting anyone to the change, or the danger. And cigarette stocks were not pulled from the shelves. Retailers just kept selling them until they were gone. Those few packs that escaped unsmoked are now collector's items, fetching hundreds of dollars on auction sites like eBay. And researchers take them apart to study what smoking them must have been like. The industry has been conducting such studies since the 1950s, which may well be why Laurelade's head of research, Alexander Spears III, died of mesothelioma, a disease found almost exclusively among people exposed to asbestos. Spears died from this lung-corrupting malady in 2001, 7 years after testifying before Congress that smoking posed no known health risks. Laurelade scientists knew that asbestos might pose a health hazard but seem not to have worried too much about particles entering smokers' lungs. On November 13, 1951, Laurelade's Harris B. Palmel wrote to his executive vice president, Robert M. Ganger, assuring him that asbestos was not fraying into the smoke of Kent cigarettes, based on measurements of the force required to smoke such cigarettes. One worry was that people might suck extra hard on a very tight filter, especially since smokers were already known to pull harder on filtered cigarettes, in an attempt to compensate for the large proportion of smoke removed by the filter. We shall return in a later chapter to this question of compensation, which turns out to be the main reason low-tar cigarettes aren't any safer. Here I should also note, though, that Laurelade considered using its micronite filter material to make surgical masks, with the goal of celebrating these in advertisements for the cigarette. The plan was to announce the masks only after making sure that asbestos would not make its way into the lungs of surgeons. No such precautions were taken with Kent cigarettes, which were not thoroughly tested for fiber release until after they were being sold to the public. Cleaner than the air you normally breathe. Smokers flocked to filters in the 1950s, believing these to provide some genuine margin of safety. Laurelid's Kent, asbestos, cigarette, for example, skyrocketed from essentially zero sales in 1952 to more than 8% of the American market within 6 years. Colorful and sciencey names were often given to such gimmicks, names like Milachel and Selectrate and Alpha Cellulose. Cigarettes were sold with dual, chambered, granulated, and deep weave filters. Others boasted filters with elaborate, or at least fancy-sounding, gas traps, or safety zones, of one sort or another. New Vision cigarettes had tri-phase filters, Brown and Williamson's Bel Air came with a recessed filter, and Philip Morris sold fluted filters. Old Gold's patented spin filter was said to spin and cool the smoke. Parliament had a star filter, Reynolds had a multi-jet filter, the Canadians had a percolator filter, and so forth. Smokers bought these contraptions believing harmful chemicals were being removed, and the industry did nothing to disabuse them of the illusion. Quite the contrary. In the midst of this filter fest, grandiose claims were advanced on their behalf. Lark's charcoal filters were compared to water purification devices and to air filtration systems used in hospitals, spacecraft, and atomic submarines. L&M's Alpha Cellulose filter was a miracle product, and just what the doctor ordered. It was also entirely pure and harmless to health. Winston's filter was not just pure, but also snow white. Viceroy offered double-barreled health protection through its Health Guard estrin filter tip. Terraton's activated charcoal filter promised a taste worth fighting for. Kent's micronite filter incorporated the same material used to remove airborne radioactive materials from atomic energy plants, i.e., crocidolite asbestos. Brown and Williamson introduced an all-tobacco filter for its Kentucky Kings in 1960 to fill the gap between regular cigarettes and brands with artificial filters. This last mentioned claim is interesting, since cigarette manufacturers already knew that tobacco itself was as good, or as poor, a filter as anything else. In 1935, in a report evaluating cellulose acetate as a filter material, American tobacco researchers had concluded that the nicotine content of smoke from cigarettes with cellulose filters was practically the same as that of ordinary cigarettes. Special filtering devices, in other words, worked no better than the filtering action of tobacco itself. Similar observations are found repeatedly in the industry's archives, where filters are often characterized as gimmicks. In 1946, for example, another American tobacco report commented on how use of a filter tip on a cigarette was actually of no benefit as far as filtration is concerned. In fact, so this report concluded, tobacco is a better filtering agent. That is why smokers were often advised to smoke cigarettes only partway down, since the unsmoked half would trap many of the poisons from the first half. Because tobacco itself was an excellent filter. Which also helps to explain why the American Tobacco Company, the world's largest tobacco manufacturer, with the world's most sophisticated laboratories, refused to move big time into filters until 1963. The company as a result suffered a dramatic loss of market share, from which it never really recovered. Those companies that did produce filters did so mainly because they knew people would buy them, thinking they were safer. But filters provided only an illusion of security. The era of explicit medical claims was over, but the advertised implication was still that atomic age technology would bring you medical peace of mind through advances in filter science. Liggett and Myers in 1963 compared its newly introduced gas trap filter, incorporating charcoal, aka the Keith filter, to methods used to purify the air in atomic submarines and space capsules, where men must breathe the same air over and over for days on end. The suggestion was sometimes even made that filters could make smoking safer even than breathing ordinary air, Harris B. Parmel at Laurelwood, for example, worked hard to show that the air you breathe through a Kent cigarette is several times cleaner than the air you normally breathe in an average American city. Ever clever, the industry farmed out part of this job of generating hype to the public. Brown and Williamson in 1955, for example, sponsored a $50,000 contest for college students, who were invited to submit names for a new and yet unnamed Viceroy filter. Thousands of entries were received from universities all across the United States. 10 brand new Ford Thunderbirds and an equal number of RCA Victor color televisions were awarded, along with 40 Columbia 360K hi-fi sets as second prizes. The contest generated the desired attention. 89 college newspapers covered the event, yielding 712 column inches of publicity, plus extensive radio and TV coverage. College students were prime marketing targets at this point, with ads often splashed throughout university newspapers and magazines. Companies also praised the virtues of filters in other realms of life. In 1971, the American Tobacco Company offered smokers the opportunity to buy a cheap, Cigarrete brand water filter as part of its struggle for cleaner, better-tasting water. Smokers had only to send in $5 plus 2 wrappers from their Cigarettes. Cigarrete cigarettes, like the best water filters, were offered as exploiting the filtering action of activated charcoal, a black magical material, first proven of use in the gas masks of World War I. Better still, this same magical material was used to protect air in spacecraft, atomic submarines, hospitals and auditoriums. Housewives were also advised to discover what soft drink manufacturers had known for years, namely, that proper filtration makes a distinct difference in palatability, not only in a glass of water itself but in such water-based products as coffee, tea, frozen juices, shellfish, gelatins and vegetables. Cigarrete got lots of free publicity by this means, since many newspapers reported on the water filter as a way to fight pollution. Cigarette companies sometimes made their own filters, but the process was more often contracted out to chemical manufacturers. Hoechst Celanese made cellulose acetate filters beginning shortly after the Second World War and quickly became one of the leading fabricators, the other being Tennessee Eastman, a division of Eastman Kodak. Cellulose acetate by 1950 had become the industry standard, often sold under the Kodak trade name, Estron, with U.S. production growing from 3 million tons in 1953 to 22 million tons only 2 years later. Filters must have been quite a sizable chunk of Kodak's business, though no one seems to have researched what the company thought about its aid to the cigarette business. Kodak didn't participate in the conspiracy and therefore hasn't fallen prey to tobacco lawsuits, which also means we don't have access to internal documents. Outsourcing continued into subsequent decades. American Filtrona of Richmond, Virginia, made fluted plastic filters for Philip Morris in the 1970s, but also the L'Odonnato, the actual filter material, for B&W's Capri cigarettes in the 1980s. The fibers most commonly used were the same as those used for the tips of marking pens and highlighters, albeit not so tightly packed. The companies liked using fibers as filter materials, since they were easy to produce and allowed manufacturers to introduce additives of various sorts. The fibers could also be packed arbitrarily tight, or loose, allowing the manufacturer to block as much or as little of the smoke as desired. Packed too tight, however, a filter would not allow a smoker to obtain satisfaction, which is why many early filters were loosened over the course of the 1950s. The industry developed elaborate techniques by which to measure filtration strength, including a kind of barometer that basically told how hard you had to suck to obtain a requisite level of taste and satisfaction, tar and nicotine, in other words. Manipulating fiber packing densities allowed cigarette makers to control the rate at which smoke would enter the mouth and lungs for a given strength of suction, pressure drop. Health, of course, was the promised virtue of all cigarette filters. And as the health scare unfolded, smokers moved en masse to suck up and on the new gimmicks. So whereas in 1950 less than 1% of all cigarettes smoked in the United States had a filter, by the end of the decade their share had streaked past 50%. The craze was hastened by clever ads but also by free publicity in the form of media endorsements. Reader's Digest in 1953 reported on studies by the Armour showing that Kent's Micronite filter removed more tar and nicotine than other leading brands. The same magazine in 1957 identified Kent's as having filter tips that really filter. Boosted by such free and misleading advertising, sales of Laurelid's flagship brand took off like a rocket. From only 495 million sticks in 1952, sales rose to over 3 billion in 1953, 14 billion in 1957, and 36 billion in 1958. Sales grew from 300 million per month to 3 billion per month in only 90 days, following the popular magazine's endorsement. Reader's Digest gets lots of credit for sounding the alarm on tobacco harms, but in this instance billions of asbestos-laced cigarettes were smoked as a result of the magazine's ill-informed endorsement. No one at Reader's Digest seems to have minded, if they even knew, that the author of this first piece of puffery, the 1953 article, was a longtime confidant of the American Tobacco Company who had quietly helped that firm navigate the health scares of the 1930s. Clarence W. Lieb, a New York physician, had been a member of a tight industry circle he referred to as our Research Council, meeting with Vice President Paul Hahn, Research Director Hiram Hanma, and others at the company to plan responses to news reports of cyanide, carbon monoxide, lead, arsenic, and acrylane in cigarettes. Lieb had even testified to the convincing proof of the merits of toasting in a letter to American Tobacco President George Washington Hill, which Hill later used to defend his company against FTC charges of bogus advertising. Lieb had also helped Philip Morris defend its use of diethylene glycol as a less irritating additive, and as late as 1953 had written a book identifying excessive smoking as 2 packs or more per day. The flood of new medical evidence soon thereafter made him see the light, however, and by 1957 he had converted to the cause of his former critics, characterizing moderation as futile and smoking as an enemy of the body, an enemy literally unto death. Clarence Lieb is arguably the first great tobacco industry insider, convert, and whistleblower. A thermodynamic impossibility. Scientifically, the most effective filter ever developed to free cigarette smoke of impurities. That's what it said right on every pack of Kent's. Laurelid, though, was joined by every other company in making such claims. Some brands even had healthy-sounding names. King Sarno cigarettes, for example, was supposed to evoke images of cleanliness, though nicotine deliveries were so low the company eventually went out of business. Sarno's total alkaloids in 1961 were only 0.8%, lowest among the top 40 US brands. Cigarette history is littered with brands that failed to keep their alkaloids high enough to ensure satisfaction, the industry's code word for nicotine. Who today has heard of Cubeb cigarettes, made from the leaves of the Java pepper, in the first half of the 20th century, or Vanguard cigarettes, made from corn silk and sugar beets, in the 1950s? Who remembers Bravo cigarettes, advertised in 1966 as a major breakthrough in safer smoking, with absolutely no nicotine? Made from lettuce, Bravos by 1971 accounted for not even 1 in 100,000 cigarettes smoked in the United States. Even with big ad budgets, low nicotine brands like Next, Philip Morris, 1989, and Quest, Vector, 2003, have never made much of a commercial dent. People smoke for a reason, and nicotine-free cigarettes sell about as well as alcohol-free rum or guns that shoot paper bullets. Of course, the conspiracy not to admit health harms meant it was hard for cigarette makers to say what exactly these filters were supposed to be filtering out. The implication was that dangerous chemicals were being trapped, though specifics were rarely given. The bombast led to suspicion by congressional watchdogs, as in 1957, when the U.S. Congress convened a series of hearings under the leadership of John A. Blatnick, a Democratic congressman from Minnesota, to investigate the industry's false and misleading advertising. Some of these inflated claims had been punctured by Reader's Digest, which had contracted with a chemical testing laboratory to find out how much tar and nicotine was actually being removed by these contraptions. Measurements showed that filters were not very effective. Filters were doing little to reduce tar and nicotine exposures, especially when cigarettes were smoked down to a very short butt. Some filtered or king-size versions delivered even more tar and nicotine than regulars, which Clarence Lieb attributed to the use of special high-nicotine burley. Blatnick's committee heard a broad range of testimony, though tobacco executives refused to participate, and concluded that cigarette manufacturers had deceived the American public through their advertising of filter-tipped cigarettes. Filters did not in fact do what they were widely imagined to be doing, trapping the bad stuff while letting the good pass through. Filtering per se was a no-brainer. If all you wanted was to block stuff from entering your lungs, then any complex obstacle in the path of the smoke would do. Respirator technology was well developed by the 1950s, and you could even scrub all smoke out of inhaled air if you were willing to wear a large enough apparatus. You could even just plug up the end of a cigarette and trap everything. But then you wouldn't really be smoking, just sucking on a dead stick. The problem was that to actually smoke a cigarette, something had to make it past the filter, and it never was entirely clear what that was supposed to be. Purified smoke. Purified of what? What is the clean part of smoke? By the 1950s it was starting to become clear that all smoke is poisonous. There is no such thing as clean smoke. Cigarette smoke is just tar and nicotine and gases such as hydrogen cyanide and carbon monoxide. Take these out and you don't have much left. And no one seems to have liked the idea of inhaling empty vapors, though a kind of nicotinized steam would later be explored in some of the industry's more radical novelties of the 1980s and 1990s, Reynolds's failed Premier and Eclipse cigarettes, for example, discussed in Chapter 28. A closely related difficulty, or really the same rub restated, is that filters have never been very selective. Already by the 1930s, in fact, we find this disturbing realization at the highest ranks of the cigarette establishment. Hiram Hanmer, American Tobacco's powerful research director, wrote to one of his superiors in 1932, pointing out that while a filter could be constructed, which would absorb any desired quantity of the constituents of the smoke, this could not be done without sufficient change in character and flavor as to be readily detected and probably condemned by the habitual smoker. Hanmer then added an observation that would be key to the filter fraud of all subsequent cigarettes. The drawback of all such devices, he noted, was that they cannot be made to absorb selectively or proportionally, without the resulting smoking becoming unbalanced and unsatisfying. Philip Morris in 1958 had a blunter way of putting this. Selective filtration of particulates at least was a thermodynamic impossibility. The difficulty was that carcinogens were being found in all parts of the smoke. There was no clean part. Wacom made this explicit in 1961, confiding to his superiors that carcinogens are found in practically every class of compound of smoke. Scholars outside the industry were never let in on this disturbing little secret, that filters don't really filter, though some of the industry's sharper critics did manage to come to this same conclusion. In 1939, for example, the great Angel H. Roffo noted that tar goes wherever the smoke goes, and that it was very naive, una gran simplicidad, to believe that filtration could destroy the carcinogenic powers of cigarette tar. The AMA's 1953 report on filters came to similar conclusions, noting that when filter tips were replaced by an equivalent length of tobacco, no less tar was filtered out. Advertising Age in covering this report concluded that filter tips don't filter much, and that Kent's asbestos filter had actually been loosened in the summer and fall of 1952 to allow an easier draw, which also of course made it easier to inhale the mineral fibers. The take-home message is that the filters attached to the ends of cigarettes really aren't filters in any honest sense of the term. Toxins accumulate in the ends of such devices but are revolatilized as the cigarette continues to be smoked. Which is no different from what happens in unfiltered cigarettes. Filtered cigarettes are really no different from ordinary cigarettes, with the tobacco more or less tightly packed, making it harder or easier to obtain satisfaction. But it doesn't really matter whether this stuffing is made from ordinary tobacco or some fibrous plastic substitute, as in all present-day cigarettes. Filters prevent a smoker from smoking past a certain point on the rod, but that is hardly filtration. Filters are gimmicks, pure and simple. Tobacco manufacturers realized this in the 1930s, but the public was never told, apart from those few instances where extra-long cigarettes were advertised as having more filtering capacity, just by virtue of being longer. Axton Fisher in the mid-1940s, for example, advertised a cigarette, Fleetwood Imperials, that was supposed to provide extra filtration, by virtue of yielding smoke, filtered through more tobacco, provided of course, as the ad cautioned, you didn't smoke farther down on the butt than you would an old-size cigarette. Similar claims were made for king-size brands such as Pall Mall, which American Tobacco touted as providing extra health protection because they traveled the smoke further. On the way to your throat, fine tobacco is its own best filter. It sounds rather strange today, but king-sizing was actually one of the industry's earliest ways to make a purportedly safer cigarette, with no more truth behind this boast than claims for lights, milds, menthols, slims, naturals, or any of the industry's other gimmicks. Charcoal filters. If filters were, and a swindle, none of this prevented people, including the general public, from conjuring up creative schemes for new and improved designs. Hope springs eternal, as does Hockham. The industry's archives are full of letters from ordinary smokers announcing breakthroughs, of one sort or another, typically accompanied by an offer to share the invention, usually for a price. The American Tobacco Company received so many mailings of this sort that it opened a file titled Public Relations, Suggestions, Filter Devices, with entries dating from the early 1930s. People wrote to propose adding iodine or benzedrine to tobacco, or a carbon monoxide remover, or compounds designed to eliminate the cancer threat or cure some other ailment. Correspondents proposed methods to remove the nicotine or the bite of smoke, along with techniques by which cigarettes could be made self-extinguishing. Filters were widely regarded as gimmicks within the industry, but the 1950s health scare, and America's love for technical fixes, showed that money could be made from the illusion. And as demand soared and competition increased, innovations in filter designs continued apace, doing pretty much for human health what tail fins did for automotive performance. Cellulose acetate became the industry standard because it was cheap, but countless other materials were explored, along with untold variations on the physical arrangement of the filter's internal chamber. Grooved, crimped, and perforated filters were introduced, including filters boasting single or double barrels of various sorts. Filters sometimes combined paper and cellulose acetate, dual filtration, though laminated and honeycombed contrivances were also popular. Laurel had tested an aqua filter, and Philip Morris in 1959 tried introducing fungal spores into a filter, by opening and wetting it, hoping that the filaments created thereby might have some salubrious effect. A lot of effort went into crafting names for such devices. In 1964, for example, American Tobacco's advertisers came up with more than 20 different names for the filter that was to accompany its new Durham L brand, Fortifilter, Twin Filter, Triple Action Filter, etc. Fancy names helped cover the bluff. One of the biggest hopes in the 1960s was for filters containing activated charcoal. Charcoal was already known to attract and bind organic molecules of various sorts. Carbon atoms are chemically promiscuous, forming bonds with many other kinds of substances. Mineralogists have long torn their hair out over this, since carbon atoms will clamp onto and contaminate a mineral sample being prepared for, say, electron microscopy or X-ray diffraction. Hopes were therefore high that carbon might help sequester some of the nasty stuff from tobacco smoke, and hundreds of different kinds of designs were patented. The Buckeye Cellulose Corporation in 1963, for example, patented a filter made from beaten cellulose fibers, a hydrophobic latex, a wet-strength resin, and a surfactant containing carbon fibers. Eastman Kodak 1 year later patented a filter made from crimped cellulose acetate containing activated carbon bonded with polyvinyl alcohol and methyl cellulose. Other patents specified charcoal blended with thermoplastic polymers, citric acid, or manganese dioxide. A 1952 British patent described a powdered silica gel impregnated with chlorophyll, with activated carbon, pumice, or asbestos listed as possible substitutes for the silica. Other designs incorporated sawdust, methyl acrylate, vinyl acetate, glycol dimethacrylate, and water-insoluble detron. 3. The carbon itself was typically derived from wood of various sorts, but sources ranged from carbonized coconut fibers to charred paper. Charcoal filters hit the U.S. market in 1958, with Terratons, dual-action, charcoal plus cellulose, device. Liggett and Myers followed in 1963 with Lark, which did quite well thanks to its hoopla about low ciliotoxicity. Reynolds hoped for similar success with its charcoal filter Tempo 1 year later, which is also about when Liggett began testing a king-size charcoal filter called Devon. Philip Morris in 1964 introduced its own charcoal filter, the Galaxy, along with a charcoal-filtered cigaretto, smallish cigar, with the ascetic-sounding brand name Puritan, which need not be inhaled to be enjoyed. Charcoal filters really only became popular in Japan, however, where by contrast with other parts of the world the distinctive, carbon filter taste, actually came to be liked and, for non-menthol smokers at least, the norm. Everything good and pure and natural. Several cigarette companies toyed with the idea of using filters to transport flavorings or even soothing drugs and medications of one sort or another, recall Axton Fisher's Listerine brand from the 1930s. Filters were built to incorporate flavorants such as coumarin or menthol, or oxidizing agents such as manganese dioxide. And experiments were done to see whether filters could be used to deliver nicotine. A 1969 design led the smoke through a labyrinth with added nicotine, menthol, and sundry other unspecified medicaments. Nicotine filters, meaning filters designed to deliver nicotine, were explored as part of the industry's efforts to develop low-tar smokes that would still have enough of a kick to keep smokers hooked. Which is why Philip Morris in 1969 patented a filter containing carbon black with adsorbed nicotine. The idea was that tar could be lowered while keeping alkaloid deliveries high, a common hope for the industry and some public health authorities in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. Some filters incorporated mechanical devices or novel mineral compositions such as perlite or vermiculite. Still others involved maze-like passageways arranged to force the smoke to follow a tortuous path. Filters, of the impact type, caused the smoke to accelerate against a surface coated with carbon, and in so-called cross-flow filters smoke was made to pass through layers of a porous material arranged in concentric tubes, with activated carbon sandwiched between each layer. Thousands of patents were awarded for such devices, often drawn to look quite high-tech and intricate, like little satellites or fortifications, cf. I. G. U. R. E. 3. 1. Closing parenthesis. All of these were essentially gimmicks. A laureled brainstorming session from 1976 illustrates this willingness to market illusions. How about old gold with a new, improved, baking soda filter? It's crazy, but I thought charcoal filters sounded pretty dirty and unappetizing when I first heard about them. We don't know what effect a light sprinkling of baking soda in the filter material would have, but we know what millions of consumers would think it might have. Baking soda is associated with everything good and pure and natural, and is even compatible with the idea of oral consumption. After all, it's used for everything from baking biscuits to brushing teeth. The darker reality was that filtered cigarettes caused illness as easily as non-filtered varieties. In 1962, researchers from the Roswell Park Memorial Institute in Buffalo, New York, published evidence that tar extracts from the smoke of filtered cigarettes caused cancer in laboratory mice. This caused nary a blip on the radar of either health authorities or tobacco researchers, who by that time had realized the nature of the problem. The biggest consequence, perhaps, was that the scholar responsible for the study, Fred G. Bock, started finding it difficult to get further funding from the industry, given his willingness to admit real hazards. Toxin du jour. It would be wrong, though, to imagine that this quest for novel cigarette designs was entirely cynical. The fact is that for more than a decade most tobacco companies kept alive this elusive goal of selective filtration, hoping that if they could not make a cigarette safe they could perhaps at least make it somewhat less deadly. A common view was that whatever harm was being done could at least be lessened, by eliminating some specific constituent or careful choice of blends, or perhaps by eliminating certain pesticides or fertilizers, or finding some new and clever way to manipulate smoke chemistry. Targets here were numerous, and changed over time. Arsenic, lead, and acrylane were the big fears in the 1930s and 1940s, with benzpyrene coming under suspicion in the 1940s and 1950s. Phenols and nitrogen oxides were hot topics in the early 1960s, which is also about when cigarette designers peaked in their targeting of ciliostats like cyanide and carbon monoxide. Nitrosamines and radioactive isotopes were worries from the 1950s, with episodic cycles of rising and falling interest ever since. Cigarette manufacturers became frustrated with what was sometimes called the toxin du jour, or compound of the month, favorite refrains of Rodgman at Reynolds. But they also felt they had to keep up this half research, half charade, hoping against hope for a breakthrough. And hopes were kept alive by a never-ending stream of mini breakthroughs that, for a time at least, were touted as solving some piece of this puzzle. Marlboro's cork-tipped Selectrate filter, introduced in 1955, was supposed to remove a higher fraction of furfural than of total particulate matter. And similar claims were eventually made for benzpyrene, cyanide, phenols, and formaldehyde. Efforts of this sort intensified in the 1960s, with a rash of new patents. A 1962 patent claimed a method to remove metal carbonyls. A 1963 patent claimed to remove nitrosyls and hydrocarbonyls via chelating agents. Some of these sound improbable. A 1964 patent, for example, postulated a filter impregnated with partially dried granules of cheese, preferably Parmesan, Swiss, or Romano. 2 years later a patent proposed a filter consisting of active charcoal or clay mixed with oxides of cobalt, copper, zinc, silver, or molybdenum. We don't usually think of the National Cash Register Company as engaged with cigarettes, but in 1966 that firm proposed a filter using an encapsulating material of gelatin or gum arabic. And charcoal filters kept getting tweaked. The Pittsburgh Activated Carbon Company in 1966, for example, patented a carbon filter impregnated with monoethanolamine to aid in the removal of carbon dioxide from cigarette smoke. The same firm obtained another patent that year using activated carbon infused with copper sulfate to help reduce acetaldehydes. Other designs incorporated iron or zinc oxide or sepiolite, a clay also used for meerschaum pipes and kitty litter. A German patent of 1971 praised the virtues of granular basalt, boric acid, and sodium metasilicate, and Japan's Tobacco Monopoly Corporation patented a carbon filter coated with polyethylene glycol. Binding agents for such devices included lactose, pectin, polyethylene, polyvinyl acetate, and thermoplastic resins of various sorts. Australia's Wool Research Laboratory explored sheep's wool filters in the 1970s. All of these had problems. It was sometimes possible to reduce a particular smoke constituent, but this was always accompanied by the elevation of some other. Selective filtration was eventually recognized as a mirage. Industry scientists came to realize it wouldn't work, or at least not without making the smoke unpalatable. And since tobacco itself was recognized as just as good a filter, or rather just as bad, the whole hope for filters as a path to a safer cigarette was pretty much in disarray by the end of the 1960s. Epidemiologists a decade later would be showing, through the Framingham study, for example, that smokers of filtered cigarettes were just as likely to suffer from heart disease as smokers of non-filtered cigarettes. Why, then, were filters so popular? Why did the industry start selling them? And how did they become the sine qua non of smoking? Filters were put onto the ends of cigarettes for three principal reasons: to lower the cost of manufacturing, to keep tobacco bits from entering the mouths of smokers, and to lure people into thinking that brand alpha, beta, or gamma was somehow safer. These are the real reasons cigarettes have filters, which is also why a number of critics have called for banning them. Filters are major polluters, cluttering beaches, sidewalks, and urinals throughout the world. And since they don't really do what they are supposed to do, why not just ban them? Tom Novotny at San Diego State University has launched such a campaign, stressing that filters are one of the world's single largest sources of trash, measured in terms of number of pieces. Most of the 6 trillion cigarettes smoked every year have such attachments, and trillions end up on beaches and roadways, clogging sewers and the gullets of beach birds. 1 million tons of butts are discarded every year. And if tobacco does just as good, or bad, a job at filtering, why not just eliminate them altogether? Filters are fraudulent. Filters are frauds, a deception built into the fabric of the cigarette. Smokers have been led to believe that bad stuff is being removed, but the fact is that filters really just make it slightly harder to smoke, and even that depends on how tightly they are packed. Cigarette manufacturers can allow as much or as little smoke through a filter as they like, simply by changing its density. Of course, smokers won't buy a cigarette they feel is too difficult to inhale. That's why easy on the draw became such a selling point. You didn't want to have to be a vacuum pump to get your nicotine fix. The flip side, though, is that filters were made so loose as to be worthless. Filters that let a lot of smoke pass, meaning all of them, really aren't filters in any sense of the term. They're more like smoke speed bumps, and they don't seem to have done anything to reduce health harms. An alcohol analogy is apt. Imagine yourself as a reforming alcoholic, and trying to reduce your intake by running your Jack Daniels through a series of fine mesh screens before you chug it down. Cigarette filters do about as much, or as little, good. Or think about drinking through straws of different diameters. Filters are basically like drinking through a somewhat thinner straw. You have to suck a bit harder, but you end up getting the same satisfaction. Tobacco industry researchers recognized this as early as 1952, when Liggett and Myers's research chief, Frederick R. Darkis, noted the findings of Arthur D. Little, working with the company on filter technology, that the filters in use at present do not really take anything out of the cigarette. Researchers at Augusta shortly thereafter concluded that filters just reduced the particle size of smoke while also increasing the volume of vapor phase poisons. And by offering up an illusion of safety, smokers who might otherwise have quit have been led to keep on smoking. Filters haven't made smoking any safer, which is why cigarettes still cause about 1 death per million sticks smoked. One thing that has changed since the 1920s, though, is the amount of tobacco in any given cigarette. Cigarettes today contain only about half the tobacco contained in popular brands from the 1920s, which means that on a per gram basis cigarettes today are nearly twice as deadly. That is largely because, as we shall see in a moment, cigarettes today are smoked more intensively than cigarettes in the past. Which means that all cigarette makers have really managed to do is to extract more death from every gram of tobacco they put into their products. 20. The grand fraud of ventilation. We must in the near future provide some answers which will give smokers a psychological crutch and a self-rationale to continue smoking. George Weissman, Director of Marketing, to Philip Morris CEO Joseph Cullman III, on how to respond to the Surgeon General's report of 1964. Chief among the things keeping the filter craze going was that it helped sell cigarettes. Many smokers had started worrying about their health, especially after the grim and widely publicized epidemiology and animal experiments of the early 1950s and increasingly after the Surgeon General's report of 1964. The tobacco industry realized that people were willing to switch to filters as seemingly safer, and did nothing to dissuade them from this myth. Indeed, they were its chief architects, championing filters as cleaner, more effective, or even miraculous. The companies were happy to attach such contraptions onto their products, for three principal reasons. 1. Filter materials were cheaper than tobacco, which meant that filtered cigarettes could be manufactured at a lower cost than regulars. 2. Filters served sort of like cigarette holders, the chief virtue of which was to keep little bits of tobacco from coming off in your mouth, and 3. Filters offered the illusion of a safer cigarette, helping the companies to move product while also creating the impression they were honestly taking steps to address the health problem. All this required some fancy dancing, however, since the industry's bluster was that smoking had never been proven to cause any kind of harm. Hence this puzzle, at least for the outside world, why, if there was no genuine evidence of harm, was such a fuss being made about filters? If there was really nothing bad in smoke, then what exactly was being filtered out? No one ever said directly, though oblique hints were often dropped. Kent's was said to remove harshness and bite, while L&M's was supposed to filter out the heavy particles, leaving you a light and mild smoke. Other brands were touted as lowering the tar, nicotine, gas, or nitrogenous compounds. The companies rarely went into specifics, preferring instead simply to intimate that filters were the sensible choice, or just what the doctor ordered. Brown and Williamson ads featured endorsements by fictional astronomers, engineers, scientists, judges, and other idealized eminence, all hawking Viceroy as the thinking man's filter. Medico machismo. It is important to appreciate that some within the industry were honest, albeit naive, in hoping that some kind of magic bullet might be found to knock out or neutralize the carcinogens in smoke. In the 1950s and 1960s, great hopes were held out for this ideal of selective filtration, that some Einstein of cigarette design might somehow manage to come up with some new miracle filter, allowing the bad in smoke to be cut out while letting the good pass through. And while nothing heroic was ever found, tiny steps were taken accompanied by the company's PR trumpets. Lorillard in 1962, for example, claimed that the plasticizers it was adding to filters had enabled it to eliminate many of the phenols in cigarette smoke, prompting other manufacturers to start using similar compounds. BAT in 1965 was hard at work on designs incorporating a polyethylene-treated filter, selective for tar relative to nicotine, hoping to keep nicotine levels high while lowering tar. Great claims were also made for carbon and charcoal granules and other sciencey pseudo-breakthroughs. There really was this quick fix, magic bullet notion, prompted by the examples of penicillin and petrochemical pesticides and the triumphs of military science from the Second World War. Cars and rockets and medical diagnostics were improving, so why not cigarettes? The 1950s were a time of confidence in the power of science to solve human problems, and the examples of jet engines, radar, rocketry, vaccines, antibiotics, and the newly harnessed powers of the atom led to hopes that here, too, technology might come to the rescue. The popular magazine Science and Mechanics as late as April 1968 hailed a new tobacco additive, chemisol, a mix of citric acid and deuterium oxide, as ushering in a new age of cancer-proof smoking. The violent controversy over smoking and health promises to be ended soon. S&M has learned exclusively of a new chemical compound that takes all the risk out of smoking. It has just been perfected, after 2 years of concentrated experimentation. In terms of possible health hazards, it provided foolproof safety for smokers of cigarettes, cigars and pipes. There has been nothing like it before in the history of scientific tobacco research. By combining chemisol mixed tobacco with an activated carbon filter, the ultimate in safe smoking is already within the public's grasp. All that remains is for someone to manufacture and market the product commercially. When this happens, an estimated 90 million smokers in the United States alone, not to mention those many millions more in other countries around the world, will be able to light up without a loss of flavor. And without fear. Hopes were also voiced that even if cigarettes might be causing cancer, advances in medical science would soon be curing it. Not everyone was so naive, of course, but we do find this perception that cancer was not such a big deal, or perhaps only an affliction of the constitutionally weak. Hints of this medico-machismo can be found in the popularity of self-experimentation in the labs of the tobacco companies. In June of 1948, for example, the American Tobacco Company had its entire research staff, including Hanmer, Haag, and Larsen, breathe vapors containing purified smoke constituents to determine tolerance thresholds. Lucky Strike employees inhaled progressively higher concentrations of acetic acid, nicotine, ammonia, acetaldehyde, and formic acid until a certain threshold concentration for consistently producing irritation had been determined. The goal was to study the irritative quality of such compounds under conditions resembling actual smoking, but some enthusiasts went quite a bit further. Cornelius Rhodes, director of the Sloan Kettering Institute and a close American tobacco confidant, volunteered to have his own back painted with tobacco tar by Winder to see whether tumors would develop. An allergic reaction apparently cut the experiment short. Such proposals are not common, but they do capture in microcosm the era's oddly macho spirit of self-sacrifice, both for science and for one's corporate sponsor. And some sense of the perceived triviality of cancer, or at least an overconfidence in cures. Recall John Wayne's braggadocio about how he would beat the big C. He didn't. Tobacco company employees were often called on to test new cigar or cigarette designs, and in one such series from 1968 several members of American Tobacco's research staff ended up smoking cigars that had been irradiated by a cobalt-60 source to test this as a means of controlling mold without sacrificing taste. FUMOLOUCO. We saw in the last chapter how hard it was, if not impossible, to design a filter that would cut out, say, benzpyrene or phenols or aldehydes while leaving only pure, healthy smoke. Cigarette smoke turns out to be so viciously complex that effective filtration is virtually impossible, at least on the scale of a cigarette. Failure was in a sense predetermined, given what it means to actually smoke a cigarette. Recall again what happens when you light up a Camel or a Marlboro or a Mild 7. You begin by touching a sulfur match or petroleum flame to the end, while oxygen from the surrounding air is pulled, by suction, through the rod to get the thing burning. Following ignition, the smoker draws further on the cigarette, pulling smoke through the tobacco column and into his or her mouth. Nicotine molecules, about 50 to 150 micrograms per puff, start wafting against nerves at the back of the throat, causing an initial throat catch, or throat kick, sensed by the brain within a matter of seconds. Smoke in the mouth is then combined with a larger volume of external air, which is then quickly inhaled into the lungs and transferred by the blood to the brain, creating the nicotine rush that tobacco makers pretty up as satisfaction. More honest would be temporary relief from the withdrawal symptoms of nicotine addiction. Recall also the constitution of the cigarette itself, which is not just chopped leaf with a paper wrap and filter plug. Cured tobacco leaf accounts for only about 2/3 of the mass of a typical cigarette, with the rest being flavorings, moisteners, and the paper-like reconstituted tobacco sheet known as Recon or G7, up to 30% by weight, along with diverse sugars and burn accelerants. Plus of course the filter, the paper, and whatever inks may be printed thereupon and glues holding the whole together. Flavorings, including anesthetics like menthol and various pack aromatics, account for a significant fraction of a cigarette's heft, typically about 4%. Burning turns this all into a complex thermodynamic brew that transmogrifies over time as the hot, newly generated smoke is pulled through the intact portion of the rod. This boils and/or burns the remaining filler, while also transforming it into thousands of different chemicals, some short-lived, some more enduring. Part of this moist, gassy, half-combusted load is then dropped into your mouth. Nicotine is a small molecule and migrates easily through thin mucus layers, but most moves on into the catacombs of your lungs, where the tar spray paints onto the cells lining the interior of that organ. Much of this crud is retained in the lungs, which actually function as tolerably good filters. Hermann Druckery in Germany in the 1950s showed that much of the smoke stays in the chest, as indicated by its lowered fluorescence after passage through the lungs. Filters by some tests lowered inhaled tar and nicotine, but usually only if the pressure drop from mouth suction was held constant, a big if. Cigarettes could be made to deliver arbitrarily low levels of tar and nicotine simply by tightening the filters, packing them more densely, but the companies quickly found that smokers would not buy cigarettes on which they had to suck too hard to obtain satisfaction. So the question became, how can machine-measured yields be lowered without making filters so tight that people have to suck like a pump to savor their chosen brand? One solution was to lower tars as much as possible while maintaining a high nicotine delivery. Lose the cancer, keep the addiction, satisfaction. Some early proposals were radical in this regard. In 1958, for example, a Philip Morris scientist wrote to his research director that since evidence is building up that heavy cigarette smoking contributes to lung cancer, the company should explore an all-synthetic aerosol to replace tobacco smoke. An aerosol of this sort might contain nicotine but no tobacco tars. Filter designs were also explored that would trap certain particles while permitting evolution of nicotine off the filter surface back into the mainstream smoke. Many other techniques were used to create low tar, high impact, i.e., high nicotine, cigarettes, including genetic engineering. Brown and Williamson in the 1980s, for example, collaborated with a California biotech firm, DNA Plant Technology, to develop a strain of genetically modified tobacco plants containing twice the nicotine of ordinary tobacco. Code-named Y1, these high-nicotine plants were clandestinely grown in Brazil to hide them from the prying eyes of U.S. public health authorities. Local farmers called it fumo luco, crazy tobacco, for its large size and high nicotine content. Brown and Williamson would later deny having grown tobacco of this sort, which caused the company all kinds of grief when documents were uncovered showing that by 1990 it had 2 million pounds of the stuff ready for consumer testing. FDA chief David Kessler and his staff discovered the intrigue in the mid-1990s, prompting federal prosecutors to charge the company's supplier, DNA Plant Technology, with having conspired to smuggle tobacco seeds out of the country. The scandal also helped convince federal authorities that cigarette makers were manipulating the nicotine content of tobacco to keep smokers hooked. Brown and Williamson's high nicotine Y1 scheme has attracted its justifiable share of scorn, but the company was certainly not alone in trying to develop high nicotine tobaccos. Imperial Tobacco in 1985, for example, had a project to develop a Canadian high nicotine tobacco to enable more blending flexibility in developing recipes with low tar to nicotine ratios. This was the company's Project TO576, part of its broader leaf agrology program. R.J.R. MacDonald, Reynolds's Canadian affiliate, also tried to breed high nicotine plants, and for similar reasons. The public is often shocked by such revelations, but the fact is that high nicotine plants were sought as part of this broader effort to lower tar to nicotine ratios. The idea was that smokers would not have to smoke so much to obtain a given level of satisfaction, meaning less inhaled tar per unit dose of nicotine. Of course, there are other ways to think about this. High nicotine cigarettes might mean the companies could put less tobacco into a cigarette to deliver the same level of satisfaction, saving on manufacturing costs. Or still less charitably, smokers could still be kept hooked, even if they ended up smoking less. For these and other reasons, Elevating nicotine to tar ratios became a priority of industry research in the 1970s and 1980s, by which time the companies were clearly thinking of themselves as drug manufacturers, offering nicotine to smokers, in attractive, useful form. 7. Foul, rotten rubber. A major problem with this high nicotine, low tar approach, however, was that people don't seem to like high nicotine cigarettes. A 1965 study at Batt's Southampton laboratories showed that while it was not hard to elevate the extractable nicotine in cigarettes, panelists smoking such cigarettes seemed to hit a barrier at about 1 mg extractable nicotine, which they were loath to exceed. Philip Morris's Project Kick failed on precisely these grounds. The goal had been to produce a high nicotine cigarette for Europe, but panel tests found that the cigarette made smokers feel ill. Nicotine is a potent drug, and dosages above a certain level, especially when inhaled, are difficult to tolerate. And not very tasty. When smoked alone, the alkaloid has flavor notes, akin to those of burning rubber. Foul, rotten rubber, is how one Reynolds document describes it. That is one reason cigarettes are juiced up with so many different chemical flavorants. You want to cover up this nasty nicotine taste. That is also why it is almost impossible to overdose on cigarettes. By smoking them at any rate, you can only smoke so fast, and nicotine inhalation above a certain rate is quite difficult to stomach. The interesting contrast here is with opium or heroin, on which one can easily overdose, especially when injected. If nicotine were injected or ingested rather than inhaled, we would no doubt have many more fatal overdosings. Acute toxicity can and does result when babies swallow a cigarette. It happens more often than you might think. Or when tobacco workers handle the leaf improperly, green tobacco sickness, or when smoking contests get out of hand, think college parties. But none of these are very common, at least not when compared to more familiar harms from smoking. A different approach has been to add certain chemicals or physical agents to the paper or the leaf, to help reduce either tar as a whole or specific carcinogens contained therein. Hundreds of different preparations have been tried, from aluminum oxide to various carbon fibers, precious metal catalysts, burn accelerants or retardants, even vitamins, chlorophyll, hemoglobin, and the previously mentioned chemisol and Parmesan cheese. Chemical accelerants were added to make the cigarette burn faster, which was really just another version of the less tobacco cheat. The companies knew that if smokers could get only 7 or 8 puffs out of a cigarette, rather than the traditional 10 or 11, the robot tar and nicotine numbers would be reduced accordingly. Eliminating cancer-causing agents from cigarette smoke was intrinsically difficult, however, since smoke is not like polluted water, which can be filtered or distilled and come out clean. The whole point of smoking is to inhale smoke, which by its very nature is dirty. Smoke, to repeat, cannot be purified. There is no such thing as clean smoke. Of course, it is plausible that certain constituents will be more dangerous than others, and the industry has looked for ways to reduce some of these fouler components, chiefly polycyclics such as benzpyrene, ciliostats such as cyanide or nitric oxide, metals and metalloids such as cadmium, nickel, and arsenic, aldehydes such as formaldehyde, alpha-emitting polonium, or co-carcinogenic phenols or tobacco-specific nitrosamines. Efforts in this direction almost always ran afoul of the fact that blocking one kind of poison meant allowing some other kind to pass. Some of the tar could be blocked, for example, but this would generate more carbon monoxide. Benzpyrene might be eliminated, but this might require addition of questionable nitrates or yield irritants of some other sort, like phenols. Filtration turned out to be a messy many-body problem of near-infinite complexity, quite apart from consumer acceptance. You could always make a cigarette deliver so little satisfaction that nobody would want to smoke it. That, again, was the experience with many early filters, which started off too tight and were later loosened to prevent rejection. That is also why filters were often regarded within the industry as gimmicks and why perceptions were so often in the sights of marketeers. In 1962, for example, At a conference at BAT's Southampton laboratories, researchers from the firm's far-flung foreign offices discussed a plan by Sir Charles Ellis to launch a research facility at Harrogate to test the biological activity, cancer-causing capacity, of different kinds of smoke. Robert M. Gibb of BAT Canada noted that the industry had been frustrated by having to produce gimmick cigarette designs of one sort or another. The industry needed some means of knowing, not what the facts were but what people thought the facts were, with regard to filters. Explaining how to sell a gimmick, i.e., filters, Gibb asserted that in Canada at least, you stated what you thought people wanted to be told, and you made money by doing so. BAT in this instance was worried mainly about the threat posed by Laurelid's announcement of a filter claimed to have successfully reduced phenols in cigarette smoke. Winder had been making a fuss about phenols since 1960 and had proposed adding catalysts to speed up the destruction by combustion. Laurelid was the first to respond and by the end of that year was advertising a filter said to be capable of substantially reducing phenols, catching the other manufacturers off guard. The phenol crisis was not that smokers were inhaling phenols. That had been known since the 19th century, when the stuff was known as carbolic acid. Physicians had also used it as an antiseptic and an embalming fluid, and Helmut Wakeham at Philip Morris commented on its presence in Lifebuoy soap, Scotch whiskey, and hospital disinfectants. The crisis was that a competitor was claiming to have found a way to remove phenol from its cigarettes, violating the gentleman's agreement not to go it alone on tobacco and health. Industry leaders had quietly agreed since the mid-1950s not to make health claims but also to share whatever breakthroughs might come in this realm. The response from the other companies was textbook tobacco misanthropy. Not, my God, we're poisoning our customers. But rather, in effect, my God, Laurelid is going to capture part of our market. BAT worried that challenges of this sort would keep popping up, and the organizer of this meeting, Sir Charles Ellis, BAT's chief scientist, asked his colleagues to ponder what other crises might be looming on the horizon. W.W. Reid of Australia's Wills Tobacco Company guessed it might be volatile acids or irritant aldehydes and ketones. Ellis also speculated that phenols had been highlighted simply because Laurelid had not found a way to remove any of the many other poisons known to be in smoke. Fraud on top of fraud. Failing at filtration didn't mean much to the companies, however, since the real goal was reassurance, which turned out to be a great success. Half of all cigarettes sold in the United States by 1960 had filter tips, a percentage that would continue to climb for decades thereafter, as more and more smokers came to perceive a threat. Competition also increased to deliver ever lower levels of tar and nicotine, as measured on the industry's automatic smoking machines. The Germans had developed such machines in the 1920s, and researchers working for the American Tobacco Company had perfected them in the 1930s. Once every 60 seconds the machines would take a fixed 35 milliliter puff of 2 seconds duration, smoking the cigarette down to some preordained butt length, originally 30 millimeters and later fixed at 23. Nicotine would then be extracted from the condensed smoke, tar, and weighed, whence tar and nicotine numbers. Some at least within the companies also knew, however, that the tar and nicotine numbers produced by such tests were not reliable indicators of how much smokers would actually inhale. Smokers would smoke a cigarette more or less intensively, delivering higher or lower quantities of tar and nicotine. So long as people failed to recognize this fact and fixated on the misleading numbers produced by smoking machines, an opportunity presented itself to game the system, as we find in the brilliant trick of ventilation. To understand ventilation, the punching of tiny holes around the mouthpiece of a cigarette to dilute the smoke stream, we must recognize that there are only so many ways to reduce the tar, nicotine, or gas produced by a cigarette. Nicotine is basically a no-brainer, since the alkaloid is easily removed simply by soaking the tobacco in water or by steam treatments of various sorts. Philip Morris in 1961 had two chief means by which nicotine could be removed: the Rosenthal process, which involved reacting nicotine with a gaseous compound such as ethyl bromide or chloride, and the company's own selective extraction method, by which the nicotine in a blend could be reduced to only 10% of its original value. Cigarettes were sometimes also redesigned for having too little nicotine, typically by altering the blend. In 1978, for example, Philip Morris redesigned its Brunette Extra when an early production run found the nicotine delivery to be 20% too low. Nicotine content is easily altered by choice of leaf blend. A Burley blend might contain 5.20% nicotine, for example, whereas an Oriental blend might have only 0.86%, usually measured to within 2 decimal places. Alkaloid content can also vary according to the conditions under which the plants are grown. Hot and dry weather increases the nicotine, for example, whereas heavy fertilizing tends to reduce it. Position on the stalk also matters. The upper leaves are the most potent, as does when the leaf is picked, and so forth. 1. Cigarette manufacturers have long realized that nicotine-free cigarettes won't sell. However, so rarely has there been much of a push to lower nicotine below what was sometimes called the weaning point. Philip Morris's next brand is the most important exception. The company developed this 97% nicotine-free cigarette in the late 1980s, using supercritical fluid extraction technology, at a cost of around $300 million. The cigarette was a monumental flop. Tar, however, is a different story. Cigarette makers have never been too happy about the fact that tobacco tars accumulate in smokers' lungs. We're already seeing, though, how limited the options were to do anything about this. To reduce machine-measured tar, you can basically put less tobacco in the rod, or hasten its burn rate, or stuff the cigarette up with a super-tight filter, but none of these really work, if by work, we mean lowering the actual amount of junk delivered into your lungs. Gimmicks of this sort are easily defeated, since smokers can smoke a low-tar cigarette and get a high-tar delivery, simply by pulling harder on the rod or inhaling more deeply or taking larger puffs or smoking farther down on the butt or holding the smoke longer or smoking more cigarettes, and so forth. Tobacco manufacturers certainly could have made cigarettes less deadly, by raising smoke pH back above 8, for example, which would have turned cigarettes back into little cigars, but why bother when you could make people think they were getting a safer cigarette simply by tinkering with the tips? It may not seem like much, but ventilation is arguably the principal design fraud of modern cigarettes, in contrast to flue curing, which is the principal design flaw. Highly ventilated cigarettes deliver low levels of tar when smoked on a smoking robot, but humans are able to smoke such cigarettes in ways that deliver far more tar and nicotine, by an order of magnitude. Because unlike the machines, most human smokers are addicted and crave a certain level of nicotine. Humans are also able to defeat the tricks used to ventilate cigarettes, notably by covering the holes punched for this purpose, allowing them to extract higher levels of tar and nicotine than what is advertised on the pack. Ventilation is the chief means by which light cigarettes have been made light, ditto for ultralight, but smokers are able to extract as much tar and nicotine from ventilated as from regular cigarettes by the compensation mechanisms mentioned above. The first published evidence emerged in 1980, but the industry knew about this quite some time earlier while continuing to advertise such products as safer. Which is why ventilation must be regarded as a deceit built knowingly into the cigarette, deceit by design. Ventilated cigarettes, meaning virtually all modern cigarettes, perpetrate a fraud on unsuspecting consumers, who are not likely to know that cigarettes advertised as low tars are no less deadly. Ventilation, also known as air dilution or shunting, is really nothing new in cigarettes. An early form of the art was popular in vintage cigarette holders, which often came with holes in their sides to cool the smoke or let it breathe. The idea had a medical rationale even in the 19th century, since one common theory was that heat from the smoke of a pipe might be what was causing all those cancers of the lip and throat. Perforated holders were imagined as helping to cool the smoke, rendering it less harmful. By the end of the 19th century, patents were being filed for cigarettes with tiny holes punched in the tips, claimed both to improve the quality of the burn and to help prevent disease. 1. Heat turns out not to be much of a factor in cigarette carcinogenesis, but interest in ventilation continued into the 1930s, principally as a consideration in how to keep a cigarette lit. Laurelid researchers in 1933, for example, cautioned that cigarette paper had to be porous to prevent a cigarette from going out between puffs. Keeping a cigarette lit was most often addressed as a matter of smoking convenience, but the methods used, adding oxidizing agents, for example, also made it easier for cigarettes to cause fires. Hundreds of thousands of fire deaths globally are one consequence of this convenience. Spontaneous human combustion is probably also largely an artifact of the cigarette epidemic. Accounts of people burning from no apparent cause multiplied toward the end of the 19th century, when cigarettes were becoming fashionable. People were probably falling asleep while smoking, perhaps while overcome with alcohol, and bodily fats could keep the flames alive for long enough to consume large portions of the body. Ventilation was sometimes also seen as helping to eliminate certain poisons from cigarette smoke. The American Tobacco Company in the 1930s did a series of experiments to determine how paper porosity influenced tobacco combustion, with the idea being that porous paper might help to eliminate some of the harmful aldehydes known to be in smoke. Hiram Hanmer in 1933 proposed yet another potential use, noting that cigarette paper modified towards greater porosity would produce a dilution of the smoke with air, increasing the mildness of lucky strikes. Diluting the smoke in this manner would mean that a single puff would not contain as great a concentration of the normal components of the smoke. Hanmer wasn't sure whether this would ever prove practical, given that the sensation of smoking might be altered. Similar doubts were raised by Clarence W. Lieb, his Manhattan medical confidant, who believed that paper porosity would adversely affect smoke composition, to a surprising extent. Porosity by this time, the 1930s, was one of about a dozen physical features of cigarette paper routinely manipulated by cigarette designers, along with thickness, width, weight, whiteness, burn rate, tensile strength, stretch, opacity, texture, spots, pinholes, and a couple of others. Porosity was measured and adjusted, primarily to ensure a proper rate of burn, so that smokers would have an even and pleasant draw. Reducing tar and nicotine was not yet given much thought, because there wasn't yet much demand for safer cigarettes. Paper porosity comes to be more intensively studied and manipulated following the cancer scare of the 1950s. Cost was clearly one concern, since porous paper tends to be lighter and therefore cheaper, pound for pound, than heavier varieties. Use of lightweight paper also meant that smokers would burn and inhale less smoke than they would from a heavier paper. Some people at this time still thought that cigarette paper might be causing cancer, and there was this hope that if the quantity of paper smoked could be reduced, cigarettes might be made less deadly. The idea also made sense to those who realized that cigar smokers don't suffer much from lung cancer. Cigars are not wrapped in paper, though the lesser lung cancer burden, as we now know, and must have been known to the industry in the 1950s, stems not so much from how they are wrapped but rather from differences in smoke pH and therefore inhalability. With its high pH, about 8+, cigar smoke is usually too harsh, too alkaline, to inhale. Reynolds was one of the first companies to boast of using highly porous cigarette paper. An ad campaign from 1959 claimed that Salem's had this revolutionary, new feature, described as an amazing and exclusive cigarette paper. High porosity paper was said to allow the smoke to breathe and to freshen and soften every puff. Salem cigarettes were supposed to be springtime fresh, with the implication that smoke through such a filter could be cleaner even than ordinary air. Other companies were quick to jump on this bandwagon. Laurel had heralded the ocean breeze freshness yielded by Newport's super porous micropore paper, and Liggett that same year, 1960, boosted its Chesterfield Kings as having air softened mildness as a result of special porous paper, yielding a cooler, smoother smoke that's mild. Paper cannot be made arbitrarily porous, however, without compromising its strength. Which is one reason other ways were sought to allow fresh air to dilute cigarette smoke, including ventilation by means of tiny slits punched around the filter tip. Pinpricks and laser slits. Slit ventilation starts off innocently enough, as simply one among many cigarette gimmicks. The theory was simple. Tiny holes punched in the sides of the cigarette, toward the mouth end, would allow fresh air to mix with the mainstream smoke, lessening its toxic concentrations. Toxic chemicals are still produced, but in theory some fraction of these will not be inhaled, not by the smoker at any rate, but rather released as sidestream smoke. Early versions date from the 19th century. I have mentioned cigarette holders, but holes were sometimes also cut into the sides of cigarettes, both to allow an influx of air and to expel or dilute poisons. A patent awarded to a New York inventor by the name of Edward M. Harris in 1890, for example, proposed a cigarette with about 100 pinprick holes distributed evenly throughout the paper, a design intended to aid in the outflux of subtle, injurious, and poisonous vapors from the burning tobacco. These were vapors that, if inhaled persistently, would be harmful to the throat, sometimes causing cancer, or even heart failure. Harris's punctured or perforated wrapper was designed to deprive cigarettes of the baneful effects and render them innocuous, by allowing fresh air to commingle with the tobacco smoke during its passage through the cigarette, while also allowing egress to any subtle vapors, such as the oils of creosote and the powerful alkaline, nicotine. In these early years, ventilation wasn't yet so different from paper porosity or even the use of a cigarette holder. American Tobacco's chief chemist in 1927 rejected one such proposal by noting that holes punched in the sides of a cigarette would do little to change smoke deliveries. The effect would be the same as using a perforated cigarette holder and would simply cause the smoker to draw harder in order to get the amount of smoke he desires. The company also realized that you could achieve the same effect, diluting the smoke, just by putting less tobacco in the rod. Ventilation was not really taken seriously until the 1950s and 1960s, when tobacco makers revived a specific type of hole punching to reduce apparent tar and nicotine yields, this time knowing full well that the trick did little or nothing to reduce hazards. Philip Morris in 1949, for example, began contracting with outside laboratories to explore the ventilation principle as a means to dilute inhaled cigarette smoke. A 1955 report by the same company mentions experiments showing a 46% reduction in total smoke solids from 3 pinholes punched near the mouth end of the cigarette. Smoke could be seen escaping from these, rather large, holes between puffs, so new ways were explored to produce a greater number of smaller holes, using a spark charge delivered by a Tesla coil. Spark puncturing of paper was costly, however, and Philip Morris for a time shifted to the Augusta Paper Corporation's method of mechanical perforation. Augusta's machines were able to produce 800 holes per linear cigarette inch, with each hole being the size of a tiny elongated pinprick, 0.007 times 0.020 inches. Philip Morris experimented with other designs but quickly realized that cigarettes allowing too much influx of air would frustrate smokers trying to get their nicotine fix. A low resistance to draw forced smokers to pull a huge volume of air into their lungs to get a satisfying quantity of smoke, as air whooshed in from all these holes. An added problem was that cigarettes introducing more than about 65% bypass air were difficult to light, since not enough oxygen was being drawn into the ignition point. Philip Morris explored the pros and cons of different arrangements, deciding that holes placed near the mouth end of the cigarette would produce the most uniform smoke. Holes punched all along the rod tended to exacerbate the fact that the first puffs on a cigarette are also the weakest. The technology was also appealing because it reduced machine-measured smoke solids, up to 35%, while reducing nicotine by a substantially lower margin, 12%. A number of different machines were introduced in the 195 OS to produce such slits, and by the end of the decade several of the majors were slitting their cigarettes. Spud Cigarettes, Philip Morris, in 1958 had air vent perforations near the filter tip, and Laurelid had its air-conditioned spring brand. By 1960 other ventilated brands in the United States included American Tobacco's Riviera, Brown & Williamson's Life, Philip Morris's Alpine, and Liggett & Myers' Duke. None of these early ventilated brands made much of a splash. British manufacturers actually ridiculed the process, commenting, in private correspondence, that similar ideas had been put forward 4 decades earlier in a children's encyclopedia. They don't seem to have known about Harris's patent. Laurelid's much ballyhooed spark ventilation, they regarded as typical of the Americans' ability to make the most of very little, and the height of advertising prowess. Looking today at Laurelid's actual ads leads one to think this a case of British understatement. Laurelid had announced its air-conditioned cigarette in a 1,000-word full-page spread in the New York Times, effusing over an amazing electronic process that ventilates spring through microscopic windows. More important than Britain's ridicule, however, is the fact that cigarette manufacturers already knew that the promise of dramatically lower tar and nicotine yields was not entirely honest, given how smokers would actually smoke such cigarettes. One prompt for this private confession came in 1959, when a physician at London's prestigious University College Medical School, C.N. Smith, published a letter in the British Medical Journal claiming that ventilation holes could make cigarettes less dangerous. The theory was that ventilation would reduce the temperature of the burn and redistillation, thereby cooling and reducing the quantity of smoke reaching the smoker. Herbert R. Bentley at Imperial Tobacco summarized and commented on Smith's paper for his superiors, noting that this dilution effect would be achieved only if the smoker does not compensate for the increased dilution by taking a larger puff than he would with a standard cigarette in order to draw into his mouth the amount of smoke to which he is instinctively accustomed. In the manufacturer's opinion, most smokers would in fact tend to do this. Bentley's admission of the reality of compensation, most smokers would in fact tend to do this, is significant, revealing that prior even to its widespread incorporation into cigarette designs, ventilation was regarded as not likely to have any real effect in reducing deliveries. Cigarette manufacturers knew this already in the 195 OS. Witness Parmel's comment that smokers tend to pull harder on filtered cigarettes to compensate for the large proportion of smoke removed, which is long before most people in the outside world knew that one of the chief means by which cigarette tars would be lowered was dishonest. The big push for ventilation doesn't come until 1964, however, when the U.S. Surgeon General's report prompted the beginning of the end for ubiquitous smoking. America's year of per capita peak cigarettes was 1963, with consumption topping out at about 4,345 sticks for every man, woman, and child. Total consumption wouldn't peak until 1982, when some 630 billion cigarettes were smoked. The American Tobacco Company launched its super low-tar Carlton brand on January 4, 1964. Carltons had been in the works for quite some time, but with the expectation of new health fears from the Surgeon General's report, a decision was made to rush the new brand into production. The hope was to exploit the cancer scare, again turning lemons into lemonade. Carltons were advertised as using a high-porosity paper, which, when combined with a charcoal filter and precision air vents, produced a smoke quite low in tar, as measured on an automatic smoking machine. We have to keep this crucial caveat in mind. Carlton was one of the first successful, hi-fi, high-filtration brands. A heavy promotion schedule helped, of course, but the new brand was also aided by endorsements even by scientists outside the industry, who argued that if you were going to smoke you should at least choose a low-tar brand. Joe Gorey, deputy director of the National Cancer Institute's Division of Cancer Cause and Prevention, claimed as late as 1976, and indeed for some time thereafter, that most people could smoke 20 or more Carlton-type cigarettes per day with virtually no elevated risk from disease. Statements such as this earned him the enmity of consumer advocates but a big reward from the industry. Gorey in 1980 left the NCI for an executive position at the Franklin Institute in Chase, Maryland, buoyed by a $400,000 endowment from Brown and Williamson and cozy financial ties to the Tobacco Institute. The next popular high-filtration brand was True, a cigarette introduced by Lorillard in 1966. True also used ventilation to achieve low apparent deliveries. Ventilated cigarettes by this time were being called hi-fi cigarettes, playing off the stereo craze, though there really wasn't much by way of filtration going on. One might as well have said that adding water to fruit juice filters it. Ventilation was really just a form of dilution, which is desirable only if less of the total product is consumed. And dilution was easily overcome by compensation. Here the analogy with fruit juice breaks down. You might well lower your intake of juice by diluting it, since your stomach gets full. Diluting smoke with ordinary air does not fill you up, however, because smokers are addicted and cannot satisfy that craving without inhaling a specific dose of nicotine. Cigarette makers knew about compensation, but they also knew that hi-fi cigarettes often produced exceptionally high levels of vapor phase chemicals, gas, such as carbon monoxide. Bottom line, tobacco manufacturers knew that the safety offered by highly ventilated, hi-fizz, was an illusion. Carltons and Trues were made using new techniques for rapid cigarette slitting, techniques quickly picked up and imitated by other companies hoping to capitalize on the low tar craze. And so by the 1970s most cigarette manufacturers had begun using ventilation to lower apparent tar and nicotine deliveries. True was Lorillard's most important low-tar brand, but every company explored and implemented ventilation. Indeed, by the early 1980s an estimated 80% of American cigarettes were ventilated. Demands of this sort prompted cigarette machine makers to increase the rate at which they could crank out slit filter cigarettes. The Horny Company of Hamburg perfected a device using needle blades, and Morelands of London developed a method, in 1973, using lasers. Needle blades were notoriously finicky, however, so Horny developed its own improved method of punching holes using lasers, which required no physical contact with the cigarette. Electric spark perforation was also improved, and some paper companies specialized in preperforated paper. Speed was key, and some machines used by Philip Morris could perforate cigarette paper at the rate of 5,000 linear feet per minute. There were of course other means to lower tar and nicotine yields. I've mentioned the move to put less tobacco in any given cigarette, mainly by using puffed or expanded tobacco or by reducing the diameter of the rod or mixing in non-burnables like glass, ceramics, or inert chalk-like materials of one sort or another. Another trick involved increasing the combustion rate of the tobacco by adding chemical accelerants such as sodium or potassium citrate, which would basically burn up the cigarette so fast you'd have less time to inhale its smoke, with increased deaths from fires a pesky side effect. Reconstituted tobacco sheet was also used for this purpose. Nicotine was extracted in the course of its manufacture, so low nicotine sheet could be used to manipulate final yields. All these methods and more were put in place and helped to reduce machine-measured yields. But ventilation was really the only way to push significantly below the 15 mg tar mark defined by the industry as its arbitrary cutoff for light cigarettes. Machine-measured tar deliveries had fallen from about 35 mg in the 1950s to about 20 mg by the 1960s, but values much lower than this required ventilation. And so by the 1970s cigarette makers were routinely using filtration, expanded tobacco, blending tricks, burn accelerants, recon, and, especially, ventilation to achieve low tar and nicotine numbers. Efficiency of filtration was an expression often used with reference to these lowered deliveries, though this again was misleading, given that ventilation was really just dilution, and even then only under the conditions of idealized smoking simulators. Dilution, i.e., Ventilation was commonly measured as the fraction of fresh air compared against the total volume of smoke inhaled through a cigarette. Philip Morris's Project Peter Pan, for example, was an effort from the late 1970s to develop Lark, L&M, and Chesterfield cigarettes for the European market using a filter ventilated to yield 12% dilution. Project Gamma was an effort by the same company to produce a Virginia cigarette delivering 4 milligrams of tar at 45% dilution. Some cigarettes had dilutions as high as 99%. Ultra-lows like Philip Morris's Cambridge brand, for example, developed through the company's Trinity project, which yielded less than 0.1 milligram of tar on smoking robots. Tar and nicotine levels could in fact be pushed arbitrarily low simply by adding more, or bigger, ventilation slits. Cigarette makers knew that they could increase the efficiency of filtration to 50, 80, or even 99% just by creating ever draftier cigarettes. They also knew that the process was deeply fraudulent. How was ventilation fraudulent? Imagine you are worried about your weight, and someone offers you a light or diet version of your favorite beer, which turns out to be the same old brew but now accompanied by a special kind of straw through which you are required to drink. This straw has a ring of tiny holes cut around the mouth end, which mixes air in with your beer as you try to suck it up. How would you feel about such a beer being advertised as light or diet? Imagine further that a testing agency has been established with sophisticated machines designed by the beer industry to determine the rate at which one's caloric intake is lowered by such means, so that beers mixed with, say, 50% air were classed as lights, while those with an air-to-beer ratio of, say, 3:1 were ultralights. Would that be a legitimate business? One can of course imagine a straw with so many holes that you don't get anything to drink at all, just air. And just to complete the analogy, what if the holes on these straws were placed close to the mouth end so people could cover them easily with their fingers or lips, allowing them to imbibe air-free beer, or as much beer as they wanted, with no dilution? That is very much how ventilated cigarettes work. Most of the light and ultralight cigarettes sold over the past 30 or 40 years have these tiny air intakes, which is the principal means by which cigarettes are made, low tar. You might as well say that whipped cream is low cal, compared with cream straight from the carton. Which is also why the actual tobacco smoked in today's cigarettes is no safer than anything made a century ago. On a gram-per-gram basis it is actually deadlier, since the low alkaline blends introduced with flue curing allow smokers to inhale. And filters have reduced smoke particle size, producing cancers deeper in the lungs, making them harder to identify and harder to treat. Cigarette makers learned that by careful placement of these holes they could fool the machines used to measure tar and nicotine deliveries, along with the smokers buying into the whole, low tar, scam. And the odd fact is that key elements of this deception were revealed to the outside world in the 1980s, when cigarette makers called Brown and Williamson to the carpet for advertising a 99% tar-free cigarette delivering only a single milligram of tar and only a fifth that mass of nicotine. Fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud. Brown and Williamson's ultra-low tar Barclay, launched with great fanfare in 1980, was unusual for several reasons. It was the most expensive launch in cigarette history, with $150 million allocated for advertising and promotion. It was also one of the first cigarettes to make successful use of a toll-free 800 number, which customers could call to redeem coupons for a free carton. And it was the most radically ventilated cigarette, using a design quite different from brands such as True or Carlton. Instead of tiny ventilation slits, the new cigarette had 4 evenly spaced hollow tubes running lengthwise along the mouthpiece, allowing air to rush in from a ring of holes punched around the filter, like miniature jet intakes. Channel, bypass, or backflow filter, ventilation it was sometimes called. Other manufacturers were infuriated by Barclay's claim to be delivering only 1 milligram of tar, which was, rightly, recognized as a deceptive underestimate, a fraud on top of a fraud on top of a fraud, we might say. Filters were already fraudulent, ventilation added another layer of deception, and Barclay's bypass filter was fraudulent even from the point of view of the companies making ventilated cigarettes. In June of 1981, R.J. Reynolds took the unusual step of appealing to the Federal Trade Commission for a ruling on claims being made for Barclay, explaining how the cigarette had been designed to conceal its actual deliveries. Reynolds' attorneys noted that while advertised as yielding only 1 milligram of tar, the Barclay was really more like a 3 to 7 milligram device, with a comparable exaggeration for its nicotine delivery. The deception was greater even for Cool Ultra 84s. In a series of experiments with its competitors' cigarettes, Reynolds found that this nominally 1 milligram cigarette was in fact an 11 milligram device when smoked on a machine, with all 4 of its air channels blocked. Reynolds's complaint was a high-risk proposition, given that virtually all low-tar cigarettes by this time were relying on ventilation to achieve the good marks from the FTC's smoking robots, including the Hi-Fi brands marketed by Reynolds itself. Reynolds in the fourth quarter of 1980, for example, had nearly doubled the ventilation of its popular Salem lights, from 15 to 29%. 29% ventilation means that 29 parts of fresh air are mixed with every 71 parts of smoke. Then again in 1982, the same company increased the ventilation of another of its popular brands from 25 to 41% while reducing the weight of the cigarette slightly. A strategic analysis, prepared for the company in 1982, confided that RJR in the past has tended to lower tar level mainly through air dilution. Brown and Williamson with Barclay may have waded in too deep, but it's not like the other manufacturers were entirely dry. The tobacco companies also knew that cigarettes delivered highly variable quantities of smoke, depending on how intensively people smoked them. An unfiltered 50s-style Camel puffed on lightly would deliver far less tar and nicotine than the world's lightest ultralight, smoked to the bitter end in the manner of a seasoned marijuana connoisseur. Some companies even toyed with the idea of making cigarettes with adjustable delivery rates, allowing smokers to choose their own personal level of satisfaction. Philip Morris and Reynolds in the early 1980s both tried marketing dial-a-filter cigarettes, outfitted with devices that allowed a smoker to close or to open up ventilation channels to adjust their own smoke deliveries, from, say, 3 to 10 milligrams of tar or vice versa. Dial-a-tar gimmicks lasted only a couple of years but weren't really even necessary. They weren't necessary because smokers were already able to extract however much nicotine, and therefore tar, they required simply by adjusting their smoking behavior through the unconscious process known as compensation. Compensation. I've mentioned Laurelard's observation from 1951 that smokers of tightly packed filters tend to pull harder on their cigarettes, to compensate for the reduced smoke flow rate. Also Batt's admission from later in that decade that smokers of ventilated cigarettes would tend to smoke more cigarettes, or to smoke them more intensively, to obtain their accustomed dose of nicotine. German manufacturers had made similar admissions even earlier. In 1940, for example, Peter Scheslitz in Germany's leading tobacco trade newspaper commented on the call for low nicotine products. What is the practical consequence of reducing nicotine? If in fact less nicotine is taken in, people will just smoke another cigar or cigarette. For every smoker requires a certain dose of nicotine to be satisfied. Scheslitz's point was that it didn't make sense to reduce the nicotine in cigarettes, since people would just end up smoking more. Instead he suggested that manufacturers should try to take out whatever in the tar might be causing health problems. Nicotine was the most important constituent, Wirksamste Prinzip, of tobacco, which is why nicotine-free tobacco will never succeed as a mass consumer good. Nicotine was not the only reason people smoke. They also smoke because they like the taste, the smell, and the look. But the comfort, the stimulation they get from smoking, that comes from nicotine alone. Some tobacco manufacturers were clearly aware of compensation in the 1940s and 1950s, but the phenomenon is not intensively studied until the 1960s and 1970s, with the push to develop ever lower tar and nicotine yields. Ventilation becomes a crucial element in cigarette design during this period, and cigarette makers start worrying about, and researching, how low nicotine deliveries could be pushed while still keeping smokers hooked. And the companies start trying to better understand the psychology and psychopharmacology of smoking. They also come to appreciate that cigarettes could be designed to be elastic, allowing smokers to obtain virtually any level of satisfaction simply by smoking their cigarettes more intensively. Philip Morris had one of the most ambitious efforts of this sort. Helmut Wacom in the early 1960s had stressed the importance of understanding the psychology of smoking and launched a substantial effort to explore how and why people take up and continue the habit. Smoking behavior was the main focus, but the program encompassed things like why smoking increased one's heart rate, the impact of nicotine on brain waves, and whether smoking helped reduce stress or aggression, and how best to understand compensation. From the outset, the assumption seems to have been that compensation was real. Wacom by 1969, for example, could report that people who changed to weaker cigarettes smoked more of each one and/or more cigarettes, just as people who changed to stronger cigarettes smoked less of each one. William Dunn, the company's top psychologist and principal scientist, about this same time commented on evidence accumulated by Philip Morris that since the smoker adapts his puff, it is reasonable to anticipate that he adapts to maintain a fairly constant daily dosage. Compensation remained a focus of Philip Morris's behavioral research program into the early 1980s. A crucial precondition for work in this area was the realization, by the 1960s, that most confirmed smokers, i.e., most smokers, are addicted and smoke to obtain the alkaloid nicotine. 4. Hundreds of testimonials to this effect can be found in the industry's archives. Nicotine was said to be the primary reason people smoke, the sine qua non of smoking, and the substance people desire in their use of tobacco. Nicotine delivery was supposed to be the dominant specification of cigarette design, and so forth. Here is some of the private language used to define nicotine during this period. The primary motivation for smoking, Philip Morris, 1969. A powerful pharmacological agent, Philip Morris, 1969. A potent drug with a variety of physiological effects, Reynolds, 1972. A habit-forming alkaloid, Reynolds, 1972. The dominant desire, Reynolds, 1972. The sine qua non of smoking, Reynolds, 1972. The goodies, Philip Morris, 1975. Very basic to the cigarette industry's existence, Reynolds, 1976. The psychopharmacologic agent in tobacco, Reynolds, 1976. A critical mainstay of tobacco consumption, Philip Morris, 1977. The all-important pharmacological effect, Lorillard, 1978. The most important component of cigarette smoke, Philip Morris, 1980. The thing we sell most, Philip Morris, 1980. The addicting agent in cigarettes, Brown and Williamson, 1983. A product design parameter, Reynolds, 1990. Corresponding definitions were given for cigarettes, and for smokers. Cigarettes were the vehicle of smoke, and the act of puffing, an injection of nicotine. Sir Charles Ellis at Bath in 1961 characterized smokers as nicotine addicts, while others in the industry talked about smokers as nicotine seekers, who smoked to maintain a constant level of nicotine in the body. William L. Dunn at Philip Morris asked his colleagues to think of the cigarette pack as a storage container for a day's supply of nicotine, and the cigarette as a dispenser for a dose unit of nicotine. Claude Teague's confession, and the whitewash of the nicotine kid. This last mentioned request, by the head of Philip Morris's behavioral research program, deserves some comment. Dunn, aka the nicotine kid, was the company's chief psychologist and organizer of a January 1972 conference on the island nation of St. Martin devoted to explaining why people smoke. Code-named Project Carib, and sometimes referred to as the Caribbean Caper, the conference brought together 25 experts in psychology, sociology, anthropology, and psychopharmacology, many of whom were old industry cronies, to reflect on what Dunn in his opening remarks called the charm of tobacco use. The conference itself was not a secret. The proceedings were published. But the published record tells quite a different story from what Dunn et al. Was saying about nicotine in private. In private, Dunn talked about cigarette smokers, a drug, it is, of course, confessing this to his superior, Helmut Wacom, and adding that this should not go beyond these walls, given its dangerous FDA implications. Dunn hoped to be able to predict whether a Trier will become a smoker, and compared smoking to an injection of nicotine. The difficulty was that a cigarette that does not deliver nicotine cannot lead to habituation, and would therefore almost certainly fail. Wacom himself had postulated a two-stage sequence for why one smokes, with novices starting for psychosocial reasons, whereas confirmed smokers continue as the pharmacological effect takes over to sustain the habit. Wacom identified the primary motivation for smoking as being to obtain the pharmacological effect of nicotine. That was indeed his first premise. Dunn also approved the following description of how hard it was to quit, based on his company's study of the 1969 attempt by the entire town of Greenfield, Iowa, to quit smoking, cold turkey, coincident with the local filming of a movie with that title, starring Dick Van Dyke. Even after 8 months, quitters were apt to report having neurotic symptoms, such as feeling depressed, being restless and tense, being ill-tempered, having a loss of energy, being apt to doze off. This is not the happy picture painted by the Cancer Society's anti-smoking commercial, which shows an exuberant couple leaping in the air and kicking their heels with joy because they've kicked the habit. A more appropriate commercial would show a restless, nervous, constipated husband bickering viciously with his bitchy wife, who is nagging him about his slothful behavior and growing waistline. Dunn's published conference volume paints quite a different picture. The book makes only a couple of passing references to nicotine addiction, and gives a whitewashed, cigarette-friendly slant to why people smoke. Hans Selye from the University of Montreal talked about smoking as a defensive mechanism against stress. Smoking was a diversional activity that people naturally turn to mitigate the stimuli of modern life. Hans Eysenck emphasized personality traits. Smokers were thrill and sensation seekers who smoked more, just as they were more active sexually, enjoying sex in more different positions, with more prolonged love play. Norman Heimstra from the University of South Dakota postulated a beneficial role for smoking in the realm of mental health, and Albert Damon from Harvard reported on how Bushmen from the Kalahari Desert saw smoking as increasing social rapport and kindness toward others. Richard Hickey and Evelyn Hana from the University of Pennsylvania admitted that smokers smoked to obtain nicotine, but also claimed that the alkaloid worked to alleviate hunger and sharpen mental faculties. Smokers were better drivers and better able to solve mathematical problems. Hickey and Hana hypothesized that smoking may be of benefit to some people in the alleviation of hypoglycemia, and challenged the reigning medical orthodoxy that smoking could be blamed for women having smaller babies. Much of this is wrapped in the guise of complex charts and science-y sounding language. There is no mention of the crucial fact of compensation, and no talk of how low-delivery cigarettes were not likely to be lessening risks. The whitewash is perhaps not surprising, given that the Council for Tobacco Research financed the junket and several contributors were either Center Special Projects operatives, Hickey, Eysenck, and Selye, for example, or industry employees, Dunn himself, but also A. K. Armitage from Britain's Tobacco Research Council in Harrogate. Privately, however, Dunn was admitting that people smoke principally to obtain nicotine, that most smokers are addicted, and that smokers switching to light, or low tar cigarettes will smoke them more intensively to obtain their requisite nicotine fix. In March of 1973, Dunn reported on a Philip Morris study comparing smoking behavior in 1972 to that in 1968, observing that smokers who had shifted to lower delivery cigarettes were now smoking more cigarettes as well as more of the rod from each cigarette, confirming previous studies suggesting the operation of a tar and/or nicotine quota mechanism. Smokers had adjusted their behavior to compensate for the decreases in tar and nicotine delivery of their cigarettes. And smoking was clearly not just a habit. In a 1974 presentation to Philip Morris President Clifford Goldsmith, Dunn commented, "I'm sure you are aware of our belief people smoke for rewards they get from smoke at the pharmacological level. It's simply not an adequate explanation to say that smoking is a habit, or that it is social behavior. If this is true, then we would expect the smoker to seek to take in that amount of smoke that does the job best for him. He is going to regulate his intake to suit his need. We are hypothesizing that the smoker regulates his smoke intake. To suit his dosage needs, he'll take in more if the smoke is low in tar, less if the smoke is high in tar. It may be that the Marlboro smoker today gets as much from his cigarette as the Philip Morris non-filter smoker got 20 years ago. The other companies were working along these same lines and coming to similar conclusions." Claude E. Teague in 1972 in an internal Reynolds memo confided, "In theory, and probably in fact, a given smoker on a given day has a rather fixed per hour and per day requirement for nicotine. Given a cigarette that delivers less nicotine than he desires, the smoker will subconsciously adjust his puff volume and frequency, and smoking frequency, so as to obtain and maintain his per hour and per day requirement for nicotine. Thus, despite the philosophy of our critics, there can be no virtue or logic in reducing per cigarette nicotine level below that desired by the smoker. Additionally, if this be true, and if all leading cigarette brands deliver about the same amount of tar per unit of nicotine, that is, all have about the same T/N ratio, then regardless of which cigarette the smoker chooses, in obtaining his daily nicotine requirement, he will receive about the same daily amount of tar. If, as claimed by some anti-tobacco critics, the alleged health hazard of smoking is directly related to the amount of tar to which the smoker is exposed per day, and the smoker bases his consumption on nicotine, then a present, low tar, low nicotine cigarette offers zero advantage to the smoker over a regular, filter cigarette, but simply costs him more money and exposes him to substantially increased amounts of allegedly harmful gas phase components in obtaining his desired daily amount of nicotine. In a nutshell, the tar and nicotine values advertised by cigarette manufacturers, from FTC ratings, didn't mean very much. Low tars were a fraud, just as lights would be in the decades following their introduction in the early 1970s. The specter of weaning. These were serious matters, especially in the context of falling, machine-measured, tar and nicotine yields. No one really knew how low nicotine could go before smokers would start quitting. Compensation obviously had physical limits, but no one knew what these were. That, again, is one reason nicotine pharmacology was given such attention. The fear was that nicotine levels might be pushed below some critical threshold, loosening the grip of addiction. Much of this was discussed in terms of weaning, or worse. Bat researchers as early as 1959 worried that lowering the nicotine content of cigarettes past a certain point might end in destroying the nicotine habit in a large number of consumers and prevent it ever being acquired by new smokers. Claude Teague a decade later talked about the danger of weaning as the long-term liquidation of the cigarette industry. This was a worry throughout the 1960s and 1970s, and not just in the English-speaking world. In 1968, for example, British cigarette manufacturers reported on concerns expressed by the Japanese tobacco monopoly that, if nicotine level goes below 0.7 and tar below 10 mg per cigarette, the consumers would not accept it. This is a crucial aspect of the history of cigarettes, this worry within the industry that if nicotine levels were to fall below some critical threshold, people might start to quit. Expressions of concern along these lines can often be found in the industry's archives, along with discussions of how low nicotine levels could go while still keeping smokers hooked. Philip Morris in 1965, for example, in a detailed plan for future cigarette designs, recommended that while tar deliveries should be kept below 10 mg, nicotine deliveries should be kept at 0.7 mg or above. Teague Reynolds calculated a minimum satisfying amount of nicotine at 1.3 mg per cigarette, with a minimum practical tar to nicotine ratio of about 10. Similar calculations were performed at the other companies. NB. These are calculations of nicotine deliveries, not nicotine in the actual rod. Nicotine in the actual rod was rarely allowed to drop below about 10 mg per cigarette, and no cigarette was ever commercially successful with much less than this amount. See the box on page 380. Evidence of a deliberate strategy of this sort, keeping nicotine levels above some minimal level while reducing tars, can be found in many industry documents. Philip Rogers and Geoffrey Todd of Britain's Tobacco Research Council visited the United States in 1964, for example, where they learned that Hanmer at American Tobacco had been told that it was important to keep up the nicotine content of the smoke, while reducing anything that ought to be reduced. Similar views prevailed in England. Brown and Williamson's head of research toured Imperial Tobacco's facilities at Bristol and TRC Research Labs at Harrogate in 1965, reporting back that their approach seems to be to find ways of obtaining maximum nicotine for minimum tar. Lots of different methods were being tried for this purpose, including addition of nicotine-containing powders to tobacco and nicotine fortification of cigarette paper. Of course, the industry's public posture was rather different. The companies have always insisted that tar and nicotine levels are somehow dictated by the biology of the tobacco plant, when the truth is that these travel together only because manufacturers choose this to be the case. Tar to nicotine ratios are the result of intentional design and in no sense facts of nature. The common 10-to-1 ratio in the machine-measured deliveries of many cigarettes is a result of two rather different decisions. 1. Nicotine deliveries are kept as high as they are because to go much below this risks weaning smokers from their habit. And 2. Tar levels are kept as high as they are because flavors are needed to mask the unpleasant taste of nicotine. Deviations from such designs are not difficult to produce, however. Nicotine-free cigarettes were already being manufactured in the 19th century, and the industry has experimented with devices delivering nicotine only, meaning virtually zero tar. Recently fashionable electronic cigarettes come close to this, though they also typically deliver flavorants and humectants such as propylene or diethylene glycol. The industry landed on the 10:1 tar nicotine ratio because this was what sold, and was needed to preserve addiction. Nicotine-free cigarettes have never been commercially successful, because they don't create and sustain addiction. And nicotine-only designs tend to be awkward and inconvenient, and usually taste rather foul, and are poor alternatives to quitting. How much nicotine should be allowed in cigarettes? The new FDA is barred from eliminating nicotine from cigarettes entirely, but nothing prevents it from requiring a drastic reduction in nicotine to sub-addictive, sub-compensable levels. Mandating such reductions will cause people to smoke far fewer cigarettes and will result in dramatically reduced rates of death and disease. How low, though, should nicotine levels be pushed to prevent addiction? There has never been a commercially successful cigarette with less than about 1% nicotine in the rod. Cigarettes weigh about a gram, so 1% would be about 10 milligrams, mg, in the actual tobacco. Sano cigarettes in 1961 had only about 8 milligrams, lowest among the top 40 brands in the United States, and its failure is sometimes traced to its low nicotine numbers. Drop this to about 1 milligram in the rod, and we would probably have a cigarette that could not create or sustain addiction. Smoking rates would plummet. One could also, though, build in a larger margin of safety. Neil Benowitz and Jack Henningfield in a 1994 article in the New England Journal of Medicine made a case for allowing no more than 0.4 to 0.5 mg of nicotine per cigarette in the rod, based on their reckoning that people who smoke only 5 cigarettes per day are usually not addicted. People who smoke only 5 cigarettes a day typically have a daily nicotine intake of about 5 milligrams, which these authors claim would be a threshold below which one could not readily establish and sustain addiction. Cigarettes today contain an average of about 10 milligrams of nicotine and deliver about 1 milligram to the smoker, meaning a bioavailability of around 10%. Cigarettes can be smoked more or less intensively, however, and this bioavailability can vary from 3% to as high as 40%. A very light or cautious smoker might draw out only 3% of the nicotine in a cigarette, but a very determined smoker might extract as much as 40%. Assuming this maximum of 40%, how low would the nicotine content of a cigarette have to be to guarantee that a smoker of, say, 30 cigarettes per day would receive no more than 5 milligrams daily of nicotine? Benowitz and Henningfield point out that if each cigarette contained only 0.4 mg of nicotine, then smokers of 30 cigarettes per day could get only 30 times 0.4 times 0.4 equals 5 milligrams per day. It would therefore be very hard for anyone to become addicted by smoking cigarettes containing only 0.4 mg of nicotine. Cigarettes of this sort could still cause disease, but they would not be cigarettes to which one could become addicted. The tobacco industry has the means to produce such cigarettes. Supercritical extraction technologies, for example, allow the removal of up to 97% of the nicotine from a tobacco blend. Food and drug authorities should move quickly to reduce the levels of nicotine allowable in cigarettes. Short of barring cigarettes altogether, it would be hard to name a policy with more dramatic consequences for public health. Millions of lives would be saved, as smokers would be weaned from their addiction. Which is, after all, what most smokers want. Engineering elasticity. The principal response to the threat of weaning, however, has been to design cigarettes in such a way that smokers could obtain however much nicotine they wanted, even from cigarettes rated low in tar and nicotine. Here again the distinction between nicotine content and nicotine delivery is crucial, since, low delivery, cigarettes usually contain the same amount of nicotine as regulars, typically about 10 milligrams in the actual rod, even though they deliver less when measured on smoking robots. Several different methods have been developed to enable this elasticity, but the most important involve placing ventilation slits close to the mouth where they can easily, and unconsciously, be covered by the smoker's lips or fingers. The phenomenon is known as occlusion, hole blocking, obturation, or lip drape, and eventually becomes a key aspect of cigarette design. When did the industry realize that smokers could use such methods to defeat ventilation? The companies must have known from the beginning that ventilation could be gamed, but the first known studies attempting to quantify this effect date from the mid-1960s. Philip Morris's Project 1600 was an important locus for such inquiries, and the project's 1966 annual report makes it clear that smokers of low-delivery cigarettes, health filter smokers, were adjusting their puff volume, taking larger puffs, to obtain a constant smoke intake. Additional measurements were done the following year, as part of an effort to see whether smokers might be covering up the ventilation holes. William Dunn at Philip Morris supervised a number of such studies, exploring the extent to which lipping behavior might be compromising ventilation. Dunn and his colleagues had found that partial occlusion of air holes was likely among many smokers when the holes are placed in an 8 to 10 mm band, measuring from the outer end of the tipping. They also commented on how ventilation holes were most commonly being placed at about 8 to 10 mm from the mouth end of the cigarette, precisely where smokers could easily cover them up. The take-home message was clear: we submit these results as further evidence that smokers adjust puff intake in order to maintain constant smoke intake. Over the next several years, Philip Morris produced dozens of internal reports on vent hole, Occlusion. William Dunn at Philip Morris was a leader here. In an operation given the code name Project Pandora, he and his technical staff designed elaborate setups to photograph smokers as they covered the holes. In one instance, the holes were so small that the cameraman had trouble getting clear shots, so they ended up having to mark the holes with ink to see when they were being covered. The researchers didn't want the subjects to know what was being measured, so a cover story was invented about the photographers needing something to focus on. Studies of this sort showed that people smoking cigarettes with highly ventilated tips end up unconsciously covering the holes with their lips or fingers, allowing them to extract more nicotine. The industry regarded this as part of the more general phenomenon of compensation, also referred to as adaptation, titration behavior, or self-dosing. And the phenomenon was clearly regarded not as a negative but rather as an aspect of smoking behavior that could be exploited. Cigarettes were in fact designed to be elastic, meaning they could be smoked with different levels of intensity. Elasticity made it possible for smokers to obtain high levels of nicotine even from cigarettes certified as low yield by FTC standards. So cigarettes designed to yield, say, 0.5 milligram of nicotine when tested on a machine would deliver twice that when smoked by an actual human. BAT made this explicit in a 1977 document discussing minimum effective nicotine levels. The minimum effective nicotine level will depend very much on the idiosyncrasies of individual smokers, but we should aim at a cigarette delivering at least 0.5 mg of machine-measured nicotine. With appropriate design, including moderately low draw resistance, smokers will be able to obtain up to 1 milligram nicotine from such a cigarette. Compensation, in other words, allowed cigarette makers to design cigarettes that would deliver significantly higher yields to people than would be recorded on automatic smoking machines. That was clearly the virtue of Barclay's radical bypass filter, whose inventor, Robert R. Johnson, actually expressed his pleasure at having found a way to deliver more tar and nicotine than the FTC's machines would record. In a series of memos sent to the company's chief of research and other higher-ups in the company, Johnson waxed enthusiastic about having found a cigarette that shows low deliveries on machines smoking and much higher deliveries when people smoke it. For Johnson et al., this was clearly not a flaw but a virtue, and an opportunity, hence the patent, with the key innovation being the loss of filter ventilation by collapse of tipping into the grooves during hard puffing. The filters were designed to succeed by failing, and by fooling their users. Cigarette manufacturers collected delivery data throughout the 1970s and 1980s, refining their understanding of compensation and how to deal with it. Machines were developed to more accurately simulate human smoking and to compare the smoke inhaled by humans with smoke inhaled by the less honest machines used to establish tar and nicotine numbers. In 1975, for example, Barbara Goodman, the scientist in charge of Philip Morris's human smoke simulator program, reported on a study comparing Marlboro Lights and Marlboro Regulars. Marlboro Lights cigarettes were not smoked like regular Marlboros. There were differences in the size and frequency of the puffs, with larger volumes taken on Marlboro Lights by both regular Marlboro smokers and Marlboro Lights smokers. Goodman found that Marlboro Lights delivered more TPM, total particulate matter, to the smoker than standardized machines would indicate, suggesting that smokers were taking larger puffs, puffing harder, or performing some other compensatory behavior. Her report concluded that smokers of Marlboro Lights took larger puffs than when smoking Marlboro regular 85s. The larger puffs, in turn, increased the delivery of Marlboro Lights proportionally. In effect, the M85 smokers in this study did not achieve any reduction in smoke intake by smoking a cigarette, Marlboro Lights, normally considered low in delivery. Goodman's report circulated widely within the company, with copies going not just to her immediate superior, Leo F. Mayer, but also to at least 8 others in the company, including Frank E. Resnick, director of the Philip Morris Research Center and later chairman and CEO of Philip Morris USA. This was sophisticated science, using precise measurements, multivariate statistical analysis, and careful controls. The data and graphs alone took up more than 10 pages. Most manufacturers by this time were conducting similar studies. BAT in its Southampton laboratories had a specially designed smoking machine, puff duplicator, that could be programmed to reproduce the smoking pattern of any given human, complete with variations on puffing size, duration, timing, resistance to draw, and so forth, collecting and measuring the effluent tar, nicotine, and gas. Philip Morris had a sophisticated, human smoker simulator, allowing it to mimic and model any desired human smoking behavior. Imperial Tobacco's machine, interestingly, was known as a slave smoker, a nice compliment to their private observation that people who try to quit soon learn they have become slaves to their cigarettes. 6. Hanging together. Now back to the Barclay squabble. The Federal Trade Commission was convinced by Reynolds's charge of design defects in BAT's cigarette and ruled in June 1982 that Barclay's unique filter design precluded an accurate measure of tar and nicotine deliveries. The matter didn't rest here, however, as the fraternal infighting was soon dragged overseas. On September 2, 1983, Philip Morris paid for ads to be placed in 2 leading Dutch newspapers, attacking Barclay's claims. As BAT's awkward translation reveals, people think that there exists no health danger anymore now, but research in America has proved that smokers, who slightly compress the Barclay filter between their lips, will take in 6 times as much nicotine and tar as stated on the packing. BAT was infuriated, calling this the first occasion of which we are aware, in which a competitor had raised the health issue to gain a competitive advantage. BAT lawyers also accused Philip Morris of breaking the law by using comparative and misleading advertising. BAT chairman Patrick Sheehy wrote to Philip Morris, accusing the Americans of making a mockery of industry cooperation on smoking and health issues, and inaugurating a free-for-all, in which the industry as a whole would suffer. Philip Morris realized it had made a mistake and reassured BAT of its desire for the industry to hang together, especially when BAT withdrew from INFOTAB, the industry's global information clearinghouse. Philip Morris's local Dutch operations were blamed for the embarrassing ads. BAT for its part knew the situation was legally and morally dangerous for the industry. They didn't want to harm INFOTAB or the collaborative project more generally. They just wanted to be sure that all members stick to the rules for the future, meaning no competition over health claims and no maligning of other companies' products. Ill will between the companies dragged on for years, however, as BAT kept advertising its Barclay as a 1 mg tar cigarette. Following threats of litigation in a number of countries, BAT's American affiliate, Brown & Williamson, finally met with Philip Morris and Imperial Tobacco to try to heal the rift. On January 19, 1989, in a hotel room at London's Gatwick Airport, Philip Morris expressed itself as still very unenthusiastic about the claims being made for Barclay as 99% tar-free, but also cautioned BAT against publicizing how actual human deliveries could deviate from the numbers indicated on cigarette ads and packs. Philip Morris reminded Brown & Williamson that such comparisons were extremely dangerous for the entire industry, threatening as they did to upset the whole low-tar apple cart. BAT finally promised to withdraw its 1 mg claim and Philip Morris withdrew its complaints, to preserve the integrity of the conspiracy not to air any dirty, smoking and health laundry in public. The public health community by this time, however, was beginning to recognize the fraudulent nature of low-yield cigarettes. Crucial here was a series of papers from 1980 by Lynn T. Kozlowski, a psychologist at the University of Toronto, who showed that smokers of low-tar cigarettes sometimes defeat the purpose of the smoke dilution holes by occluding them with fingers, lips, or tape. Kozlowski and his colleagues examined staining patterns on cigarette butts and found that as many as 2/3 of all low-tar smokers were routinely blocking the slits punched into ventilated filters. Lipstick marks were found covering the holes, and some smokers were observed holding the cigarette with their teeth, allowing their lips to occlude the holes. Some even admitted to covering the holes with tape or holding the cigarette with both hands. The team also found signs of hole blocking on spent filters. Apart from the lipstick marks, the ends of obstructed filters were typically a homogeneous brown, whereas unblocked filters had a dark spot in the middle surrounded by a less darkened ring, since clean ventilated air rushes in from the edges. Measurements of cigarettes with blocked and unblocked vents showed that smokers could more than double the amount of tar and nicotine they were inhaling, and quadruple their carbon monoxide. Kozlowski et al. Followed shortly thereafter with other articles in Science and elsewhere, concluding that tar and nicotine deliveries had changed little over time, despite the much ballyhooed introduction of light and low tar cigarettes. Scientists also started finding that the amount of tar and nicotine actually absorbed by smokers was pretty much the same, regardless of whether one smoked high or low tar cigarettes. In 1983, UCSF pharmacologist Neil Benowitz published an article in the New England Journal of Medicine on his discovery that smokers were getting just as much nicotine in their bodies, regardless of whether they smoked low or high-yield cigarettes. Benowitz had been measuring a nicotine metabolite known as cotinine in the blood of smokers and noticed that when he tried to correlate cotinine levels with official tar and nicotine values listed for the brands actually smoked, there was no distinguishable pattern, meaning no low tar benefit. Smokers of high-yield cigarettes had low levels of cotinine in their blood, and vice versa. This shocking conclusion was announced in the title of his article, as was coming to be the fashion in science. Smokers of low-yield cigarettes do not consume less nicotine. An editorial in the same issue asked, are low-yield cigarettes really safer? The answer was a resounding no. Scholars henceforth would have to acknowledge what the industry had known for years. People smoking light or low tar cigarettes were getting as much tar and nicotine as smokers of regular cigarettes. This was an astonishing conclusion and spelled the beginning of the end for public hopes that low-tar cigarettes would prove less deadly. A generation of public health bureaucrats had credited the industry with making safer cigarettes, and some had even worked with the companies to help design such products. What Kozlowski and Benowitz did not know, though, and could not have known, was that they were basically reinventing wheels fashioned years earlier by the industry. Dunn at Philip Morris, for example, had been exploring compensation since the mid-1960s, in a series of elaborate experiments on smoking behavior conducted as part of the company's Project 1600. By the mid-1960s, Dunn and colleagues had found strong evidence that smokers adjust puff intake in order to maintain constant smoke intake. Compensation was so well known inside the industry that it had many different names. I've mentioned hole blocking, obturation, lipping behavior, and self-dosing, but there was also talk of fingertip dosage control, self-medication, accommodation, nicotine titration, and a quota mechanism. The companies also made efforts to quantify the phenomenon and to explore how it might be used to guard against the threat of weaning. One reason this is significant is that some health authorities throughout this time had been advising smokers to switch to cigarettes delivering less tar and nicotine. The 1981 Surgeon General's report advised that people switch to cigarettes yielding less tar and nicotine, provided they didn't change their smoking behavior in other ways. David M. Burns, a distinguished pulmonologist who had also served as one of the scientific editors of the report, later testified that if those preparing the report had known what the industry knew, they never would have made that recommendation. Jonathan Samet, an epidemiologist and pulmonologist who worked on other Surgeon General's reports, put the matter as follows. The 1981 report did not fully take into consideration the phenomenon of compensation, and how smokers smoke to get a certain amount of nicotine, and will even adjust their smoking behavior to get the amount of nicotine they seek or are accustomed to. We didn't know in 1981 the extent to which smokers would compensate after switching to a low tar and low nicotine yield product. Samet et al. Didn't know, because the industry had never disclosed its extensive work in this area. Moral reasoning, tobacco style. Should the industry have publicized what it knew about compensation? Oddly enough, this question was posed as early as 1974 by Philip Morris's principal scientist, Raymond Fagan, who came to a predictable conclusion in a discussion of the company's moral obligation. The memo is addressed to Helmut Wacom, Philip Morris's vice president for research, and is one of the few instances in which we find industry scientists engaging in moral reasoning. Some concern has been expressed concerning the moral obligation of Philip Morris, and perhaps the tobacco industry, to reveal to the FTC the fact that some cigarette smokers may be getting more tar than the FTC rating of that cigarette. Wacom had mentioned such concerns after a recent speech in New York, and the same question was raised when he spoke again in Richmond. Fagan reassured his boss of the rightness of their silence. "I believe that there need be no such concern, at least from a position of morality. It is obvious that Hugh knows that smokers can vary their intake. The FTC tar and nicotine rating is an indicator of the delivery. The assumption upon which the numbers is based is that the smokers' puffing habits will not change. There is no assumption that the number of cigarettes or that the number of puffs will change. Granting that puffing behavior, puff volume, puff duration, puff interval, remain constant, then the cigarette with a lower FTC tar will deliver to the smoker less tar than a cigarette with a higher FTC rating. And that is all the FTC and Hugh are trying to do with the publicized numbers. Actually, that is not all the Federal Trade Commission and Department of Health, Education, and Welfare were trying to do with those numbers. The FTC was trying to provide a reasonable measure of how much tar and nicotine smokers could expect to inhale, as part of its statutory duty to prevent deceptive acts or practices. The numbers were supposed to be relevant to the question of danger. Lower tar cigarettes were widely thought to be safer cigarettes. The companies had implied as much in advertising, and policy recommendations had been constructed on this basis. Senator Robert Kennedy in 1967 had proposed a federal sales tax pegged to tar levels, and similar bills were proposed in the 1970s by Senators Frank Moss, D. Utah, and Ted Kennedy, D. Mass. The city of New York in 1971 passed a special tax on high tar cigarettes, acting on the initiative of Mayor John Lindsay. Governments in other parts of the world were also taking steps to mandate maximum allowable cigarette yields, believing these to be of real health benefit. Britain's high tar tax went into effect in 1978, and a personage no less than Sir Richard Dole defended such a tax in 1982. Several Middle Eastern states, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Iraq, Oman, Bahrain, etc., passed maximum tar and nicotine standards, typically 15 and 1 mg, respectively, in the early 1980s, and the European Union in 1990 enacted similar restrictions, requiring maximum tar yields to drop from 15 mg in 1992 to 12 mg by 1997. Many people in the public health community had been led to believe that low tar meant safer, and would continue along this false path for years to come. The tobacco industry likes to confuse this point in court, claiming basically that everyone knew that the tar and nicotine figures reported to the FTC were only approximations and could not be used to predict actual smoking behavior. That is not the crucial question, however, nor has it ever been. The question was never whether the harmful effects of smoking depend on how or how much you smoke. That has always been obvious, at least since the recognition of tobacco mortality. If smoking is bad for you, then it is obviously worse to smoke more rather than less. Smoke a cigarette farther down on the butt, or hold the smoke longer in your lungs, or inhale it more deeply, and you will get a bigger dose of poisons. Throw the cigarette down as soon as you light it, and you won't be exposed to much of anything. That much is obvious, a banal truism, and beside the point. The point is rather that cigarette manufacturers knew from early on that tar and nicotine numbers were systematically flawed in the direction of underestimating yields, due to compensation. Compensation was not taken into account in the FTC's decision to require publication of tar and nicotine levels. Those measurements were mandated to provide an index of what smokers could expect from smoking a particular kind of cigarette. Smokers did not know, nor were they ever told, that these numbers were essentially meaningless. Fagan, though, reports to his research chief at the world's largest tobacco company that they had no moral obligation to inform government regulators that their measurements were flawed. And then goes on to suggest that one way to get smokers to lower their tar intake would be to teach the smokers to smoke in a manner which gives him less tar. There is no evidence the industry ever took such a step, or even took it seriously. Fagan's memo concludes, bizarrely, by noting that in the history of human health, diseases have more often been conquered by changing the environment. He mentions chlorination of water and pasteurization of milk, than by changing behavior. The obvious conclusion would be to have cigarette manufacturers stop making cigarettes, but that is not where Fagan takes us. Nor does he ever acknowledge that tobacco was the chief cause of the world's rapidly worsening cancer epidemic and that men like himself were crucial agents in its advance. As dangerous as any ever smoked. The cigarettes smoked today are as dangerous as any ever smoked. And as addictive. Total alkaloid levels in virtually all cigarettes remain as high as in the 1950s, kept between 1 and 2% by weight, since the industry knows this is crucial for maintaining addiction. The billions spent by the industry on research have really just brought us ever more perfect killing kits, dressed in ever more attractive packaging. Smokers who smoke today's filtered, low tar, or light, cigarettes are as likely to suffer and die from smoking as earlier generations, a fact at variance with decades of advertised assurances. That was the shocking conclusion of the National Cancer Institute in its important 2001 publication titled Risks Associated with Smoking Cigarettes with Low Machine-Measured Yields of Tar and Nicotine, better known as Monograph 13. This carefully researched volume showed that low-yield cigarettes have not significantly decreased the disease risk, and that, in fact, the shift to such cigarettes may be partly responsible for the increase in lung cancer for long-term smokers who have switched to the low-tar, low-nicotine brands. Chapters by Kozlowski and Benowitz reviewed the case for compensation and the exploitation of elasticity, and a long chapter on epidemiology by David Burns, Jacqueline Major, and Thomas Shanks of UC San Diego, Michael Toon of the American Cancer Society, and Jonathan Samet of Johns Hopkins explained how hopes for a decline in lung cancer from the shift to lower-yield cigarettes had not materialized. The authors cautioned that the reduced particle size of smoke from filtration might even be causing an increase in lung cancers in the distant reaches of the lungs, making smoke from low-yield products even more harmful. NCI publications are not generally given to overstatement, and it is serious business when they charge an industry with deception. The report was immediately endorsed by the American Medical Association, which called for Congress to enact legislation to allow the FDA to regulate tobacco and to protect the lives and health of all Americans from the specious lies the tobacco industry has spread for decades. Monograph 13 is significant for what it concludes but also for the kind of sources it used to come to that conclusion. It is the first major U.S. governmental report to use the extensive, formerly secret documents of the tobacco industry to come to an assessment of a health hazard. This is an important breakthrough, this recognition that we can no longer understand disease in the human body without understanding the extent to which some corporate agent, by its decisions or negligence, may have caused that disease. The tobacco industry for decades operated largely in the dark, with unimpeded access to the halls of power and virtual freedom from regulation. That free ride is finally coming to an end, following decades of doubt-mongering and duplicity. Figure 1. Mayan smoking image, and glyphs, from the Madrid Codex, circa 1600. Hundreds of such glyphs are known, with separate symbols for smoking, tobacco leaves, tobacco smoke, and so forth. Exact provenience for this image is unknown, but scholars postulate a 17th-century origin in Piton or Tiersel. Enhanced image reproduced by permission from W+D Wissenschaft. Figure 2. Do you inhale? American Tobacco developed this series of ads, drawn by pin-up artist John Legata, to associate cigarette smoke inhalation with sexual satisfaction. Figure 3. Tobacco tax patriotism. Tobacco companies in the 1940s bragged about helping to boost the American war effort by generating tax revenues. Much of that braggadocio disappeared in the 1960s, when the industry tried to assume a lower profile. Part of the now lost rhetorics of gigantism. From Sold American, May 15, 1944, Bates 9906266163, 6450, p. 27. Figure 4. Cigarette rollers in 19th century America. Cigarettes were rolled by hand until the invention of automatic rolling machines in the 1880s. The girls and women employed for such purposes would typically roll 200 to 1,000 cigarettes per day, compared with the hundreds of thousands and eventually millions per day cranked out by machines. From Robert K. Hyman, Tobacco and Americans, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1960, 211. Figure 5. Bonsack machine from 1881. James Bonsack's patented cigarette-making machine produced a continuous rod of compressed tobacco, which could then be wrapped with paper and cut to some regularized size. The Bonsack machine revolutionized the manufacture of cigarettes, allowing as many as 100,000 cigarettes per day to be extruded. Cigarette making was one of the first examples of continuous process manufacturing. From Bonsack's U.S. patent application, granted Ma. 8, 1881, number 238640. Figure 6. Horny Protos M5. The Horny Company of Hamburg, Germany, dominates the world trade in cigarette-making machines. Hornies are the world's fastest cigarette machines, capable of rolling about 20,000 cigarettes per minute, or 10 million per 8-hour shift. These are some of the deadliest machines ever invented and crucial links in the causal chain joining tobacco leaf and death from smoking cigarettes. From Horny's website, horny.com. Figure 7. Candy cigarettes from the 1940s and 1950s were often packaged to look like the actual smoking article. Candy cigarettes from the 1960s and 1970s were more often modeled on real cigarette brands but with names playing off those of actual cigarette brands, Camel, Winston, Lucky Stripes, etc. Cigarette manufacturers encouraged brand infringements of this sort, which trained young children in the gestures of smoking. Private collection. Figure 8. Just Like Daddy. Harvard brand candy cigarettes from the 1960s. Candy cigarettes were a clever way for cigarette manufacturers to market a kind of tobacco toy to future smokers. Private collection. Figure 9. Marlboro Kiddie Packs. When the Philippine government passed a law barring distribution of cigarettes in packs of 2, 3, or 4 to restrict youth access, Philip Morris responded by creating dangle packs that could be divided into smaller packs for sale separately. The tobacco industry has been adept at circumventing onerous legislation. In the 1930s, when cigarettes were taxed per stick rather than per pack, the makers of headplay cigarettes responded by creating packs containing 11-inch long cigarettes that could be cut into shorter segments, reducing the tax. Private collection, with thanks to Mary Assunta. Figure 10. Don't wipe out. Think. Don't smoke. Philip Morris in the fall of 2000 sent 13 million of these book covers to American high schools, with another 13 million planned for distribution as part of an effort to appear to oppose youth smoking. What do the billowing clouds remind you of? How about those leafy brown mountains or the cool refreshing snow? And what's up with the snowboard? Notice also the non-smoking teen standing apart from the crowd. Is that what teens really want? Philip Morris invested about $100 million in such ads from 1998 to 2002. Figure 11. Right decisions, right now. R.J. Reynolds launched this campaign in 1991 to help counter peer pressure an adolescent may feel to smoke. Note how the non-smokers are all younger and playing a game. The first player cannot even reach it properly but has to stand on tiptoe. The boy in the middle sports a flat top, and the youngster on the far right is wearing suspenders. How cool is that? Right decisions. Images were sent to 60% of all U.S. junior high and middle schools, reaching an estimated 3 million students. Figure 12. Tobacco is FACO if you're a teen. L'Oreal had introduced this campaign in 2002 in response to Philip Morris's Think, Don't Smoke campaign. Such images do little or nothing to discourage kids from smoking, especially given the insinuation that tobacco is fine for grown-ups. Ads of this sort are of legal value for the industry, which presents them as evidence that they don't want youngsters smoking. L'Oreal had spent over $13 million on this campaign. Some of these ads appeared in Marvel Comics, Fantastic Four, 3, No. 58, October 2002. What are the hidden messages in such ads? Figure 13. Nigger hair tobacco. Many early tobacco ads were offensive. There was also a niggerhead tobacco and cigarette packs featuring racist images of Asians and/or Native Americans. Nigger hair tobacco, made from Kentucky burley leaf, cut in long curly strands, was sold beginning in 1878 by the B. Leidersdorf Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, one of many manufacturers swallowed up by Buck Duke's American tobacco conglomerate. Ads explained that the brand got its name from its distinctive crinkly cut. The name was changed to Bigger Hair in the 1940s, but the picture on the pack and tins remained the same. The brand was sold into the mid-1960s, by which time the figure had been labeled a Fiji Islander. Figure 14. Official Virginia Slims tennis umpire badge with the smoking Ginny. Umpires at Virginia Slims tournaments wore such badges, and brand logos appeared on tickets, napkins, neckpins, notepads, lanyards, press kits, pencils, VIP badges, and banners of various sorts. Philip Morris's Ginny first appears as a silver trophy awarded at the 1973 Boca Raton Virginia Slims tournament, and by 1975 the public was being offered Ginny jerseys through the mail for $6 plus proof of purchase of the cigarette. Figure 15. Strategic philanthropy. Transnational tobacco companies often support causes such as tree planting or hunger relief to create an appearance of being good corporate citizens. Here Philip Morris advertises its 2008 donation of money to the Philippine National Red Cross. Figure 16. Marketing to African Americans. This plastic box of Kent cigarettes was provided as a free sample to African American physicians attending the annual meeting of the National Medical Association in Chicago, August 13-16, 1962. Personal collection. Figure 17. No words necessary. The semiotics of Silk Cut, a Gallagher brand cigarette widely smoked in Europe. Britain's Gallagher Group began running such ads in 1984, following a British law barring cigarette manufacturers from using words or human images in advertising. Many dozens of such ads were run, which are among the most creative in the history of advertising. Figure 18. Cigarette pack sex. Laws banning the use of human figures in tobacco ads have prompted clever evasions, including this 2007 Israeli ad for Kiss cigarettes showing packs in some rather risque positions. Russian ads for this same brand in 2011 featured blonde teenage girls licking ice cream, with the slogan, in Russian, "If you're not allowed it, but really want it, you can have it." Figure 19. Alibi branding. Philip Morris has sponsored Formula One racing for many years, mainly as a way to promote its Marlboro brand. As governments began banning the use of cigarette logos on race cars, the cigarette maker introduced a more abstract barcode design similar to the font used in the Marlboro name. The bottom image shows Marlboro livery on the Scuderia Ferrari Fluid for 2008. Similar designs were included on helmets, uniforms, and so forth. The barcode design was abandoned in July 2010 in response to public outcry about this subliminal advertising. For additional images, see graphicology.com. Figure 20. Listerine cigarettes. The Axton Fisher Tobacco Company sold these medicated cigarettes in the 1930s. Personal collection. Figure 21. Vending machine ad on a matchbook. Personal collection. Figure 22. Cigarette packs for your dollhouse or toy soldier. Most such toys are miniature versions of genuine brands, prompting us to ask, who was making these? Does this constitute brand infringement? And if so, why did tobacco manufacturers allow such infringements? Personal collection. Figure 23. Tobacco tar tumors on the ear of a rabbit. Following months of painting with cigarette tar, Angel H. Roffo of Argentina was able to produce tumors on the ears of experimental animals. From his El Tabaco como Cancerígeno, Buenos Aires, Imprenta de la Universidad, 1936. Figure 24. The Führer has called us. And we all say, yes. Quote, the Vereinigte Tabak-Zeitung was Germany's leading tobacco industry publication in the Nazi era. Here in this issue from April 8, 1938, Hitler's annexation of Austria is celebrated. Figure 25. Results of accelerated animal tests. The Augusta Paper Corporation supplied these secret test results to Laurelid on July 1, 1953. Augusta's secret experiments showed that tars extracted from the smoke of cigarettes caused cancer when painted onto the shaved backs of mice. Data are attached to a letter from Laurelid's J. Blanchard, Director of Manufacture, to H. B. Parmel, Director of Research, Laurelid, Inc., July 1, 1953, Bates 00065829 and 00065830. Figure 26. Carcinogens in tobacco smoke. Tobacco manufacturers for decades denied that smoking caused cancer, but here a Philip Morris document from 1961, authored by the company's Director of Research, lists numerous carcinogens known to be in cigarette smoke. The plus signs, plus, indicate potency. From Helmut Wacom, Tobacco and Health, R&D Approach. November 15, 1961, Bates 1005069026950, p. 9. This is one of millions of documents discovered through litigation in the 1980s and 1990s. Figure 27. Lung cancer mortality as a function of cigarette consumption in 11 nations. Richard Doll in Britain in the 1950s published this chart, showing a consistent relationship between a country's cigarette consumption and its lung cancer mortality 20 years later. Data are for males only. First published in 1955, Doll's chart was reproduced in the 1964 U.S. Surgeon General's report, from which this image is taken, p. 176. From this chart, one can show that one lung cancer death results from every 3 million cigarettes smoked, with a time lag of 20 years. Figure 28. A frank statement to cigarette smokers. This full-page ad appeared on January 4, 1954, in 448 newspapers throughout the United States and may well be the most expensive single-day ad ever run up to that time, costing in excess of $244,000 just for newspaper space. The frank statement launched the cigarette industry's denialist conspiracy. Figure 29. Graphic agnotology. Here the Tobacco Institute is suggesting that since cancer trends are chaotic, smoking cannot be to blame. Note that lung cancer is not shown. From the T. Smoking and Health, 1964-1979, The Continuing Controversy, Jan. 10, 1979, Bates 1005057750792 p. 104. This document was distributed to the press one day before publication of the 1979 Surgeon General's report, to steal that document's thunder. Figure 30. Brown and Williamson's telephone log from 1999. The makers of Kool, Viceroy, and Barclay cigarettes kept this record of calls to the company on smoking and health issues. One cannot read such logs without realizing that many smokers remain ignorant about the health impact of cigarettes. Here the first of 8 pages, Bates 06000308-0315. Figure 31. A typical cigarette filter patent from 1958. Filters never really worked, if by worked, we mean made cigarette smoking safer. Thousands of different designs have been contrived, incorporating myriad different additives and physical baffling. This particular device incorporated fragments of lung tissue of calf, fowl, sheep or hog, preferably in powdered or pulverized form. Countless other designs can be found by searching Google patents or the industry's internal documents. Figure 32. Considering all adhered, true cigarettes, made by America's oldest continuously operating tobacco company, Lorillard, were a highly ventilated brand introduced in 1967. The oblique reference here in this ad from 1976 is to diseases caused by smoking, but the companies rarely made such claims explicit. Figure 33. Bulletin of the History of Medicine, masthead and table of contents from the spring 1993 issue, with callouts for scholars working for the tobacco industry. Thousands of scholars have worked for the industry, though such collaborations are often not publicly disclosed. Gerald Grob was offered tobacco money but he refused. They wanted to pay him even while he slept. Figure 34. Dr. Cool. Paperweights in the form of Brown and Williamson's penguin mascot were sent to physicians throughout the United States as part of an effort to promote this popular menthol brand. Note the doctor's bag and stethoscope. Menthols were introduced in the 1930s in Cool cigarettes but were not very popular until the cancer scare of the mid-1950s, when sales of menthol brands skyrocketed. Smokers were given the impression of a cooling sanitary freshness, and regarded menthols as a healthier smoke. By the 1960s, menthols were being heavily marketed to African Americans. Figure 35. Restaurants for many years allowed separate sections for smokers, a practice likened by critics to having a peeing section in a swimming pool. Municipalities are now banning smoking in conjoined housing and in outdoor spaces where people congregate, since smoke can travel far from its point of origin, in the form of microplumes, for example. Cartoon by David Wiley Miller, 2005. Reprinted with permission. 21. Crack nicotine. Freebasing to augment as cigarettes. Kick. A cigarette is the perfect type of a perfect pleasure. It is exquisite, and it leaves one unsatisfied. What more can one want? Oscar Wilde, The Picture of Dorian Gray, 1891. Let us provide the exquisiteness, and hope that they, our consumers, continue to remain unsatisfied. All we would want then is a larger bag to carry the money to the bank. Colin C. Gregg, Structured Creativity Group, British American Tobacco, commenting on Wilde's Rhapsody, 1984. It has always struck me as odd when people are shocked to learn that the tobacco industry has manipulated nicotine chemistry. What should we expect? Nicotine manipulation is not even necessarily a bad thing. If you're going to smoke, you'd probably just as soon have your nicotine manipulated as left to chance. Whiskey makers know, and can control, how much alcohol will end up in their product, and drug makers of course calibrate dosages quite precisely. Heroin users die because their doses are unregulated, uncontrolled. The presumption behind the shock seems to be that tobacco should be as natural as possible. And the industry itself has cultivated this image of the cigarette as a folksy, down-home product that is honest, simple, and unadulterated, albeit now controversial and risky. But tobacco has never been a natural phenomenon, not as used by humans at any rate. Like olives or ayahuasca, tobacco leaves have to be painstakingly cured and processed prior to consumption. For this alone we cannot condemn the cigarette. The real indignity stems from precisely how and why cigarette makers have manipulated nicotine chemistry, which has been dishonest but also deadly. Cigarettes were designed to appear to be safe, when the manufacturers already knew they were not. We've encountered the nested frauds of filtration and ventilation, made possible by a crafty exploitation of compensation. But it's also important to realize that the chemistry of tobacco has been manipulated in a deceptive manner, with the goal of keeping smokers hooked. Smokers have been encouraged to switch to brands promising ever lower yields, without being told that the nicotine in those brands has been juiced up chemically to increase its potency. Think of cajoling an alcoholic. Here, have some vodka. We've taken out some of the alcohol, while secretly increasing the potency of those molecules that remain. Nicotine freebasing is comparable, and consequential. This simple chemical trick helped propel Marlboro from obscurity to the world's most popular cigarette, and still today helps keep smokers smoking. Sex without orgasm. Nicotine, as Claude Teagat Reynolds used to say, is the sine qua non of smoking. People smoke to obtain this simple alkaloid, which stimulates the brain and eventually leaves the hard mark of addiction. Hints of this beguiling twist were recognized prior even to the discovery of the nicotine molecule. Christopher Columbus is said to have observed with regard to his sailors taking up the pipe, it was not within their power to refrain from indulging in the habit, and King James I in his notorious counter-blast to tobacco worried that, he that taketh tobacco cannot leave it, it doth bewitch. The great French traveller Jean-Baptiste Tavernier wrote from Persia in 1640, men and women are so addicted that to take tobacco from 'em is to take their lives. Mark Twain is famous for his quip that smoking was easy to quit, indeed he had done so many times. It was not until the 20th century, however, that the mechanisms by which nicotine railroads the brain came to be deciphered. The British physiologist John Langley was a pioneer in this realm, using nicotine to map the cholinergic peripheral nervous system. In a series of experiments using cur-air, nicotine, and other psychoactive chemicals, Langley and his collaborators postulated the existence of receptor sites in cells that would receive and transmit the chemical instructions involved in all neurotransmission. Indeed, we still talk today about nicotinic cholinergic receptors throughout the body. Lennox M. Johnston of Glasgow, Scotland, in a widely read article in Lancet later showed that people injected with nicotine eventually develop a tolerance, and then a dependence, and that people develop cravings when the injections stop. Johnston, much of whose work was suppressed by smoking medical editors, proposed that tobacco use was essentially a means of administering nicotine, just as smoking opium is a means of administering morphine. Cigarette makers would eventually come to realize that the impact of nicotine could be manipulated, even while keeping its quantity in any given cigarette fixed. In the 1940s, for example, Laurelwood scientists at the company's Middletown, Ohio, branch explored the possibility of adding urea and other alkaline agents to cigarette paper to raise the pH of cigarette smoke. A letter of April 11, 1946, from the company's chief chemist to the head of its committee on manufacture noted that a number of different buffers and bases had been added, causing the production of a volatile base when the cigarette is burned. Sodium bicarbonate, soda ash, caustic soda, and caustic potash all were explored for this purpose, as were compounds such as ammonium phosphate, triethanolamine, and hexamethylene tetramine. Ammonia was selected as about the only material that we know of which is easily volatile. The problem was therefore to find a compound which contains bound ammonia that will be liberated by heat of combustion. Here are some of the early glimmers of the freebasing revolution that would rock the industry in the 1960s and 1970s, propelling Marlboro to the top of the cigarette charts. There was not yet any point, however, not in the 1940s or 1950s, to boost the potency of nicotine. Tobacco chemists were still looking mainly for ways to make smoke milder, and acid-base manipulations were done mainly to reduce harshness from corrosive acids or, more often, bases. There was not yet much of a demand for low nicotine products, and manufacturers felt no urgency to augment nicotine's potency. Tobacco researchers knew that free nicotine could be released by increasing pH, and even knew that free nicotine had a greater physiologic impact. But that was more or less a curiosity, since there was not yet any push to lower yields. With increasing publicity of the cancer hazard, however, cigarette makers began trying to lower tar and nicotine deliveries and to better understand how nicotine works in the body. Countless schemes were devised to lower nicotine levels, which wasn't terribly hard from a manufacturing point of view. The alkaloid is water-soluble, so a simple soaking will remove most of it from the leaf. That is one reason hand harvesters sometimes suffer from green tobacco sickness. Tobacco leaves wet from the morning dew can transfer nicotine to the skin, causing poisoning or even death for long-term handlers. Contact with sweat on the skin can have a similar effect. Breeding techniques were also developed to produce low nicotine plants. Europeans were ahead of the curve in this respect, and by the 1930s Germany's state-financed, pro-tobacco research laboratory, the Reich Institute for Tobacco Research at Forchheim, had engineered tobacco plants containing very little nicotine, about 0.15% as compared with the usual 2 to 3% in regular cured leaf. For a 1-gram cigarette, this meant 1.5 milligrams of nicotine instead of the usual 20 to 30 milligrams. Here again, just to remind the reader, we are talking about nicotine content, not nicotine yields or deliveries. The distinction is crucial. Content is how much is actually in the cigarette. Delivery is how much enters the smoker's body when the cigarette is smoked in some standardized manner, typically on a smoking machine. Deliveries can vary widely, since smokers can smoke a cigarette more or less intensively, which is why regulators, when they decide to limit nicotine in cigarettes, must focus exclusively on content, not deliveries. Only reducing the actual content in the rod below a certain amount will prevent cigarettes from being addictive. See again the box on page 380. Tobacco manufacturers by the early decades of the 20th century already knew how to quantify the nicotine in smoke and/or leaf and had developed techniques to raise or lower the concentration to any desired level. Nicotine content of the finished product became part of manufacturing specifications, and was controlled quite precisely. Cigarettes were also starting to become more uniform, from the point of view of physical design, for tax reasons and by virtue of how cigarettes were made and distributed. The widespread use of vending machines required a certain uniformity, for example, as did mechanized production à la Bonsac et als equipment. The standard American, Class A, cigarette by the 1930s was 70 mm long and contained just over a gram of tobacco. The nicotine content varied somewhat but was typically kept in the 20 to 30 mg range. There was no point yet in moving outside this range. Higher values would have been too harsh, and significantly lower values would have been considered low nicotine, specialty items, or worse. The American Tobacco Company conducted elaborate tests on nicotine-depleted cigarettes at the end of the 1930s, leading Hiram Hanmer to conclude that the emasculated cigarette, whether produced by removal of nicotine from tobacco, or the use of nicotine-poor tobacco in blending, gives an insipid smoke which is thin, sharp, and lacking in character. Hans Kuhn of Vienna's tobacco monopoly agreed that a moderate level of nicotine was crucial for maintaining a smoker's interest. Kuhn had a piquant way of putting it, comparing cigarettes without nicotine to a kiss from one's sister. Philip Morris psychologists would later liken nicotine-free tobacco to sex without orgasm. With the health scare of the 1950s, however, many smokers started switching to cigarettes offering lower tar and nicotine. Machine-measured yields began to fall in response, as smokers began to shift to what they imagined to be safer cigarettes. Questions started being asked about how low nicotine yields could go before cigarette sales would start to suffer. The fear was that if driven too low, people would simply stop smoking, whence all those worries about weaning. This was not a trivial concern. People smoke to satisfy the nicotine cravings, and if they can't satisfy that urge, they won't keep on with the habit. Surveys show that most people don't like to smoke and wish they didn't. They smoke only because they feel it is beyond their control to stop. That is why nicotine-free cigarettes have rarely been commercially successful. Confirmed, smokers smoke for the nicotine, and cigarettes without cannot satisfy. Some people may smoke purely for the ritual or the taste, but that is the exception rather than the rule. Cigarettes without nicotine have never been more than gimmicks and curiosities. Demand for low-tar cigarettes continued to grow throughout the 1950s and 1960s, as increasing numbers of smokers imagined this as a way to reduce their risk of disease. So whereas cigarettes in the early 1950s averaged 35 milligrams of tar on standardized smoking machines, yields by the 1980s had dropped by about half. Part of the decline was from the introduction of filters, along with new blending tricks and burn accelerants, but most was from putting less tobacco in the rod and from ventilation. For a time at least, the hope was basically to keep up the nicotine addiction, while reducing the tar. Cancer, Winder, Russell, and numerous others had proposed this same solution, that the ideal cigarette would be reasonably high in nicotine but as low as possible in tar. Nicotine can exist in myriad chemical forms, however, and can be manipulated to deliver a more or less powerful nicotine kick. There are several different ways to do this, the most notorious of which involves freebasing, the transformation of a molecule from a bound salt to a free base, typically by adding ammonia or some other alkaline compound. This is one of the most significant developments in the history of modern drug design, and one virtually unknown to the outside world, applied to tobacco at any rate, until the 1990s, when the industry's internal documents first came to light. From a historical point of view, freebasing essentially reverses the trend toward ever milder, low pH smoke ushered in with the flue curing revolution. Flue curing, you will recall, involved the lowering of cigarette smoke pH from 8 to about 6, making it less harsh and therefore easier to inhale. Freebasing pushes the pH back up a bit, but the purpose of the manipulation is quite different. Flue curing makes tobacco smoke less alkaline and therefore mild enough to inhale. Freebasing, by contrast, allows the nicotine to volatilize more effectively, making more of it more readily available to the body. Freebasing is the street word for the trick as popularized in the cocaine trade, but it was actually cigarette makers that invented the process, or at least commercialized it on an industrial scale. Marlboro was its first great beneficiary. Indeed, much of the success of this global cowboy brand can be traced to this chemical trick. But to understand how this works, we need to return again to the nature of smoke and how nicotine gets carried into the body. Particle versus gas phase partitioning, and freebasing. Tobacco smoke is interestingly complex. It's sort of like a moist gassy dust, or dusty gas, containing thousands of different chemicals in myriad complex and changing physical forms. The first step in simplifying this complexity is to realize that smoke has two physical states or phases, one composed of particles and another composed of gas. Tobacco smoke is technically an aerosol in this sense, with most of the soot, tar, and nicotine being in chunky little droplets, 12 billion per cigarette by one estimate, suspended in a gas consisting of carbon monoxide and dioxide. Along with water vapor, nitrous oxides of various sorts, hydrogen cyanide, nicotine in a gaseous state, and other gases not bound to the tiny droplets. The particle phase consists of everything that can be condensed from tobacco smoke when you apply an electric charge to these droplets and pull them down onto an electrostatic filter, also known as a Cambridge filter. This will include all of those tiny charred chunks of matter known as soot, along with most of the greasy waxy compounds known as tar, plus whatever other solids or viscous liquids fall out when smoke is pulled across that electrostatic filter. A 1965 Reynolds document comments on how several different names have been given to this particle phase, including tars, smoke solids, solids, total solids, particulate matter, total particulate matter, smoke condensate, total smoke condensate, and smoke condensables. The gas phase, by contrast, is everything that cannot be filtered out, things like carbon monoxide and cyanide gas. These can be measured by techniques such as gas phase chromatography, developed by tobacco industry chemists in the years after the Second World War. The existence of such chemicals is one key limitation of filtration in the cigarette context, and one reason cigarette makers never like to talk about gas in cigarette smoke. Tobacco researchers for a time explored gas phase properties of smoke to find out whether they could eliminate some of these nastier constituents. Great hopes for such a possibility were expressed in the 1950s, though by the 1960s and 1970s most hopes for selective filtration had been abandoned. Like a number of other compounds in tobacco smoke, nicotine is present in both particle and gas phases. It is a small molecule and can either stand alone as a free base or bind to other compounds in the form of a salt, like nicotine citrate or acetate. In its standalone form, it tends to move more easily into the gas phase of smoke, because the freebase is more volatile. This is crucial for understanding the logic of freebasing, since 1. Free, or freebase, nicotine is far more potent than nicotine in the bound or salt form, and 2. How much nicotine ends up in the particle or gas phase has a lot to do with how acid or alkaline the smoke is. Increase the alkalinity, and you increase the proportion of nicotine in the gas phase. Reduce the alkalinity, and you push the nicotine back into the more inert particle phase. Free nicotine is more easily volatilized and more easily absorbed through bodily tissues. All of which means that by manipulating the pH of tobacco smoke you can influence how potent it will be when you inhale it. This may come as a surprise to some readers, that smoke can be alkaline or acidic. The crucial take-home fact, though, is that free nicotine packs a more potent punch than bound or salt form nicotine. The physiology is not entirely understood, but free nicotine seems to reach the lungs more efficiently, from where it passes into the blood and then into the brain, whereas nicotine in the particle phase is more easily expelled from the lungs or otherwise slowed in its transit to the brain. The difference may have to do with the fact that free nicotine is more lipophilic, literally, fat-loving, allowing it to pass more easily through the fatty membranes surrounding the brain. The freebasing of nicotine goes back a long time, even prior to the industrial manufacture of cigarettes. A similar chemistry is implicit in what I like to call folk freebasing, which many traditional cultures use to augment the potency of their preferred alkaloids. No one knows how the practice originated, but rural people in many parts of the world chew tobacco mixed with lime, calcium oxide, not the fruit, to sharpen the punch of the alkaloid. Some cultures even urinate on the tobacco as part of the curing process, with the alkaline urea, an ammonia compound, doing basically the same trick. The freebasing of cocaine hydrochloride into crack is based on a similar chemistry. The cocaine alkaloid is far more potent in its freebase form than as a salt, so bicarbonate is used to transform cocaine hydrochloride into chemically pure crack cocaine. How, though, was freebasing discovered by tobacco manufacturers? The basic chemistry behind freebasing was already well known to chemists, including tobacco chemists, by the 1930s and 1940s. I've mentioned Parmel's 1946 discussion of adding ammonia to cigarettes to make the nicotine more volatile, but there are even earlier discussions. American Tobacco Company researchers in 1930 reflected on the fact that ammonia has the property of setting nicotine free from its salts. If tobacco contains nicotine in the free state, it will be taken up by the smoke more readily, whereas the salts are not volatile to the same extent and the nicotine will be consumed on burning. German and Russian tobacco experts also knew about the potency of free versus bound nicotine and wrote extensively on this topic. There was not much practical use for such ideas in the 1930s and 1940s, however. There was not yet any reason to augment nicotine's punch, so the question of free versus bound nicotine was little more than a chemical curiosity. Cigarettes still contained high levels of nicotine, typically 20 to 30 milligrams per stick, and the idea of increasing its impact wouldn't have served any useful purpose. Tobacco manufacturers were far more interested in making cigarettes milder and had no reason to give them any extra jolt. Claude Teague in 1954 was typical in still trying to find out how to reduce the free nicotine in burley leaf. The harshness, or strength, of burley was known to come from the high smoke concentration of freebases, and Teague actually proposed adding organic acids, citric, malic, or succinic, for example, to the tobacco to reduce this alkaline harshness. The proposal was hardly a new one. The Russian tobacco chemist Alexander Shmuk had made virtually identical proposals nearly a quarter of a century earlier. For Teague, as for everyone else in the tobacco world up to that point, circa mid-1950s, the quest was for an ever milder smoke, to facilitate inhalation and to comfort anyone worried about irritation. And to encourage novices. Chemical priorities changed, however, with the push to develop low delivery, health reassurance, cigarettes. Cigarette companies in the 1950s and 1960s started wanting to lower tar and nicotine as far as possible without weaning smokers from the habit. So the question became, not just how low can we go, but also how can we squeeze more power out of a given quantity of nicotine? How can we maintain satisfaction while lowering apparent deliveries? Finding answers to such questions became increasingly urgent, especially after governments started requiring publication of tar and nicotine values, in the late 1960s, from machines in which cigarettes were smoked in some standardized manner. Ventilation was one response. Freebasing provided yet another, albeit by accident and through a rather circuitous route, involving ammonia and the processing of tobacco scrap. Cigarette factories as papermaking mills. Ammonia has long been used in tobacco manufacturing, long prior even to its recognition as a freebasing agent. The earliest patents go back to the 1880s, when the compound was proposed as a means to eliminate the bad odor of fermented leaf. More often, though, ammonia was viewed as an unwanted irritant generated through the curing process. One early rationale, or rationalization, for American tobacco's much ballyhooed toasting, was that heat treating would drive off much of the cured leaf's accumulated ammonia. The goal was to chase a noxious irritant but also to lower the potency of the nicotine delivered to the smoker by keeping more of it in its bound, versus free volatile, state. Ammonia was occasionally added to tobacco, but this had nothing to do with freebasing. I've mentioned deodorizing, but ammonia was sometimes used as a solvent to denicotinize tobacco and for a time even, in the 1950s and 1960s, to neutralize carcinogens such as benzpyrene. But the innovation that led to its use as a freebasing agent came from its role in the manufacture of reconstituted tobacco. Reconstitution is a process whereby parts of the tobacco plant formerly tossed as waste are transformed into a pressed paper sheet, through a technique closely akin to papermaking. Recon factories are basically papermaking mills, where huge vats of crushed fiber tobacco stem slurry are floated into 12-foot wide sheets, which after drying get sprayed with casings of various sorts, including nicotine and diverse flavorings and preservatives. One could say that recon is basically to tobacco as plywood is to wood, but the process is really more like papermaking, which is why papermaking unions often represent the workers at such plants, United Paper Workers International, for example. Ammonia was added to recon beginning sometime in the late 1950s, principally to make fibers from the woody stems and ribs of the tobacco plant more smokable. German tobacco makers had started including these woody stems in cigarettes during the Second World War, as part of an effort to squeeze more smokable substance out of every pound of harvested leaf. This increasing use of stems was actually thought by some, in the 1940s, to be why cigarettes were causing cancer. Cigarette makers had traditionally used only the non-woody parts of the leaf, but with efforts to rationalize production, a decision was made to use more and more of the tobacco plant, basically everything but the roots and central stalk, to lower costs and speed mechanical processing. It was not such an easy thing to make these woody parts smokable, however. The stems are very much like wood, which smokes about like, say, cardboard or sawdust or brown wrapping paper, as industry chemists used to say. Nicotine can be added, but the resultant smoke is still quite acidic, which is where the ammonia came in. Ammonia was added to neutralize the acid but also to release the pectins in the leaf and stem, allowing a more effective binding of the fibers required to hold the dried slurry sheet together. Research into this process of reconstituting tobacco, to make recon, intensified in the 1950s, and between 1952 and 1994 at least 231 patents were filed on the process. R.J. Reynolds was a key early player. The company's official historian recalls a 1946 journey by 3 company managers to the public library in Winston-Salem to research techniques of papermaking. And by the end of the 1950s most of the majors were using at least some recon in their cigarettes. Some companies had earlier used recon for cigar wrappers, but Reynolds was apparently the first to use it in American cigarettes. The paper-like tobacco sheet is chopped into threads to look much like the chopped leaf itself, and much of what one smokes in a cigarette today is actually Recon, which gives the companies a certain flexibility in how to manipulate the final product. Tobacco manufacturers had hoped that Recon would be acceptable to smokers, but no one imagined how seductive it would become. Adding ammoniated tobacco sheet to traditional leaf gave the resulting blend a new and delightful flavor, described in industry documents as a rich burley or chocolatey taste. Even more important, though, were its pharmacologic effects, since ammoniation also gave tobacco a more powerful nicotine punch, gram for gram. In the health-conscious climate of the 1960s and 1970s, this meant that manufacturers could continue to reduce the machine-measured deliveries of cigarettes while still giving them the nicotine kick expected from full-flavor brands. Chocolate notes. Philip Morris was apparently the first to realize that ammonia could be used to produce this delicious, extra added kick. The discovery seems to have come about by accident, in the early 1960s, as the company was conducting experiments on the taste and psychopharmacology of ammoniated tobacco sheet. As at Reynolds, ammonia was being added to tobacco sheet to improve its binding properties, giving it the tensile strength needed for processing into cigarette filler. A high sheet strength allowed Recon to be pulled rapidly through automated machinery for processing. Early taste tests were satisfactory, and in 1961 the company set up an experimental pilot plant to manufacture ammoniated tobacco sheet, using the so-called DAPBL, diammonium phosphate blended leaf, process. Philip Morris engineering reports from this period note that the company's new DAPBL process was economical, eliminating the need for stem soaking, stem cooking and stem refining, but there were also good signs on the taste front. On November 6, 1962, Philip Morris chemist John D. Hind wrote to the company's manager of development, Robert B. Seligman, commenting on how treatment with DAP had produced a particularly strong flavor of chocolate, allowing a much more efficient way of producing the chocolate notes in cigarettes and packages. It took some time to gear up for production, though, and lots of different variations on this DAP-BL process were tried, including the addition of a methanol-washed lemon albedo that gave a favorable flavor variation. Process and equipment testing of pilot runs continued through the spring and summer of 1963, and after ironing out a number of potential kinks, a decision was made to start commercial manufacture on October 15, 1963. 1. Ammoniated tobacco sheet was first incorporated into Marlboros on a large-scale basis in 1964, and it is important to realize how radically this transformed the fate of the cigarette. The factory-scale use of ammoniated tobacco sheet, coincident with the launch of the Marlboro Country campaign, worked wonders for Philip Morris and its flagship brand. Marlboro had always been a relatively minor brand and in the 1950s had never garnered even a 5% share of the American market. By 1967, however, when Philip Morris secured a patent on its DAP-BL process, making no mention of freebasing, interestingly, Marlboro was well on its way to becoming the world's most popular cigarette. Market share in the United States alone grew from 5 to more than 40% from 1965 through 2005, the most spectacular rise of a single brand in cigarette history. Marlboro surpassed Winston as America's most popular cigarette in 1976 and would soon become the world's #1 brand. Charts of the brand's market share in the United States show a sharp kink upward in 1964, when the freebased version came online. The secret and soul of Marlboro. It is impossible to say how much of the success of Marlboro is due to freebasing and how much to the sophisticated marketing of Marlboro Country and the Marlboro Man. Hard-packed and masculine with its bright red roof chevron, the brand was perhaps even tough enough to stand up against cancer. Recall that this manly image was new in 1955, when Marlboro was transformed from a woman's into a man's brand. In its feminine incarnation, Marlboros had been mild as May, with ivory tips to protect the lips. Smokers, and especially young smokers, seemed to like the new version's quick jolt, prompting envy and imitation from other manufacturers. Philip Morris would eventually apply its freebasing techniques to several of its other brands. Notably its low tar and low nicotine Merit cigarettes, introduced in 1976 as a radical breakthrough in cigarette technology. Merit was Philip Morris's hope for a new generation of smokers seeking a safer smoke. The new brand advertised a nicotine yield only half of that offered by Marlboro, but by virtue of treatment with diammonium phosphate still delivered the same amount of free nicotine to smokers. Brown and Williamson scientists reflected on this in 1980, commenting that, in theory, a person smoking these cigarettes, Merit and Marlboro, would not find an appreciable difference in the physiological satisfaction from either based on the amount of free nicotine delivered. Philip Morris enjoyed a monopoly on ammonia technology for a number of years, but the secret and soul of Marlboro was eventually found out. Cigarette makers have a long history of reverse engineering their competitors' brands to learn what kinds of tricks they might adopt. Marlboro's success led to intense efforts at imitation, which is how the other companies came to discover the virtues of freebasing. Liggett and Myers in 1971, for example, tried to elevate its smoke pH by adding calcium hydroxide to its blends, with the following rationale: we are interested in developing a cigarette with increased smoke pH in order to increase the free base as opposed to acid-salt form of nicotine in smoke, perhaps giving a more satisfying smoke. If this could be done, there could be a reduction in total nicotine in the smoke without a reduction in the physiological satisfaction associated with nicotine. 2. The author of this report knew that the physiological effect of nicotine could be increased by altering this ratio of free base to acid-salt forms. Here, too, the goal was to increase the alkaloid's strength while lowering apparent deliveries. Reynolds was another avid imitator. In 1973, Claude Teague, author of the Survey of Cancer Research, and now Assistant Director of Research at the company, wrote a long analysis of Marlboro's success, attributing the popularity of this brand, especially among young people, to Philip Morris's use of ammonia technology. Teague explored a number of different reasons for Marlboro's success, along with Brown and Williamson's Cool, with the goal of helping his company close the gap. His conclusion: the most significant difference between our brands and Philip Morris brands and Cool has been in the area of smoke pH. In this same 1973 report, stamped Secret, Teague noted that by comparison with Reynolds's own Winston brand, Marlboro showed 1. Higher smoke pH, higher alkalinity, hence increased amounts of free nicotine in smoke, and higher immediate nicotine kick. 2. Less mouth irritation. 3. Less stemmy taste and less Turkish and flu-cured flavor. And 4. Increased burley flavor and character. Seeking to capture this allure, Reynolds began ammoniating its own cigarettes shortly thereafter. In 1974, the company started using ammoniated sheet in the manufacture of its Camel filters, allowing them to deliver 36 micrograms of freebasing ammonia in the mainstream smoke of each cigarette. Reynolds researchers here again reasoned that people were turning to Marlboros because they delivered more free nicotine as a result of ammonia technology. Brown and Williamson was yet another convert. By 1965, scientists from the company's parent Batco Laboratories in Southampton were well aware that the strength, or impact, of a cigarette was related not to total nicotine delivered but rather to the amount of extractable, or free nicotine, which varied significantly with smoke pH. Ammonia was an obvious way to manipulate smoke pH, and by 1971 the company had given the code name UKELON to urea, an ammonia source recognized as a way of achieving normal impact from low-tar cigarettes. Free nicotine was more readily absorbed, and therefore more likely to have a decidedly satisfying effect on the smoker's taste receptors. The company's Project LTS, Low Tar Satisfaction, was designed to exploit this effect, with the goal being to create a cigarette containing greater levels of free nicotine in an enhanced alkaline environment. A 1971 Brown and Williamson document titled A Kellen Treatment of Tobacco noted that urea treatment could be one avenue toward the development of a low-tar, full-impact cigarette. Brown and Williamson continued research along these lines throughout the 1970s, and by 1980 was able to conclude that we have sufficient expertise available to build a lowered mg tar cigarette which will deliver as much free nicotine as a Marlboro, Winston or Kent without increasing the total nicotine delivery above that of a light product. 2. UKELON by this time was being used in the company's Cool and Viceroy brands, and we even have some of the recipes detailing how many pounds were sprayed, as casing, onto the finished blend per hogshead of tobacco. Casing for a 10,000-pound batch of the company's experimental MT768 tobacco in 1989, for example, included the following ingredients. The recipe provides only the code names. I have given here the decoded ingredients in parentheses. We also have the mixing instructions. HOTANTIS equals water was to be added at 120 degrees Fahrenheit prior to a drop to solids tank, following which UKELON, urea, would be added and mixed for 10 minutes. The special casing flavoring XCF 2273 was then added along with the glycerine, honey, sugar, and propylene glycol, followed by application to the tobacco at 120 degrees Fahrenheit. This was all part of the company's Project Best, the goal of which was to develop a cigarette to outperform arch-rival Marlboro. With the key question being, is there more NH3, ammonia, chemistry in Marlboros? This question was of great interest to Brown and Williamson, which is why they hired a corporate intelligence service to investigate how much ammonia Philip Morris was using. In 1985, the corporate intelligence group of a company known as Information Data Search, Inc., reported to Brown and Williamson on the results of a clandestine inquiry into Philip Morris's ammonia usage, pieced together from interviews with chemical suppliers, tobacco growing experts, equipment manufacturers and distributors, fragrance and flavor specialists, chemical engineers, and competing cigarette manufacturers. Brown and Williamson learned by this means that its chief rival was using about 2.5 million pounds of gaseous ammonia per year at its American manufacturing plants. By this time, however, virtually all the majors had learned how to use ammonia technology, and not just in the United States. In January of 1988, J. C. Wong from Research and Development at W.D. and H.O. Wills in Australia reported on his company's efforts to use ammonia to develop a low-alkaloid smoking product without adversely affecting smoking properties. Wong had reduced the nicotine content in a tobacco blend by water extraction and noted that subsequent exposure to ammonia restored impact and irritation levels to a similar order of magnitude as those for the unextracted tobacco. Wong also remarked on the smoother smoke produced by ammoniation. New methods to measure nicotine's impact were also developed, including the so-called Woodrow's technique, which ranked the subjective impact of a particular cigarette on a scale from 1 low to 4 high. In the early 1970s, this was part of an elaborate testing mechanism by which cigarettes would be rated for impact, irritation, and flavor, and on this basis awarded different amplitudes, or scores. Impact was basically nicotine satisfaction, irritation was how much a cigarette bothered your mouth or throat, and flavor was, well, flavor. Each of these was further broken down into subcategories. Irritation could be different in the mouth, nose, or throat, for example, and flavor could be musty, earthy, green, grassy, dirty, roasted, toasted, and so forth. Tobacco manufacturers spent a lot of time rating cigarettes in this manner, with test panels assembled to evaluate different blends and additives. Experts were also hired in the area of sensory science, with the hope of creating some of the same kinds of scales fashionable among wine connoisseurs. Summary instruments of various sorts were developed, including a tobacco aroma wheel, comparable to what wine critics had in the form of wine wheels, to evaluate Cabernet, Pinot, and Chardonnay. Ammonia technology by the 1980s had become routine in cigarette manufacturing. An ammonia technology conference organized by Brown and Williamson at Louisville, Kentucky, on May 18–19, 1989, concluded that ammonia technology was the key to competing in smoke quality with Philip Morris worldwide. Minutes from this meeting reveal that with the exception of Liggett, all U.S. cigarette manufacturers were using some form of ammonia technology by this time. Philip Morris was using DAP Recon and urea. Reynolds was using ammonia gas, American. And Lorillard were using DAP Recon. And Brown and Williamson itself was using DAP Recon and urea, code-named QUELAR and UKELON, along with half a dozen other tricks under the rubric, root technology. Controlled ammonia processing was identified by Brown and Williamson researchers as the soul of Marlboro. Marlboro is a moving target. Its blend alkaloids have markedly increased over the last 3 years. Humectants levels have increased. We find increasing amounts of 2,PM additives, urea and propylparaben, in Marlboro. We stand on our prior conclusion that the soul of Marlboro is controlled ammonia processing of tobacco, with this processing being accomplished during reconstituted tobacco manufacture. PM's band cast recon most efficiently accomplishes the desired ammonia chemistry, thus it is an essential ingredient in Marlboro. None of this, of course, was made public, and the companies for many years denied they were manipulating nicotine. Philip Morris was actually brash enough to sue ABC Television in 1994 for $10 billion. For reporting that Marlboro's maker had been spiking its cigarettes with nicotine. The irony is that the companies could have made a case that freebasing was simply a way to increase the potency of the nicotine while keeping down the tar. Freebasing could have been defended as a means of creating a safer cigarette. Winder and others had championed this idea, that nicotine to tar ratios should be maximized, keeping the nicotine high and the tar low. The companies never made this argument, because they didn't like to talk about how they were manipulating the chemical properties of smoke. They also didn't want to admit that nicotine was addictive. The companies could have said they were trying to make a low-tar cigarette while keeping satisfying levels of nicotine, and some public health authorities might even have hailed this as a noble goal. Making such an argument, though, would have compromised one of the pillars of the industry's deception, which was that nicotine was simply one of the many taste elements in a cigarette and in no way craved by smokers, robbing them of their self-control. The public had been led to believe that nicotine was just one of many natural constituents of tobacco leaf, beyond the control of the manufacturers. Admitting they were juicing up its potency while promising ever lower deliveries would seem to have required admitting addiction, which they were not yet willing to do. Not to their customers at any rate. The official line was always that ammonia was added simply to improve the taste of tobacco. Privately, however, the companies were quite upfront about free nicotine being a more powerful and dangerous form of the alkaloid. Free nicotine was always a health and safety concern on the tobacco factory floor, where leaf processing equipment would routinely gum up from contact with the waxy alkaloid. And to clean such equipment, the companies would often engage in what we might call defreebasing, wiping nicotine-clogged machine parts with citric acid to convert the volatile free base into a more harmless acid, salt. Nicotine in its free base form is extremely toxic, and manufacturers knew that contact with even a few drops could prove fatal, by direct absorption through the skin. Confidential safety protocols for Philip Morris's pilot plant making denicotinized tobacco for the company's next brand cigarette recognized that the use of citric acid when decontaminating a piece of equipment serves to convert nicotine-free base to the less readily absorbed salt form, at the same time rendering it less volatile. The resulting salt, nicotine citrate, was still quite toxic but now at least had the advantage of having only about 1/20th the rate of skin absorption as free base nicotine. Another problem with admitting nicotine manipulation stemmed from the fact that cancer is not the only harm from smoking. Smoking also causes heart disease and dozens of other maladies, in which nicotine is not entirely innocent. Nicotine has been implicated in cardiovascular disease by causing constriction of the arteries, and contributes to death from stroke and possibly even cancer. John Cook at Stanford has shown that nicotine stimulates blood vessel growth, which means that exposure to nicotine might well promote tumorigenesis by helping to supply new tumors with oxygen-rich blood. And scholars have shown that nicotine may be involved in blocking some of the enzymatic activities that help to detoxify tobacco-specific nitrosamines. Pharmaceutical companies even today are hamstrung in the development of new drugs, since nicotine interferes with basic detoxification processes in the body. The bottom line is that freebasing helped sustain mass addiction. Smokers thought they were buying low-yielding cigarettes, when in truth they were getting just as much nicotine, and in a more powerful form. Freebasing was a response to worries that falling nicotine yields might cause people to quit. The point was to increase the extractable nicotine in smoke, delivering a higher nicotine kick per milligram of the alkaloid. The process was deceptive, in that it was introduced into many of the same brands advertised as light or lower yield. So even though tar and nicotine levels measured by automated smoking machines showed steady declines over time, the augmented impact kept customers as addicted as ever. Freebasing facilitated compensation and is best regarded as a form of chemical deception, a subterfuge to keep smokers coming back for more. Postscript. This history and chemistry now has regulatory implications, since the newly empowered FDA will probably try to establish some maximum allowable limit to how much nicotine will be allowed in cigarettes, to prevent addiction. The industry will surely resist any such effort, but if some reasonable upper limit is established, see again the box on page 380, the companies may try to game this by reducing the size of cigarettes, to keep a high fraction of nicotine per puff, or raising the pH of the resulting smoke or adding other kinds of chemicals to make sure smokers remain hooked. Regulators will have to guard against industry efforts to increase the potency of nicotine by other means, or even to defreebase cigar smoke to make it inhalable. The companies may try to exploit nicotine acetaldehyde synergies, or to add other addictive compounds. Skirmishes of this sort will probably drag on for years, consuming costly financial and intellectual resources, before the courage will finally be found to cut the Gordian knot and ban combustible tobacco products altogether. 22. The light cigarette scam. Do you suppose if I continue to smoke Camel Ultra Light cigarettes and I should develop cancer, it will be ultra light cancer? Dennis J. O'Neill, writing to R. J. Reynolds, 1999. James J. Morgan was one of the most capable marketeers Philip Morris has ever had. After joining the company in 1963, the Princeton graduate, with a BA in history, had risen up through the ranks to shepherd, first, the Parliament brand, then Virginia Slims. In 1970, however, he was promoted to market heaven as brand manager for Marlboro, the brand that, as a result of ammoniation and creative cowboy marketing, would soon become the best-selling cigarette in the world. Managing such an important brand was a plum job, and Morgan performed well, judging from his subsequent promotions. By 1994 he was president of the company and its chief executive officer, a position he held until his retirement in 1997, shortly after his shocking claim, under oath, that cigarettes were much more like caffeine, or in my case, gummy bears. I love gummy bears and I eat gummy bears and I don't like it when I don't eat my gummy bears, but I'm certainly not addicted to them. Morgan's chief innovation was to have introduced the concept of lights into tobacco marketing. It is not entirely clear how this idea came to him. When asked about the topic in court, he doesn't reveal much. In 1998, in testimony for Blue Cross and Blue Shield v. Philip Morris et al., Morgan listed 5 great changes in the Marlboro brand: the transformation from a woman's to a man's cigarette in 1955, the introduction of the Marlboro Country campaign in 1962, complete with music from the Magnificent Seven, the end of broadcast advertising in 1971, which led to the company's invention of mega photolithographic billboards, to advertise the Marlboro Man, and the invention of the light branding concept in 1971. This was also about when Philip Morris acquired Miller Beer. The tobacco giant invented light beer about the same time it invented light cigarettes. I suspect many people will be surprised to learn that the entire concept of light, or light, as applied to foods, beer, and virtually everything else was a tobacco industry invention, a vehicle to sell cigarettes. We didn't say safer. Morgan rejects any suggestion that lights were introduced by the industry to offer smokers some kind of health reassurance. As he describes it, the provocation actually came from New York City Mayor John Lindsay, who had proposed a tax on cigarettes based on their tar and nicotine deliveries. Lights, according to Morgan, were simply a response to this, basically an effort to avoid the tax. Testifying under oath, Morgan claimed that his company had never intended its new branding concept to imply any margin of safety. Indeed, he says his choice of the word light was pretty much arbitrary. I could have used anything, any word. We didn't say, was safer. Quote, Morgan denied that his company was responding to demands from medical authorities or from consumers worried about their health. He also denied that smokers perceived light cigarettes as offering any kind of health benefits. 2. Internal company documents make it clear, though, that lights were intended to convey an impression of a less hazardous cigarette, and that people perceived them as such. The documents are full of references to health smokers and health filter smokers, preferring light or low delivery cigarettes. Reynolds in its marketing literature describes smokers of low tar brands as smoking to alleviate alleged health concerns, and Bat commented on how smokers will probably believe that lower deliveries mean less risky products. For Lorillard, low tar numbers were crucial to maintaining a health cigarette image. Philip Morris's Project Hilton in Germany in 1976 envisioned a cigarette positioned as very healthy on grounds of its low tar and nicotine figures. Project Klaus was yet another effort to target Germany's health-oriented smokers, especially those with the strongest addiction to smoking. Project Gatwick was a BAT, imperial effort to develop a health reassurance cigarette for Canada using a visibly different filter, perceived by smokers of Rothmans and Export as being mild. Smokers clearly perceived these as healthier than ordinary cigarettes. We know this from the many hundreds of references to health reassurance in the archives, as well as from internal industry studies dividing cigarette markets into implicit, contemporary, and explicit health benefit segments, according to levels of advertised tar. We also have evidence from the consumer letters, as when a woman from Scranton, Pennsylvania, claimed to have switched to Salem Lights due to throat and voice problems. Industry marketers appealed to this hope. With Hilton we offer a truly full-flavor cigarette for smokers who would like to smoke healthier but who would never compromise on the taste. George Weissman of Philip Morris had articulated this general strategy shortly after the first Surgeon General's report, emphasizing in a memo to his president and CEO, Joseph F. Cullman III, how important it was for the industry to provide smokers with a psychological crutch and a self-rationale to continue smoking. Lights were a key part of the effort to fashion such a crutch. The industry knew it was dangerous from a legal point of view to make such claims explicit, however. Admitting one kind of cigarette was less deadly, after all, would implicate others as being more deadly and violate the ruse of cigarettes causing no kind of harm whatsoever. Ads, therefore, when they implied a health benefit, tended to do so obliquely. One series for Lorillard's True brand announced that everyone knows the problem, and that Trues were the solution, see Figure 32. The problem, cancer, heart disease, goes unmentioned. The presumption was that people know. Advertisers reinforced this perception through carefully crafted visual cues. Smokers were portrayed as wearing all white in white rooms, conveying a sense of hospital-like purity and cleanliness. And whereas bright or sunset reds were used for Marlboro regulars, lights were typically cast in soft-toned pastels, with a liberal use of light blues and whites. Ads were sometimes drawn in watercolor, with progressively vanishing images of cowboys and Western symbols as you moved from regulars to lights and ultralights. So whereas Marlboro regulars showed large and vivid images of cowboys, lights were usually presented in softer, more distant, scenes in watercolor or gouache. And ultralights might show only a thin line of galloping horses against the distant mountains. Less was supposed to be better, in the ads as in your lungs. Strategies of this sort are explicit in the industry's internal documents. A 1992 chart of the three principal Marlboro brands, for example, identified Marlboro Reds with heavy-duty, blue-collar macho, real men, mediums, blues, were to evoke the yuppie, and lights were supposed to be smarter. Advertisers were instructed on how to design ads for these different brands. So Marlboro Reds were to be in sharp focus with close-ups depicting a single hero, and/or action shots, with red tints dominant. Mediums would have more shades of blue, and be product-based, not image-based, and lights were to have a fuzzier focus, and depict quieter scenes, incorporating nature and solitude in more golden earth tones. Lights were also to be more for women. Color, theme schemes of this sort were carefully scripted, with text, image, tint, and focus all fine-tuned to target specific types of users. The industry was clearly aware that smokers perceived light cigarettes as healthier, which of course was the whole point. A 1992 BAT survey found smokers regarding such brands as the opposite of full flavor. Little taste, low satisfaction, communicating minimal health risks, comparative to full flavor, but less natural and perhaps even synthetic. This same survey, drawing from interviews with smokers in Malaysia, South Africa, and Germany, with input from a BAT French study, found lights being seen as having the dimensions of youth, modernity striver, achiever, along with this presumption of minimal health risks. Several other kinds of cigarettes were perceived this way, and not by chance. Menthols had been introduced as a safer, indeed medicinal, smoke in the 1930s, just as king sizes were in the 1940s, filters in the 1950s, and low tars in the 1960s. Menthols had never been very popular until the so-called health scare of the mid-1950s, however, when market shares began their rapid climb. Focus groups showed that people often switched to menthols when they had a cold or sore throat. Studies also showed that even the names given to a particular brand were more or less likely to evoke health. In 1964, for example, Lennon and Newell found that the trade name Micronite was more often regarded as healthful than names such as Calgonite, Cordite, Bakelite, or Samsonite, albeit less often than Porite or Diet Right. Lights were just the latest tactic in this decades-long campaign of reassurance, targeting what the companies called the concerned, worrier, or health segment. Diet cigarettes. Light cigarettes were popular from the moment they were introduced. Marlboro Lights hit the market in 1971, but by the end of that decade every major manufacturer in the United States had a Lights extension. Viceroy Lights appeared in 1972, followed by Winston Lights in 1974, Kent Golden Lights in 1975, and Terrayton Lights in 1976. More than a dozen new light brands came onto the American market in 1977, making this truly the year of lights. New brands that year included Camel Lights, L&M Lights, Old Gold Lights, Cool Super Lights, and half a dozen others in various lengths and styles. 7. That same year, 1977, Philip Morris upped the ante with the world's first ultra-light, an 85mm Parliament. The American Tobacco Company introduced its own Terrayton Ultralight in 1979, followed shortly thereafter, in 1980, by R. J. Reynolds's More Ultralight and Philip Morris's Merit Ultralight. Viscount by this time in Canada was being sold as a super mild, a concept introduced in 1978. Lights and ultralights were brand concepts with informally agreed upon deliveries. Regular, or full flavor, cigarettes were supposed to be anything above 15 mg FTC tar. Lights, were 7 to 15 mg tar, and ultralights were anything below 7 mg. Lowest tar and microlights were categories later added for cigarettes in the 1 to 3 mg tar range. These were never formal rules with any kind of enforcement, nor did they really tell you how much tar and nicotine a smoker would actually inhale, given the phenomenon of compensation and freebasing. Slim and super slim cigarettes were supposed to have this same health appeal, attracting health and fashion-conscious women worried about their weight. Philip Morris launched its Virginia Slims in 1968, trading on the idea that smoking would help keep you from getting fat, which is one reason so many dancers, models, and actors smoked and still smoke. Slims were supposed to be a distinctly female cigarette, with the added implication that Slims, and later Super Slims, were a kind of diet cigarette. Ads often dangled this lure by hinting that a slim cigarette could keep your figure slim and trim. Ad for Silver Thins: I like my figure slim, my men trim, and my cigarette thin. Slim cigarettes were likened to low-calorie foods, so if you eat slim and smoke slim, you'll keep trim. Small circumference smokes were referred to as skinny cigarettes, or even reeds, or twigs, brand names considered for a Benson and Hedges cigarette. And ad copy incorporated words like thin, trim, and skinny to accentuate this purported and preposterous low-cal link. Reynolds in one of its ads for its Doral brand featured a young-looking woman explaining how she lost 650 milligrams of tar the first week without losing out on taste. I did it on what I call my Doral diet. Quote, or as another ad explained, I'm not too big in the willpower department, but I lost 700 milligrams of tar the first week on what I call the Doral diet. Quote, logic was not a strong suit in such ads. After all, if smoking really did keep you thin, wouldn't a light cigarette have less of this effect? Has anyone ever imagined that full flavor cigarettes might make you fat? Oddly enough, that is precisely what many of these ads implied. And the companies often commented on this, when they thought no one would be listening. Documents from Brown and Williamson's secret project Cirrus describe the ultra-thin configuration of Barclay lights as designed to reinforce low tar attribute. So here was this perfect trifecta. The slim cigarette would keep you thin. Thinness would imply low tar or less of those bad things in cigarettes, which was sort of like those bad things in food that make you fat. Smokers were supposed to think slim figure, thin cigarette, low tar, low calorie, less is more. And forget logic. Female Weight Watchers were clearly in their sights in 1987, when Brown and Williamson introduced its Barclay Lights Ultra Thins. The Super Slims introduced shortly thereafter were supposed to convey the added impression of being safer than other cigarettes by virtue of generating less sidestream smoke. Sidestream smoke comes directly from the lit end of the cigarette into the ambient air, in contrast to mainstream smoke, which is inhaled by the smoker. A market study from 1991 found that while the primary attraction of Ultra Slims was their femininity and lightness, smokers also viewed them as more socially acceptable and healthier for themselves and those around them. The sickening reality is that in certain respects cigarettes with low sidestream smoke were actually more dangerous, because of how the smoke was reduced. The companies decided that what they really wanted was to reduce the appearance of sidestream smoke, meaning its visibility. Industry researchers studied this problem quite intensively in the 1980s, through projects Lotus, Ambrosia, and Stealth, for example, and found that what mainly determines the visibility of smoke is the size of its constituent particles. Smoke containing large particles is typically more conspicuous, whereas smoke with smaller particles is less so. So to make smoke less visible, cigarette engineers set out to reduce the size of smoke particles, and succeeded to a certain extent. Success was not achieved without side effects, however, since less visible smoke is no less deadly, and may even be more deadly, for two rather different reasons. For one thing, people may be more willing to expose themselves and others to such smoke, believing it to be less deadly, or not present. More disturbing is the fact that fine particles tend to lodge more easily in the lungs and to penetrate more deeply. The result? Doctors are now finding more cancers in the deeper recesses of the lungs, where they are harder to identify and to extract. That is principally from the switch to filter cigarettes, since larger smoke particles are more easily filtered out. But it is also from this effort to make smoke less visible, by reducing smoke particle size. Smokers now tend to get more of these distal tumors, especially adenocarcinomas, which formerly were rare even among smokers. Tumors deeper in the lung also tend to be found at later stages of malignancy, which signals a worse prognosis. So several different sorts of design modifications have caused cigarettes to actually become more deadly. Counting only those having to do with cancer, this would include 1. Flue curing, which allowed cigarette smoke to be inhaled, generating the world's first epidemic of lung cancers. 2. Filters, which reduced smoke particle sizes, allowing tars to penetrate deeper into the lungs. And 3. Efforts to make smoke less visible, which further reduced smoke particle size, causing more lung disease and disease of a deadlier kind. This counterintuitive bite back is common in the world of tobacco, where manufacturers seem to have as their basic operating philosophy, trade in illusions, ignore the health of your customers, and paper over any difficulties with fancy scents and optical tricks. Chemicals were sometimes put into cigarettes to cover up noxious tobacco odors, part of this effort to make smoking more socially acceptable. Greg Connolly of Harvard hit this nail on the head when he compared the industry's odor and visibility manipulations to adding sugar to rancid meat, classic adulteration of a consumer product to conceal the risk. 1. Popcorn or puffed wheat tobacco. We've seen how low tar cigarettes are fraudulent, filters don't really filter, and tricks such as ventilation are easily and unconsciously overcome by the addict. Cigarette makers have used other tricks to lower apparent tar and nicotine yields, including modifications of the blend and burn rate and changes in cigarette dimensions. Smaller cigarettes, simply by virtue of containing less tobacco, will deliver less tar and nicotine when smoked on an automatic smoking machine, because there is less tobacco to burn. One way to achieve this is to reduce the circumference of the rod, and therefore the volume of the tobacco component, but another has been to lighten the tobacco by aerating it, puffing it up, making it less dense, so that a cigarette of a given volume will contain less tobacco. The term of art is expanded tobacco. Expanded tobacco, ET, is an important means by which the tobacco companies have tried to make cigarettes appear safer. Reynolds pioneered this technique in the 1960s. The idea was that by puffing up tobacco, typically by exposing it to extreme cold in the form of dry ice, freon, or liquid propane, you could force air into the leaf and thereby increase its volume, or filling power. The result was basically a popcorn or puffed wheat version of traditional leaf which, as with Recon, could be used to save on manufacturing costs. Expanded tobacco, also known as G13 in Reynolds's jargon, is of course less dense, which means that less was needed to fill a cigarette to a given volume. ET saved the companies money, but it also helped to reduce machine-measured tar and nicotine yields, since you were putting less actual tobacco in any given cigarette. So whereas cigarettes from the 1950s typically contained about 1.2 grams of filler, tobacco plus flavorings and other additives, cigarettes by the 1970s and 1980s typically contained only 2/3 of a gram, some only half a gram or even less. The beauty of this system was that it saved the industry money, just like filters. Recall that filters lowered the cost of manufacturing, since cigarettes with plastic tips contain about 20% less tobacco. Expanded tobacco had this same cost-cutting virtue, but could also be used to lower tar and nicotine deliveries as measured by the smoking robots mandated by the FTC. Cigarettes containing less tobacco meant less tar and nicotine from any given cigarette, if smoked the same way as a regular, a big if. It also meant smoking more paper per gram of tobacco. Not that the latter really mattered much, since much of the modern cigarette, notably the Recon, is just chopped and flavored paper onto which nicotine-laden tobacco extracts have been sprayed. How, though, was expanded tobacco developed? The idea of pumping air into products to fluff them up goes back to the early years of the 20th century. Puffed wheat and rice date from prior even to the First World War, though no one seems to have bothered applying such techniques to tobacco until the 1960s. 19th century governments would surely have regarded it as a form of adulteration, and sleazier even than pumping tobacco full of sugar and the like, since expanding tobacco just adds a bunch of empty air to the cigarette. The process had an obvious economic rationale. It allowed cigarette makers to fill a cigarette with substantially less tobacco. A new justification emerged in the 1960s, however, since including ET also allowed cigarette makers to lower tar and nicotine deliveries as measured on standardized smoking machines. The first recorded suggestion of this sort is a 1964 Communication of Invention by James D. Fredrickson of Reynolds, who proposed reducing the volume of cigarette smoke by limiting the quantity of tobacco consumed in smoking. The method involved subjecting cured tobacco leaf to a volatile solvent such as hexane, followed by a sudden shock treatment with steam. Reynolds' researchers had found that hexane-extracted stem could be puffed up by this means, allowing a reduction in tar and nicotine numbers when incorporated into a cigarette. Fredrickson in his lab notebook commented that the economic aspects of the process would also be attractive, given that the amount of tobacco in a cigarette would be decreased. Fredrickson later proposed other methods of expanding tobacco, by incorporating an inert gas such as carbon dioxide or freon into the leaf, which would then be allowed to swell by subjecting it to a partial vacuum. Philip Morris and Reynolds by the late 1960s were both taking expanded tobacco quite seriously. Indeed, it was like a dream come true. Simply by applying certain chemical and physical agents, cigarette makers could take a given mass of tobacco and puff it up to nearly twice its pretreated volume. Cigarette makers could thereby reduce the mass of filler in the rod by about half, producing cigarettes containing not even half a gram of tobacco. Here is how Helmut Wacom described it to his superiors in 1973. Tobacco filler expansion is achieved by impregnating the tobacco cells with a volatile expansion agent and then applying quick thermal energy to convert the agent into a gas which blows up or expands the cell. The Reynolds process uses freon as the agent, which works well but has the disadvantage of leaving some foreign freon residue in the tobacco. The current method used by Philip Morris utilizes the formation of ammonium carbonate in the tobacco cells. On exposure to heat, this compound breaks down to ammonia and carbon dioxide gases which expand the filler. There is some excess residual ammonia, but the main disadvantage of this method is that the elevated temperature required to effect the expansion also produces some undesirable changes in tobacco composition. Consequently, we have been investigating other methods. The most important of these other methods was the so-called dry ice or dry ice expanded tobacco process, which involved freezing and then thawing the leaf or sheet to puff it up. Other methods were tried, including an ammonia carbon dioxide procedure involving alternating cycles of heat, cold, and exposure to steam, but dry ice comes to be regarded as the cheapest and most effective. Wacom had a theatrical bent and liked to dramatize the process by handing out a piece of dry ice-impregnated tobacco leaf, which when fondled by his audience would warm up and expand before the very eyes. Like ventilation, expanded tobacco was one of the principal ways by which cigarette makers in the 1970s and 1980s lowered apparent tar and nicotine yields. The idea was basically that you would not smoke as much because there would be less tobacco in your cigarette. This was hardly a profound concept, but it did lead to savings for the industry and lower apparent yields. Which is also why it generated such enthusiasm, and kept on generating it for decades. Philip Morris in 1987 increased the capacity of its Munich ET facility from 1,050 to 1,000